Qingzhou Luoyuan Mountain. On the mountainside stood a dilapidated tower. 9 stories high, its eaves were chipped vermilion, paint flaking off, and the stone steps before the door were buried in weeds. The wind blew down the mountain path, swirling a few withered leaves that struck the dusty plaque. On the plaque, 3 ancient characters could still be faintly seen. Heavenly Secrets Tower. 100 years ago, these 3 characters could make all the sects in Qingzhou bow. Imperial envoys personally climb the mountain, and demonic cultivators detour for 3,000 li. For back then, the Heavenly Secrets Tower claimed to glimpse fate, judge life and death, and rank the world. A single comment from the tower could make an unknown nobody famous overnight or shatter the Tao heart of a Holy Land prodigy. A nameless sword cultivator, after being placed on the hidden dragon list by the tower, achieved the title of Sword King in 3 years. A demon disguised as a righteous leader was exposed by the tower's evil list and besieged by 9 sects that very night. In those days, the tower's courtyard was crowded with carriages and visitors, those seeking rankings, asking fate, buying secrets lined from the mountainside to the foot. But that was 100 years ago. Now the tower's legacy is broken, its formations dead, its incense scattered. The whole building looks so frail it might collapse in a gust of wind. And the last keeper of the tower is named Changqing. At this moment, holding a broken broom, he stood before the tower, watching the fierce crowd approaching from the foot of the mountain, and let out a soft sigh. Here for debt collection again. Changqing was not from this world. 3 years ago, he transmigrated and woke up in the backyard woodshed of the Heavenly Secrets Tower. The old tower master was still alive then. White-haired, but with startlingly bright eyes, he patted Changqing's shoulder, saying he had a rare spiritual bone and deep fortune destined for greatness. Changqing believed him then. Transmigrated, an old master, a secret tower. It looked like a protagonist's start. But 3 months later, the old master passed away in meditation. Before dying, he left Changqing only 3 things: a broken tower, a blank ledger, and 300 tales of debt. From then on, Changqing became the last keeper of the Heavenly Secrets Tower. Being a keeper was essentially no different from a gatekeeper or a sweeper. The tower had no visitors anymore, most of its scriptures were lost. The celestial compass, once said to deduce the world's fate, was shattered into 8 pieces, preserved by the old master as a relic on the 2nd floor. Changqing had thought of running away. But this was a fantasy world. Below the mountain were demons, bandits, evil cultivators, and cultivators who could crush mortals with a snap. He was merely at the 2nd level of chi refining, a waste. Leaving the tower didn't guarantee survival. Besides, though the old master was unreliable, he had saved his life. This tower was his only foothold in this world. The figures on the mountain path drew closer. The leader was a brocade-clad young man with a jade pendant and a folding fan, followed by a dozen guards. Changqing recognized him. Xuanhuan, young master of the 10,000 Treasures Merchant Guild in Qingzhou City, one of the tower's biggest creditors. Xuanhuan stopped before the tower, glanced at the shabby plaque, and sneered. Changqing, 3 years. Your deadbeat master owed my guild 300 spirit stones. Time to pay up, no? Changqing was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, could you grant me a few more days? Xuanhuan laughed, as if hearing a joke. More days? Your broken tower doesn't even have incense offerings. What, you'll sweep your way out of debt? The guards behind him burst into laughter. One looked up at the plaque and feigned surprise. Oh, isn't this the Heavenly Secrets Tower? Couldn't it rank the world 100 years ago? How can it even come up with 300 spirit stones? Another chuckled. Young master, why not let Keeper Su divine whether you'll collect the debt today? Xuanhuan joined in the laughter. He hadn't come solely for debt collection. Though decrepit, the tower occupied the best spot on Luoyuan Mountain. If torn down and rebuilt as a private villa for the guild, it would be nice. More importantly, the name Heavenly Secrets Tower itself could be sold as a gimmick. A 100-year-old sacred site relic sounded valuable. Xuanhuan stepped forward, pointing at the 9-story tower. Can't pay? Then from today, this tower belongs to my guild. After demolition, the timber and stones can cover some of the debt. Changqing gripped the broom, his eyes turning cold. This is the Heavenly Secrets Tower. Xuanhuan sneered. Heavenly Secrets Tower. 100 years ago, it might have had some face. He reached out and tapped the crumbling doorframe, sending down a cloud of dust. Now, just a broken building. Changqing, I advise you to be smart. If you roll down the mountain yourself, it'll give you 10 spirit stones to settle down. Changqing didn't move. Xuanhuan's expression turned cold. Don't be ungrateful. He waved his hand. Tear it down. The dozen guards immediately stepped forward. Some drew blades to hack at the stone lions before the gate, some kicked at the door, and one reached for the dusty plaque. Changqing wanted to stop them, but he knew he couldn't. The weakest guard was at the 3rd level of chi refining, and the 2 leaders were at the 6th. At the 2nd level himself, had only get beaten. Just as a guard's hand was about to touch the plaque, a cold voice suddenly rang in Changqing's mind. Detected that the host has guarded the Heavenly Secrets Tower for 3 full years. Heavenly Secrets ranking system activated. Changqing froze. System. 3 years late. Host can issue rankings to leverage the world's fortune. Rankings recognized contested or verified grant Heavenly Secrets points. Heavenly Secrets points can deduce all things, redeem rewards, and amend reality. Newbie mission issue the first ranking. Reward unlock the first floor of the Heavenly Secrets tower. Penalty complete collapse of the tower. A light gradually kindled in Changqing's eyes. He raised his head and looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan frowned. What are you staring at? Changqing suddenly smiled. Young Master Zhao, don't you want to know if the Heavenly Secrets tower still has any use? Xuanhuan sneered. Oh, planning to tell fortunes. Not fortune-telling. Changqing turned and pushed open the long-sealed tower door. The decaying wooden door groaned loudly. Inside it was dim and dusty, but in Changqing's eyes an ancient long table was slowly emerging. On the table lay a brush, paper, and ink. He walked to the table and picked up the brush. At that moment, a dormant energy from 100 years seemed to stir in the dilapidated tower. The wind outside stopped. The withered leaves before the door hung in midair. Even the sneer on Zhao Yuan's face froze slightly. Changqing's brush touched the paper, his voice calm. Today the Heavenly Secrets tower reopens. The first ranking shall be the Hidden Dragons of Qingzhou. Outside the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Zhao Yuan and his men were momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter. The Qianlong ranking. With this crumbling building, Changqing, do you really think you're the master from 100 years ago? Zhao Yuan laughed the loudest. He had expected Changqing to beg for mercy or cling to the pillars, refusing to leave. Instead, the man was putting on airs of a master. A ranking. In Qingzhou there were countless sects, noble families, and prodigies. Who was strong, who had potential, who concealed their trump cards. Even powerful factions debated endlessly. A poor boy guarding a broken building. What could he possibly rank? Zhao Yuan crossed his arms and sneered. Very well, today you'll see what rubbish you come up with. If it's decent, I'll reward you with 1 spirit stone. If not, he glanced at the guards behind him. The guards immediately understood, sneering coldly. Then we'll cripple you and throw you off the mountain. Inside the pavilion, Changqing paid no heed to the mockery outside. He stared at the blank paper before him, the system prompt appearing in his mind. Currently publishable ranking types, regional ranking. Available scope, Qingzhou. Available rankings, Qianlong ranking, wealth ranking, weapon ranking, beauty ranking. Hint: host currently has 0 heavenly fate points, unable to fully deduce true rankings. You may consume your own luck or lifespan to obtain partial true information. Changqing's brow twitched slightly. Consume lifespan. This system didn't seem like a charity after all. But soon he realized the rules weren't that rigid. The ranking didn't have to be entirely true from the start. As long as part of the ranking was real, combined with reasonable commentary, it would attract attention, debate, and verification across the land, earning heavenly fate points later. In other words, early on he could mix truth with fiction. The greater the controversy, the stronger the reversal when proven right, and the bigger the harvest. Changqing glanced at the 4 options and quickly eliminated the wealth ranking. The wealth ranking was too vulgar. It would just show who had money and who had more. It could spark debate, but was hard to verify quickly. The beauty ranking was also unsuitable for now. While it would stir Qingzhou, it was the most likely to offend people. He was just a pavilion keeper who had just activated the system, not qualified to stir up trouble with the sects, families, and demonic sects behind a bunch of female cultivators. The weapon ranking lacked sufficient information. Only the Qianlong ranking was safest. Young prodigies, sect families, grudges in the martial world. Once names appeared, people would naturally question, defy, and challenge. And the greatest advantage of the Qianlong ranking was it could draw people out. When people moved, the plot moved. Changqing picked up the brush and wrote the first line. Qingzhou Qianlong ranking. The moment the first characters appeared, the entire Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion trembled slightly. On the dust-laden plaque outside, a faint golden light flashed. Zhao Yuan's smile froze for a moment. Was it his imagination? He suddenly felt that this broken building was different from before. Like a dying beast suddenly opening its eyes. But the feeling lasted only an instant. Zhao Yuan soon sneered again. Just a trick. There were plenty of swindlers in Qingzhou who could make a flashy show. Inside, Changqing continued writing. All under 30 years old can be listed. The 10 on the list are all young dragons of Qingzhou's younger generation. He paused at this point. The top names could not be written carelessly. The higher the rank, the greater the implications. If he carelessly listed figures like the young prince of Qingzhou, the core disciples of the 3 sects, or the holy maiden of the demonic sect, and couldn't prove it later, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would become a target. The first list should be a test. Better start from the 10th position. The 10th spot was delicate. Low enough not to immediately draw top powers attacks, yet high enough to attract attention. Changqing's mind moved. Consume 1 year of lifespan to deduce a buried talent in Qingzhou. He fell silent. 1 year of lifespan. for one ranking figure. If it didn't yield subsequent gains, it would be a total loss. But if he didn't gamble, the pavilion would be torn down today. He wouldn't even have the chance to lose lifespan. Outside, Zhao Yuan's grating laughter came again. Changqing, have you decided? Are you rolling out yourself, or should I roll you out? The voice pierced through, breaking Su's last hesitation. He took a deep breath, the hesitation in his eyes replaced by a fierce resolve. Rather than be driven away humiliatingly, he would burn his life and gamble on an earth-shattering upheaval. Deduce. Deduction successful. Name Yi Wuchen. Identity: abandoned son of the Yi family in Qingzhou. Age 19. Cultivation: Qi refining, third layer. Hidden fate: incomplete, sword bone not yet awakened. Current situation: exiled from his clan, being hunted by enemies. Evaluation: if not dying young, can soar after awakening. Changqing's eyes lit up. Abandoned son of Yi family. Qi refining, third layer. Incomplete, sword bone. Being hunted. Changqing's eyes gleamed. An abandoned son, sword bone buried in dust, hunted. This man was in dire straits, yet possessed heaven-defying talent, like genuine gold buried in mud. Ranking him would inevitably draw immense criticism. The Yi family of Qingzhou would not acknowledge him, and the world would laugh. But this was exactly the best chance to re-establish the heavenly mechanism pavilion's prestige. The more the world disbelieved when Yi Wuchen's sword sent chills across Qingzhou, the pavilion's commentary would seem divine and unfathomable. Controversy was the best fortune. Changqing hesitated no more, brushing down. Qianlong, ranking 10th. Yi Wuchen. Identity: abandoned son of Yi family Qingzhou. Cultivation: Qi refining, third layer. Commentary: bears an incomplete, sword bone fate, like cold iron buried in dust. Once drawn, Qingzhou shivers with cold. The last character fell. Boom. Outside the pavilion, a fierce wind suddenly rose. The old dim plaque glowed with golden light. Pages flew out from the building, coalescing into a golden scroll suspended before the pavilion. The golden list hung in the air, words like iron. Qingzhou Qianlong, ranking 10th. Yi Wuchen. Bears an incomplete, sword bone, a once drawn. Qingzhou shivers with cold. On the mountain path, Zhao Yuan and others' laughter gradually faded. Several guards subconsciously stepped back. This scene didn't look like an ordinary trick. But soon Zhao Yuan saw the list contents and burst into laughter. Yi Wuchen. Qi refining, third layer. Ha ha ha. He laughed, bending over. Changqing, are you insane? Qingzhou's young talents are like clouds. You rank a Qi refining, third layer waste on the Qianlong list. A guard behind him also laughed. Young master, I've heard of Yi Wuchen. 3 years ago he was still the Yi heir, then his sword meridian dried up, his fiancée broke the engagement, and even the Yi family expelled him. If a guy like that can enter the Qianlong list, so can I. Another chimed in. Yesterday he was still being hunted outside the city, couldn't even hold a sword steady. Has a sword bone. If he had won, would the Yi family have cast him out? Laughter rose again. Inside, Changqing looked at the system prompt. List published successfully. Current recognition extremely low. Current doubt extremely high. Hint: doubt can also expand influence. When the list figures fate erupts, doubt can be converted into recognition. Changqing's mouth curled slightly. Indeed, being scolded was also useful. Seeing Changqing silent, Zhao Yuan thought he was rattled and sneered, pretending to be mysterious. Men, tear down this fake list. A guard leaped up, reaching for the golden scroll. But just as his hand was about to touch it, a beam of golden light descended from the scroll. Bang! The guard was struck as if by a heavy blow, crashing to the ground, spitting blood. Instantly, silence fell. The heavenly mechanism list cannot be insulted. Those who forcibly destroy the list will be punished according to their cultivation. Changqing walked out from the building and looked at Zhao Yuan. Young master Zhao, still want to tear down the building? Zhao Yuan's face cycled from blue to white, then settled into shock. He stared at the unconscious guard on the ground. That was a Qi refining, fourth layer expert, struck down by a mere flash of light. A chill rose in his heart. Could this broken building and this Su fellow really be hiding something strange? But soon a greater greed suppressed the fear. If this heavenly mechanism pavilion truly retained some of its century-old tricks, its value far exceeded a mere villa. Was this list real or fake? If he could control the ability to rank. Suppressing his heartbeat, he spoke with a harsh tone but a slight tremble. Fine. A fine illusion. Changqing, I don't care what sorcery you use. He gritted his teeth. They'll give you a chance, and give Qingzhou a chance to see your true face. 3 days. They'll give you 3 days. If that waste Yi Wuchen can't prove he's worthy of the list within 3 days, he'll not only tear down this broken building, but also publicly execute you for spreading lies. Changqing said calmly, no need for 3 days. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. Changqing looked toward the outskirts of Qingzhou city. Maybe tonight the answer will come back. Yi Wuchen is indeed a waste. At least in the eyes of many in Qingzhou he is a waste. 3 years ago he was the young master of the Yi family in Qingzhou. At that time, Yi Wuchen had entered the refining Qi stage at 15, formed his sword energy at 16, and defeated all his peers in the Yi family at 17, hailed as a rare swordsmanship talent in 100 years. That year, the Qin family of Qingzhou proactively sought a marriage alliance. Qin, the younger sister of the Qin family's young master, was betrothed to Yi Wuchen. At that time, everyone said Yi Wuchen would surely enter foundation establishment in the future and might even join the inner sect of the Lingjian sect. But everything changed on a rainy night 3 years ago. After that night, Yi Wuchen's sword meridian was exhausted and his cultivation stagnated. No matter how hard he practiced, the spiritual energy in his body flowed out like water from a bamboo basket, unable to retain a single drop. A year later, the Qin family withdrew the engagement. 2 years later, the Yi family stripped him of his position as young master. 3 years later, he was expelled from the Yi family. When a once great genius falls into the mud for too long, pity turns into mockery and sighs become contempt. So when the name Yi Wuchen appeared at 10th place on the Qianlong ranking of the Heavenly Machine Tower, everyone's first reaction was not shock, but absurdity. Under the falling cloud mountain, after Xuanhuan and his men left, the news quickly reached Qingzhou City. In the bustling Wanbao Tavern of Qingzhou City, it took less than half an hour for the place to be filled with cultivators watching the spectacle. Have you heard? The Heavenly Machine Tower has reopened. The Heavenly Machine Tower. That dilapidated tower was already finished, wasn't it? It has reopened, and they even established a Qingzhou Qianlong ranking. Who is on the list? Currently, only the 10th place is written Yi Wuchen. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the tavern. Someone even spat out their drink. Yi Wuchen, that waste from the Yi family. He can even make it onto the Qianlong ranking. Is the Heavenly Machine Tower going crazy? Did they take in spirit stones from the discarded son of the Yi family to make his name? Does Yi Wuchen even have spirit stones? I heard that when he was expelled from the Yi family, he didn't even take out a complete sword. On the second floor of the tavern, Xuanhuan sat by the window listening to the mocking voices below, and his expression finally eased a bit. He raised his cup and said with a cold smile, "Su Changqing, I want to see how your act concludes." Sitting opposite him was a manager from the Wanbao Merchant Association. The manager frowned and said, "Young master, today's scene with the golden list doesn't seem like an ordinary illusion." "So what?" Xuanhuan replied impatiently. "Even if he has some remnants of formations, can it really allow that waste Yi Wuchen to turn things around? The most important thing about the ranking is not the golden light, but the verification. If Yi Wuchen cannot prove himself, the more grand the Heavenly Machine Tower appears today, the more it will fall tomorrow." The manager thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, if the Heavenly Machine Tower only produced a golden list suspended in the air, it would only astonish people. But for ranking, what truly matters is the result. One wrong ranking, and the reputation would be ruined. Meanwhile, outside Qingzhou City at the mass grave, the rain poured heavily. Mud mixed with blood flowed between the mounds. A white-clad youth dragged a broken sword staggering through the rain. He bore 7 or 8 wounds, the deepest one slicing from his shoulder to his chest, nearly exposing his white bones. The youth was Yi Wuchen. He had been fleeing for a night. After being expelled from the Yi family, he initially intended to leave Qingzhou City and seek a sword cultivation sect in the northern border for a chance. But as soon as he left the city, he was pursued. The ones chasing him were not from the Yi family. At least they didn't appear to be. 3 men in black gradually approached. The leader held a long knife, its blade dripping with rainwater. "Yi Wuchen, stop running. You are no longer the young master of the Yi family. Today, killing you will not draw anyone to stand up for you." Yi Wuchen stopped in his tracks and turned to face the 3 men. His right hand tightly gripped the broken sword. "Who sent you?" The man in black chuckled. "What does it matter to a waste knowing so much?" Yi Wuchen felt he could actually guess some things. After being expelled from the Yi family, he no longer possessed anything worth others' attention. The only trouble was that he was still alive. Some people did not want him to live. Because as long as he lived, the marriage alliance from back then would become a shame. Because he was alive, certain people from the Yi family would be unsettled. The men in black advanced step by step. 3 years ago, how glorious were you? The prodigy of the Yi family, and Qingzhou, the future son-in-law of the Qin family. And now, a dog abandoned by his family and scorned by his betrothed. Yi Wuchen's hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. Not out of fear, but out of hatred. Over these 3 years, he had heard too many words like this. Waste. Discarded son. He had asked himself countless times, why had he become this way? Why had his sword meridian exhausted overnight? Why, no matter how hard he cultivated, did it feel like there was a black hole within him, swallowing all the spiritual energy? But no one gave him an answer. Even he was close to believing it. Maybe he really was a waste. Just as the men in black prepared to take action, the distant rain curtain suddenly carried the discussions of several wandering guests. "Hurry back to the city, there's a big commotion today." "What commotion?" "The Heavenly Machine Tower has reopened, and they even established a Qingzhou Qianlong ranking." The Heavenly Machine Tower. That dilapidated tower dares to rank. The most ridiculous part is that the 10th place is Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen suddenly looked up. The men in black were also taken aback for a moment. The distant people continued to speak. Yi Wuchen, that waste of the Yi family. That's him. The commentary from the Heavenly Machine Tower is even more absurd. It says he bears a broken sword bone his life, shrouded in dust. If he ever draws his sword, Qingzhou will be astonished. Boom. Yi Wuchen's mind felt as if it had been struck by thunder. Broken sword bone. He had never heard those 4 words before. But for some reason the moment those 4 words reached his ears, a long silent sword cry suddenly resonated deep within his chest. Very faint. Like a sword buried in the mud, finally hearing someone call for it. Yi Wuchen looked down at his chest. The man in black, however, burst into laughter. The Heavenly Machine Tower. That broken tower was finished long ago, wasn't it? A waste ranking from a dilapidated tower is something only a waste like you would believe. He stepped forward, the long knife slicing through the rain. Yi Wuchen stopped dreaming. You will surely die today. The blade was upon him. If it were the previous Yi Wuchen, he would have been unable to block this strike. His spiritual energy had long been exhausted, and the meridians in his right hand had been shattered, making it difficult to even hold a sword. But at this moment he did not retreat. The sword cry in his chest grew louder. Crack! It was as if something had split open within him. In the next instant a cold and sharp aura erupted from deep within his spine. The broken sword in Yi Wuchen's hand trembled slightly. The rain curtain came to an abrupt stop. No, it wasn't that the rain had stopped. Rather, all the rainwater falling within 3 feet of him had been sliced into mist by an invisible sword energy. The expression of the man in black changed drastically. What? Yi Wuchen slowly raised his head. In his eyes there was a sword. Amidst the rain curtain, Yi Wuchen lifted his head. In that moment, the 3 men in black instinctively halted their steps. They could not explain why. Clearly the boy before them was covered in wounds, his breath weak, and his right hand still gripping a broken sword. Yet when he raised his head, a chill spread through the hearts of the 3. It felt as if they were not facing a discarded waste from the family, but rather a sword buried beneath the snow for many years. Now the snow had melted. The sword was about to be drawn. The leader of the black-clad men quickly suppressed his unease and let out a cold laugh, pretending to be mysterious. What incomplete sword bone, just a fabrication by the Tianji Tower. If you truly had a sword bone, why have you been trampled underfoot like a dog for the past 3 years? This sentence pierced Yi Wuchen's heart like a knife. Indeed, if he truly had a sword bone, why had he been so miserable these past 3 years? Why was he rejected in marriage? Why was he the discarded young master? Why was he expelled from the Yi family? Yet the sword's resonance deep within his chest was undeniably real. It was not an illusion. It was a power that had lain dormant for many years, awakening little by little. Yi Wuchen tightened his grip on the broken sword. Perhaps it is not that I lack a sword bone. It is that no one has ever told me it exists. The eyes of the black-clad man turned cold, dreaming even at the brink of death. He swung his long knife, unleashing the spiritual power of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The blade light tore through the rain curtain, aiming directly at Yi Wuchen's neck. This strike was harsher than before. He did not want to give Yi Wuchen any chance. However, Yi Wuchen did not evade. He merely stepped forward. With that step, the mud and water exploded beneath his feet. The dormant bone within him finally cracked its first seal after years. Buzz. The broken sword emitted a clear sound. Yi Wuchen swung the sword. This strike was very slow. Slow enough for everyone to see his movements clearly. Yet no one could evade. The blade light shattered. The long knife broke into 2 pieces. The leader of the black-clad men stood frozen in place, a line of blood slowly appearing on his chest. He looked down in disbelief. Sword. Sword energy. Before he could finish his words, his whole body was sent flying, crashing into the mud and water. The remaining 2 black-clad men changed their expressions drastically. Impossible. You are not at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Yi Wuchen did not respond, because he was also in shock. Was that strike truly executed by him? The sensation from the broken sword was both familiar and foreign. It felt as if his years of hard practice in the sword path after 3 years of silence had finally returned to his hands. No, it was not a return. It had become stronger. The spiritual energy that had been exhausted for 3 years was rapidly recovering at a terrifying speed. Qi refinement 3rd layer. Qi refinement 4th layer. Qi refinement 5th layer. Qi refinement 6th layer. It was not until the 7th layer of Qi refinement that his breath gradually subsided. Yet the sword intent deep within his spine still only revealed a corner. Just a corner was enough for him to slay opponents of the same realm as if they were cutting grass. In the distance, several martial artists stared in astonishment. They had merely been passing by, casually discussing the new rankings of the Tianji Tower. No one expected to witness Yi Wuchen's sword bone awakening firsthand. The incomplete sword bone. It is real. The rankings of the Tianji Tower are true. The remaining 2 black-clad men exchanged glances and turned to flee. Yi Wuchen raised his gaze. Now you wish to leave? He swung his sword again. In the rain curtain, two beams of sword light flashed past. The two black-clad men fell simultaneously. The mass grave returned to silence. Yi Wuchen stood in the rain, looking down at the broken sword in his hand. The rain soaked his clothes and washed away the blood on his face. In that moment, he felt no joy, only an indescribable sense of confusion. 3 years. A full 3 years. He thought he was wasted. Everyone told him he was wasted. Yet today, a Tianji Tower master he had never met before inscribed his destiny on the ranking, bearing the incomplete sword bone. Once drawn, Qingzhou would be shocked. Yi Wuchen slowly raised his head, looking towards the direction of Luoyun Mountain. The rain curtain obscured the mountain's shadow, yet he knew there was a tower there, a tower that had brought him back to life. He sheathed the broken sword and turned to walk towards Qingzhou City. Meanwhile, the martial artists finally jolted back to reality from their shock. Hurry, back to the city. The Tianji Tower's potential dragon ranking has come true. The news spread back to Qingzhou City like the wind. The first to explode was the Wanbao Tavern. When several drenched martial artists rushed into the tavern, the people inside were still mocking Yi Wuchen. I dare bet the Tianji Tower will close its doors in 3 days. Close its doors? I think Zhao Xiaodong will directly demolish the tower. If Yi Wuchen can enter the potential dragon ranking, I will drink upside down. Just then one martial artist slammed the table. It has come true. The entire tavern fell silent. Someone frowned. What has come true? The martial artist gasped for breath, his face full of shock. Yi Wuchen. He was pursued by 3 men of the 7th layer of Qi refinement in the mass grave, and in a desperate situation, his sword bone awakened, slaying 3 with 1 sword. The Tianji Tower's evaluation is real. Yi Wuchen truly bears the incomplete sword bone. Boom. The entire tavern erupted. Impossible. Yi Wuchen was a waste, wasn't he? Sword bone. Does he really have a sword bone? In the private room on the 2nd floor, Zhao Yuan suddenly stood up, crushing the wine cup in his hand. Nonsense. Yi Wuchen, that waste, how could he awaken the sword bone? But soon more and more people rushed back from outside the city. The 3 corpses in the mass grave. Residual sword energy. Yi Wuchen broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Every piece of news felt like a slap to the face of all the skeptics. Those who had been laughing moments ago had faces that grew increasingly stiff. Someone suddenly remembered what they had said about drinking upside down and quietly shrank back into the crowd. But no one noticed him. Everyone's attention was now drawn to a single name. Tianji Tower. Before the Tianji Tower, the suspended golden list trembled slightly. Streams of invisible fortune gathered from the direction of Qingzhou City, pouring into the tower. Changqing was sitting at the long table drinking tea. The next moment, a system prompt sounded. The 10th place on the Qingzhou potential dragon ranking has come true. Doubts transformed into recognition. The reputation of Tianji Tower increases. Gained Tianji value 3,000. Reward innate sword heart. The teacup paused. Immediately after, an incredibly profound understanding of the sword path surged into Changqing's mind. Though he had never practiced swordsmanship, it felt as if he had wielded a sword for 100 years. In his eyes, every object in the world now had an extra line. That was a flaw. It was also the path of the sword. A fallen leaf was blown into the tower. Changqing gently pointed with 2 fingers. The fallen leaf silently split in 2. The cut was smooth like a mirror. Changqing smiled. Not bad. Very good. Outside the Tianji Tower, more and more people began to ascend the mountain. They wanted to see for themselves if the dilapidated tower that had stood for 100 years had truly come back to life. In front of the Tianji Tower, the number of visitors was steadily increasing. Just a day ago, Luoyun Mountain was still known as a desolate place in Qingzhou City. Almost no one was willing to ascend the mountain except for debt collectors. But today was different. The sides of the mountain path were filled with martial artists, wanderers, spies from noble families, and scouts from merchant associations. They dared not approach too closely, merely gazing from afar at the suspended golden list in front of the Tianji Tower. On the golden list, Yi Wuchen's name continued to shine. Qianlong list no. 10 Yi Wuchen. Bearing a flawed sword bone once drawn, it chills Qingzhou. If they had seen this line of text earlier, they would have found it absurd. But today, looking at it again, they felt a chill in their hearts. Because it had come true. Not only had it come true, but it had done so remarkably fast. From the release of the list to the awakening of Yi Wuchen's sword bone, it took less than a day. This speed made everyone realize one thing. The Tianji Tower was not merely guessing. It had truly glimpsed the buried fate of Yi Wuchen. On the mountain path, someone whispered, Yi Wuchen has returned to the city, and it is said that his cultivation has stabilized at the 7th level of Qi refinement. I personally saw the 3 corpses at the mass grave, all killed by sword energy. That sword energy was very cold, as if cold iron had been drawn, almost identical to the commentary from the Tianji Tower. Once drawn, it chills Qingzhou. Now that I think about it, not a single word is wrong. Who exactly is Su Chang? Wasn't he just a janitor at the tower before? Perhaps he has been hiding his abilities. Hiding for 3 years. Still can't repay 300 spirit stones. A master always has peculiarities. This statement brought about a moment of silence. Had someone said yesterday that Su Changqing was a master, they would have surely been laughed at. But today no one dared to laugh. Inside the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing sat cross-legged in the center of the first floor. After the innate sword heart entered his body, changes were occurring within him. Originally, this body had ordinary roots, and 3 years of hard cultivation had barely allowed him to reach the second level of qi refinement. But at this moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to actively surge towards him. There was no need for him to deliberately operate his techniques. His meridians naturally began to breathe. Qi refinement 3rd level. Qi refinement 4th level. Qi refinement 5th level. It was not until he reached the 6th level of qi refinement that his breath gradually stabilized. Su Changqing opened his eyes. In the depths of his pupils, a glimmer of sword light flashed by. He raised his hand, extended his fingers, and gently pointed. A fine mark silently appeared on a wooden pillar 3 zhang away. The mark was very shallow but smooth as a mirror. This was the innate sword heart. It not only elevated his cultivation, but also granted him an almost instinctive understanding of the sword path. With a thought, a system panel appeared before Su Changqing. Host Su Changqing, Identity Guardian of the Tianji Tower, Cultivation 6th level of Qi Refinement Physique, Innate Sword Heart, Tianji Value, 3000, Open Floors, 1st Floor, Current List Qingzhou, Qianlong List Tianji Tower Prestige. Emerging, Su Changqing's gaze fell upon the Tianji Value. 3000. The first list only mentioned a single 10th place, yet it brought 3000 Tianji values, and an innate sword heart. This indicated that he was on the right path. The more people questioned the list, the stronger the feedback would be when it proved true later on. The harsher Yi Wuchen was criticized, the more Su Changqing would gain after his reversal. Thinking of this, Su Changqing couldn't help but smile. Let them scold. It would be best if they scolded even louder in the future. However, if a list only noted a single 10th place, the heat would soon dissipate. They must continue to release subsequent rankings. Moreover, with the 10th place already validated, the characters that followed would attract even more attention. Just as Su Changqing pondered his next step, a commotion arose outside the tower. The crowd on the mountain path suddenly parted. A young man in white slowly walked up the mountain. His clothes were tattered, his complexion pale, and he bore a broken sword on his back. His injuries had yet to fully heal, yet a sharp sword intent faintly emanated from him. It was indeed Yi Wuchen. Upon seeing him, the crowd immediately began to whisper. He has come. Yi Wuchen has personally ascended the mountain. Is he really at the 7th level of qi refinement? That sword intent cannot be mistaken. He is definitely not the same waste as before. Yi Wuchen disregarded the others. He walked straight to the front of the Tianji Tower and deeply bowed towards the interior. Yi Wuchen pays respects to the tower master. Su Changqing sat behind the long table, his expression calm. I am not the tower master. I am merely a guardian of the tower. Yet Yi Wuchen did not rise. If it were not for the seniors list awakening me, I would have never known that I bore a sword bone. This kindness Yi Wuchen will remember in his heart. Su Changqing looked at him. The system quickly revealed Yi Wuchen's information. Name Yi Wuchen. Identity abandoned son of the Yi family. Cultivation 7th level of qi refinement. Fate sword bone covered in dust. Current status flawed, sword bone beginning to awaken. Future direction, if he can enter the sword tomb, he may complete his sword bone. Sword tomb. Su Changqing's eyes moved slightly. This was indeed a point that could be further utilized. He needed the characters on the list to continuously grow and validate the commentaries. The more dazzling Yi Wuchen became, the higher the prestige of the Tianji Tower. Moreover, the term sword tomb was sure to spark new controversies. Su Changqing said lightly, you need not thank me. The Tianji Tower only ranks occurrences, it does not alter fate. Yi Wuchen said earnestly, but the senior has already changed my fate. Su Changqing did not explain. He picked up a brush and wrote 2 characters on the paper. Sword tomb. When Yi Wuchen saw these 2 characters, his heart trembled violently. Because at the moment these 2 characters appeared, the broken sword behind him slightly trembled. Su Changqing said, 300 li north of Qingzhou there is an abandoned ancient battlefield. 7 days later, on the night of the full moon, the entrance to the sword tomb will open. There you will find the chance to complete your sword bone. Yi Wuchen breathed rapidly. Senior, is this true? Su Changqing raised his gaze. In front of the Tianji Tower, we do not sell false predictions. The crowd outside the tower heard this clearly, and an uproar ensued. Sword tomb. Is there really a sword tomb north of Qingzhou? The chance to complete the sword bone. If this is true, then Yi Wuchen will surely advance further. Does the Tianji Tower not only rank lists, but also point out opportunities? Yi Wuchen bowed deeply once more. The junior understands. After saying this, he turned and descended the mountain. Everyone knew that from this day forth the name Yi Wuchen had returned to the sight of the young generation in Qingzhou, and not as a waste, but as the 10th place on the Qianlong list. After Yi Wuchen left, the spies on the mountain path also began to depart. The news of the sword tomb would surely spread throughout Qingzhou within half a day. Changqing watched the crowd leave a slight smile on his lips. Very good. Momentum had been built. The next step was to stir the waters further, because as he had just deduced the sword tomb, he inadvertently discovered another matter. The demonic sect was also seeking the sword tomb, and the 9th place on the Qianlong list was just the right starting point to write about the demonic sect. Meanwhile, in the Wanbao Merchant Association of Qingzhou City, Zhao Yuan's face turned extremely grim after hearing the spy's report. Yi Wuchen ascended the mountain to express gratitude. Changqing even pointed him to the opportunity of the sword tomb. Yes, the spy replied with lowered head. Zhao Yuan slammed his palm down, shattering the table. He had originally wanted to see the Tianji Tower's joke. Unexpectedly, overnight, the joke became his own. Investigate. Get to the bottom of whether the sword tomb is real or fake. And Changqing. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Yuan's eyes. I do not believe that a mere guardian of a broken tower can truly turn the tide. On Luoyan Mountain, Changqing spread out the paper once more. The golden list trembled slightly. He picked up the brush, preparing to write the 9th place on the Qianlong list. The storm in Qingzhou had just begun. In the recent days, the most bustling place in Qingzhou City is no longer the Wanbao Tavern, nor the long street in front of the Qingzhou Wangfu. It is Luoyan Mountain. To be precise, it is the Tianji Tower on Luoyan Mountain. Ever since the news of Yi Wuchen's sword-bone awakening spread, the words Tianji Tower have re-entered the sight of the people of Qingzhou. Some are shocked, some are skeptical, and others are unconvinced. But regardless of their attitudes, everyone cannot escape one fact: the 10th place on the Qianlong list has come true. Moreover, it came true in a spectacular manner. A waste expelled by the Yi family awakened his sword bone overnight, slaying 3 pursuers in the 7th layer of Qi refinement, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 7th layer. Such a reversal is enough to fuel discussions in all the tea houses and taverns of Qingzhou for half a month. Yet Tianji Tower did not give them half a month. Less than 2 hours after Yi Wuchen descended the mountain, the golden board in front of Tianji Tower trembled once more. The scouts on the mountain path immediately perked up. It's about to be updated. The 9th place on the Qianlong list is about to be announced. Quickly send word back to the city. Inside Tianji Tower, Changqing sat behind a long table with a blank sheet of paper laid out before him. He did not rush to put pen to paper. The 10th place, Yi Wuchen had already made a name for himself. The 9th place must be even more impactful. If the 9th place is merely a genius from a minor sect, while it may be safe, it would not be explosive enough. To continuously expand the influence of the list, controversies must be consistently created. The identity must have issues. The experiences must have reversals. It is best if it also involves major forces. Changqing spent 500 Tianji points to deduce hidden figures among the younger generation of Qingzhou. Soon a piece of information emerged. Name: Xuanhuan. Identity: abandoned disciple of the demon sect. Age: 21. Cultivation: 9th layer of Qi refinement. Appearance of a shattered dantian. Hidden fate: devouring demon sacred body. Current situation: being hunted by the demon sect, hiding in the southern slums of Qingzhou. Future trajectory: if the devouring demon sacred body revives, it can devour demonic techniques and grow stronger with each battle. Changqing's eyes lit up. An abandoned disciple of the demon sect. A shattered dantian. The devouring demon sacred body. This character setup is even more explosive than Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen is a waste making a comeback, whereas Changqing is a counterattack from the path of demons. More crucially, this person can draw out the demon sect. If Tianji Tower wants to make a name for itself in Qingzhou, relying solely on Yi Wuchen is not enough. It is essential to make the righteous path, the demon sect, the royal family, and the aristocratic families all realize the list of Tianji Tower is not something they can ignore at will. Changqing took up his pen. Qianlong list: 9th Xuanhuan. Identity: abandoned disciple of the demon sect. Cultivation: 9th layer of Qi refinement. Comment: although the dantian is shattered, the heart of the demon is not dead. If the devouring demon sacred body revives, all demonic techniques in the world become resources. The last stroke fell. In front of Tianji Tower, the golden board shone brightly. Everyone on the mountain path simultaneously looked up. Qianlong list: 9th Xuanhuan. Abandoned disciple of the demon sect, devouring demon sacred body. After a brief silence, the entire mountain path erupted. An abandoned disciple of the demon sect. Is Tianji Tower crazy? Just offended the Yi family and now provokes the demon sect. What is the devouring demon sacred body? It sounds like something not from the righteous path. Although the dantian is shattered, the heart of the demon is not dead. This comment is harsher than Yi Wuchen's. After the news spread down the mountain, Qingzhou City was once again in an uproar. The demon sect is a taboo in Qingzhou. It does not act as openly as mountain bandits, nor does it adhere to rules like aristocratic families. Disciples of the demon sect act in secret, killing and seizing souls, refining blood to cultivate power, and many sects are unwilling to provoke them lightly. Yet many people actually know the name Xuanhuan. 3 years ago, he was one of the most ruthless disciples of the younger generation of the demon sect. Later, for some unknown reason, he defected from the demon sect, had his dantian shattered, and faced relentless pursuit. Everyone thought he had long since perished. Who would have thought that Tianji Tower would actually place him at the 9th spot on the Qianlong list? Moreover, they claimed he possessed the devouring demon's sacred body. In Wanbao Tavern, the discussions were even louder than during the incident with Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen was at least once a genius, but Chu Guangxing is an abandoned disciple of the demon sect. His dantian is shattered, yet he can still enter the Qianlong list. Yi Wuchen is only in 10th place, while Chu Guangxing is in 9th. Could this person be stronger than the sword bone? If Tianji Tower can prove this time, it will truly be frightening. Others sneered. Prove it. The demon sect is not the Yi family. If Tianji Tower dares to unveil the secrets of the demon sect, I'm afraid someone will soon come up the mountain to seek an explanation. In the southern part of Qingzhou City, in the slums, this is the dirtiest, most chaotic, and most inconspicuous place. Black water flows in the gutters, dilapidated houses are crammed together, and sunlight is rarely seen. A tattered young man leans against a wall holding a half piece of cold, hard steamed bun. His face is pale, his breath shallow, looking like a person on the brink of death. No one would connect him with the 9th spot on the Qianlong list. Yet he is indeed Chu Guangxing. When he heard someone in the distance shout 9th on the Qianlong list, abandoned disciple of the demon sect, Chu Guangxing, the bun in his hand, paused at his lips. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his murky eyes. Devouring demon's sacred body. Tianji Tower actually knows. He has had a shattered dantian for 3 years. For these 3 years, he has hidden like a wild dog in the darkest corners of Qingzhou. The demon sect hunts him. The righteous path despises him. Ordinary people fear him. He has thought countless times that he would rot to death in this alley. Yet he always knew that there was something within him that had not died. A black demonic seed. Yet he did not know what it was. Until today, Tianji Tower gave it a name. The devouring demon's sacred body. At this moment, footsteps came from the alley. 3 people in black robes slowly walked into the alley. The leader removed his hat, revealing a cold face. Chu Guangxing. So you really have been hiding here. Chu Guangxing slowly looked up. The demon sect's nose is still as keen. The black-robed man sneered. It's not that our noses are keen. It's Tianji Tower that has brought your location before the world. The Saintess has ordered to bring you back to the demon sect for examination. Originally, we could have let you go. But unfortunately, Tianji Tower claims you possess the devouring demon's sacred body. Therefore, you must come with us. Chu Guangxing slowly stood up. He was very weak. So weak that when he stood up, his body swayed slightly. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the black-robed man. A waste is still a waste. Even if Tianji Tower fabricates a sacred body for you, what can it do? He raised his hand and struck out. Demonic energy surged, chilling the entire alley. Chu Guangxing closed his eyes. Deep within his shattered dantian, the long-dormant black, demonic seed suddenly stirred. Thump! Like a heartbeat. It was like a drumbeat from a demon god. Chu Guangxing suddenly opened his eyes. Since you all want me dead, then I will live to show you. In the slum alley, demonic chi surged. The black-robed figure struck a palm toward Chu Guangxing's face. The blow was unadorned yet utterly ruthless. Within his palm, demonic chi condensed into a black skull, emitting a piercing shriek. Had an ordinary chi refining cultivator been struck by this palm, even their soul would have been torn apart by the demonic chi. Chu Guangxing did not dodge. It was not that he was unwilling. Rather, this broken body could no longer evade. 3 years ago, his dantian was crippled, and half his meridians were shattered by the demonic sect's torturous punishments. That he had survived until today was solely due to the grit of his unwilling spirit. Yet just as the demonic chi was about to strike him, the black demon seed deep within his shattered dantian pulsed once more. Thump! The demonic chi abruptly halted. The ferocious skull, as if encountering a far more terrifying source, trembled violently just 3 inches from Chu Guangxing's face. The black-robed figure's expression shifted. What is this? In the next moment, Chu Guangxing raised his hand, his 5 fingers clamping down on the mass of demonic chi. Then, to the shock of the 3 black-robed figures, he forcibly absorbed the demonic chi into his palm. Boom! His withered meridians were instantly flooded with demonic chi. Chu Guangxing grunted, a grimace of pain contorting his face. It was an agony, as if knives were scraping open his meridians inch by inch. Yet within the pain, there was a long-lost exhilaration. Power. He had finally felt power again. Since his dantian was shattered, he couldn't retain even a wisp of demonic chi. Everyone said he was useless. The demonic sect declared that a waste did not deserve to live. The righteous path claimed that an outcast from the demonic sect was not worth mourning. Even he himself had doubted countless times whether he should have died in some forgotten gutter. But now he finally understood. His Dantian was not crippled. An ordinary Dantian simply could not withstand the devouring demon's sacred body. The shattered Dantian was the beginning of its true awakening. Devouring demon. Xuanhuan murmured. He lifted his head, black light surging in his eyes. So this is it. All demonic arts under heaven shall be my nourishment. A chill of dread surged in the heart of the leading black-robed figure. He finally realized that the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's writings were no mere hype. The devouring demon's sacred body was real. Flee. He has truly awakened the devouring demon's sacred body. But it was too late. Xuanhuan took a single step, appearing before the black-robed figure like a phantom. The black-robed figure instinctively activated his demonic arts for protection. A shield of black, demonic chi formed before him. Xuanhuan reached out and grasped it. The shield shattered like paper. No, it did not shatter. It was devoured. The demonic chi flowed into Xuanhuan's body through his palm, and his pallid complexion gained a trace of color. The black-robed figure screamed in terror. No, my demonic chi. He could feel the demonic chi he had painstakingly cultivated for years draining away frantically. Xuanhuan's aura, however, soared unceasingly. Chi refining 9th layer. Foundation establishment, 1st layer. Foundation establishment, 2nd layer. It only came to a gradual halt at foundation establishment, 3rd layer. The other two demonic sect disciples, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. Xuanhuan raised his hand. 2 chains of demonic chi shot through the air, dragging them back by force. The screams quickly faded. The slum alley fell silent once more. Only 3 withered corpses remained on the ground. Xuanhuan stood in the shadows, his chest heaving violently. He had won. Yet his eyes held little joy. For he knew clearly that from this moment on he could no longer hide. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had placed his name on the hidden dragon rankings, thrusting him before the eyes of the world. The demonic sects would come. The righteous path would come. All who coveted the devouring demon's sacred body would come. Xuanhuan lowered his head to look at his hand. Black demonic patterns flickered faintly on his palm. Changqing. By pushing me out, did you intend to save me, or to use me? He raised his gaze towards Luoyun Mountain. Regardless, I owe you this one. But if you wish to treat me as a pawn. He smiled. Then we shall see if you can hold on to me. The news reached Qingzhou City even faster than it had with Yiwuchen. For the death of demonic sect disciples in the slum alley could not be concealed. Moreover, when Xuanhuan broke through to foundation establishment 3rd layer, the fluctuation of demonic chi had enveloped nearly half the street. The Wanbao Tavern erupted once more. It came true again. Xuanhuan truly awakened the devouring demon's sacred body. 3 demonic sect disciples came to kill him, but he drained all their demonic chi. I heard he's already broken through to foundation establishment 3rd layer. Yiwuchen is only at chi refining 7th layer, but Xuanhuan is directly at foundation establishment 3rd layer. No wonder he's ranked 9th. Those who had previously questioned the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion were utterly silenced. 1 fulfillment could be coincidence. 2 fulfillments, both involving such hidden destinies, were no coincidence. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion truly could perceive the buried fates of Qingzhou's younger generation. It could even awaken these fates in advance. Luoyun Mountain. Within the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Changqing looked at the system notification. Hidden Dragon ranking 9th place initially fulfilled. Xuanhuan's devouring demon's sacred body revived. Qingzhou demonic sect shaken. Heavenly Mechanism value obtained 5,000. Reward fragment of the devouring demon art. Reward cultivation increased by 1 level. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Changqing's cultivation broke through from chi refining 6th layer to chi refining 7th layer. At the same time, a supremely domineering demonic art flooded his mind. Fragment of the devouring demon art. It could devour spiritual chi, demonic chi, and demonic beast chi, refining them for one's own use. Though a fragment, its power far surpassed ordinary techniques. Changqing did not hasten to cultivate it. Demonic arts, while powerful, could easily influence one's heart and nature. He possessed the innate sword heart and did not lack offensive means for now. Nevertheless, it would be excellent for comprehension. He looked towards the golden ranking. Yiwuchen had given him the sword heart. Xuanhuan had given him the demonic art. The stronger the figures on the ranking, the greater the feedback he received. These were merely the 9th and 10th. If the first on the hidden dragon ranking were fulfilled, what would he obtain? Just as Changqing was about to continue his deductions, a clear bell sound came from the mountain path outside the pavilion. Tinkling, tinkling. The sound was soft, yet it caused the minds of all cultivators on the mountain path to waver. Changqing looked up. At the end of the mountain path, a woman in a red dress approached barefoot. Silver bells were tied to her ankles, ringing gently with each step. Behind her, 12 black-robed handmaidens followed with bowed heads. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically. The demonic sect's saintess. Xuanhuan. Changqing set down his teacup. The demonic sect had arrived faster than he had anticipated. As Xuanhuan approached the Tianji Tower, the entire mountain path fell silent. She wore a red dress barefoot on the bluestone steps with silver bells tinkling softly around her ankles. Though she was in the desolate and ruined land of Luoyun Mountain, it felt as if she walked upon the jade steps of a sacred hall of the demon sect. Calm, languid, and dangerous. The cultivators on both sides of the mountain path lowered their heads, afraid to look too long. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, held immense fame among the younger generation in Qingzhou. It was not because she was the one who struck the most. On the contrary, she rarely acted personally. Yet every time she did, it left a lasting impression. She practiced the red dust demon cannon, and every frown and smile could disturb the minds of others. Once a genius from the righteous path, boasted of exterminating demons, but after witnessing her dance, he collapsed in his Dao heart and willingly succumbed to darkness. There was also an elder of the demon sect who, in defiance of her position as holy maiden, was cursed by her smile and went mad, dying 3 days later. With someone like her personally ascending the mountain, everyone knew that trouble was coming to the Tianji Tower. Xuanhuan did not enter the tower immediately. She first looked up at the floating golden list. Qianlong list no. 9 Chu Quanxing. Though his dantian is shattered, his demonic heart remains alive. When the holy body of the demon devourer awakens, all demon arts in the world become nourishment. Upon seeing the phrase, all demon arts in the world become nourishment, a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. To the righteous path, the holy body of the demon devourer was a demonic aberration. But to the demon sect, it was a naturally born seed of the demonic path. If it could be controlled, it would be the future sovereign of the demon sect. If it could not be controlled, it would be the greatest threat to the demon sect. Yet with Changqing's single list, he directly brought Chu Quanxing into the public eye. The demon sect could not handle this matter in secret. Xuanhuan withdrew her gaze and looked inside the tower. Master Su. Her voice was charming, yet carried an icy undertone. You have leaked the secrets of my demon sect. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Inside the tower, Changqing sat calmly behind a long table. The Tianji Tower only ranks heavenly secrets. Heavenly secrets exist between heaven and earth. How can there be a concept of leakage? Xuanhuan smiled. What a fine notion that heavenly secrets exist between heaven and earth. She stepped into the Tianji Tower. The silver bells around her ankles tinkled lightly. Almost simultaneously, an invisible power of allure began to spread. Many cultivators outside the tower, upon hearing the sound of the bells, became entranced, their breaths quickening. Some even instinctively stepped forward, only to be pulled back by their companions. Don't look her in the eyes. That's the essence of red dust, demonic intent. Xuanhuan seemed oblivious to these reactions. She walked slowly to the long table, leaning forward to look at Changqing. They were very close. Close enough for Changqing to smell her faint, alluring fragrance. The scent wafted into his nose, causing his mind to sway. Xuanhuan softly asked, since Master Su can rank the Qianlong list, why not calculate for me? Where would I rank on the list? She asked casually. Yet outside, everyone perked up their ears. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, 23 years old, at the 9th level of foundation establishment, having cultivated the red dust demon cannon, was known as one of the most formidable among the younger generation of Qingzhou. If the Qianlong list were to continue ranking, how could she possibly not be on it? Changqing glanced up at her. The red dust demonic intent entered his eyes, wrapping around his mind like a spider's web. But the next moment, his innate sword heart stirred slightly. All allure was instantly severed like a web under a sword. Xuanhuan's pupils constricted. Changqing replied lightly, you are not on the Qianlong list. The crowd outside was taken aback. Not on the Qianlong list. Xuanhuan's smile also stiffened slightly. Are you saying that I am unworthy, Master Su? Upon her words, the atmosphere outside tightened suddenly. 12 black-clad maidens simultaneously raised their heads, a murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Changqing shook his head. It is not that you are unworthy. It is that the Qianlong list cannot accommodate you. Xuanhuan paused in surprise. Changqing picked up his brush and wrote 4 characters on the paper. Red dust demon body. Xuanhuan's expression finally changed. This secret was known to no more than 3 people in the entire demon sect. She cultivated the red dust demon cannon not just because of her high talent, but also because she possessed the innate red dust demon body. If this body were to fully develop, a single thought could confuse the masses, and a single smile could topple a dynasty. Changqing continued, what you truly should be on is not the Qianlong list, but another list. Xuanhuan stared at him. What list? Changqing did not answer, merely looking at her calmly. Xuanhuan soon understood. The Tianji Tower did not reveal heavenly secrets for free. She took out a black jade token and placed it on the long table. This item is called the Demon Heart Jade, worth 100,000 spirit stones. Is that enough? Changqing glanced at the system prompt. Detected Demon Heart Jade can exchange for 2,000 Tianji points. His expression did not change. Barely. Xuanhuan's eyelid twitched slightly. A Demon Heart Jade worth 100,000 spirit stones was merely barely adequate in his mouth. Changqing accepted the Demon Heart Jade and said lightly, the list you should be on is called the Absolute Beauty List. Outside the tower, the crowd erupted in excitement. The Absolute Beauty List. Is the Tianji Tower going to open a new list? Xuanhuan was first stunned, then a dangerous smile appeared on her face. Master Su, are you making a joke out of me? Changqing shook his head. Absolute beauty is not merely about appearance. Fate, luck, physique, causality, and elegance are all included. You could enter the top 3 of King's Absolute Beauty List. The mention of the top 3 caused Xuanhuan's gaze to grow slightly cold. So there are still people ranked above me. Outside, the crowd was similarly shocked. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, could only rank among the top 3. Who else in Qingzhou could overshadow her? Changqing replied indifferently, naturally. Who is the first? Xuanhuan asked word by word. Changqing put down his brush. The list has yet to be opened. The heavenly secrets are not revealed. In 7 days, the Absolute Beauty list will be announced. Xuanhuan fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling. Good. In 7 days I will come personally to see. If someone in Qingzhou can truly overshadow me, Xuanhuan, I will accept it. If not, she leaned closer, her voice soft. I will dismantle your Tianji Tower. Upon her words, the hearts of the crowd outside tightened. However, Changqing merely picked up his teacup. Do not be reckless in front of the Tianji Tower. As his words fell, the stone tablet inside the tower suddenly lit up. A terrifying pressure descended. Xuanhuan's face changed drastically, and she was forcefully pushed back 3 steps. The 12 maidens behind her all knelt down in unison. The crowd outside was shocked. The holy maiden of the demon sect had been pushed back. Changqing gently blew away the floating leaves on the tea's surface. This is the first time, and it will also be the last time. Outside the Tianji Tower, there was a profound silence. No one expected that the saintess of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, would be forced back. She was a prodigy at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Among the younger generation of Qingzhou, she stood at the very pinnacle. Yet within the Tianji Tower, even a threat from her was met with the suppression of the stone tablet. The smile on Xuanhuan's face completely vanished. She looked up at the ancient stone tablet inside the tower. The tablet was damaged, its surface covered in cracks, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment. However, just a moment ago, she distinctly sensed a power capable of erasing her existence. This tower was far from as simple as it appeared. Although the Tianji Tower had fallen for 100 years, it did not mean that its foundation had been exhausted. Xuanhuan took a deep breath and revealed a smile once more, though this time it lacked any condescension. Today it was my rudeness, she said, slightly bowing to Changqing. I will return in 7 days to inquire about the rankings. With that, she turned and left. 12 maidservants hurriedly followed her. Until their figures vanished at the end of the mountain path, the onlookers finally dared to breathe deeply. The saintess of the demon sect has retreated. The Tianji Tower is not afraid of the demon sect. What was that stone tablet earlier? Could it be that the foundation of the Tianji Tower from 100 years ago still exists? Everyone's gaze towards the Tianji Tower changed completely. If Yi Wuqian and Xu Guangxing proved that the rankings were real, then Xuanhuan's retreat proved that the Tianji Tower itself was not to be trifled with. Both elements are indispensable. If one merely creates rankings without the strength to uphold them, they will only become tools in the hands of various forces. Conversely, having strength without the validation of rankings is merely an empty shell of a dilapidated tower. Now it was different. The Tianji Tower could both create rankings and exert control. Changqing sat within the tower listening to the discussions outside, feeling very satisfied. This was precisely the effect he desired. For the Tianji Tower to re-establish itself, merely creating rankings was not enough, it also needed rules. Without rules, countless people would come to test its limits. He could not possibly argue with these people every day. Thus, he had to leverage Xuanhuan's authority. The weight of the saintess of the demon sect was just right. She was strong enough to impress others, yet not so strong that the first floor of the Tianji Tower could not contain her. Changqing picked up a pen and wrote 3 rules on a sheet of white paper. First, those who enter the Tianji Tower shall not be questioned about their origins or their righteousness. Only the price shall be asked. Second, inquiries may be made at the Tianji Tower, and one may request from the rankings, but no coercive transactions are allowed. Third, there shall be no arrogance in front of the Tianji Tower. Violators will be suppressed. After writing, he flicked his fingers. The white paper flew out of the tower, transforming into golden characters that were engraved upon the stone tablet before the tower. Boom! The stone tablet shook. The 3 rules shimmered with golden light hovering before everyone's eyes. The cultivators on the mountain path hastily took note. They knew that from this day forth Qingzhou had gained another place that should not be trifled with. Someone whispered, not questioning righteousness, only the price. Does this mean the demon sect can also purchase secrets? Another person immediately replied, why care about righteousness? The Tianji Tower only concerns itself with secrets. What if an enemy were to buy your fate? That's why it says only the price is asked. If you wish to inquire, you must be able to afford it. The more they discussed, the more they felt these 3 rules were domineering. They did not stand with righteousness. They did not align with the demon sect. They did not side with the royal family. They only stood with the Tianji Tower itself. This was true transcendence. In Qingzhou City, the stronghold of the demon sect, Xuanhuan sat on a soft couch, her ankle bells lightly ringing. An old man in a black robe stood below, his expression grim. Saintess Chu Quanxing has already killed those we sent. The swallowing of the demon saint body is most likely true. Xuanhuan was not surprised. Since the Tianji Tower dares to write it, it cannot be false. The black-robed elder frowned. Then what is Su Changqing's background? After the old tower master passed away, wasn't the Tianji Tower already finished? Xuanhuan recalled the calm eyes within the tower and slowly said, in a dilapidated tower there may yet be a true dragon. The black-robed elder was taken aback. Saintess, do you hold him in such high regard? Xuanhuan did not respond. She merely gazed towards the direction of Luoyun Mountain. Send word down. Do not take action against the Tianji Tower for now. Also find Chu Quanxing. The black-robed elder asked, should we kill him? Xuanhuan shook her head. Do not kill him for now. The Tianji Tower has placed him 9th on the Qianlong rankings, which indicates he still holds value. I want to see how far he can go. Meanwhile, at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Yuan also received news of Shun Hongzhuang's retreat. His expression was extremely grim. Even the saintess of the demon sect could not suppress him. In the room, a middle-aged steward whispered, young master, should we put the debt issue on hold for now? Zhao Yuan suddenly looked at him. Put it on hold. Now the entire Qingzhou knows that our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce went to the Tianji Tower to collect debts and ended up retreating in disgrace. Yi Wuchen's claims were validated, Chu Quanxing's claims were validated, and Shun Hongzhuang was forced back. If I swallow this anger, how will I establish myself in Qingzhou in the future? The steward hesitated and said, but the Tianji Tower is currently at its peak. Acting rashly may lead. Zhao Yuan sneered. Who said I would act personally? He took out a black token from his sleeve. The token bore an engraving of a mountain. Black Wind Mountain. The steward's expression changed. Young Master, Black Wind Stronghold is a den of bandits. The leader of Black Wind Stronghold, Han Lai, is also at the peak of Foundation establishment. Zhao Yuan's eyes were filled with resentment. What I want is for the Tianji Tower to disappear. As for who takes action, that is unimportant. As night deepened, Luoyun Mountain fell silent once more. Inside the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing stood before the entrance to the 2nd floor. After the 1st floor opened, the stairs to the 2nd floor were still shrouded in mist. A system prompt appeared. Conditions required to open the 2nd floor. Tianji value of 10,000. Tianji Tower's reputation must be known throughout the city. Current Tianji value 8,000. Current reputation known throughout Qingzhou City. Only 2,000 Tianji value remained. Su Changqing was not anxious, waiting for the news about Chu Quanxing to continue to ferment, or releasing a preview of the stunning rankings should suffice. Just then he suddenly looked up, gazing into the night outside the tower. His innate sword heart made him acutely aware of killing intent. Someone was approaching from the foot of the mountain. Moreover, the visitor bore ill intent. The system screen then appeared. Detected hostile target approaching. Leader Han Lai, leader of Black Wind Stronghold. Cultivation level peak of Foundation establishment. Purpose hired by Zhao Yuan of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce to launch a night raid on the Tianji Tower. Su Changqing smiled. He had been worried about lacking Tianji value. Wasn't this just someone delivering themselves to his door? The night was as dark as ink. On the Luoyun Mountain, the mountain wind howled mournfully. The mountain path, once crowded with cultivators during the day, had now returned to its desolate state. Only the stone tablet before the celestial mechanism tower glimmered faintly with golden light in the darkness. The words "No Defiance" before the celestial mechanism tower had stunned countless people during the day. They had also forced the retreat of Shun Hongzhuang, the saintess of the demon sect. Yet there were always those who believed that so-called rules were merely written for the weak. At the foot of the mountain, over a dozen black shadows appeared silently. These individuals were all clad in black, their faces covered with black cloth, and sabers hung at their waists. They moved with extreme speed, making almost no sound. The leader was tall and broad-shouldered with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was none other than Han Lai, the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. With a cultivation base at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, he was not the absolute top powerhouse in Qingzhou, but he was undoubtedly one of the most troublesome figures. The Black Wind stronghold had entrenched itself on the Black Wind Mountain for years, ambushing merchant caravans, annexing minor sects, and even daring to attack government convoys. The various powers of Qingzhou had considered eradicating them. However, the Black Wind stronghold had complex connections behind it and was exceptionally skilled at escaping. Over time, it became a malignant tumor in Qingzhou. Tonight, Han Lai had accepted a contract from the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. The mission: kill Su Changqing, dismantle the Celestial Mechanism Tower. The reward: 50,000 Spirit Stones. Han Lai had initially been reluctant to accept. The Celestial Mechanism Tower had become too prominent in recent days. Yi Wuchen and Chu Guangxing had both had their prophecies fulfilled in succession, and Xuanhuan, the saintess of the demon sect, had also been repelled. This place seemed suspicious no matter how one looked at it. Yet 50,000 Spirit Stones were too great a temptation. It was enough for the Black Wind stronghold to exchange for a new set of magical artifacts and recruit several dozen desperados. Moreover, the intelligence provided by Zhao Yuan was very clear. Su Changqing himself only had qi refinement cultivation. The Celestial Mechanism Tower relied merely on a remnant formation. As for formations, as long as one prepared formation-breaking talismans in advance, they were not difficult to deal with. Han Lai halted halfway up the mountain, raising his head to gaze at the dilapidated tower at the summit. In the night, the Celestial Mechanism Tower stood silently, the golden light from the stone tablet before it flickering faintly. Han Lai sneered. No defiance before the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Let's see who can suppress me. He raised his hand and waved. Instantly, the over a dozen bandit cultivators from the Black Wind stronghold scattered, encircling the Celestial Mechanism Tower from different directions. A thin man took out 3 black talismans and pasted them on the stone steps of the mountain path. The talismans ignited with a ghostly green flame. The faint fluctuation of the formation on the outer perimeter of the Celestial Mechanism Tower was immediately torn open, creating a gap. A glimmer of joy flashed in Han Lai's eyes. It truly is a remnant formation. Brothers, charge in with me. Over a dozen bandit cultivators rushed towards the Celestial Mechanism Tower simultaneously. Yet just as they stepped within 3 zhang of the tower, the stone tablet suddenly blazed with light. The golden words "no defiance" before the Celestial Mechanism Tower seemed to come alive. Boom. An invisible oppressive force descended. The 3 bandit cultivators at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were forced to their knees, their bones cracking audibly. Han Lai's expression shifted. Formation-breaking talismans. The thin man hastily activated the talismans once more. The ghostly green flame surged, barely managing to withstand the pressure from the stone tablet. Han Lai grinned ferociously. A remnant formation indeed. How much longer can it hold out? He swung his saber. The blade qi tore through the night, transforming into the shadow of a black wind tiger that pounced fiercely at the main door of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. This single strike was enough to slay an ordinary late foundation establishment cultivator, let alone a qi refinement practitioner. However, when the blade qi reached 3 feet from the door, it suddenly halted. Inside the tower, an oil lamp slowly lit up. Su Changqing sat behind a long desk, raising his head to look at the door. Visiting late at night, you neither inquire about the rankings nor seek the celestial mechanisms. What do you intend to do? Han Lai, carrying his long saber on his shoulder, strode to the door. Su Changqing, someone paid for your life. If you know what's good for you, come out and accept your death. I might grant you a whole corpse. Su Changqing let out a soft sigh. It seems the rules of the Celestial Mechanism Tower are still not written. Han Lai sneered. Rules. My saber is the rule. As his words fell, his aura at the peak of Foundation establishment erupted violently. Black wind coiled around his long saber, and the tiger shadow coalesced once more. This strike was even more powerful than the previous one. Inside the tower, Su Changqing merely raised his hand and lightly tapped on the long desk. Suppress. With a single word, the first floor of the Celestial Mechanism Tower trembled violently. The phantom of the stone tablet materialized within the tower. The tiger shadow conjured by Han Lai instantly shattered. Immediately after, an oppressive force, 10 times stronger than before, descended with a crash. Bang! Han Lai's knees buckled, and he was forcibly pressed to his knees before the Celestial Mechanism Tower. His eyes bulged, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible. How can you, a mere qi refinement cultivator, suppress me? Su Changqing replied calmly, it is not I who suppresses you. It is the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Han Lai roared, his spiritual energy erupting wildly in an attempt to force himself to stand. But in the next moment, the 3 rules on the stone tablet blazed with intense golden light. His bones emitted a sickening cracking sound. Oh! A scream pierced the night. The surrounding bandit cultivators of the Black Wind stronghold turned pale. They finally realized that the intelligence provided by Zhao Yuan was completely inaccurate. The Celestial Mechanism Tower was not protected by a remnant formation. This place was clearly a deadly trap. Su Changqing looked at Han Lai kneeling before the door and said indifferently, speak. Who sent you? Han Lai gritted his teeth and remained silent. Having roamed Qingzhou for years, he knew that some things if spoken would lead to a fate worse than death. Su Changqing did not press him. He merely glanced at the system notification. 500 Tianji points can be consumed to deduce the instigator. No need, Su Changqing said softly. I already know. He picked up his brush and wrote 2 characters on the paper. Xuanhuan. Han Lai's pupils contracted sharply. That reaction was enough. Su Changqing smiled. It seems the young master of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce dearly wishes for my death. A chill surged in Han Lai's heart. He hadn't spoken a word, yet the other party already knew. Was this the Celestial Mechanism Tower? Su Changqing put down his brush. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since Zhao Yuan wishes to dismantle my tower, I shall send him a list. A sudden ominous premonition rose in Han Lai's heart. Su Changqing raised his hand. The golden list outside the tower appeared once more. But this time it was not the Hidden Dragon list. Instead it was a new smaller list. Qingzhou Misdeed List. 10th place, Zhao Yuan, young master of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Crime 1, hiring the Black Wind Stronghold to raid the Celestial Mechanism Tower at night. Crime 2, colluding with bandit cultivators to ambush and kill 27 rogue cultivators. Crime 3, selling counterfeit pills resulting in the deaths of 134 martial artists. Crime 4, forcing the innocent into servitude and forcibly abducting women. The golden characters hung in the night sky, illuminating the entire Luoyun mountain. At the foot of the mountain, countless spies looked up simultaneously. Everyone saw the new list. The Qingzhou Misdeed List. Zhao Yuan, young master of the 10,000 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. In a single night his reputation was utterly ruined. Su Changqing looked at Han Lai, who was still kneeling on the ground. As for you, it's time to settle the accounts of the Black Wind Stronghold over the years. Han Lai's face turned deathly pale. He suddenly understood that what was more terrifying than death was not being suppressed, but being listed on the Celestial Mechanism Tower's register. Before dawn, Qingzhou City was already in an uproar. The golden list on Luoyun Mountain was too eye-catching. Especially the 5 characters of Qingzhou Evil Deeds list almost pierced everyone's eyes. In front of the Tianji Tower, 2 rankings were announced: Yi Wuchen at the 10th place on the Hidden Dragon list, and Chu Quanxing at the 9th. Although they shook Qingzhou, they were ultimately just talent rankings. No matter how astonishing the talent list was, it merely indicated who had potential, who was overlooked, and who deserved attention. But this time was different. The Evil Deeds list. This was no longer about fame, but rather judgment. Even more terrifying was that the one listed was Zhao Yuan, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Yuan was a well-known rich young man in Qingzhou City. Usually, despite his arrogance, many things could go unchallenged because of his backing from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He sold fake pills, and no one dared to cause a scene. He forced good people into servitude, and the victims had no place to complain. He colluded with bandits to rob scattered cultivators, burying the bodies in the mass grave outside the city, and no one could point the evidence towards the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. But the Tianji Tower was different. It directly posted Zhao Yuan's crimes on the golden list, suspended in the night sky over Luoyun Mountain, visible throughout the city. Inside the Wanbao Pavilion, someone looked at the lingering golden light outside the window, their voice trembling. Hiring the Black Wind Village to raid the Tianji Tower. No wonder there was movement on Luoyun Mountain last night. Has Zhao Yuan gone mad? He even dares to act against the Tianji Tower. Nearby, a scattered cultivator gritted his teeth and said, the later crimes are even more heinous. Selling fake pills has caused the deaths of 134 warriors. My junior brother bought a Breaking Realm pill from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce 3 years ago, and after taking it his dantian exploded. The chamber claimed it was his improper cultivation. Now it seems it was clearly a fake pill. This statement was like a spark falling into a pot of oil. Immediately someone in the pavilion stood up. My elder brother too. And my uncle. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce must give an explanation. Before dawn, a crowd had gathered in front of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Some were there to watch the spectacle. Some came to demand an explanation. There were relatives of warriors who had suffered from the fake pills. There were also some scattered cultivators, their expressions grim, holding broken pill bottles. In the past, no one dared to cause a scene, because there was no evidence. But now it was different. The Tianji Tower had written the charges on the list. The previous 2 rankings from the Tianji Tower had already come true. No one dared to claim this was fabrications. Inside the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Yuan's face turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this happen? How did he know? In the room, several managers of the chamber had grim expressions. An elder coldly looked at Zhao Yuan. Young master, did you hire the Black Wind Village? Zhao Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to deny it. But thinking of the golden list from the Tianji Tower, he could not utter a word. The elder saw his reaction and instantly understood. Fool. The Tianji Tower is currently in the limelight. Not even the holy maiden of the demonic sect dares to act lightly, yet you dared to hire the Black Wind Village for a night raid. Are you trying to drag the entire Wanbao Chamber of Commerce down with you? Zhao Yuan hurriedly said. Third uncle, I just wanted to scare him. Scare him? The elder laughed in anger. You hired the leader of the Black Wind Village, Han Lai, a Peak Foundation establishment bandit. You tell me this is just a scare? Zhao Yuan's face turned whiter. At that moment a guard rushed in. Many people are outside demanding an explanation from the chamber. The city lord's office has also sent people. The elder took a deep breath. He knew they had to cut ties immediately. Otherwise the reputation built by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce over many years would be ruined. Come here. Seize Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan suddenly raised his head. Third uncle. The elder's face was expressionless. Zhao Yuan colluded with bandits, damaging the chamber's reputation. From today on your identity as young master is revoked and will be dealt with by the city lord's office. Zhao Yuan was utterly panicked. No, you can't do this to me. My father is the president. A trace of coldness flashed in the elder's eyes. Even if your father were here, he couldn't protect you. Several guards immediately stepped forward and restrained Zhao Yuan. He struggled and shouted in anger, but it was of no use, because everyone knew that Zhao Yuan had been ruined. Who would dare to protect someone listed on the evil deeds list by the Tianji Tower? To protect him would mean questioning the Tianji Tower. It would also mean admitting one's connection to those evil deeds. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuan was escorted out of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The crowd outside erupted. Some yelled curses. Some threw rotten vegetables. There were even cultivators who had lost loved ones drawing swords to kill him. It took a great effort for the people from the city lord's office to take Zhao Yuan away. And all this news quickly returned to Luoyun Mountain. Inside the Tianji Tower, Han Lai remained kneeling in front of the tower. His cultivation was suppressed by the stone tablet, with more than half of his bones broken, unable to even commit suicide. The remaining bandits of the Black Wind Village knelt in a row. The number of onlookers on the mountain path grew. They witnessed Zhao Yuan transform from the young master of the chamber into a prisoner, and they also saw Han Lai kneeling before the Tianji Tower, not daring to lift his head. The shock they felt was far stronger than merely hearing the rankings. Changqing sat behind a long table reviewing the system notifications. The 10th place on the Qingzhou evil deeds list has preliminarily come true. Zhao Yuan's reputation has been ruined. The reputation of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has been damaged. The reputation of the Tianji Tower has increased. Gained Tianji value 4,000. Current Tianji value 12,000. Conditions met. Do you wish to open the second floor of the Tianji Tower? Changqing did not hesitate. Open. Rumble. The entire Tianji Tower began to shake. The fog on the staircase leading from the first floor to the second floor slowly dissipated. An ancient aura emanated from the second floor. Those outside the tower could only see the windows of the second layer of the Tianji Tower lighting up. 100-year-old abandoned building. The second floor reopened. The mountain path fell into a dead silence. Everyone realized that the Tianji Tower was reviving. Changqing slowly ascended to the second floor. The second floor was even broader than the first. The surrounding walls were covered with tattered scrolls. In the center there was an ancient bronze mirror. The surface of the mirror was filled with cracks, yet it still emitted a faint mystical light. The second layer of the Tianji Tower has been opened. Gained construction ability, Tianji Mirror. Tianji Mirror can reflect the past segments of the target, aiding in the manifestation of evidence for the list. A hint of joy flashed in Changqing's eyes. Tianji Mirror. This item came at just the right time. In the future, the evil deeds list would not only state the crimes, but could also display evidence visuals. Who would dare to challenge it? Below, Han Lai struggled to raise his head. Master Su. I am willing to pay for my life. Changqing stood at the railing of the second floor looking down at him. Oh, Han Lai gasped. The Black Wind Village has accumulated over the years spirit stones, magical artifacts, and techniques. All can be offered to the Tianji Tower. I only ask Master Su to spare my life. Changqing smiled. Your life is not worth much, but perhaps the treasure vault of the Black Wind Village is worth something. Before the heavenly secret tower, Han Lai felt a flicker of hope rise in his heart upon hearing Changqing's words. As long as the other party was interested in the treasure vault of the Black Wind Stronghold, he had a chance to live. He was acutely aware of the numerous crimes he had committed. The Black Wind Stronghold had occupied Qingzhou for many years, robbing merchant caravans, slaughtering villages, and secretly handling dirty work for various powers. According to Qingzhou's laws, even dying 10 times would not be enough. Yet as long as one was still alive, there was always a desire to survive. Han Lai said with great difficulty, the Black Wind Stronghold has accumulated quite a fortune over the years. At least 200,000 spirit stones. There are also magical artifacts, pills, martial arts, and ores. If Master Su is willing to spare my life, I can take you to retrieve them. The crowd outside gasped in astonishment. 200,000 spirit stones. This was an unimaginable fortune for many small sects. Indeed, the Black Wind stronghold was incredibly wealthy. Changqing said indifferently, "Do you think I would believe you?" Han Lai quickly replied, "I can swear the inner demon oath. I would never dare to deceive Master Su." Changqing shook his head. "There's no need for the inner demon oath. The heavenly secret tower has its own methods." He waved his hand. Suddenly, the heavenly secret mirror on the second floor lit up. A beam of mirror light fell upon Han Lai. His face changed dramatically. He felt as if all his secrets were laid bare under the mirror light. Immediately after, images began to materialize in front of the heavenly secret tower. Black Wind Mountain, secret passage, stone gate, treasure vault, spirit stones piled into boxes, magical artifacts hanging on the walls, and several bloodied martial arts manuals placed on a stone platform. Then the scene shifted. It depicted the Black Wind stronghold's years of murder and plunder. In Qingshi village, flames soared into the sky. The merchant caravan was blocked on the mountain road, and their escorts fell one by one. Scattered cultivators begged for mercy, only to have their heads severed by Han Lai's blade. There were also people from trading companies and noble families who quietly climbed Black Wind Mountain at night to negotiate with Han Lai. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle. Is this Han Lai's past? The heavenly secret tower can actually reflect the past. If even evidence can be manifested, who would dare to commit evil deeds in the future? Changqing was also quite satisfied. The heavenly secret mirror was more practical than he had imagined. With this ability, the authority of the heavenly secret tower would soar. Because the list was no longer just words. It was supported by imagery as evidence. Han Lai's face turned pale. He knew that his last bargaining chip was gone. The heavenly secret mirror had already revealed the location of the treasure vault. Whether he led the way or not made no difference. Changqing looked at him. Han Lai, the Black Wind stronghold has occupied Qingzhou for many years, robbing cultivators and slaughtering villages. Their sins are profound. Today, the heavenly secret tower judges you to be placed 9th on the list of evildoers. As his words fell, the golden list outside the tower updated again. 9th on the list of evildoers in Qingzhou, Han Lai, the leader of the Black Wind stronghold. Crime 1, slaughtering 372 people in Qingshi village. Crime 2, robbing merchant caravans 167 times. Crime 3, cultivating the blood slaughter sword technique, using living beings as sacrifices for the sword. Crime 4, colluding with multiple forces in Qingzhou to protect the Black Wind stronghold. When the last crime appeared, many people's expressions in Qingzhou city changed. Colluding with multiple forces in Qingzhou. This phrase easily led to wild imaginations. Changqing did not continue to write the names of those forces. It wasn't that he couldn't write them. It was simply not the right time. The list needed to be revealed layer by layer. If everything was disclosed at once, it would lessen the anticipation and easily attract enemies beyond their current strength. Han Lai looked at the golden list, his eyes filled with despair. Changqing, you are not keeping your promise. Changqing replied calmly, when did I ever promise to spare you? Han Lai opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Indeed, Changqing had never made such a promise. He only mentioned that the treasure vault might be worth something. But he never said it was worth his life. The golden light from the stone tablet fell. Han Lai let out a terrible scream as his cultivation was suppressed inch by inch. In the end, his peak foundation establishment cultivation completely dissipated. Changqing did not kill him. Instead, he handed him over to the Qingzhou city lord's mansion. A living Han Lai was more useful than a dead one. He could expose more forces colluding with the Black Wind stronghold. And these forces would become the material for the list of evildoers in the future. 3 days later, the Black Wind stronghold was eradicated. This time, it was not solely the city lord's mansion that took action. Rather, several major forces in Qingzhou sent people together. The reason was simple. They were all afraid that the heavenly secret tower would continue writing. If they were branded as colluding with the Black Wind stronghold, it would be a major problem. Therefore, the best course of action was to immediately make a stance and unite to eliminate the bandits. The treasure vault of the Black Wind stronghold was also sent to the heavenly secret tower. Of course, the major forces didn't dare to take it all for themselves, nor could they send everything. In the end, what was sent was 30%. 60,000 spirit stones, 20 magical artifacts, 7 martial arts manuals, several pills. The official statement was gratitude to the heavenly secret tower for exposing the evil deeds of the Black Wind stronghold. Changqing did not pursue the remaining 70%. Hoarding everything could easily invite hatred. 30% was enough for the heavenly secret tower to operate and sufficient for him to continue ranking. More importantly, after the incident with the Black Wind stronghold, the prestige of the heavenly secret tower rose again. Now all factions in Qingzhou understood one thing. The heavenly secret tower could elevate people. It could also destroy them. It could rank the potential dragon list, allowing unknown individuals to achieve fame overnight. It could also rank the list of evildoers, bringing noble heirs to ruin. From then on, anyone who wished to act against the Heavenly Secret Tower had to weigh whether they had any weaknesses. At night, Changqing sat in front of the Heavenly Secret mirror on the second floor organizing the upcoming plan. The potential dragon list had only been written for 2 people. The list of beauties was already hinted at. The list of evildoers had unexpectedly opened. Now that the heat was there, the resources were available, and the Heavenly Secret value had been established. It was time to continue expanding influence. He looked at the system panel. Current Heavenly Secret value 16,000. Reputation of the Heavenly Secret Tower renowned in Qingzhou. Can publish new lists: Divine Weapon List, Sect List, Bounty List, and Beauty List Preview. Changqing pondered for a moment and finally picked up his pen. In the next phase, he could not continue writing the potential dragon list. The potential dragon list was for geniuses. The list of evildoers was for enemies. A line that could drive all forces crazy was still needed. Treasures. Thus he wrote 4 characters on the paper: Qingzhou Divine Weapon List. At the same time, in a corner of a dilapidated blacksmith shop in the east of Qingzhou City, a rusted sword that had been ignored began to quiver slightly. In front of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, the golden list was unveiled once again. This time it was neither the Hidden Dragon ranking nor the Evil Deeds ranking, but a brand new list, the Qingzhou Divine Weapon ranking. As soon as the list appeared, countless spies outside the falling cloud mountain felt a jolt of excitement. The Divine Weapon ranking. The Celestial Mechanism Tower has launched a new list. The Hidden Dragon ranking promoted Yi Wuchen and Xu Guangxing, while the Evil Deeds ranking eliminated Zhao Yuan and Han Lai. What will the Divine Weapon ranking reveal? Of course, it's the Qingzhou Divine Weapons. The news quickly spread to Qingzhou City. Compared to the Hidden Dragon ranking, the impact of the Divine Weapon ranking is far greater. No matter how impressive the Hidden Dragon ranking is, it merely ranks the younger generation. The Divine Weapons are different. A powerful Divine Weapon can fundamentally change the foundation of a family or sect. Especially in a place like Qingzhou, true top-tier divine weapons are scarce. The Qingzhou Royal Mansion possesses the Dragon Pattern Battle Spear, while the Spiritual Sword Sect has the Zixiao Sword. The Demon Sect's branch possesses the Red Dust Bell. It is said that the Wanbao Merchant Association also hides a golden toad of fortune. There has never been a consensus on which treasures are superior or inferior. Now the Celestial Mechanism Tower is to rank the divine weapons. This is equivalent to laying all the trump cards of the major powers on the table. Some are eager while others feel uneasy. On the second floor of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Changqing sat in front of the celestial mirror. Images began to materialize on the mirror's surface. Deep within the Qingzhou Royal Mansion, a dragon pattern battle spear stood in the center of the armory, surrounded by a faint aura of dragon energy. In the sword pool of the Spiritual Sword Sect, a purple long sword floated, its sword energy fierce. In the Demon Sect branch, the Red Dust Bell hung on a skeletal frame, reflecting countless illusions. In the secret vault of the Wanbao Merchant Association, a golden toad was spitting out spiritual light. These are all genuine divine weapons. However, Changqing's gaze ultimately settled on another image. In the eastern part of Qingzhou City, at Old Chin's blacksmith shop, a rusted long sword was being used to weigh down account books in the corner of the counter. It looked far too ordinary. So ordinary that it could be left on the roadside without anyone picking it up. Yet beneath the layer of rust, the celestial mirror revealed a trace of extremely ancient azure light. A system prompt appeared. Name: Nameless Rust Sword. Current status: fragment of an imperial weapon in slumber. Former origin: one of the fragments of the ancient Azure Emperor's sword. Hidden ability: capable of severing the seals of secret realms and can absorb sword energy for self-repair. Current location: Eastern Qingzhou City, Old Chin's blacksmith shop. Ranking: potential 3rd on the Qingzhou Divine Weapon ranking. Fragment of an imperial weapon. A glimmer of light flashed in Changqing's eyes. This is exactly what he was looking for. For the Divine Weapon ranking to gain explosive popularity, it cannot merely rank treasures that the major powers already know about. That would only cause debates. What truly has the potential to ignite Qingzhou is ranking the neglected scraps at high positions. The more outrageous, the greater the controversy. The greater the controversy, the greater the rewards after it is validated. Changqing picked up his pen. On the golden list, words slowly emerged. 3rd on the Qingzhou Divine Weapon ranking: Nameless Rust Sword. Location: Eastern Qingzhou City, Old Chin's blacksmith shop. Current state: rusted and neglected. Remarks: the sword is not an ordinary iron, but a fragment of an imperial weapon. When the rust is gone, it can sever the seals of Qingzhou. 3rd on the Divine Weapon ranking. The Nameless Rust Sword. Old Chin's blacksmith shop. Fragment of an imperial weapon. The moment these lines appeared, falling cloud mountain erupted. Are you crazy? The Dragon Pattern Battle Spear of the Qingzhou Royal Mansion hasn't even made the list, yet a rusted sword from a blacksmith shop ranks 3rd. Fragment of an imperial weapon. That's a legendary emperor's weapon. Has the Celestial Mechanism Tower gone too far this time? Too far. When Yi Wuchen made the list, you all said the same thing. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Indeed, Yi Wuchen was also outrageous back then, a waste at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, yet he was placed 10th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. What happened next? His sword bone awakened, and he shocked the world with a single sword strike. Chu Quanxing was also outrageous. A discarded disciple of the demon sect with a shattered dantian, yet he was written as the Swallowing Demon Saint body. What happened next? The Swallowing Demon Saint body revived and turned the tables on the demon sect disciples. It seems that the more outrageous the rankings from the Celestial Mechanism Tower, the more likely they are to be true. Thus, merely half an hour later, Old Chen's blacksmith shop in eastern Qingzhou City was surrounded. Old Chen is a one-eyed blacksmith who has forged iron for half his life. He has sold kitchen knives, hose, iron pots, and even ordinary long swords. When has he ever seen such a scene? The outside of the shop was packed with people. Old Chen, the Celestial Mechanism Tower, says you have a rust sword that is a fragment of an imperial weapon. Quick, take it out. It'll offer 1,000 spirit stones. 1,000. Are you trying to insult me? They'll offer 10,000. Old Chen felt dizzy from the offers. Rust sword. He indeed had a rust sword. It was something he picked up from a scrap heap 10 years ago. Because it was too dull, too heavy, and too ugly, no one had ever bought it. Usually he used it to weigh down the stove. That thing is a fragment of an imperial weapon. Old Chen hurried back into the shop and rummaged through the corner of the counter to find that rusted long sword. As soon as the sword was taken out, the crowd fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the rust sword. It looked far too ordinary. The blade was covered in rust, the hilt was broken, and even the edge was curled. Is this really a fragment of an imperial weapon? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Yet no one dared to easily deny it, because it was ranked by the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Just as the crowd hesitated, a haughty voice rang out. This sword, my Qingzhou royal mansion will take it. The crowd parted. A young man in a brocade robe strode forward, accompanied by dozens of guards. The young man had an arrogant expression with a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and 2 Foundation establishment guards behind him. He was Changqing, the young prince of the Qingzhou royal mansion. Changqing casually tossed out a pouch of spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones. The sword belongs to me. Old Chen's hands trembled. 10,000 spirit stones was already an amount he had never seen in his life. However, someone beside him quickly shouted, the Spiritual Sword Sect offers 30,000. The Wanbao Merchant Association offers 50,000. The Demon Sect offers 80,000. The price skyrocketed. Old Chen nearly fainted. Jiangqing's expression grew colder. When did the Qingzhou royal mansion need to compete with others for something they desired? He stepped forward, reaching for the rust sword. What this prince desires, who dares to contend? But just as his hand touched the rust sword, a buzzing sound. The rust sword suddenly trembled. A surge of ancient sword intent erupted. Jiangqing's face changed drastically as he was thrown backward, crashing into half a wall. A fine crack appeared on the rusted blade. Beneath the crack, azure light flowed. A terrifying aura of an imperial weapon swept across the entire street. Everyone froze in place. The next moment, exclamations echoed throughout Qingzhou City. It's real. It's a fragment of an imperial weapon. The Celestial Mechanism Tower's divine weapon ranking has once again been validated. The news of the awakening of the rusted sword spread across Qingzhou faster than the Qianlong rankings. The entire city of Qingzhou was stirred. The remnants of an imperial weapon. The weight of these 4 characters was immense. Even as mere fragments, they were enough to entice Golden Core experts. Outside Old Chen's blacksmith shop, various factions were on the verge of fighting. Strangely, the rusted sword hovered in midair above the blacksmith shop, and no one could take it. Anyone who forced their way close would be repelled by the sword's aura. The one suffering the most was Jiangqing, the young prince of the Qingzhou royal family. He was the first to attempt to seize the sword, but was severely injured by the aura of the imperial weapon, spitting blood on the spot. After this incident spread, many in Qingzhou secretly laughed. Jiangqing, who was usually arrogant, had finally hit a wall this time. But despite the laughter, no one dared to underestimate the rusted sword. Because there was another line in the decree from the Tianji Tower: when the rust is gone, one may slay the seal of Qingzhou. What the Qingzhou seal was, no one knew. The less they knew, the more it piqued their curiosity. Everyone was waiting for the Tianji Tower to explain. Inside the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing sat before the Tianji mirror on the 2nd floor, quietly observing the scene in the east of Qingzhou City. System notifications continued to ring out, the 3rd preliminary verification of the Qingzhou divine weapon rankings. The nameless rusted sword reveals the aura of an imperial weapon. Various factions in Qingzhou are shaken. Gained Tianji value 8,000. Reward Tianji I. A cool sensation surged into his eyes. Su Changqing closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the world he saw was completely different. Mountains and rivers, the flow of fate, the spiritual light of treasures. Many things that were previously invisible now faintly emerged. He looked towards the east of Qingzhou City. Above the rusted sword there was a faint blue thread of fate. The thread extended straight north towards Qingzhou. There lay the direction of the sword tomb that Yi Wuchen was about to head to. So that's how it is, Su Changqing murmured. The rusted sword is the key. The sword tomb is the door. The so-called Qingzhou seal lies beneath the sword tomb. With a thought, the image in the Tianji mirror shifted. North of Qingzhou, an abandoned ancient battlefield. Deep underground, an ancient tomb flickered into view. Surrounding the tomb were dense sword path seals. In the center of the seal stood a broken stone tablet. Two ancient characters were inscribed on it, Qing Di. Su Changqing's gaze sharpened. The ancient tomb of the ancient Qing emperor. This was even larger than he had anticipated. If this news were to leak, Qingzhou would inevitably fall into chaos. But chaos was precisely the nourishment for the growth of the rankings. However, he could not reveal everything at once. First, let the rusted sword break open the ancient tomb, then let all factions witness it for themselves. This way the authority of the Tianji Tower could be solidified. Su Changqing took up his pen and added a line after the third position in the divine weapon rankings. Supplementary decree: this sword does not choose noble families or princes, it only chooses those with a pure heart for the sword. 7 days later the sword tomb opens, and the Qing Emperor's tomb appears. Once this line appeared, Qingzhou City was once again in an uproar. The Qing Emperor's tomb. The ancient Qing Emperor was a legendary emperor who suppressed an entire era. If his ancient tomb were in Qingzhou, the entire landscape of Qingzhou would change. Outside the blacksmith shop, the rusted sword hovered in the air. Various factions looked at the newly added decree from the Tianji Tower, and their expressions changed. Jiang Cheng's face darkened. Only chooses those with a pure heart for the sword. I do not believe it. He stepped forward again. This time he took out the secret treasure of the Qingzhou royal family to protect himself, intending to forcefully seize the sword. But the rusted sword merely trembled slightly. Boom. Jiang Cheng was once again sent flying. This time he was injured even more severely, with half of his body cut by the sword's aura. The royal guards hurriedly rushed forward to support him. Jiang Cheng's face was ashen, yet he dared not reach out again. From the direction of the Lingjian sect, a girl in white stepped forward. Her name was Lu Qingmei, a true disciple of the Lingjian sect. She was quite famous among the young sword cultivators in Qingzhou. She bowed to the rusted sword. Lu Qingmei wished to request the senior sword weapon to emerge. The rusted sword trembled slightly, but still did not descend. Lu Qingmei's face turned pale as she retreated. She had failed. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Even a true disciple of the Lingjian sect could not do it. Then who could? At that moment a calm voice came from the end of the long street. I will give it a try. Everyone turned around. A young man in white carrying a broken sword slowly walked over. Yi Wuchen, 10th on the Qianlong rankings, bearing the remnants of a broken sword bone. Upon seeing him, everyone's expressions varied. Jiang Cheng sneered, a discarded son of the Yi family dares to claim the remnants of an imperial weapon. But this time no one laughed along. Because Yi Wuchen had already proven through his battle at the mass grave that the rankings of the Tianji Tower were not mistaken. Yi Wuchen paid no attention to others. He walked up to the rusted sword and gazed at the broken ancient sword. For some reason the sword bone within him was quaking continuously. As if in response, he did not utter any grandiose words. He simply extended his hand. If you are willing to follow me to the sword tomb, I will bring you to break the seal. The rusted sword was silent for a moment. Then a bright blue light surged from its body. In the astonished gazes of all, it slowly descended and landed in Yi Wuchen's palm. Boom. In the sky a surge of blue sword light shot into the clouds. From the direction of the abandoned ancient battlefield in northern Qingzhou, a thunderous explosion echoed. The earth cracked open. An ancient sword tomb slowly emerged from underground. Deep within the sword tomb, the Qing Emperor's tomb, door opened a crack. In Qingzhou City, everyone looked up towards the north. Someone murmured, the Qing Emperor's tomb has truly appeared in this world. At this moment no one dared to say that the Tianji Tower was merely seeking attention. From the Qianlong rankings, to the Evil Acts rankings, and then to the Divine Weapon rankings, every seemingly absurd decree from the Tianji Tower ultimately became a reality. Especially this time. A rusted sword that was used by the blacksmith to balance his accounts turned out to be a remnant of an imperial weapon. A discarded son of the Yi family who was mocked by the prince of the royal family could actually make the remnant of an imperial weapon recognize him as its master. And that ancient Qing Emperor's tomb, which only existed in legends, was truly opened by a sword strike. Everyone looked towards the direction of Luoyun Mountain, and a thought arose in their minds. Su Changqing, how much more Tianji can you see? Meanwhile, in front of the Tianji Tower, the gold list shook once more. The Tianji Tower's divine weapon rankings were thoroughly solidified. The tomb of the Green Emperor has emerged into the world. This event has completely overshadowed all disturbances in Qingzhou. Within just one day, all major forces in Qingzhou were set in motion. The Qingzhou royal manor dispatched 3,000 iron cavalry to seal off the northern ancient battlefield. The sect master of the spirit sword sect personally emerged from seclusion, leading the sword cultivators under his command towards the sword tomb. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, also set off northward. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce even gathered resources overnight, preparing to establish a temporary trading venue outside the sword tomb. Everyone knows what the tomb of the Green Emperor represents. Emperor scriptures, imperial weapons, the legacy of the great emperor. Even obtaining just a sliver of opportunity from it is enough to alter one's fate. And the source of all this is the divine weapon list from the Heavenly Machine Tower. If it weren't for Changqing placing the nameless rusty sword at third on the divine weapon list, who would care about a broken sword in the corner of a blacksmith shop? If the rusty sword had not emerged, who could have broken the seal of the sword tomb? The reputation of the Heavenly Machine Tower soared to its peak on this day. Some say that the Heavenly Machine Tower is not just ranking lists. It is driving the great trends of the world. Others say that Changqing is not just the keeper of the tower. He is the one orchestrating it all. The game of chess in Qingzhou had already fallen into his hands the moment Yi Wuchen made the list. On Falling Cloud Mountain, second floor of the Heavenly Machine Tower, Changqing looked at the system panel feeling quite pleased. Current Heavenly Machine value, 24,000. Reputation of the Heavenly Machine Tower renowned in Qingzhou. Current conditions to unlock the third floor Heavenly Machine value, 50,000. Completion of 3 list validations. 3 list validations. The Hidden Dragon list, the Evil Deeds list, the Divine Weapon list. All have completed initial validations. But it's not enough. The third floor is the Immortal list layer, and once opened it should allow access to higher level deduction capabilities. To open the third floor a greater sensation is needed. Changqing's gaze fell on another piece of paper on the table. Qingzhou Beautiful list. He had already warmed this list up. Xuanhuan had also taken a liking to it. Now that the tomb of the Green Emperor has emerged with the talents of Qingzhou converging, it is the best time to release the Beautiful list. The Beautiful list is not merely about beauty. It considers fate, luck, physique, elegance, and causality. Once this list is released, it will undoubtedly spark more discussion than the Hidden Dragon list. Because the people of the world may not care who is the strongest, but they certainly care about who is the most beautiful, who possesses the most legend. Changqing picked up his pen, but this time he did not directly write the rankings. Instead, he first wrote a notice. 7 days later, the Heavenly Machine Tower will release the Qingzhou Beautiful list. This list does not discriminate by background, righteousness, or evil, or human, or demon. Appearance, fate, luck, physique, and elegance will all be evaluated. The one at the top will have the demeanor of a female emperor. The final sentence was set down. The golden list soared into the sky. All of Qingzhou was once again in an uproar. The Beautiful list is finally coming. The top will have the demeanor of a female emperor. That evaluation is too high. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, will surely make the top 3 right. Top 3. I think she's definitely first. Not necessarily, since the Heavenly Machine Tower said the top will have the demeanor of a female emperor. There may be another contender. Who else in Qingzhou can overshadow Xuanhuan? Countless people began to debate. In restaurants, tea houses, sects, and noble families, everyone was guessing who would be the top of the Beautiful list. Xuanhuan naturally saw this announcement. She sat in the carriage heading to the sword tomb, her red dress, like fire, her eyes sparkling with a smile. The top will have the demeanor of a female emperor. Changqing, you better truly find such a person. Otherwise I won't let you off easily. Though she said this, there was no anger in her eyes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. She wanted to know who that woman capable of overshadowing her truly was. Inside the Heavenly Machine Tower, Changqing looked at the constantly rising Heavenly Machine value, not stopping his pen immediately. The announcement was enough to spark discussion. But to truly ignite Qingzhou, a hook was needed. A hook that would allow everyone to immediately relate, debate, and seek answers. He activated the Heavenly Machine, deducing the top of the Beautiful list. Soon a piece of information emerged. Name: Luo Qingli. Identity: a collateral orphan from the Luo family in the southern border of Qingzhou. Current status: cultivation stagnated, fate obscured. Hidden fate: Ice Phoenix Empress fate. Current predicament: currently being annulled by the heir of the Qing family. Changqing's eyes lit up. Annulment. Empress fate. Collateral orphan. Isn't this the most standard protagonist fate, even more than Yi Wuchen? He added a sentence after the announcement of the Beautiful list. The top of the Beautiful list is currently being annulled. Once this appeared, Qingzhou City completely exploded. Annulment. Top. Demeanor of a female emperor. Everyone crazily inquired which family in Qingzhou was currently annulling a marriage. In the southern border of Qingzhou, in a remote small city. Luo family. The atmosphere in the main hall was oppressive. A girl in white stood at the bottom of the hall, her face pale, yet her back was straight. Her name is Luo Qingli, a daughter of the collateral line of the Luo family. Orphaned since childhood, she resided in the main family. Today is the day of her marriage annulment. Seated at the hall was a young man in splendid clothing, his expression indifferent. Beside him were several servants holding the marriage certificate. The young man named Xuanhuan is the heir of the Qin family in Qingzhou. 3 years ago, Luo Qingli and Xuanhuan had made a marriage pact. At that time, Luo Qingli had decent talent, outstanding beauty, and the Luo family was not yet in decline. But now, with the collateral line of the Luo family having fallen and Luo Qingli's cultivation stagnated, Xuanhuan naturally did not wish to acknowledge this marriage any longer. He looked at Luo Qingli and said blandly, "Qingli, we are ultimately not from the same world. Let's annul this engagement." Many members of the Luo family in the hall lowered their heads in silence. No one spoke up for Luo Qingli. Luo Qingli's fingers tightened slightly. "What if I don't annul it?" Xuanhuan frowned. "Why humiliate yourself?" A servant beside him sneered, "Our young master has already caught the eye of an elder from the Qingyun sect. His future prospects are limitless. You, a collateral orphan, are you worthy of being the young master's wife?" Luo Qingli's face turned even paler, but she still did not bow her head. Just then someone rushed in from outside. "The Heavenly Machine Tower has released a notice for the beautiful list. The ranking will be released in 7 days. The crowd in the hall was momentarily stunned, then someone laughed and said, "What does this have to do with us?" The messenger, gasping for breath, looked at Luo Qingli, his voice trembling. The Heavenly Machine Tower added one more sentence. It said that the top of the beautiful list is currently being annulled. The hall fell into instant silence. All eyes turned to Luo Qingli. The teacup in Xuanhuan's hand froze in midair. In the grand hall of the Luo family, silence reigned like death. All eyes were fixed upon Luo Qingli. The annulment of the marriage. The top of the beauty list. The demeanor of an empress. These words strung together were simply too coincidental. So coincidental that the crowd dared not believe it, yet their hearts raced uncontrollably. The teacup in Xuanhuan's hand paused in midair, his brow slightly furrowing. He looked towards the Luo family disciple who rushed in with the news. Did the Heavenly Machine Tower really say that? The disciple swallowed hard. Absolutely true. Now the entire Qingzhou is abuzz with it. After announcing the beauty list, the Heavenly Machine Tower added another statement. The one at the top of the list comes from humble beginnings, their fate clouded, and today marks the day of the annulment of marriage. If they survive this calamity, the phoenix will sing in the 9 heavens. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed dramatically. This was no mere coincidence. Humble beginnings. She did not know what the Heavenly Machine Tower was. Even more so, she did not understand what her connection to the beauty list was. All she knew was that her life had not been smooth. She did not know what the Heavenly Machine Tower was. Even more so, she did not understand what her connection to the beauty list was. All she knew was that her life had not been smooth from childhood to adulthood. Her parents passed away early, leaving her to rely on others. Despite having decent talent in her youth, her cultivation stagnated after she turned 12. Resources from her clan were withheld. Her engagement was looked down upon. Today, Xuanhuan even came to directly annul the marriage. But now the Heavenly Machine Tower claims she has the demeanor of an empress. Xuanhuan suddenly laughed. Absurd. He set down his teacup, his tone indifferent. The Heavenly Machine Tower merely seeks to attract attention with a few lists, yet some truly believe it. An elder of the Luo family hesitated and said, "Young Master Qin, it seems that the recent lists from the Heavenly Machine Tower have all come to pass." Xuanhuan's gaze turned cold. The elder immediately fell silent. Xuanhuan turned to Luo Qingli. "Qingli, if this is your method to delay the annulment, then it is quite laughable." Luo Qingli raised her eyes. "I did not." Xuanhuan sneered. "Then why did the Heavenly Machine Tower choose today to bring up the matter of the annulment?" His servant beside him immediately echoed, "Young Master is correct. What empress demeanor? I see it as the Luo family secretly bribing the Heavenly Machine Tower to seek connections with my Qin family." The faces of the Luo family members turned grim. If it were yesterday, they might have thought so too. But now the Heavenly Machine Tower was no ordinary con artist. Yi Wuqing's sword bone, Chu Guangsheng's holy body, the remnants of the rusted sword emperor's weapon. Which of these was not a significant event that shook Qingzhou? If the Heavenly Machine Tower truly claimed Luo Qingli had the demeanor of an empress, who would dare easily deny it? The head of the Luo family sat in the main seat, his expression shifting between dark and light. He had initially tacitly agreed to the annulment. A distant branch's orphan girl exchanging for a dignified exit for the Qin family was not a loss in any sense. But now things had changed. If Luo Qingli truly was at the top of the beauty list, truly had the demeanor of an empress, then the Luo family's silence today was akin to pushing a true dragon out. Several elders of the Luo family exchanged glances, each seeing hesitation in the other's eyes. Xuanhuan noticed the silence among the crowd, and a flicker of irritation crossed his gaze. He had merely come to annul the marriage. He thought that this distant branch's orphan girl would be easily dismissed. He never expected to be entangled with the heavenly machine tower. This made him quite uncomfortable, because if Luo Qingli was truly listed as the top beauty, then the annulment today would become a source of ridicule for him. He had to seal this matter before the list was officially released. Qin Yun took out the marriage certificate and threw it directly at Luo Qingli's feet. Luo Qingli, today you will annul this marriage whether you want to or not. From now on you and I will have no further relations. The marriage certificate fell to the ground. The hall was utterly silent. This was no longer a discussion. It was humiliation. Luo Qingli looked at the marriage certificate by her feet, her face turning pale. But this time she did not bend down to pick it up. She simply raised her head to look at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, if you want to annul the marriage you may. But it is not you who annuls it with me. It is I, Luo Qingli, who no longer wishes to marry you. Qin Yun's gaze turned cold. What did you say? Luo Qingli reached out and picked up another marriage contract from the table. Spiritual power surged. The marriage contract ignited in her palm. This marriage contract is hereby voided. From now on I, and you Qin Yun, shall have no further ties. As her words fell, a loud boom echoed. A sudden gust of wind roared outside the hall. Above the heavens a faint sound of a phoenix's song began to resonate. At first the phoenix's cry seemed distant. It appeared to come from deep within the clouds. But in an instant the sound grew clearer. The paper on the windows of the Luo family hall was torn by the cold wind, and the tea on the table instantly turned to thin ice. A blue ice phoenix pattern gradually appeared on Luo Qingli's forehead. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Frost covered the ground. Ice enveloped the beams and pillars. Qin Yun's face changed dramatically. You? Before he could finish his words, he was forced back several steps by a terrifying chill. Luo Qingli stood in the hall, her black hair billowing without wind. Her gaze was dazed, yet it exuded an innate nobility. It was as if the fate that had slept for many years was thoroughly awakened by the humiliation of the annulment. In the next moment, a phantom of an ice phoenix rose above the Luo family. The phoenix's song echoed throughout the city. All members of the Luo family knelt to the ground. They did not wish to kneel. Rather, the pressure of fate made it impossible for them to stand. The head of the Luo family widened his eyes, his mind consumed by a single thought. They were wrong. They were all wrong. Luo Qingli was not a burden to the Luo family. She was the greatest opportunity the Luo family had never truly recognized. Qin Yun leaned against the table, his face pale. He had never expected that the moment he annulled the marriage, Luo Qingli would truly awaken her fate. Moreover, it was a fate that could even draw the attention of the heavens. Far away at Luoyan Mountain, in front of the heavenly machine tower, the golden list automatically revealed a line of text. The top of the beauty list's fate has awakened. The Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate has emerged in the world. Qingzhou was once again in an uproar. Everyone speculating who was the top of the beauty list almost simultaneously received the answer. The Luo family of the southern region. Luo Qingli. That orphan girl from the distant branch who was being annulled. She truly had the demeanor of an empress. Luo Yun Mountain. On the second floor of the Tianji Tower. Su Changqing gazed at the scene in the Tianji mirror and gently set down his teacup. Luo Qingli's fate awakening was even smoother than he had anticipated. Or rather, the commentary from the Tianji Tower was just a prelude. What truly awakened her was that engagement annulment. For some people, their destinies must be shattered amidst extreme humiliation and oppression. Luo Qingli was one such person. System notifications rang continuously. The preliminary verification of the first rank of the stunning list has occurred. Luo Qingli awakens the Ice Phoenix Empress fate. The attention in Qingzhou has significantly increased. Acquired Tianji value 12,000. Reward true meaning of Ice Phoenix. Reward 2 levels of cultivation increase. Su Changqing's aura surged. 8th level of Qi refinement. 9th level of Qi refinement. Only one step away from foundation establishment. At the same time, a cold and noble true meaning gathered in his sea of consciousness. True meaning of Ice Phoenix. It can freeze spiritual energy and suppress the soul. Combined with the innate sword heart, its power is extremely formidable. Su Changqing looked at the system panel. Current Tianji value 36,000. Still some way from the 50,000 Tianji value needed to unlock the 3rd level. But there is no rush. The stunning list has not yet officially been released. Luo Qingli's awakening is just a preview. Once the entire stunning list is announced, Qingzhou will inevitably see another storm. Su Changqing took up a pen and wrote the title of the list on paper. Qingzhou's stunning list. This time he did not hold back. The golden list flew out of the Tianji Tower, hovering above Luo Yun Mountain. Qingzhou's stunning list first. Luo Qingli. Identity: a side branch orphan girl of the Luo family in Qingzhou. Fate: Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate. Commentary: her fate has been dusted for 16 years, yet one annulment of engagement causes the phoenix to soar to the heavens. In the future, when the Ice Phoenix descends upon the 9 heavens, the mountains and rivers will bow their heads. The first place. Announcing the first place directly. This move caught everyone off guard. Luo Qingli. A side branch orphan of the Luo family. I've never heard of her. The annulment causing the phoenix to soar isn't that about the incident in the small city of the southern region just now, eh? I've heard that there is indeed an ice phoenix shadow above the Luo family. The holy maiden of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, isn't the first. Where will the Tianji Tower rank Xuanhuan now? Countless people were discussing. The stunning list is different from the hidden dragon list. The hidden dragon list can tease from the 10th place onward. But for the stunning list, the most controversial is the first place. Changqing directly revealed the first place, instantly pushing the heat to its peak. Everyone wanted to know how Luo Qingli surpassed Xuanhuan. They also wanted to know what Xuanhuan's reaction would be upon seeing the list. Some began to dig into the Luo family's past. Who were Luo Qingli's parents? Why did she live with the main family? After the age of 12, her cultivation stagnated. Was it due to exhausted talent or a dusty fate? These previously unimportant matters became the focus of investigation by various forces in Qingzhou after the first of the stunning list was announced. Outside the Sword Tomb, Xuanhuan naturally also saw the stunning list. She sat in her carriage, her red dress spreading like fire. Upon seeing the three characters, Luo Qingli, she first fell silent, then chuckled softly. Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate. I see. The servant girl beside her cautiously said. Holy Maiden, the Tianji Tower ranks her first, yet hasn't listed your position. Should we? Xuanhuan shot her a glance. The servant girl immediately lowered her head, not daring to say more. Xuanhuan looked towards Luo Yun Mountain, a glimmer of interest flashing in her eyes. Changqing does not underestimate me. He is using me to elevate this emperor's fate. The servant girl was shocked. Does the Holy Maiden not feel angry? Why should I be angry? If Luo Qingli truly possesses the bearing of an emperor, surpassing me is not a disgrace. If she does not. She tapped lightly on the carriage window with her fingertips. Then the Tianji Tower's reputation should be smashed. The Luo family. After Luo Qingli's fate awakening, the entire Luo family had descended into chaos. Qin Yun was injured by the true meaning of Ice Phoenix, his face ashen. He never expected that just after the engagement annulment, Luo Qingli would become the first of the stunning list. This was tantamount to the Tianji Tower giving him a hard slap in front of all of Qingzhou. Before the annulment, Luo Qingli was merely a side branch orphan. After the annulment, she became the Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate. If this matter were to return to the Qin family, Qin Yun would become the laughingstock of all of Qingzhou. The servant trembled and said, Young master, what should we do now? Qin Yun stared intently at Luo Qingli. The phoenix pattern between her brows had already faded, but the cold aura about her was entirely different from before. A hint of regret suddenly arose in Qin Yun's heart. If Luo Qingli truly possessed the bearing of an empress, then by annulling the engagement today, had he not severed a grand opportunity with his own hands? No, it can't be. Qin Yun gritted his teeth. Let's go. He turned to leave. But Luo Qingli suddenly spoke up. Qin Yun. Qin Yun paused his steps. Luo Qingli's voice was calm. I have recorded the humiliation of your engagement annulment today. Qin Yun's face turned ugly. What do you want? Luo Qingli looked at him. 3 years from now, I will personally go to the Qin family. This is not a renewal of the contract. It is a sword challenge. Qin Yun wanted to sneer. But looking at the ice phoenix pattern that flickered between Luo Qingli's brows, he found himself unable to utter a word. In the end, he could only wave his sleeve and leave. The servants of the Qin family hurried to follow. They had come with arrogance, but left in a state of embarrassment and silence. Before today, Qin Yun's annulment of the engagement was seen as him shaking off a burden as the young master of the Qin family. After today, this matter would turn into a laughingstock in Qingzhou. He had personally annulled the engagement of an Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate. The members of the Luo family looked at Luo Qingli, their gazes entirely different. Once she was an orphan of a side branch. Now she was the first on the stunning list as decreed by the Tianji Tower. Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate. Who would still dare to look down on her? The head of the Luo family finally stood up, forcing a smile on his face. Qingli, what happened earlier was due to the family's lack of consideration. Luo Qingli glanced at him. That glance was very calm. So calm that the Luo family head found it hard to continue speaking. On Luo Yun Mountain, Changqing looked at the rising Tianji value, continuing to write. The first place had already been announced. Next, it was time for Qingzhou to continue stirring up trouble. Because controversy is the best nourishment for the list. After the first announcement of the beauty list, everyone in Qingzhou was waiting. Waiting for the second. Waiting for the third. More precisely, waiting for Xuanhuan's ranking. The saintess of the demon sect, Xuanhuan, was immensely famous in Qingzhou. With her red dust demon body and red dust demon classics, a single smile could disturb the hearts of many. To many, she was the unparalleled beauty of Qingzhou. However, the Tiangong Tower first announced Luo Qingli as number 1. This immediately piqued everyone's interest. If Xuanhuan ranked second, it would mean that the Tiangong Tower acknowledged she was only one step behind Luo Qingli. If Xuanhuan ranked third, or even lower, it would undoubtedly provoke greater controversy. If she didn't make the list at all, the demon sect might truly have to confront the falling cloud mountain for an explanation. Inside the Tiangong Tower, Changqing was well aware of this. The rankings couldn't be released all at once. If revealed at once, while it would generate a surge of interest, the excitement would dissipate quickly. Releasing them in batches would allow the people to continue discussing. He picked up his pen and wrote the second line. Qingzhou Beauty List third, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, identity saintess of the demon sect. Physique red dust demon body. Comment: a smile disturbs the heart, a dance captivates the royal city. The trials of the red dust are all found within her brows and eyes. Third, Xuanhuan was only ranked third. The moment these words appeared on the golden list, Qingzhou city erupted. Third, the saintess of the demon sect is only third. Are they crazy? If Xuanhuan can only be third, who is second? Now I'm even more curious about the second. The first is the Empress Destiny, the third is the red dust demon body, the second can't possibly be more outrageous, right? Demon sect stronghold. Many disciples of the demon sect wore grim expressions. In their hearts, the saintess Xuanhuan was the unrivaled beauty of Qingzhou. Now that she was ranked third, many naturally felt indignant. The Tiangong Tower is being too unreasonable. The saintess can only be third. How could Luo Qingli, who just awakened her destiny, overshadow the saintess? And who is the second? Who else in Qingzhou could rank above the saintess? Xuanhuan herself remained calm. She gazed at the comment on the golden list and smiled lightly. The trials of the red dust are all found within her brows and eyes. Changqing certainly knows how to write. An elder in a black robe said solemnly, "Saintess, should we send someone to the Tiangong Tower to inquire?" Inquire about what? Ask why I wasn't ranked first. Lost the ranking and lost dignity. The elder in black fell silent. However, a cold glint flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. But I want to see who the second is. If the second can't overshadow me, then without me saying a word, all of Qingzhou will question the Tiangong Tower. Falling Cloud Mountain. Changqing looked at the continuously rising Tiangong value, feeling very secure. The third place on the beauty list has caused a huge controversy. Xuanhuan's red dust demon body is recognized by the world. Acquired Tiangong value 6,000. Controversy is a good thing, especially for someone like Xuanhuan, who naturally draws attention. Her being ranked third creates the most anticipation. If she were ranked first, the story would end. If she were absent from the list, it would feel too unconvincing. Third is just right. It gives enough face while leaving suspense. As for the second, Changqing had already thought it through. He picked up his pen and wrote another line. Qingzhou Beauty List second, Jiang Mingyue. Identity princess of the Qingzhou royal house. Destiny true dragon accompanying the moon. Comment: the bright moon illuminates the dragon court, precious beyond words. If born a son, she could contend for the Qingzhou throne. The moment these words appeared, the Qingzhou royal house was instantly shaken. Jiang Mingyue, the princess of the Qingzhou royal house. She rarely appeared in public, and her fame was far less than that of Xuanhuan. Many only knew that there was an arrogant young prince named Jiang Cheng in the Qingzhou royal house, but were unaware of the existence of a princess. Yet the Tiangong Tower had placed her above Xuanhuan. Moreover, the comment was even more astonishing. If born a son, she could contend for the Qingzhou throne. This statement was not only an evaluation of beauty, but also an assessment of her destiny. In the Qingzhou royal house. In a quiet small courtyard, Jiang Mingyue stood by the pond looking up at the distant golden list. She wore a moon-white long dress, exuding a cold elegance. Unlike the arrogant Jiang Cheng, she rarely left the house and seldom intervened in the affairs of the royal house. But at this moment, the comment on the golden list drew the attention of the entire royal house. If born a son, she could contend for the Qingzhou throne. This was a commendation for her, but it was also a harm to her, because the greatest taboo for the Qingzhou royal house was the struggle for power. Jiang Mingyue softly said, "Tiangong Tower, you're pushing me into the fire." The old woman beside her whispered, "Princess, should we let the prince intervene and ask the Tiangong Tower to retract the list?" Jiang Mingyue shook her head. "It can't be retracted. Since the Tiangong Tower has written it, forcing them to retract it now would only make it seem as if there's something to hide." The old woman's expression changed slightly. Jiang Mingyue looked deep into the royal house, her expression calm. Moreover, some things won't cause trouble if you don't fight for them, right? At the same time, Jiang Cheng was recovering from his injuries in another courtyard of the royal house. He had been injured by a rusty sword and had not fully recovered. Hearing that Jiang Mingyue was ranked second on the beauty list with the comment stating, If born a son, she could contend for the Qingzhou throne. He shattered the medicine bowl in rage. Nonsense. As a woman, why should she contend for the Qingzhou throne? The attendant beside him dared not respond. Jiang Qing's expression was dark. He could endure being injured by the rusty sword. But he could not tolerate that one comment from the Tiangong Tower, causing those who had been difficult to gather to start reassessing their positions. At this moment, the beauty list was no longer just a list of beauties. It had become a knife inserted into the internal conflicts of the Qingzhou royal house. In Qingzhou City, the discussions grew even louder. Luo Qingli first, Jiang Minghua second, Xuanhuan third. This list is far too daring. One is the Empress Destiny, one is the true dragon accompanying the moon, and one is the red dust demon body. The Tiangong Tower isn't just ranking beauties, it's ranking the future landscape of Qingzhou. On falling cloud mountain, Changqing set down his pen. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The beauty list wasn't merely a gimmick. It aimed to bring all the key women of Qingzhou's future into the spotlight. Luo Qingli represented the Empress Destiny. Jiang Minghua drew attention to the Qingzhou royal house. Shun Hongzhuang stirred the demon sect. With the emergence of these three, the situation in Qingzhou would inevitably become even more chaotic. And chaos is what creates the space for the list to continue to grow. In the blink of an eye, the 7-day deadline had arrived. In the northern border of Qingzhou, the abandoned ancient battlefield, a place once desolate, now teemed with people. On the official road leading from Qingzhou City to the northern border, a continuous stream of carriages stretched for miles. There were disciples flying on swords, noble families with carriages adorned with their family emblems, and solitary cultivators hiding among them, hoping to snatch a bite of the spoils from the great powers. The news of the Qing Emperor's tomb was too significant. So significant that no one wished to miss it. The royal family of Qingzhou, the Lingjian sect, the demon sect, the Wanbao Merchant Association, the alliance of solitary cultivators, and dozens of other forces, both large and small, all gathered here. In the center of the ancient battlefield stood a massive sword tomb. Surrounding the sword tomb, countless broken swords were thrust into the ground. Each broken sword exuded an ancient sword intent. Deep within the sword tomb, a faintly visible bronze tomb door could be seen. The words Qing Emperor were carved upon the door. Everyone breathed with fervent anticipation. The Qing Emperor's tomb. The legendary tomb of the great emperor. Everyone knew that it concealed extraordinary opportunities. Imperial scriptures. Imperial weapons. The legacy of the great emperor. Even acquiring a mere fragment of it would be enough to elevate a small sect. Yet no one dared to recklessly charge in. For the sword energy surrounding the tomb was rampant. Many cultivators who had tested their fortunes inside had been cut down into blood mist by the remnant sword energy. Young Prince Jiangcheng stood among the royal family's entourage, his face darkened. He was still bound with bandages from his injuries. The last time he had attempted to seize the rusty sword, the overwhelming aura of the imperial weapon had severely wounded him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Now that the rusty sword had fallen into Yi Wuchen's hands, his resentment deepened. Is Yi Wuchen not here yet? A guard whispered. Not yet. Jiangcheng coldly replied, he better die on the way. No sooner had he spoken, the crowd in the distance suddenly parted. Yi Wuchen had arrived. He bore a broken sword on his back, with an unremarkable rusty sword hanging at his waist. Compared to a few days prior, his aura had grown even sharper. He resembled a sword not yet fully drawn from its sheath. Lu Qingmei of the Lingjian sect gazed at him, her expression complex. She was a renowned sword genius in Qingzhou. Yet that rusty sword had not chosen her, but rather Yi Wuchen. This left her feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Shen Hongzhuang had also arrived. Dressed in a fiery red gown, she stood before the demon sect's group, casting her gaze over Yi Wuchen, then glancing towards the distant Luo Qingli. Luo Qingli had also come. Only a few members of the Luo family accompanied her. But no one dared to underestimate her. She was the first on the beauty list. The Ice Phoenix Empress decree. Even though her cultivation was still not high, it was enough to command the respect of all forces. Jiang Minghua represented the royal family of Qingzhou at the gathering. Her appearance made Jiangcheng's expression even uglier. Since the release of the second place on the beauty list, some within the royal family had begun to support Jiang Minghua. This made him feel an intense sense of threat. And all of this was instigated by the Tianji Tower. Aside from these listed individuals, many originally prominent talents of Qingzhou had also arrived. However, at this moment they appeared overshadowed. Previously, the younger generation of Qingzhou competed for sect rankings and family status. But after the several lists from the Tianji Tower, everyone suddenly realized that those who could truly influence the situation had already been revealed by the lists. Where is Changqing? Someone suddenly asked. Indeed, with the Qing Emperor's tomb emerging, would the Tianji Tower not come? Everyone turned their gazes towards the direction of Luoyun Mountain. At that moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. It was not Changqing in person. Instead it was a proclamation. The opportunity list for the Qing Emperor's tomb is about to open. Those who enter the tomb shall have their fate. Those listed shall gain opportunities. Those who force their way in without being listed shall face death. When this proclamation appeared, everyone's expression changed. The opportunity list. The Tianji Tower actually intended to rank the opportunities within the Qing Emperor's tomb. Changqing was the first to sneer. Absurd. The opportunities of the ancient tomb belong to those capable. The Tianji Tower thinks it can decide who can gain the opportunities with a mere statement. Xuanhuan chuckled softly. If young prince does not believe it, he can be the first to enter and try. Jiang Cheng's expression stiffened. Of course he did not dare. Just moments ago, those solitary cultivators who had been cut down into blood mist by the sword energy had not yet perished. Yi Wuqian gazed at the proclamation, the rusty sword at his waist quivering slightly. In the next moment, the first line of text floated onto the proclamation. Qing Emperor's Tomb Opportunity List 3rd Yi Wuqian. Opportunity Qing Emperor's Sword Mark. Comment: observing the Qing Emperor's sword mark through the broken sword bone can restore 3 parts of the sword bone. Yi Wuqian's eyes brightened. 3 parts of the sword bone. This was precisely the opportunity he needed the most. The gazes of the crowd toward him instantly changed. Envy, jealousy, malice, all were present. Soon after, the second line of text appeared. Qing Emperor's Tomb Opportunity List 2nd Luo Qingli. Opportunity Ice Phoenix Ancient Jade. Comment: the Emperor's fate awakens. Acquiring this jade can stabilize the foundation of her fate. Luo Qingli's cold eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. At the moment the proclamation appeared, the Ice Phoenix bloodline awakening within her unexpectedly trembled uncontrollably, as if responding to some ancient call. The cold spiritual energy, difficult to control after awakening, seemed to calm down a bit. She was shaken. The Tianji Tower not only calculated her fate, but even knew precisely what she needed most at this moment. This Ice Phoenix Ancient Jade was indeed a timely gift for her. Qin Yun stood in the distance among the Qin family's group, his expression even more grim. The person he had just broken off his engagement with had now not only become first on the beauty list, but was also ranked second on the Qing Emperor's Tomb Opportunity list. This filled him with endless regret. Finally, the third line of text remained absent for a long time. Everyone held their breath. Who would be first on the opportunity list? Moments later, the golden list trembled. Qing Emperor's Tomb Opportunity List 1st Su Changqing. Opportunity Qing Emperor's Remaining Scripture. Comment: the one who wields the pen of fate shall receive the Qing Emperor's discourse. The entire venue fell silent. Su Changqing, the keeper of the Tianji Tower. He himself did not come, yet he ranked himself as number 1 on the opportunity list. Jiang Cheng immediately burst into laughter. Ridiculous. So ridiculous. To rank the greatest opportunity for himself at the end of the list. Has the Tianji Tower finally stopped pretending? Jiang Cheng's laughter echoed across the ancient battlefield, and many people agreed. Indeed, in the struggle for opportunities, each relies on their own abilities. The Tianji Tower keeps the greatest benefits for itself. This display is simply too unseemly. An elder from the Alliance of Solitary Cultivators stroked his beard and snorted coldly. Within the Lingjian sect's group, Lu Qingmei frowned slightly. Although she despised Jiang Cheng's character, a hint of doubt arose within her. Can the Tianji Tower really foresee everything? Or is this merely a meticulously crafted ploy? Even from the direction of the demon sect, an old man in a black robe whispered to Shun Hongzhuang, Saintess, this matter is too strange. If the Tianji Tower truly possesses such means, why not directly seize all opportunities and instead make it public? In an instant, the atmosphere in the arena became delicate. Seeds of suspicion took root in the hearts of the crowd, and their gazes towards Luoyun Mountain shifted from reverence to scrutiny and doubt. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng laughed even more triumphantly. Su Changqing doesn't even dare to come. He only dares to use a proclamation to create a facade. Once I obtain the imperial scripture, the first thing I will do is tear down the Tianji Tower's plaque. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred. Thunderous rumbles. The tightly shut bronze tomb door deep within the sword tomb actually opened on its own, producing a heavy resounding noise. An ancient voice emanated from within the tomb. Where is the wielder of fate? This emperor's remaining scripture is only to be passed to those who observe the will of heaven. The voice was not loud, yet it bore supreme majesty, as if the laws of heaven and earth were proclaiming. Boom. All questioning voices abruptly ceased. Jiang Cheng's smile froze on his face. The Qing Emperor's tomb personally validated the opportunity list of the Tianji Tower. Those who had just doubted Su Changqing's self-ranking on the opportunity list all lowered their heads at this moment. They finally understood that the Tianji Tower was not snatching opportunities for itself. Rather, it had long seen through the true rules of inheritance of the Qing Emperor's tomb. The list was not a distribution. It was a revelation. Before the entrance of the Qingdi tomb, everyone's expression froze. Jiang Cheng's laughter caught in his throat. Just a moment ago, he was mocking the Tianji Tower for giving him the greatest opportunity. The next moment, the ancient voice from the Qingdi tomb personally verified it. The Qingdi's remaining scriptures can only be passed to those who observe the heavenly mandate. Who in the entire Qingzhou resembles an observer of the heavenly mandate the most? The guardian of the Tianji Tower, Changqing. This was tantamount to publicly declaring that the first place on the opportunity list was indeed real. Xuanhuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Prince Jiang, does your face hurt? Jiang Cheng's face turned ashen, yet he couldn't utter a word. Yi Wuchen took a deep breath, gripped the rusty sword, and walked towards the tomb entrance. As he approached, a streak of sword light descended upon the tomb door. That sword light did not harm him. Instead, it transformed into a blue sword mark, branding itself on his forehead. Yi Wuchen let out a muffled groan, the blue sword mark on his forehead burning like a branding iron as a vast and ancient sword intent surged into his limbs. The incomplete sword bone within him trembled wildly as if thrown into a furnace, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. The excruciating pain caused his whole body to spasm, but his eyes became brighter than ever. Crack! A sound resembling the shattering of his soul echoed as the shackles that had plagued him for years finally broke free. A stream of pure spiritual energy gushed from the sword mark, cleansing his meridians and repairing his aura. Not only soared, but became harmonious and sharp like a treasured sword that had been hidden for many years, finally beginning to reveal its cold light. The surrounding cultivators could even feel that the air around him had turned sharp. When he opened his eyes again, his cultivation had firmly stepped into the third level of foundation establishment, but what was even more astonishing was the pure sword intent emanating from him, almost piercing the heavens. The third verification of the Qingdi tomb's opportunity list. Meanwhile, Changqing in the Tianji Tower immediately received a system notification. Acquired Tianji value 9,000. Reward excerpt of Qingdi's sword intent. At the same time, Luo Qingli also walked towards the tomb entrance. An ice-blue ancient jade flew out from the tomb, landing in her palm. The phantom of the ice phoenix reappeared. This time it was more solid than it had been on the day of the annulment. Luo Qingli's complexion was pale, yet her gaze was clear. She could feel that the restless empress fate within her was being stabilized by the ancient jade. The second verification of the Qingdi tomb's opportunity list. Acquired Tianji value 10,000. The tomb door trembled. Finally, a volume of blue scripture flew out from the crack in the door. It did not fall to any faction, but instead transformed into a streak of flowing light directly flying towards Luoyun Mountain. Everyone looked up at the blue streak of light that spanned the sky. Their expressions varied and their breaths nearly halted. An elder from the Loose Cultivator Alliance gazed in rapture, murmuring, "The legacy of the great emperor. If I could comprehend it for a moment, this life would have no regrets." His words were filled with desire and relief. Lu Qingmei from the Spirit Sword sect gazed at the flowing light, a hint of understanding flashing in her beautiful eyes, which then transformed into deep reverence. If it is not one's fate, it cannot be forced. Tianji Tower truly connects heaven and earth. Yet more cultivators exhibited a blend of greed and fear in their eyes. They wanted to pursue it, but were firmly pinned in place by the ominous saying of certain death. They could only watch helplessly as the miraculous opportunity slipped through their fingers, a feeling more painful than death. The Qingdi's remaining scriptures. The legacy of the great emperor. Just like that, it passed all of them by flying towards the Tianji Tower. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with greed and resentment. Chase. Just as he was about to lead people in pursuit, he was stopped by Jiang Minghua. Don't move. Jiang Cheng retorted angrily. That is the Qingdi's remaining scriptures. That is not your opportunity. Jiang Minghua replied calmly. Jiang Cheng scoffed. My good sister, are you now speaking for the Tianji Tower? I am afraid you will die. Jiang Cheng's expression darkened further. But in the end, he did not pursue, for the Qingdi tomb had just validated the list. Those outside the list who forcefully pursue will face certain death. He did not dare to gamble. Luoyun Mountain. Second floor of the Tianji Tower. The blue streak of light broke through the air, landing before Changqing, transforming into a volume of scripture. Qingdi's inquiries. The scripture was only the upper half. The system notification sounded. The first verification of the Qingdi tomb's opportunity list. Acquired Tianji value 20,000. Acquired Qingdi's inquiries. Changqing's fingertips lightly touched the ancient scripture, and a vast and profound Tao rhythm concerning the heavens and the earth insights into fate surged into his sea of consciousness. He seemed to see the scene of the Qingdi comprehending the Tao by observing the rotation of the stars and the birth and death of all things. Just as he was immersed in it, a familiar system notification sound echoed in his mind. Conditions for promotion met. Would you like to open the third floor of the Tianji Tower? Changqing's eyes brightened, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He said in a deep voice, open it. Boom. The Tianji Tower shook once more. The fog sealing the third floor slowly dissipated. Over the entire Luoyun mountain the sea of clouds surged. An ancient bell toll echoed throughout Qingzhou. The third floor of the Tianji Tower was open. Changqing ascended to the third floor. Compared to the long table on the first floor and the Tianji mirror on the second floor, the third floor was even more mysterious. This place was incredibly spacious. In the center hung a broken star disk. Points of starlight flowed on the star disk. Each star seemed to correspond to the fate of a specific person in Qingzhou. The third floor of the Tianji Tower is now open. Acquired building ability Stargazing Disc. Stargazing Disc can observe the trend of fate in a state, uncover hidden fates, and unusual causality. Unlocked list types: Fate List, Mastermind List, Immortal Gate List. Mastermind List. Su Changqing's gaze slightly focused. From Yi Wuchen's sword bone being sealed, to Chu Guangsheng's Dantian shattering, to Luo Qingli's fate being tarnished. These events seemed independent. Yet after observing with the Tianji eye, he found a faint black causal line connecting them. Someone was secretly harvesting the fate of Qingzhi's talents. Originally, Su Changqing's cultivation and authority were insufficient to see who it was. Now that the stargazing disc was activated, perhaps he could find a clue. He raised his hand and pressed on the star disc. The starlight flowed. The fate stars of Yi Wuchen, Chu Guangsheng, Luo, Qingli, Jiang Mingyue, Shen Hongzhuang, and others lit up one after another. Each star was several times brighter than that of ordinary cultivators. Yi Wuchen's star shone like a sword, its sharpness evident. Chu Guangsheng's star was dark and deep, like an abyss capable of swallowing everything. Luo Qingli's star hung high in ice blue with a phoenix shadow faintly circling. Jiang Mingyu's star bore the aura of a dragon and moonlight priceless beyond words. Shen Hongzhuang's star was the most peculiar, surrounded by illusions of red dust, and at a glance it seemed as if countless faces were gazing back at her simultaneously. Behind these stars, strands of black lines converged in the same direction. In Qingzhou City, in the underground of the city lord's mansion, Su Changqing's expression gradually turned cold. If only one or two people's fate was unusual, it could still be considered a coincidence. But now almost all the talents pointed out by the Tianji Tower were connected to the same place behind them. This was no coincidence. It was a net. The star disk continued to turn. A vague figure emerged. The person wore a gray robe, their face concealed in mist. Beside them stood a black altar. On the altar, dozens of fate tokens were inserted. Each fate token corresponded to a genius from Qingzhou. Anomalous causal source detected. Target suspected fate stealer. Current information is insufficient. A mastermind list announcement can be made to force their appearance. Su Changqing slowly withdrew his hand. The golden list hung in the sky. Above Qingzhou City, the once bustling noise was suddenly subdued, as if pressed down by an invisible hand, falling into silence. Just 3 short lines of text, yet they bore a weight greater than the combined significance of the Qianlong list, the Absolute Beauty list, and the Divine Weapon list. The Qianlong list champions individuals. The Absolute Beauty list brings fame. The Divine Weapon list seizes treasures. The Evil Deeds list judges crimes. However, the behind-scenes manipulator list is different. It involves the players behind the chessboard. Inside the Wanbao Tavern, a rogue cultivator had just lifted his cup to his lips when his hand froze. To seize the luck of the talents for 30 years. Someone beside him instinctively lowered their voice. Does this mean that those geniuses from Qingzhou who suddenly fell were not mere accidents? Yi Wuchen's sword lineage has withered. Chu Guangsheng's Dantian shattered. Luo Qingli's fate is in turmoil. Could it all be related to this behind-scenes manipulator? As these words fell, the tavern became even quieter. Those who had originally come to watch the commotion suddenly realized that this chaos might burn them as well. If what the Tianji Tower said is true, then the behind-scenes manipulator has been hiding in Qingzhou for 30 years, able to seize the luck of the talents, alter destinies, and even render years of investment from a family or sect to naught. Who would not fear such a force? Some faces turned pale. My senior brother also suddenly fell in cultivation back then. The sect always said his mind was unstable. My cousin too, clearly on the verge of breaking through foundation establishment, yet his spiritual roots withered overnight. We used to think it was an accident, but now that I think about it. The speaker suddenly fell silent. He realized that many around him had changed color. In Qingzhou over the past 30 years, there had been too many similar incidents. Geniuses falling, cultivation regressing, fates in turmoil, families declining. When viewed individually, these events seem like mere accidents. But what if there truly is a hidden hand behind them? At the Qingzhou prince's residence, Jiang Mingyue stood before the water pavilion gazing at the golden list. The old woman behind her murmured, "Your Highness, there have been several young disciples in the residence whose fortunes have suddenly declined over the years. Could it be?" Jiang Mingyue did not answer. She merely looked deeper into the prince's residence. Ever since the second Absolute Beauty list was announced, her situation within the residence had completely changed. Some began to draw closer to her, while others started to fear her. If this behind-scenes manipulator list were to unearth old matters of the prince's residence, perhaps the Qingzhou prince's residence would not remain stable. Investigate. Jiang Mingyue spoke softly. Look into all the young disciples of the prince's residence who have died unexpectedly, vanished, or regressed in cultivation over the past 30 years. The old woman's expression grew serious. Understood. At the demon sect's stronghold, Xuanhuan looked at the list in the sky, her smile gradually fading. Seizing luck for 30 years. She gently tapped her fingers on the table. No wonder Chu Guangsheng's dantian shattered so conveniently back then. A demon sect elder frowned and said, Saintis, isn't this list from Tianji Tower too broad? Involving 30 years, it likely concerns not just the righteous path, but also within the demon sect. Xuanhuan cast him a sidelong glance. Are you afraid? The elder immediately lowered his head. Xuanhuan smiled lightly, yet her tone was cold. Send a message down, all members of the demon sect, anyone with old grievances against the Qingzhou city lord's residence should come forward. If the Tianji Tower writes it out, I will personally cleanse the ranks. At the Lingjian sect's conference hall, the atmosphere was tense. The Grand Elder slammed a thick volume of sect records onto the table, his voice hoarse. Investigate. Over the past 30 years, all inner disciples whose sword hearts have been tarnished, cultivation has regressed, or have unexpectedly fallen, must be thoroughly examined, especially those 7 children with the greatest hope of inheriting the sect master's sword path. He pointed at several names crossed out in red ink in the records, his finger trembling slightly from the force back. Then we thought they lacked resolve, that their luck was poor. Now it seems perhaps the prodigies of my Lingjian sect have been slaughtered like pigs. Upon these words, several elders in the hall turned pale. They recalled a certain cheerful junior disciple, remembered another who was exceptionally talented, yet fell into madness the night before a breakthrough. The past accidents now seemed rife with the scent of bloody conspiracy. The Tianji Tower's list has already proven it true too many times. No one dared to treat this forecast as a joke. The Wanbao Merchant Association was especially on edge. Zhao Yuangang was disgraced due to the evil deeds list, and the association's reputation had already suffered. If the behind-scenes manipulator list further implicated the association in the seizing of luck, the Wanbao Merchant Association's foundation in Qingzhou would tremble. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance was the angriest. After all, if the ones whose luck was seized were from established families, at least their families would investigate. But if a rogue cultivator talented in their own right suddenly fell, they would mostly just be seen as having poor fate. They are the ones most likely to be quietly harvested. Less than half a day after the list was announced, the atmosphere in Qingzhou City had grown tense, with everyone on edge. As rumors escalated, approaching a point of losing control, the city lord's residents finally took action. By evening, notices were posted all over Qingzhou. Tianji Tower has spread baseless claims about a behind-scenes manipulator causing unrest among the people of Qingzhou. If no solid evidence is found within 7 days, the city lord's residents will treat this as a disturbance to the order of Qingzhou. Once the notice was released, discussions erupted anew. Some felt the city lord's residence was correct. The behind-scenes manipulator list involved too many people. If Tianji Tower could determine life and death based on mere remarks, who would dare to live in peace? Others felt the city lord's residence was reacting too quickly. So quick it seemed suspicious. The Tianji Tower hasn't officially released the list. Why is the city lord's residence in such a hurry? This is called maintaining order. Or perhaps they fear that the list will indeed mention them. Speak cautiously. At Luoyan Mountain, more people gathered outside Tianji Tower than ever before. They awaited Su Changqing's response to the city lord's residence. However, the doors of Tianji Tower remained tightly shut. Until night fell, a piece of white paper flew out from the building, landing on the stone tablet. It contained just one line. In 7 days, the list will reveal the cause and effect. No explanations. No arguments. Not even any unnecessary threats. Yet it was precisely this calm that left everyone feeling even more unsettled. On the second floor of Tianji Tower, Su Changqing stood before the Tianji mirror, its images flowing until they finally settled on a dark underground palace devoid of light. There lay a black altar. Upon the altar floated several fate tokens. Among them, one token had begun to glow with a faint blood-red light. The token bore 3 characters. Yi Wuchen. Su Changqing's gaze turned slightly cold. This web is deeper and has ensnared more than he had imagined. In a secluded underground chamber somewhere in Qingzhou, a figure in gray robes extended a withered finger, gently pressing down on that fate token. The sword's bones are formed, and the luck is flourishing. Just right. Crack. A fine crack appeared along the edge of the token. Beside the gray-robed figure there lay several silent fate tokens. Some had already dimmed completely. Some were slowly beginning to shine. Among them, a few names began to faintly appear: Chu Guangxing Luo, Qingli Jiang Mingyue Xuanhuan. He gazed at those fate tokens, which had grown more radiant due to the Tianji list, and let out a satisfied hoarse chuckle from his throat. Good. Truly fine nourishment. Tianji Tower, you are indeed a great helper to me. On the morning of the second day, 300 Sky Patrol guards arrived at the foot of Luoyun Mountain. Clad in black armor and wielding long knives, they bore the emblem of the city lord's mansion at their waists. The leader was a burly figure, his black armor unstained by blood, yet emanating an aura of battle-hardened ruthlessness. His face was stern and cold, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, and he was none other than Zhou Lai, the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards. The token at his waist was no ordinary iron, but the Jinxia Ling inscribed with the laws of the dynasty, possessing a natural suppressive force against all heretical practices and falsehoods. With each step he took along the mountain path, it was as if he were measuring the laws, causing the surrounding noisy cultivators to instinctively fall silent. The onlooking cultivators on either side of the path hastily made way. The city lord's mansion has truly come. Is this to force the Tianji Tower to withdraw the list? It's hard to say. Previously the Tianji Tower targeted merchant associations, rogue cultivators, and demonic sects, but the city lord's mansion represents the order of Qingzhou. If things escalate, it could become serious. Zhou Lai approached the Tianji Tower, glancing up at the 3 rules inscribed on the stone tablet. Before the Tianji Tower, one must not act recklessly. His expression darkened slightly, yet he did not draw his blade. Commander Zhou Lai of the Sky Patrol Guards, on the orders of the city lord, seeks an audience with Lord Su. The great doors of the Tianji Tower slowly swung open. Su Changqing sat behind a long table, his tone calm. Enter. Zhou Lai stepped inside the tower. As soon as he entered, he felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. It was terrifying. It felt as if the moment he entertained any inappropriate thoughts within the tower, the stone tablet would immediately suppress him. Zhou Lai's heart sank, yet his tone remained unyielding. Lord Su, the city lord's mansion has 3 inquiries. First, who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Second, where is the evidence? Third, if the list is wrong, will the Tianji Tower take responsibility for disturbing the order of Qingzhou? The crowd outside listened intently. Many nodded in agreement. These 3 questions indeed hit the nail on the head. Zhou Lai was truly worthy of being the commander of the Sky Patrol Guards. He did not come out shouting for violence, nor did he infringe upon the rules of the Tianji Tower like the Black Wind stronghold. He stood within the bounds of the rules, pressing the Tianji Tower for answers in the name of the city lord's mansion. In doing so, if Su Changqing were to directly suppress him, it would instead give rise to gossip. Many who initially leaned towards the Tianji Tower would have to admit that the city lord's mansion's inquiries were not without reason. The list was indeed astonishing. However, the mastermind list implicated an entire city and could not rely solely on its mystique. It required evidence. Although the Tianji Tower's lists were often remarkable, they usually manifested quickly. Yet the mastermind list was different. It claimed to have been manipulating fate for 30 years hidden within Qingzhou. Such accusations were too grave. Without concrete evidence, the entire Qingzhou would be thrown into turmoil by the Tianji Tower. Su Changqing did not respond immediately. He raised his hand, and the Tianji mirror illuminated. As the light fell into the air, the initial fuzzy image suddenly became clear. It revealed a dark underground palace where dozens of fate tokens floated ominously above a black altar. The image quickly zoomed in, and the crowd could even see one of the fate tokens where a bloodline squirmed like a maggot, and the shadow connected to it bore a striking resemblance to Yi Wuchen. A faint, almost imperceptible cry of anguish emanated from the mirror, sending a shiver through the hearts of all the sword cultivators outside. An instant silence fell, followed by an even greater uproar. That bloodline. It is devouring Yi Wuchen's fortune. Heavens, this is real. Zhou Lai's expression changed dramatically, turning from pale to ashen as he stared intently at the image, his hand gripping the knife, tightly, veins popping. But as the commander of the city lord's mansion, he ultimately forced himself to suppress the turmoil within, his voice hoarse as he coldly declared, "Nonsense. Such illusions think to deceive Qingzhou. The location is unknown and the figures are obscured. It is nothing but a trick to scare people." Though he spoke defiantly, the momentary lapse in composure had already been captured by countless eyes outside. As soon as he uttered those words, the discussions outside changed again. That seems to make sense. The image is indeed too vague to tell where it is. If the Tianji Tower truly knew who the mastermind was, why not just write it out directly? Zhou Lai continued to press. If the mastermind list is merely this, the city lord's mansion will not recognize it. Lord Su, I advise you to withdraw the announcement. Otherwise, if no evidence is presented within 7 days, the city lord's mansion will request the court to suppress the tower. The mention of suppression instantly silenced the crowd outside. This was the first time the city lord's mansion had publicly threatened the Tianji Tower. Zhou Lai was clever. He did not claim that the Tianji Tower was definitely false. He merely seized upon the phrase insufficient evidence. This was more effective than outright denial, because the Tianji Tower's previous authority was built upon manifestations. Yi Wuchen manifested Chu, Guangxing manifested Rusty, Sword manifested Luo, Qingli manifested. Yet the mastermind list had yet to formally manifest. Before concrete evidence emerged, the city lord's mansion still had room to maneuver. Zhou Lai did not seek to overturn the Tianji Tower immediately. What he wanted was to stall it, weaken it, and make the people of Qingzhou doubt it once more. Because many onlookers were indeed starting to waver. Su Changqing looked at Zhou Lai and suddenly smiled. You want evidence? Zhou Lai replied, indeed. Su Changqing picked up a pen. Then I shall give you one. He wrote a line on the paper. Within 7 days, a genius from Qingzhou will surely suffer a loss of fortune. The fate token will be hidden in the 3rd level beneath the city lord's mansion. With the last stroke, the golden characters flew out of the Tianji Tower and hung in midair. Zhou Lai's expression darkened. Su Changqing, you are provoking the city lord's mansion. Su Changqing replied indifferently. I am merely writing what I see. The crowd outside held their breath. At that moment, they all understood. The Tianji Tower and the city lord's mansion had officially clashed. Zhou Lai snorted coldly and turned to leave. On the mountain path, everyone watched his receding figure, then looked towards the golden characters before the Tianji Tower. Within 7 days, a genius from Qingzhou would surely suffer a loss of fortune. If these words were to manifest, it would be difficult for the city lord's mansion to act thereafter. If they did not manifest, the mastermind list of the Tianji Tower would also show its first cracks. Everyone in Qingzhou began to wait. They awaited the so-called unfortunate genius to appear. This wait cast a heavy atmosphere over the entire Qingzhou. The laughter in the taverns grew sparse. In various inns, many young cultivators dared not sleep alone at night. Sect elders repeatedly checked the accommodations of their disciples, while the guards of noble families surrounded their young lords tightly. Some cursed the Tianji Tower for spreading alarmist tales. Others prayed in secret, hoping they would not be the ones affected. Meanwhile, the doors of the city lord's mansion were closed tighter than ever. After Zhou Lai returned to the city lord's mansion, he immediately ordered the sky patrol guards to seal off the underground entrance. He did not speak of the reasons. The more he withheld, the more people felt something was hidden there. After Zhou Lai descended the mountain, he immediately commanded the sealing of related news. But it was already meaningless. The line of golden characters from the Tianji Tower hung in midair, visible to the entire city. Within 7 days, a genius will surely suffer a loss of fortune. This felt like a blade hanging over the heads of the young generation of Qingzhou. Many geniuses originally planning to enter the city for the grand academic competition changed their accommodations overnight, fearing to expose their whereabouts. Some, however, disbelieved and instead entered the city ostentatiously, wanting to prove that the Tianji Tower was merely scaring people. The storm had not yet descended, but Qingzhou was already in chaos. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, a piece of news exploded like thunder in the oppressive Qingzhou city. Something has happened. Gu Qinzhou from Xuanhuan sect is in trouble. Which Gu Qinzhou? Who else could it be? The one hailed as the century's genius of Xuanhuan sect, a 22-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. The news first spread from an inn in the east of the city, and within half an hour it echoed throughout the entire city. The sword that had been hanging over the heads of all young cultivators for 3 days finally fell. The person in trouble is Gu Qinzhou. He is the chief disciple of the small sect, Xuanhuan sect, in the eastern region of Qingzhou, a 22-year-old at the first stage of foundation establishment. He may not have the illustrious fame of those prodigies on the hidden dragon list, but within the eastern region of Qingzhou, the name Gu Qinzhou is the benchmark for a generation. For an ordinary sect to produce a foundation establishment cultivator is already a stroke of luck, and for a 22-year-old foundation establishment cultivator, it is akin to a solitary beacon of hope in the darkness for the declining Xuanhuan sect, a hope tied to the sect's future for the next 100 years. Gu Qinzhou's emergence placed all the hopes of Xuanhuan sect upon his shoulders. He had entered the city to participate in the grand competition of Qingzhou Academy. After the competition, the victors would gain the qualification to enter the deeper parts of a certain heritage site. Gu Qinzhou was initially brimming with confidence. On the night he entered the city, he was drinking with his fellow disciples at the inn. If I can obtain even a hint of opportunity from the heritage site, Xuanhuan sect may well rise from being a small sect to a second-tier force in Qingzhou. He had laughed as he said this. However, the next morning, when his fellow disciples opened the door to his room, they found Gu Qinzhou collapsed on the floor. His face was pale, his breath weak. In just one night, he had fallen from the first stage of foundation establishment back to the 9th stage of qi refinement. Even more strangely, his spiritual roots remained intact, and his dantian was unharmed. There were no signs of demonic deviation, no poisoning, and no external injuries. It was as if something invisible had been drawn out of him. When elder son, he from Xuanhuan sect arrived, he simply uttered 2 words. Lost fortune. Cultivators possess fortune. When fortune is abundant, cultivation progresses smoothly and opportunities arise. When fortune wanes, even drinking water may lead to choking. Gu Changzhou's current state resembled that of someone who had been forcibly stripped of their destined fortune. Sun He immediately used Xian Shui sect's secret method to investigate him. As soon as the spiritual energy entered Gu Changzhou's body, it felt like it had fallen into a dry well. There was no backlash, no obstruction, just emptiness. No other symptoms. It was as if the path that Gu Changzhou was destined to walk had been forcibly severed. Sun He, having practiced for many years, had never seen such an injury. It was then that he remembered the words of the master of the Tianji Tower. The fate plate is hidden beneath the third level of the city lord's mansion. Perhaps it was not mere idle talk. If the fate was drawn out to form a fate plate, everything would make sense. As the news spread, Qingzhou City erupted. It has come to pass. The Tianji Tower predicted that within 7 days a prodigy would lose their fortune, and today is only the third day. Though Gu Qingzhou is not on the hidden dragon list, he is still a talent in his own right. How could he suddenly lose his fortune? Don't forget, the Tianji Tower also stated that the fate plate is hidden beneath the third level of the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion reacted swiftly. Before noon, a notice was posted. Gu Qingzhou, a disciple of Xian Shui sect, fell into demonic deviation due to impatience while practicing the Xian Shui technique, causing a drop in his cultivation. The notice was written very firmly. Yet those who read it felt even more unsettled. Because it was too quick. Quick as if it had been prepared long in advance. Naturally, the people of Xian Shui sect were furious. Sun He, accompanied by a dozen disciples, directly blocked the entrance of the city lord's mansion. My disciple has practiced the Xian Shui technique for 10 years without incident. He entered the city last night in perfect condition, and today he has become a victim of demonic deviation. I demand to enter the third level of the city lord's mansion. Sun He was not a reckless person. Xian Shui sect was merely a small sect, and normally they would not dare to offend even a single sky patrol guard of the city lord's mansion. But Gu Qingzhou was the hope of Xian Shui sect for a century. If he were to be ruined like this, Xian Shui sect would find it difficult to recover for decades. Thus Sun He, fully aware that the city lord's mansion should not be provoked, still came. Zhou Lai's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, producing a faint metallic sound as his gaze sliced across Sun He's face like a blade. Elder Sun, the underground of the city lord's mansion is tied to the safety of all Qingzhou citizens. This is an ironclad rule. Do you wish to shake the foundation of the millions of Qingzhou people for the sake of your own sect? Sun He trembled with anger, pointing to Gu Qingzhou, who was being carried by his disciples behind him, and shouted hoarsely, "My disciple is also one of the millions of Qingzhou citizens. His foundation and future are not the foundation for others. Commander Zhou, tell me whose life is not a life." Zhou Lai's hand remained on the sword hilt. "Take another step forward and you will be charged with assaulting the city lord's mansion." The atmosphere was tense between both sides. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. At that moment, a golden light rose again from the direction of the Tianji Tower. A new decree appeared in the skies above the city lord's mansion. The fate plate of Gu Qingzhou is hidden beneath the third level of the city lord's mansion in the 7th black niche at the southeast corner. The fate plate is unbroken and fortune is not exhausted. If the fate plate is returned within 7 days, his foundation can still be preserved. The entire city was in an uproar. Even the location was revealed. This was no longer a vague prophecy. It specified names and locations. Zhou Lai's face turned ashen. Sun He, however, seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope, kneeling directly in front of the city lord's mansion. "Please, city lord, open the third level below and save my disciple. Please, city lord, open the third level." The disciples of Xian Shui sect followed him and knelt. The onlookers began to murmur in agreement. The doors of the city lord's mansion remained tightly shut. The tighter they were closed, the more it appeared as if they were hiding something. Someone whispered, "If there is truly nothing to hide, why not open the door for a quick look?" Others immediately countered, "The underground of the city lord's mansion is the core of the city defense formation. How can it be opened casually?" "But what about Gu Qingzhou?" No one answered. Because everyone knew that Gu Qingzhou's life had become the first stone in the conflict between the Tianji Tower and the city lord's mansion. On Mount Luoyun, Su Changqing withdrew his gaze. The Tianji value was slowly rising. This time it had not yet fully come to pass. Because the fate plate had not yet been taken out. But the seeds of doubt had already been sown. As long as the city lord's mansion did not dare to open the door, everyone would remember one question: why not? In the evening, Qingzhou Academy suddenly released a message. The grand competition of Qingzhou Academy would begin ahead of schedule. All prodigies under 30 years of age were welcome to enter. Those on the hidden dragon list were all invited. As soon as this news emerged, all factions in Qingzhou were shaken again. Some said this was the city lord's mansion attempting to divert attention with the grand competition. Others said this was a behind-the-scenes mastermind wanting to gather more prodigies together. Changqing toyed with the gilded invitation letter, but his gaze fell outside the window, as if piercing through layers of buildings to gaze into the darkness below Qingzhou City. He did not speak, but casually placed the invitation on the stargazing plate on the third level. The moment the invitation landed, the hundreds of stars representing the younger generation of Qingzhou on the star plate dimmed slightly. Are they hoping to gather all the fish into the net with the grand competition? He curled his lips into a faint arc and gently tapped the edge of the star plate, producing a crisp echo. Very well, it saves me the trouble of fishing them out one by one. He did not immediately continue to issue the decree, because at this moment the best course of action was not to charge into the city lord's mansion for Xuanhuan sect, but rather to let the city lord's mansion gather more people to the forefront themselves. The Academy's grand competition was the best stage. Prodigies gathered, forces converged, and onlookers amassed. There any anomaly would be seen by countless eyes. The behind-the-scenes mastermind sought to harvest fortune through the grand competition. Changqing also sought to force it out from below. The Qingzhou Academy, located in the heart of Qingzhou City, was once a place where scholars and cultivators sought knowledge together, renowned for its inclusiveness. However, over a century, the words inclusive education have long faded. Those who can sit in the front rows of the academy are often the scions of noble families, the true disciples of sects, and aristocrats from the royal court. Students from humble backgrounds can at most copy texts in the library or listen from the edges of the martial arts arena. Today, the gates of the academy are wide open, gathering forces from all corners of Qingzhou. On the stone tablet at the entrance, the words inclusive education are inscribed. Yet those who enter the academy are inherently divided into ranks. The royal carriages enter through the main gate. True disciples of sects are personally welcomed by students of the academy. The scions of noble families sit close to the high platform, while loose cultivators and students from humble backgrounds can only crowd at the edges of the square. Chen Jibai, who copies texts in the library, also wishes to squeeze into the crowd for a glance. He clutched the sword technique insights he had painstakingly copied overnight, hoping to consult a certain instructor during the grand competition, but was impatiently shoved by a student maintaining order, falling to the ground, scattering his manuscript, and drawing laughter from the surrounding science. How can a lowly copyist hope to witness the clash of the talented? Get lost. Chen Jibai silently picked up his dust-covered manuscript, his gaze dimming as he retreated to the most inconspicuous corner of the square. This is the current Qingzhou Academy. The plaque remains, but the original intention has long since faded. On the surface, it is to select 10 candidates for the depths of the Qing Emperor's tomb. In reality, everyone knows that the matter of Gu Qinzhou's misfortune has yet to be explained, and the city lord's mansion is hastily initiating the grand competition, which seems rather coincidental. Yet the more it is like this, the more people come. Everyone wants to see for themselves if the mastermind mentioned by the Star Machine Tower will reveal any clues during this grand competition. In the Academy's square, seats for noble families, sects, the royal court, and demonic sects are arranged in 4 directions, with a massive arena in the center. Beneath the arena, the formations faintly shimmer. Many take it as the Academy's protective array. Only a few watching those formations feel a chill in their hearts. At noon, the first person to cause a stir arrived. Yi Wuchen, clad in white with a broken sword and an unnamed rusty blade. As he walked into the academy, all eyes in the square fell upon him. 10th on the potential dragon list. 3rd on the Qing Emperor's tomb fortune list. Just a few days ago, he was a cast-off from the Yi family, and now he has presumably reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. Such a rapid growth rate is astonishing. Yi Wuchen paid no mind to the discussions around him. He merely raised his gaze to glance at the high platform of the academy, a hint of sword intent flickering in his eyes. He could sense something uncomfortable lurking beneath the academy. The next to arrive was Xuanhuan. Dressed in black, his face pale, but his gaze was icy. Upon his appearance, cultivators from the righteous path instinctively stepped back. The demonic sect disciples were also on high alert. The devouring demon body is a threat to the righteous path, and equally a threat to the demonic sect. Xuanhuan scanned the crowd, his gaze pausing for a moment on both the righteous and demonic sect seats, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's this? The righteous path thinks I'm a demon, and the demonic sect thinks I've lost control. It seems that wherever I stand today, there'll be an eyesore to the other side. Well, I am an eyesore to everyone. Having said that, he actually found a position in the middle of both camps and sat cross-legged. The third to cause a commotion was Luo Qingli. Dressed in a white skirt, the ice phoenix pattern on her forehead faintly visible. Since the day of her broken engagement, her aura has completely changed. No longer a lonely girl reliant on others, but like a sword hidden within ice. Qin Yun, the young master of the Qin family, was also in the crowd. He looked at Luo Qingli, his expression complex. Regret, shame, and jealousy intertwined within him. However, Luo Qingli did not spare him a glance from beginning to end. Jiang Mingwei represented the Qingzhou royal court. Upon her appearance, Changqing's expression visibly darkened. Since the announcement of the second place on the beauty list, many within the royal court have begun to reassess the weight of the two. Sister is truly impressive now. Being second on the beauty list, the number of people seeking an audience with her is quickly overwhelming the royal court's threshold. If only my brother had the leisure to think about how to make it onto the potential dragon list, instead of constantly being the joke in other people's conversations. Jiang Cheng's expression stiffened. Many nearby nearly burst into laughter. The last to arrive was Xuanhuan. In a fiery red dress with silver bells jingling, she did not take the seat of the demonic sect, but instead directly walked to the best viewing platform and lazily sat down. I will not be competing today, she said with a smile. I am only here to watch the show. Han Dowling, the head of the academy, stood on the high platform, his expression somewhat unsightly. He had originally hoped to use the grand competition to suppress the storm surrounding Gu Qinzhou's misfortune, but with these prominent figures arriving, everyone's attention was even more focused. Just then Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke up. Did the Star Machine Tower not say that the mastermind is hiding in Qingzhou? Why does Su Changqing not dare to appear today with all the heroes gathered? Could it be that he only dares to hide in the tower and write lists, but does not dare to verify the heavenly secrets in person? Many people's expressions shifted. These words were harsh, yet not without provocation. The Star Machine Tower indeed never makes an appearance. Su Changqing always sits in the tower penning the lists. Some respect his mystery, while others think he is just being elusive. On Mount Luo Yun, Su Changqing watched this scene through the Star Machine mirror, his expression calm. He did not respond to Jiang Cheng, for his gaze was fixed beneath the high platform of the academy. There a black line of fortune stealthily extended, connecting to all the contestants' feet. The line was thin, so thin that ordinary people could not see it at all. But in the star observation disc, they were as clear as a spider's web. Those black lines were not in a hurry to extract fortune, they were merely lying dormant underground. Like a net set by a hunter waiting for the prey to walk in. The more dazzling Yi Wuchen, Shu Quangxing Luo, Qingli Zhang Mingyue, and Shun Hongzhuang become, the more vibrant their fortune above their heads, and the more active the black lines become. Su Changqing could even see that the once dim fortune line of Gu Qinzhou had also once connected here. The Academy's grand competition on the surface is a selection. In reality, it resembles a roll call before a sacrifice. Su Changqing lifted his pen. Since the grand competition has already begun, the potential dragon list should also be continued. He did not immediately reveal the mastermind. At this time, directly writing about the mastermind would still allow the city lord's mansion to shrug it off. But if he first points out a suppressed genius from a humble background, allowing him to awaken under the watchful eyes of the academy, the effect would be even better. Because the issue of the academy must explode within the academy. Su Changqing's pen tip descended. The eighth on the potential dragon list is about to enter the fray. On the high platform of the academy, Han Daolin seemed to sense something suddenly, looking up toward the horizon. He saw a golden light rising again from the direction of Mount Luo Yun, and a sense of unease settled in his heart. This head of the academy, who had presided over it for many years, felt for the first time that today's grand competition was slipping out of control. He had originally thought that gathering all the prodigies in the academy would allow him to suppress the matter of Gu Qinzhou. But the Star Machine Tower evidently did not plan to let him have his way. It not only wanted to observe this grand competition, but also aimed to personally rewrite the course of this grand competition. In the next moment, the golden list soared across the sky. All eyes were once again drawn to the heavens. As the grand competition of the Qingzhou Academy was about to begin, the golden list of the Tianji Tower suddenly reappeared. Everyone looked up, expecting to see the list of the hidden masterminds. After all, with Gu Qinzhou's misfortune, the underground life tokens of the city lord's mansion, and the premature competition of the academy, all clues pointed to the hidden mastermind. However, what appeared on the golden list was another list. The Qingzhou Hidden Dragon List. The crowd was stunned. Hidden Dragon List. Are they supplementing the Hidden Dragon List at this time? No. 10 Yi Wuchen no. 9 Chu Quangxing is no. 8 going to come out. Yi Wuchen looked up. Chu Quangxing narrowed his eyes. They both wanted to know who the person ahead of them was. The golden list slowly unfolded. Hidden Dragon List no. 8. Qin Jibai. Identity Scribe of the Qingzhou Academy. Cultivation 5th level of Qi Refinement. Comment: the humble shall not forsake their ambitions. 3 inquiries about Qingzhou and the vastness of life. After a brief silence, the entire academy square erupted. Who is Qin Jibai? A scribe of the academy. 5th level of Qi Refinement. How does a 5th level of Qi Refinement rank now? 8. How can he surpass Yi Wuchen and Chu Quangxing? Soon a disciple of the academy recognized the name. In a corner of the library, a young man, wearing a faded blue shirt, was holding a stack of scrolls, his face pale. He looked very thin. His aura was weak as well. If it weren't for the mention on the golden list, no one would have noticed him. He is Qin Jibai. The one who copies books in the library, I heard. He doesn't even have formal student status. How can such a person be no? 8. On the hidden dragon list. A disciple from a prestigious family couldn't help but laugh. Did Tianji Tower make a mistake this time? Yi Wuchen has the sword bone, Xuanhuan has the sacred body. What does he Qin Jibai have? A copying brush perhaps? Laughter erupted. Qin Jibai clutched the scrolls, his knuckles turning white. He was more anxious than anyone else. He was just a scribe of the academy. 6 years ago he came to the academy from a small county in northern Qingzhou. At that time he thought that as long as he was willing to study and cultivate, the academy would give a humble background a chance. But on the first day of school he realized he was wrong. Formal student status required recommendations. Renowned teachers required fees. Access to the top 3 levels of the library required an identity token. He had nothing. In the end, he could only be a scribe transcribing 10 scrolls a day in exchange for the privilege to audit classes at the academy. His daily tasks were to organize fragmented scrolls, transcribe scriptures, and find books for those from prestigious families. He had never imagined he would appear on the hidden dragon list, let alone rank no. 8. He even felt that this was not an opportunity for him, but a disaster. Because a scribe from a humble background once pushed to the forefront would only endure more malice. Yi Wuchen looked at him with no mockery in his eyes, but rather a hint of seriousness. Because he understood this feeling all too well. In the beginning, everyone had said he was an unworthy waste not to be on the hidden dragon list. Xuanhuan chuckled softly. Interesting. The more Tianji Tower ranks him this way, the more it indicates that this person has something special. On the high platform, the expression of Academy's grand scholar Han Daolin changed slightly the moment the golden list appeared. It was subtle, but it was noticed by Jiang Mingyue and Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan rested her chin on her hand with a smile, saying, "It seems this scribe is worth more than he appears." Han Daolin quickly regained his composure. The ranking by Tianji Tower is not for me to comment on. However, there are rules in the academy competition. Qin Jibai is not a formal student, and in principle cannot participate in the competition. As soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded. Indeed, how could a scribe without formal student status participate in the Qingzhou Academy competition? But the next moment the golden list of Tianji Tower dropped another line of text. Qin Jibai may not participate in the martial competition, but he must take the stage for the first round of the literary competition. If he does not take the stage, the Qingzhou Academy will lose a great opportunity. The venue fell silent. Han Daolin's eyelids twitched. Literary competition. These 2 words seemed to strike right at the place he least wanted to be touched. Qin Jibai's face grew even paler. He looked at the golden list above and suddenly felt a ridiculous urge. He wanted to tear up that list, because he knew that once he took the stage he would be seen by everyone. And for someone like him from a humble background, the greatest fear was not failure. It was being seen and then being trampled back into the mud. Over the years he had seen too many humble students being lifted up only to be thrown down again. Children from prestigious families could fail 10 times because they had resources, elders, and a way out. A humble student could fail once and might never rise again. So Qin Jibai learned to lower his head. He learned not to compete. He learned to hide all his unwillingness in the words he copied. A disciple from a prestigious family sneered, saying, "What? Are you afraid to go up? Tianji Tower said you would inquire about Qingzhou 3 times and the vastness of life would arise. If you don't go up, won't that prove Tianji Tower can make mistakes too?" Someone else chimed in. "Go on. Let's see what abilities the no. 8 scribe on the hidden dragon list has. Surely he can't just copy books, right?" He wanted to retreat, to return to that unnoticed corner of the library as he had for the past 6 years. But just as he was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, disdainful face. He wanted to retreat, to return to that unnoticed corner of the library as he had for the past 6 years. But just as he was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of a familiar, disdainful face in the crowd. It was the noble youth who had pushed him down this morning and dirted his manuscript. That person was silently mouthing 2 words to him, "lowly commoner." Those 2 words felt like a bucket of ice water, yet also like a flame, instantly extinguishing his desire to retreat and igniting the resentment he had suppressed for 6 years. Why? Why must he be trampled underfoot from birth? Why, after 6 years of hard study, did he not even have a chance to be treated fairly? He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Just as he was in inner turmoil, the long-suppressed courage was about to be crushed by his habitual fear. A clear voice suddenly rang in his ear. "If Tianji Tower says you can make the list," Yi Wuchen's voice came, "then you better believe it this time." Qin Jibai was taken aback. Yi Wuchen looked at him and calmly said, "I believed it once. That's why I survived." Xuanhuan let out a low laugh, glancing at the noble youths around him, his eyes filled with unhidden mockery. "What are you afraid of? Look at them, like a group of cockroaches that have seen the light, eager to trample you back into the gutter. This precisely indicates that your light frightens them. Go up, not to prove Tianji Tower, but for yourself." Let me see if a scribe can tear down this plaque of teaching without class distinction in public. Chen Jibai held the scroll tightly, remained silent for a long time, and finally slowly raised his head. He looked towards the high platform. He looked at those from noble families. He looked at the library. He also looked at the golden list in the sky. He did not know if he truly had great fortune, but he suddenly wanted to know why Tianji Tower had written his name among thousands. The bell for the first round of the literary competition rang at this moment. Chen Jibai set down the scroll and walked toward the Inquiry Heart platform. For the first time, all eyes truly fell on this humble scribe. On the high platform, Han Daelin's hand slowly clenched. He watched Chen Zibai's back, an imperceptible gloom flashing in his eyes. Many years ago, he had known this scribe was not simple, and it was precisely because of this knowledge that he had kept Chen Jibai pressed down in the library. He had thought this person would be worn down by time, like countless humble students. Unexpectedly, a list from Tianji Tower pulled him out from the dust. For the first time, Han Daolin felt uneasy. Chen Jibai must not win this literary competition. The bell for the literary duel rang out. In the center of the Qingzhou Academy Square, a white jade literary platform rose. At each corner of the platform stood a bronze lamp, its flame burning fiercely, without wind, illuminating lines of ethereal scripture. This is the heart-questioning platform of the Academy. Cultivators engage in battles of skill, competing with spiritual power, divine abilities, and magical artifacts. Students partake in literary duels, contesting their understanding of scripture, literary spirit, and Tao heart. If one's Tao heart is unstable, no matter how high their cultivation, they can be questioned on the platform, causing their literary spirit to dissipate. Chen Jibai stood at the edge of the crowd, clutching a scroll, hesitant to move. He understood clearly that once he stepped onto the heart-questioning platform, it would be impossible for him to quietly remain a mere copyist. But the golden list hung in the sky. Everyone was watching him. What's wrong? Too afraid to go up? Taunts rang out. The speaker was Zhao Xuanhuan, a scion of a prominent family raised in Qingzhou and a favored disciple of Master Han Daolin. Zhao Xuanhuan looked at Chen Jibai, his gaze full of disdain. The Tianji Tower said you could ask 3 questions in Qingzhou, yet here stands the heart-questioning platform. Why don't you ask? Laughter erupted among the academy disciples. A mere copyist, how can he possibly ascend to the 8th spot on the Qianlong list? At the 5th level of Qi refinement, born from a humble family lacking even formal enrollment, what right does he have to stand above so many science? I see the Tianji Tower truly aims to slap the city lord's house in the face, writing anyone's name on the list. The laughter was like dull knives slicing into Chen Jibai. He had heard such words too many times. 6 years ago, he entered the academy with a box of old books, unable to even step through the door, relegated to being a copyist in the library. While the scions listened to lectures, he ground ink outside the window. When renowned masters expounded the scriptures, he could only catch fragments while organizing the bookshelves. During the distribution of spots for the grand competition, humble students were always last. For humble families to survive in the academy, the first lesson learned was not to read, but to bow their heads. On the high platform, Han Daolin's expression remained calm. He did not stop the ridicule. It was as if he acquiesced. Only after Zhao Xuanhuan ascended the heart-questioning platform did he slowly speak. Since the Tianji Tower has called your name, the Academy cannot refuse. Chen Jibai, you may come to the stage. His voice was gentle, yet to Chen Jibai's ears it felt like a hand pushing him in front of everyone. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jibai set down his scroll and walked onto the heart-questioning platform. Among the crowd, some humble students instinctively tightened their sleeves. They hoped Chen Jibai would win, yet feared that he might succeed. If he lost, the ridicule directed at humble families would intensify. If he won, would humble students face even stronger oppression? Zhao Xuanhuan looked at him and smiled. 3 questions in the literary duel. The first question: discuss your origins. The scions have accumulated virtue for generations with vast libraries and orderly mentorship. The humble have no roots. What right do they have to sit at the same table as the scions? Upon hearing this question, many humble students' faces changed. This was not a literary duel, it was clearly an insult. Zhao Xuanhuan continued, Chen Jibai, since you are from a humble background, answer this: is there a path to ascend for the humble? Chen Jibai remained silent for a long time. Then he lifted his head. I too wish to ask. Zhao Xuanhuan was taken aback. Chen Jibai looked toward the high platform, toward the academy, and at the numerous scions. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. All talents in Qingzhou enter the list. Is there a path for the humble to ascend? The first question was laid down. The bronze lamps at the 4 corners of the heart-questioning platform trembled simultaneously. The smile on Zhao Xuanhuan's face froze. Chen Jibai continued, the academy's gates are inscribed with the principle of teaching without discrimination, yet the library has 3 floors that the humble cannot enter. When masters lecture, the humble can only listen on the sidelines. In the grand competition, spots for the humble are always given to the scions first. He turned to Han Daolin. I ask again. The academy cultivates all people, why only teach the science? The second question was laid down. Boom. A strand of white literary spirit rose from the heart-questioning platform. All jeers in the square abruptly ceased. The Scions who had been waiting to see the spectacle gradually changed expressions. Han Daolin's hand hidden in his sleeve clenched tightly. Zhao Xuanhuan shouted angrily, impudent. Do you dare to insult the academy? His literary spirit erupted, transforming into a magnificent piece of writing that pressed down toward Chen Jibai. Each word was precious, each line resplendent, carrying the weight of the Scion lineage, yet also a condescending pressure. Chen Jibai stood his ground, not retreating. The scriptures he had transcribed over the years, the principles, the strategies, the words of sages surged in his mind. He suddenly realized that every word he had suppressed these years did not vanish, but rather transformed into a breath within him. Today this breath was finally to be released. He posed the third question. If the heavenly mandate is stolen, should scholars kneel to the powerful or question the heavens? Boom. The third question was laid down. The literary spirit surged skyward. The flames of the bronze lamps on the heart-questioning platform soared 3 feet high. Zhao Xuanhuan's magnificent writing shattered inch by inch, causing him to retreat several steps, his face pale. Deep within Chen Jibai's chest, a bone that had been sealed for many years emitted a clear sound. The righteous Dao bone manifested. White literary spirit rose from his body, transforming into an ethereal scroll of textless heavenly scripture. Though the heavenly scripture bore no words, all scholars felt an immense and dignified power. All humble students in the square were stunned. Some had reddened eyes. Some quietly repeated the 3 questions. Is there a path for the humble to ascend? Why does the academy only teach the science? Should scholars kneel to the powerful or question the heavens? These words they had thought countless times, yet no one dared to voice them on the heart-questioning platform. Because asking was futile. Because they had no qualifications. But today Chen Jibai asked. And moreover he asked with righteous literary spirit. Is this the 8th of the Qianlong list? The Tianji Tower did not write it incorrectly. Chen Jibai truly possesses righteous Dao bone. Cries of astonishment echoed. The academy disciples who had mocked him the most before now reddened, as if they had been publicly slapped. On the high platform, Han Daolin could no longer sit still. At the moment the righteous Dao bone manifested, a black literary seal suddenly appeared behind Chen Jibai. The seal had originally been pressed deep within his spine, but now broken open by the surge of righteous literary spirit, it shattered on the spot. Within the shattered seal, a small mark emerged. It was the seal of the city lord's house. The entire audience could see it clearly. On Laoyan Mountain, the golden list of the Tianji Tower trembled. The 8th of the Qianlong list, Chen Jibai verified. Reward righteous literary heart. Su Changqing set down his teacup. He did not look at Zhao Xuanhuan or Han Daolin, but gazed at the increasingly clear black line beneath the city lord's house. The humble have questioned the Dao bone, and the academy conceals the literary seal. It's time to write the list of behind Thessine's masterminds. The moment the imprint of the city lord's mansion appeared, the square of Qingzhou Academy fell into a deathly silence. Everyone witnessed it. That black seal burst forth from the depths of Chen Jibai's spine, driven by overwhelming literary energy. It did not suppress cultivation nor spiritual power, but rather the Dao bone. Had it not been for the Tianji Tower's explicit mention, had it not been for the 3 inquiries at the heart-questioning platform, Chen Jibai might have remained just a mere copyist in the library for his entire life. As this thought arose, many faces among the students from humble backgrounds changed. They looked towards the high platform, towards the sacrificial wine holder Han Daolin, and towards the scholars who usually sat calmly lecturing, a chill inexplicably rising in their hearts. Why is there a city lord's mansion imprint? Chen Jibai is merely a copyist. Who would specifically suppress him? Does the academy know? Upon the last sentence, many gazes fell upon Han Daolin. Han Daolin's expression darkened slightly. Before he could speak, golden light shot up from the direction of the Tianji Tower. A new list unfurled. This time it was not the Qianlong list. Instead it was a list that everyone had long awaited, one that they had also feared for a long time. Qingzhou behind-scenes manipulator list. The golden characters appeared, and the entire academy seemed to be shrouded in an invisible chill. Those who had previously debated whether the Tianji Tower was exaggerating now fell silent. They understood that from this moment on, what the Tianji Tower would reveal was no longer about talented individuals' opportunities, but rather the true blades hidden in the shadows of Qingzhou. The first line of text slowly emerged. Behind-scenes manipulator list No. 10 Sacrificial wine holder of Qingzhou Academy Han Daolin. Boom. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Sacrificial wine holder. Han Daolin. He is one of the leaders of the scholars in Qingzhou. Having presided over the academy for many years and taught countless disciples, even many clan heads must address him as Master Sacrificial Wine Holder upon meeting him. No one expected that the first major figure to truly make it onto the behind-scenes manipulator list would be him. The golden list continued to reveal the charges. Charge 1, suppressing the talented Chun Zibai's Howren Dao Bone with literary energy. Charge 2, supplying the city lord's mansion with a list of misfortunate students. Charge 3, using the academy's grand competition to filter out those who could seize luck. Each charge landed like a heavy hammer, striking the plaque of the academy. Han Dalen's expression finally turned grim. Absurd. He flicked his sleeve, not in anger, but revealing a trace of heart-wrenching sorrow as his voice echoed across the square. I have presided over the academy for 30 years, valuing its reputation above my life. The origins of the Tianji Tower are unclear, stirring up storms. Their intentions are despicable. To support a humble background while tarnishing the century-old foundation of our academy is not to promote virtue, but to cause disorder. He looked at the students present and said solemnly, "What is an imprint? 3 men make a tiger, many voices can forge an invisible imprint. If the Tianji Tower claims there is an imprint and you all believe it, then if they say you are all from the demonic path, would you willingly submit to slaughter?" His voice was steady, and the years of prestige he held came into play at that moment. Many disciples of the academy instinctively defended him. The sacrificial wine holder is usually gentle. How could he do such a thing? Could it be that the Tianji Tower made a mistake? The Tianji Tower has pressured the city lord's mansion too tightly. Perhaps they truly want to use the academy to establish their authority. Zhou Lai immediately stood up and loudly addressed the sky. The Tianji Tower has released successive lists disturbing Qingzhou. Our city lord's mansion had no desire to interfere forcefully. But the sacrificial wine holder is a literary master of Qingzhou. If even he can be casually slandered, then what reputation does Qingzhou have left? What we care more about is who exactly is behind the Tianji Tower. What are their motives? To be able to pry into others' privacy so easily, even to frame and harm them, is that not more terrifying than a so-called behind-the-scenes manipulator? The onlookers were momentarily shaken. This is Han Dalen's terrifying aspect. He is not a notorious wastrel like Xuanhuan, nor a villain like those from the Black Wind camp reviled by all. He has reputation, status, and a group of people who have benefited from him willing to speak up for him. Even some humble students gritted their teeth in silence. They resent the academy's unfairness, yet fear that the Tianji Tower might truly have made a mistake. Because once a mistake is made, the disciples of the powerful families will surely push all their anger back onto them, leaving the humble students no chance to raise their heads. Chen Jibai stood on the heart-questioning platform, his Howren Dao Bone still glowing in his chest, but that light seemed to be suppressed by the questioning voices around him teetering on the brink. Zhao Xuanhuan seized the opportunity to shout, pointing at Chen Jibai with contempt and hatred in his eyes. "Chen Jibai, the academy provided you with a refuge, the library offered you countless scriptures, and Master Sacrificial Wine Holder even allowed you to audit classes. This is a tremendous grace. Now you receive a single criticism from the Tianji Tower, and you want to bite back at your benefactor and sue the academy. Is your Howren Dao Bone merely meant to serve as a base for a thankless wolf?" This statement was extremely venomous. Many disciples from powerful families immediately echoed him. The pride that had just been suppressed by the Howren literary energy began to reignite. On Falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing watched the tumult of questioning voices within the academy, and Han Dalen's righteous performance. A cold smile appeared on his lips. A good performance, but unfortunately, when acting in front of me, one must be prepared to be exposed in public. What he wanted was for Han Dalen to step forward, wagering all his reputation and prestige. Thus, when the evidence fell, he would shatter into pieces with no chance of recovery. "It's about time." Su Changqing leisurely raised his hand and gently pointed at the void. The second floor of the Tianji Tower illuminated with golden light. The Tianji mirror projected across Qingzhou, landing above the academy. In the image there was a dim study. Han Dalen sat at a table, handing a list to a man in gray robes. The list prominently featured a string of names: Gu Qinzhou, Chen Jibai, Yi Wuchen, Xu Quanxing, Luo Qingli, Zhang Mingwei, Shen Hongzhuang. The face of the gray-robed man was blurred. Only a withered hand could be seen taking the list. In the image, Han Dalen spoke softly. "The grand competition is moved up. Those on the list will all enter." The gray-robed man replied, "Well done." The humble background copyist continues to be suppressed. Han Dalen frowned. Is he really that important? The gray-robed man answered, "If his Howren Dao Bone comes to fruition, it will ruin the formation, and that piece of bone is my best nourishment." The image cut off abruptly at this point. The venue fell into silence. Those who had just defended Han Dalen felt as if someone had grasped their throats. "This is evidence." Zhao Xuanhuan's face turned pale as he took a step back, unable to utter another word. The voices of the disciples from powerful families vanished completely in an instant. The humble students first felt confused, but soon their eyes ignited with anger. They were not afraid of hardship nor of being looked down upon, but they could not accept that their still-informed talents would be crushed in advance. So Gu Chenzhou's misfortune was not an accident. So the grand competition was moved up to gather all the talents together. So the academy is truly submitting lists to the city lord's mansion. Chen Jibai looked at Han Daolin on the high platform, his gaze devoid of anger, only a sense of indescribable melancholy. Master Sacrificial Wine Holder. I have been in the academy for 6 years copying 3,000 scrolls. So you always knew who I was. This statement carried more weight than any curse. Han Daolin's lips moved, but he could not utter a word. At that moment his expression suddenly changed. A black rune erupted from his chest. The rune, like a living creature, burrowed into his meridians, instantly staining half of his robe black. Han Daolin spat out a mouthful of black blood. The restrictions within his body had activated. At the moment Han Daolin spat out blood, the high platform of the academy was thrown into chaos. Black runes spread from his chest, resembling tiny venomous snakes burrowing into his meridians. He collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in agony, his once refined features transformed into a grotesque mask of pain. Help! Save me! In the previous moment, he was the highly respected sacrificial wine of the academy. In the next, he became a pawn silenced by the unseen hand. The change happened so swiftly that many did not even have time to react. Those who had just been shouting that the Tianji Tower slandered the academy's reputation now all turned pale. If Han Daolin were truly innocent, why would he be harmed by his own restrictions? If the Tianji Tower was indeed slandering him, why was the mastermind so eager to kill him? Zhou Lai reacted the fastest. Take Han Zhujiao away. Several Sky Patrol guards immediately rushed onto the high platform, attempting to protect Han Daolin, as if wanting to remove him from the public eye. Just as the Sky Patrol guards were about to reach Han Daolin, an invisible force sprang from the observation tower, silently striking the blue brick beneath the leading guard's feet. Crack! The blue brick silently shattered into powder. Shun Hongzhuang's lazy voice floated over, laced with a hint of playful amusement. What's the rush? The man isn't dead yet, and you're already thinking of dragging him back to destroy the evidence. The demonic sect has been bearing the blame for years. Isn't it new today that you can shift the blame onto others concerning the silencing of witnesses? Zhou Lai retorted angrily. Shun Hongzhuang, this matter has nothing to do with your demonic sect. Shun Hongzhuang's smile deepened. Not at this moment. If the man is taken by you, perhaps tomorrow it will be relevant. This statement sent a chill through many hearts. Indeed, if Han Daolin were to be taken by the city lord's mansion and then die at their hands, ultimately blamed on the demonic sect, who could clarify that? The members of the demonic sect also looked grim. They had done many wicked deeds and borne numerous burdens, but this time to be used as a cover in front of all of Qingzhou was particularly suffocating even for the disciples of the demonic sect. Jiang Mingyue stood up, her sleeves flowing with moonlight. Captain Han Daolin is currently ranked 10th on the list of masterminds, and is a key witness in the case of the theft of fate. It would not be appropriate for the city lord's mansion to take him away at this moment. The Wang mansion spoke up while the demonic sect stoked the flames, and the academy remained silent, watching intently. The steps of the Sky Patrol guards halted. Just as they were about to reach Han Daolin, the light from the Tianji mirror shone again from the direction of Falling Cloud Mountain. The brilliance of the Tianji mirror pierced through the academy and directly illuminated Han Daolin's chest. The black runes were illuminated by the mirror's light, transforming into a thin line that extended downwards. Everyone held their breath. That line did not lead to the seats of the demonic sect. It did not lead to the Wang mansion, nor did it point to any sect. It traveled through the underground of the academy across the streets of Qingzhou, ultimately pointing to a place that everyone dared not speak of. The city lord's mansion. More accurately, the underground of the city lord's mansion. Boom. The entire academy square exploded. The source of the restrictions is at the city lord's mansion. Was Han Daolin truly silenced by the city lord's mansion? The life tokens of Gu Chenzhou, the seals of Chun Ji by Han Daolin's restrictions, and the early competition are all connected. At this moment a web of clues was woven together. Earlier the city lord's mansion had claimed that Gu Chenzhou was possessed, that Chun Zibai seal might have been a frame-up, and that Han Daolin was highly respected, but now all explanations were torn apart by that black line. Zhou Lai's face turned iron gray, advancing rather than retreating, his voice booming. Illusions and enchantments sowing discord among people. The origin of the Tianji Tower is unclear, having repeatedly disrupted the order of Qingzhou, and now using such despicable means to frame the city lord's mansion. There must be a grand conspiracy behind it. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't a terrifying existence that can casually pry into and frame anyone far more worthy of our vigilance than a so-called truth? However, this time there were far fewer people in agreement. Because Han Daolin was still spitting blood. Because the restrictions were still acting up. Because everyone could see that black line. Even more so, because from the Hidden Dragon list to the list of infamy, from the Divine Weapon list to the list of beauty, the Tianji Tower had already proven itself time and again. Before they could say it was coincidence that Changqing was lucky, but now when all clues pointed to the underground of the city lord's mansion, saying it was coincidence made even them feel ridiculous. If the Tianji Tower is wrong, how do you explain the righteous bones of Chunji Bai? If the Tianji Tower is wrong, how do you explain the scene of Han Daolin secretly meeting with the gray-robed men? If the Tianji Tower is wrong, why was Han Daolin silenced right after being exposed? The questioning began to rebound against the city lord's mansion. The wind direction in the Academy Square had completely changed. Jiang Minghua looked at Zhou Lai, her voice low, yet resonating across the square. Captain Zhou, the life token of Guqin Zhou is in the underground of the city lord's mansion, and the source of Han Jujiao's restrictions is also in the underground of the city lord's mansion. Shouldn't the city lord's mansion provide an explanation to Qing Zhou? Zhou Lai fell silent. The aura of the city lord's mansion's people was once again suppressed. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a majestic voice echoed from afar. There will naturally be an explanation. The crowd turned to look. A black carriage slowly entered the academy. Surrounding the carriage were elite Sky Patrol guards, their iron armor glinting coldly, forming a wall of presence. As the curtain was lifted, a middle-aged man dressed in the official robe of Qing Zhou stepped down. He had a dignified appearance and a deep aura with an imposing presence that spoke of long-standing authority. The city lord of Qingzhou, Pei Yuanjing. As he appeared, the previously noisy square fell silent. Even those filled with doubt instinctively lowered their heads. This was the might of the city lord's mansion that had suppressed Qingzhou for 30 years. Pei Yuanjing glanced at Han Daolin, then at the black line cast by the Tianji mirror. There is indeed a formation underground in the city lord's mansion. Upon these words, the entire crowd was shaken. Pei Yuanjing continued, but that is not a fate-stealing formation, it is the great protective formation of Qingzhou. 30 years ago, after the demon tide, the earth veins of Qingzhou were damaged. Without the suppression of the Great Protective Formation, the entire city of Qingzhou would have long since collapsed. The restrictions on Han Daolin might not be a silencing act, but rather a backlash from him privately contacting the formation. The Tianji Tower glimpsed fragments and rashly made conclusions. This action nearly shook the foundation of the city. Pei Yuanjing was more difficult to deal with than Zhao Yuan, Han Lai, and Han Daolin. He was neither a fool nor one who only knew how to suppress others. He understood the need to provide the earth veins of Qingzhou. These statements did not seem without reason. Changqing watched Pei Yuanjing through the Tianji mirror, his eyes narrowing slightly. Pei Yuanjing was more difficult to deal with than Zhao Yuan, Han Lai, and Han Daolin. He was neither a fool nor one who only knew how to suppress others. He understood the need to provide everyone with a sufficiently reasonable explanation. Pei Yuanjing raised his head, looking at the Tianji mirror, as if gazing through the mirror light at Changqing. Master Su, the competition will continue. If anyone uses the rankings to disrupt the Academy's competition again, they will be treated as rebels. As his words fell, the Sky Patrol guards all drew their swords half an inch. The cold light joined into one. The Academy Square was once again suppressed by the might of the City Lord's mansion. Pei Yuanjing stood before the high platform of the Academy, his presence as steady as a mountain. He did not deny the existence of an array beneath the City Lord's residence. On the contrary, he acknowledged it with clarity. The City Protection Array suppressed the Earth's veins, ensuring 30 years of stability for Qingzhou. With this reason presented, the discussions that had swayed towards the Tianji Tower were forcefully pushed back. This was due to Qingzhou indeed having experienced the demon tide 30 years ago. The Earth's veins had indeed suffered damage, and for the past 30 years the City Lord's residence had maintained a facade of stability in Qingzhou. Many older generation cultivators looked at Pei Yuanjing with hesitation and trepidation. They had witnessed Qingzhou after the demon tide. Walls crumbled, Earth's veins surged, and the streets were filled with the stench of beast blood. Had it not been for the City Lord's residence later rebuilding the City Protection Array, Qingzhou might not have recovered to its current state. Pei Yuanjing had seized upon this point. He did not compete with the Tianji Tower over who was more mysterious, nor did he compare with Changqing over who could see the heavens better. He simply laid out the safety of the city, making everyone hesitant to take sides. Pei Yuanjing looked at the Tianji mirror slowly, saying, Master Su, this City Lord does not deny your ability to glimpse the heavens. He added, but seeing a corner does not equate to seeing the whole picture. You say there is a fortune-snatching array beneath the City Lord's residence, but this City Lord claims it is a City Protection Array. He continued, you say Han Daolin was silenced, but this City Lord says he was backfired by the array. Since that is the case, why not ask the Tianji Tower to publicly disclose the entire list of masterminds? The venue fell silent. Pei Yuanjing continued, if the list is accurate, the City Lord's residence will cooperate. If one person is wrong, the City Lord's residence will invite the court to intervene. Master Su, do you dare? This time the pressure shifted to the Tianji Tower. Everyone looked towards the Tianji mirror to publicly disclose the entire list. This seemed like a concession from the city lord's residence, yet in reality, it was a counter-strategy. The list of masterminds involved too much. If the Tianji Tower wrote everything at once, any mistake in any link would be seized upon by the city lord's residence. If they chose not to write, they would be accused of theatrics. Jiang Cheng sneered, saying, "What? Changqing dares not. Aren't you usually quite capable of writing the rankings? Today, with the city lord present, you suddenly fell silent." Many from the city lord's faction began to echo, "Go public. Since you claim there are masterminds behind the scenes, write out the entire list. Don't just hide your head and show your tail." Yes, City Lord Pei has guarded Qingzhou for 30 years, contributing greatly. If the Tianji Tower truly cares for Qingzhou, they should provide all the evidence, so we are not caught between the heroes and the truth. These words sounded righteous, yet they tightened the pressure on Changqing. The atmosphere in the Academy Square became subtle once again. Those who had just been stunned by Han Dalen's matter began to hesitate. The Tianji Tower was too accurate, so they expected more. The city lord's residence was too strong, so they feared taking the wrong side. At Luoyan Mountain within the Tianji Tower, Changqing watched the scene in the academy, his expression not showing the slightest fluctuation. Pei Yuanjing wanted to force him to reveal all his cards at once. However, the list was never meant to be used that way. Writing everything at once robbed the thrill, and the chain of evidence could easily be shattered. Layer by layer revealing it was the most lethal strategy. If he were to write out the top 3 names on the list, Pei Yuanjing could immediately divert attention and shift all blame to the underground array, or even to the dead from 30 years ago. Now was not the right time. Changqing picked up his brush. The golden list shone brightly. Mastermind list No. 9 Deputy Commander of the Sky Patrol Fang Xiao. Crime 1 Execution of Gu Chunzhou's fortune loss case. Crime 2 Escorting the life plate to the 3rd level beneath the city lord's residence. Crime 3 Concealing traces of fortune snatching under the guise of the Sky Patrol. Within the academy, a black-armored man standing behind Zhou Lai's expression changed drastically. He was Fang Xiao. Before the crowd could react, another line fell from the golden list. Mastermind list No. 8 Garay Master of the City Lord's Residence, Luo Qing. Crime 1 Using the name of the City Protection Array to conceal the fortune-snatching array. Crime 2 Altering the Earth Vein Array diagram. Crime 3 Opening the array eye for the transfer of the life plate. Beside the high platform, a gray-clad array master dropped the array disc with a loud crash. Pei Yuanjing's expression finally darkened a bit. He did not expect that Changqing would not accept the invitation to publicly disclose the entire list, but would directly name 2 powerful figures from the city lord's residence. What was even more critical was that both of them were present. Jiang Cheng wanted to mock, but the words caught in his throat. Because Fang Xiao had moved. He did not even have time to glance at City Lord Pei. His eyes were filled only with the utmost fear of being named on the golden list. Without a defense nor cries of injustice, in the instant the last character of the golden list fell, he suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, transforming into a twisted beam of blood light, and recklessly rushed towards the city exit. Luo Qing moved as well. He grabbed the array disc and directly dove into the array eye beneath the high platform of the academy, his figure disappearing in an instant. The entire venue erupted in chaos. They ran. If innocent, why run? Pei Yuanjing's expression turned completely grim. Zhou Lai roared Fang Xiao. But Fang Xiao had already transformed into a beam of blood light bursting out of the academy. Someone instinctively looked towards Pei Yuanjing. Just moments ago, the city lord's personal counter-strategy against the Tianji Tower felt as if it had been shattered by 2 slaps. Changqing did not publicly disclose the entire list, but he named 2 individuals, and both had fled. This was more powerful than any explanation. Yi Wuchen stepped forward. The rusty sword at his waist trembled lightly. "I will pursue Fang Xiao." Chu Guangxing licked his lips, looking at the array eye where Luo Qing had vanished. "This one below belongs to me," Pei Yuanjing said in a deep voice. "They are from the city lord's residence, and should be captured by the city lord's residence." Changqing's voice came through the Tianji mirror, calm to the point of indifference. "They are already on the list. Those on the list shall be dealt with by the Tianji Tower. Bring back the fragments of the life plate. It will tell you the next name." With this statement, everyone inside and outside the academy understood. Changqing did not dare to take on Pei Yuanjing's challenge. He simply found it beneath him to follow the rules Pei Yuanjing set. The city lord's residence wanted him to disclose the entire list, but he refused. The city lord's residence wanted him to prove himself, but he forced the people of the city lord's residence to reveal their own flaws. Fang Xiao and Luo Qing had one flee in blood escape, the other diving into the array, i.e. this was more persuasive than any lengthy commentary from the Tianji Tower. City Lord Pei just said the Tianji Tower glimpsed a corner, yet may not see the whole picture. Someone in the crowd muttered, "But now this corner seems to be in the City Lord's residence's hands." Someone beside him quickly covered his mouth. But the words had spread. More people looked towards Pei Yuanjing, their gazes no longer filled with the same awe as before. Pei Yuanjing's expression was emotionless, yet his fingers tightened slightly within his sleeves. He knew that from the moment Fang Xiao and Luo Qing fled the city lord's residence had already lost half the advantage. Yet he could not retreat. Once he retreated, the Tianji Tower would follow these two names and completely unearth the array beneath the city lord's residence. Thus, he could only stand his ground, continuing to be the city lord, suppressing Qingzhou. Zhou Lai, here. Seal off the 4 gates of the academy. No one is allowed to leave without permission. Pei Yuanjing's voice was cold. If Fang Xiao and Luo Qing are truly guilty, the city lord's residence will naturally clean house. But until the truth is revealed, anyone who thinks the city lord's residence is losing its edge can come forward and try. The Sky Patrol moved once more. Yet this time, though the blade remained, the might was not as before. For everyone knew that the true pursuit was no longer in the hands of the Sky Patrol, but beneath the list of the Tianji Tower. Fang Xiao fled swiftly. He was the deputy commander of the Skywatch Guards, adept at both pursuit and evasion. A flash of blood swept over the academy, bursting out of the southern gate of Qingzhou City in an instant. The guards along the way did not even have time to draw their swords, only catching sight of a crimson remnant tearing through the wind. Not good, it's the blood escape technique. Fang Xiao has actually cultivated a wicked evasion method. If he were innocent, why would he flee so desperately? The exclamations echoed from the academy to the city gate. Yi Wuchen drew his sword and chased after him. His speed was not as fast as the blood escape, but the nameless rusty sword contained a trace of the Green Emperor's sword mark. The sword mark locked onto the aura, and no matter how Fang Xiao changed direction, he could not completely shake it off. Outside the city, in the wilderness, the blood light skimmed along the mountains and forests, withered grass and trees in its wake. Fang Xiao turned back and saw Yi Wuchen relentlessly pursuing him, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Yi Wuchen, you are merely a pawn brought forth by the Tianji Tower. How dare you chase me? Yi Wuchen's expression remained calm. Whether I am a pawn or not is not for you to decide. Fang Xiao sneered. The Tianji Tower claims you have a sword bone. Do you truly believe you can cleave through everything? He formed seals with both hands, and the bloodlight suddenly split into 7 pathways, fleeing in different directions. Then take your time searching. The 7 blood shadows exuded the same aura. Even the bloodstains on the ground were indistinguishable. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would likely be deceived in an instant. Yi Wuchen halted. He closed his eyes. At the center of his brow, the Green Emperor's sword mark glimmered faintly. He recalled what Su Changqing had once said at the Tianji Tower. The ranking indicates fate, not just names. Since Fang Xiao was already on the list, it meant that his karma had been locked by the Tianji Tower. In the next moment, Yi Wuchen drew the nameless rusty sword. With a single stroke, the sword light did not strike at a blood shadow, but instead cleaved at an extremely thin blood line in the void. Puff! The 7 blood shadows shattered simultaneously. Fang Xiao fell from midair, his chest slashed open by the sword energy, his face filled with disbelief. How could you possibly see through the true form of the blood escape? Yi Wuchen walked up to him. It is not that I saw through it. It is the list that has already locked you in. Fang Xiao's face turned pale. Only then did he realize that a faint golden character had appeared on his brow. 9. Ninth on the list of the hidden masterminds. The list locks the soul. As long as the charges were not cleared, he could not escape the karma of the Tianji Tower. Fang Xiao gritted his teeth, wanting to end his own life, but Yi Wuchen pointed his sword and severed all his spiritual power, then retrieved a half-piece of a black fate token fragment from his bosom. The fragment contained a trace of Gu Qinzhou's aura. On the other side, beneath the academy, Chu Guangxing chased after Luo Qing into the eye of the formation. The underground passage was filled with dense array patterns, and black mist surged. The walls of the formation were studded with small black nails, each sealing a trace of faint luck. As Luo Qing fled, he activated the array disc. Chu Guangxing, if you dare enter the formation, you are looking for death. The surrounding array patterns lit up, transforming into black chains that wrapped around Chu Guangxing. Chu Guangxing grinned, not dodging or avoiding. The demonic absorption holy body activated, preparing to treat this demonic energy as a snack. However, at the moment the chains touched him, the smile on his face slightly stiffened. The chains contained not only pure demonic energy, but also a chilling strange power that pierced into his veins, causing his absorption speed to slow. Haha, Chu Guangxing, do you really think I don't know about your demonic absorption holy body? Luo Qing laughed wildly from deep within the passage. This is the demonic restraining soul locking formation. The demonic energy is the bait, and the soul nails are the hooks. The more you absorb, the faster your soul will be eroded. Chu Guangxing felt the sting in his veins, yet the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. Is there such a good thing? He not only did not stop his absorption, but instead pushed his holy body to its limits, his muscles bulging, ancient demonic patterns appearing on his skin. I will take the demonic energy and leave your soul nails for me. He let out a low roar, forcibly relying on his physical strength to refine the soul nail's power, along with the demonic energy that had pierced into his body. A more domineering and violent aura erupted from him. Luo Qing's expression changed dramatically. Monster. You are a monster. He turned to dive deeper into the formations, but was caught by a tremendous force. Xuanhuan had already charged in front of him and grabbed his shoulder. Aren't you fond of seizing fortune? Don't worry, I won't seize your fortune. I only absorb demonic energy. As he spoke, Xuanhuan forcibly drained the black mist from Luo Qing's array disc. The array disc shattered. Luo Qing let out a tragic scream and fell to the ground. He attempted to bite through the poison pill in his mouth, but Xuanhuan was faster, smashing his jaw with a single palm. Su Luzhu is only after the token fragment, not your corpse. Xuanhuan retrieved the other half of the Black Fate token fragment from the shattered array disc. On the ground, Yi Wuchen brought Fang Xiao back. Xuanhuan dragged Luo Qing out from the eye of the formation. The two of them tossed the token fragments onto the central platform. The fragments collided and automatically merged. A flash of black light appeared. A new name emerged on the token. Su Wenzhou. The crowd was in an uproar. Su Wenzhou, the city lord's advisor. How could it be him? Master Su is known for his benevolence. Compared to Fang Xiao and Luo Qing, the impact of Su Wenzhou's name was even greater. Fang Xiao was in charge of punishment, and Luo Qing handled the formations. With these two having issues, the crowd might think the city lord's manor had hidden filth. But Su Wenzhou was different. He was the one least likely to be a villain in the city lord's manor. Anyone with a grievance could ask him for help writing a petition. If a street was suffering a disaster, he would allocate food. If scholarly children from poor families could not afford their tuition, he had even paid out of his own pocket. Such a person unexpectedly related to the fate token. Many people's first reaction was not shock, but disbelief. This was precisely what made this name so terrifying. If even Su Wenzhou had issues, then the web woven by the city lord's manor was deeper than anyone had imagined. Pei Yuanjing looked at the name, his expression changing for the first time. Zhou Lai also fell silent. Jiang Mingwei said softly, if Su Wenzhou is truly a hidden hand, what has the people of Qingzhou seen as kindness these years? A benevolent person committing evil is the hardest to believe. On Luoyun Mountain, Su Changqing looked at the three characters on the token and softly said, it finally comes to you. The seventh on the hidden masterminds list. In front of the Tianji mirror, countless onlookers were shaken. They had witnessed Fang Xiao's blood escape the city, and then saw Yi Wuchen sever the 7 blood shadows with a single sword. They had seen Luo Qing dive into the eye of the formation and watched Xuanhuan absorb demonic energy to break out of the formation. This was no longer a one-sided announcement of charges by the list. This was the list naming them the prodigies executing and the evidence returning. From this moment on, those on the Qianlong list were no longer just the talented figures discussed by everyone, but like pieces on the board laid down by the Tianji Tower in Qingzhou. Yi Wuchen's sword, Xuanhuan's demonic body, Chen Zibai's righteous literary spirit, Luo Qingli's ice phoenix, destiny, Jiang Mingyu's royal fortune, and Shun Hongzhuang's worldly demonic body. All of these fortunes, originally scattered throughout Qingzhou, were being intertwined by the lists of the Tianji Tower. Someone suddenly realized a more terrifying problem. The city lord's manor opened the academy competition early to gather the prodigies together to seize fortune. But the Tianji Tower continually published lists. Was it not also pushing these prodigies into the open, giving them a chance to tear apart this web? Did Su Luzhu already foresee this step? From Chun Jibai being listed to Fang Xiao and Luo Qing being captured, everything is connected. No wonder he said the token fragments would reveal the next name. Amidst the discussions, the three characters, Su Wenzhou, hung heavily in everyone's hearts like a heavy stone. Fang Xiao and Luo Qing were captured. The city lord's manor could still claim it was merely the fault of subordinates. But if Su Wenzhou were also implicated, the situation would no longer be simply a few minor characters making mistakes for glory. That would mean the most gentle, cleanest, and most trusted hand in the city lord's manor had already reached into the realm of seizing fortune. This was more chilling than malevolence. Su Changqing held the pen, and new characters were about to emerge at the edge of the golden list. Everyone in Qingzhou stared intently at that beam of golden light. After the three characters Su Wenzhou appeared, the commotion at the Qingzhou Academy was louder than when Fang Xiao and Luo Qing made the rankings. This was because Fang Xiao was the deputy commander of the Celestial Patrol, and it was quite normal for him to have blood on his hands. Luo Qing was a formation master at the city lord's manor, dealing with formations and geomancy year-round. It wasn't unbelievable that he secretly tampered with formations. But Su Wenzhou was different. He was the legal advisor for the city lord's manor. He was also known as the kind-hearted person in Qingzhou City. If there were any unjust cases, he was willing to write petitions for others. If a street faced a disaster, he would step in to coordinate food supplies. When impoverished students could not afford the tuition fees, he had also personally shelled out money. Even the charity street in the southern part of the city was established by Xuanhuan himself. The people of Qingzhou might fear the city lord's manner, but very few disliked Xuanhuan. So when the name Xuanhuan appeared on the death warrant, many people's first reaction was not shock, but disbelief. Impossible, right? How could Master Su be the mastermind behind this? My family was wronged by a bully back then, and it was Master Su who helped us file a petition. My younger sister got a position at the academy thanks to a recommendation letter written by Master Su. Could it be that the Celestial Mechanism Tower truly made a mistake? The discussions grew louder. This time, even some who originally believed in the Celestial Mechanism Tower hesitated. The list initially featured Zhao Yuan, and the crowd applauded. When Han Dalen's name was written, the impoverished students were furious. When Fang Xiao and Luo Qing were named, they fled on the spot. The evidence was irrefutable. But Xuanhuan was different. He had no ill reputation, only a good name. If a person had done good deeds for 20 years, suddenly being labeled as the mastermind behind the scenes, it would take everyone time to accept. Pei Yuanjing's face was serious as he finally spoke. Xuanhuan has served this city lord for 20 years, managing Qingzhou's affairs, aiding the people and mediating between various factions. If Fang Xiao and Luo Qing are guilty, this city lord can investigate. But Xuanhuan, I personally vouch for him. The city lord's personal guarantee carried great weight. Zhou Lai immediately said, indeed, Master Su is absolutely not the one who has taken the fate away. Fang Xiao and Luo Qing fled because they have guilty consciences. But what crime has Master Su committed? If the Celestial Mechanism Tower can slander even Master Su, then who in Qingzhou is truly innocent? This statement resonated with many. On the high platform, Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly. She had also heard of Xuanhuan's reputation. If this person were truly the mastermind, he had hidden himself too deeply. But if not this time, the Celestial Mechanism Tower would likely be caught making a mistake by the city lord's manner. Xuanhuan leaned against the railing, her red lips curving slightly. Interesting. The more someone looks like a good person, the more lively it becomes when they make the rankings. Yi Wuchen and Chu Guangxing had just returned with the death warrant fragments, their auras still unsettled. The two exchanged glances, but said nothing. Even they could feel that the name Xuanhuan was more challenging than that of Fang Xiao and Luo Qing. As the crowd debated, a gentle voice came from outside the academy. Everyone need not argue. The crowd parted. A middle-aged scholar dressed in a gray-white long robe walked in slowly. He had a lean face and gentle features, looking less like a legal advisor who wielded power at the city lord's manor, and more like an ordinary man writing letters for others in the streets. Xuanhuan. He walked slowly, and many townsfolk instinctively made way for him, their gazes complex as they looked at him. Master Su. An old woman called out to him with a trembling voice. Xuanhuan stopped and nodded at her gently. Antly, your legs are not well. Please do not push forward. Just these words made many people's hearts waver. Could someone who remembered the elderly in the streets truly be the mastermind behind this? Xuanhuan approached the high platform and saluted Pei Yuanjing. City Lord. Pei Yuanjing frowned. Why have you come? Xuanhuan smiled, his expression still gentle, tinged with a hint of helplessness and bitterness. The matter of my innocence is trivial, but if even a person who has worked for the people of Qingzhou for 20 years can be easily accused, then where is the justice in Qingzhou? Isn't the balance in the hearts of the people going to be shattered? He did not look at the celestial mechanism mirror, but instead surveyed the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the square, his voice steady and earnest. I, Xuanhuan, do not seek my own peace today, but only to ask for reassurance from the elders of Qingzhou. I am willing to ascend to the falling cloud mountain and enter the celestial mechanism tower. If I am guilty, I will accept heavenly punishment. If I am innocent, I ask the celestial mechanism tower to restore clarity to Qingzhou. The venue fell silent. To voluntarily enter the celestial mechanism tower. This audacity made many people believe in him even more. If Master Su had a guilty conscience, how could he dare to enter the celestial mechanism tower? Indeed, the celestial mechanism mirror can even reveal the images of Han Daolin secretly meeting with the gray-robed man. If Master Su dares to go, it shows he is not afraid of an investigation. Pei Yuanjing said in a deep voice, Xuanhuan, you do not need to do this. Xuanhuan shook his head. If I do not go, the city lord's manor will never be able to clear its name. If the celestial mechanism tower is wrong, the people of Qingzhou should also know that the list is not infallible. This statement was gentle yet sharp. He was not cursing the celestial mechanism tower, but he put the celestial mechanism tower in a higher position. If the celestial mechanism mirror did not reveal any issues, the credibility of the celestial mechanism tower would undoubtedly suffer. If Su Changqing refused to let him enter the tower, he would be seen as guilty. On Falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing looked at Xuanhuan in the mirror, his eyes slightly narrowed. On the stargazing plate, Xuanhuan's fortune was very strange. On the surface he appeared gentle and upright, yet within it was as if obscured by a layer of mist. It was not black. It was empty. This was even stranger than black. Black indicated guilt. Empty, what did it signify? It was like a piece of white paper that had all its writings forcibly erased. His past had been severed by an extremely sophisticated force. Su Changqing's eyes flashed with a hint of interest. Interesting. An hour later, Xuanhuan ascended Falling Cloud Mountain. The sides of the mountain path were crowded with onlooking cultivators. Some were worried for him, some awaited to see how the Celestial Mechanism Tower would prove itself, and others secretly hoped for a misstep from the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Xuanhuan's expression was calm as he nodded to the crowd. Before entering the Celestial Mechanism Tower, he paused. Lord Su, if the Celestial Mechanism Tower reveals that I am guilty, I will admit my guilt. If it does not, I ask Lord Su to withdraw the list. Su Changqing, seated behind the long desk, said lightly, very well. A low murmur arose from outside the tower. Su Changqing actually agreed. Xuanhuan stepped into the tower. The celestial mechanism mirror on the second floor slowly lit up. The mirror's light descended. Then everyone was stunned. In the mirror there was a blank space. No past. No images. Nothing at all. Under the celestial mirror, Xuanhuan stood silently. The mirror's surface was as blank as snow. The onlookers outside the tower fell silent at first, then erupted into an uproar. What's going on? Can't the celestial mirror reflect the past? It revealed the secret meeting of Han Daolin, so why is there nothing for Advisor Su? Could the celestial tower truly be wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, they fell like a spark into dry tinder. Doubts spread rapidly. Since the celestial tower reopened, every list Su Changqing released had ultimately come true. The Hidden Dragon list awakened Yi Wuchen's Swordbone, the Evil Deeds list brought Zhao Yuan to ruin, and the Peerless Beauty list stirred the fate of Luo, Qingli the female emperor, across Qingzhou. Yet precisely because it had never aired, the first appearance of a blank space delivered an even greater shock. The City Lord's mansion reacted the fastest. Standing within the academy and witnessing the scene through the celestial mirror's projection, Zhou Lai immediately declared loudly, "Everyone sees this. The celestial mirror reveals not a shred of evidence against Advisor Su. The celestial tower slanders a virtuous man. It should retract the list and apologize." The cultivators aligned with the City Lord's mansion, clutching at this lifeline, chimed in one after another. Retract the list. Advisor Su is innocent. The Celestial Tower cannot defame a man's reputation just because its previous lists were accurate. The voices grew louder, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Standing within the tower, Xuanhuan offered a gentle smile. "Tower Lord Su, do not trouble yourself. Even the celestial mechanism can err. I will not hold it against you." His words sounded magnanimous, yet they only deepened the celestial tower's predicament. If Su Changqing persisted, he would appear unable to accept defeat. If Su Changqing retracted the list, the impact of the mastermind list would be thoroughly suppressed by the City Lord's mansion. Pei Yuanjing also spoke, his voice transmitted through the Academy's projection. "Tower Lord Su, I have respected the Celestial Tower's previous lists. But since the Celestial Mirror offers no proof today, I ask that you remove Xuanhuan's name. Otherwise, Qingzhou cannot allow you to casually defame an innocent man." The atmosphere on Luoyan Mountain grew tense. Many of the gathered onlookers exchanged uneasy glances. They had witnessed the Celestial Tower astonish the crowd countless times. But this was the first time it seemed cornered. Even the Celestial Mirror had revealed nothing. How could it prove its claim? Someone murmured, "Could Advisor Su truly be innocent?" Those nearby fell silent. If Xuanhuan was innocent, how could the name on the life tablet fragment be explained? But if Xuanhuan was guilty, why was the celestial mirror blank? These two conflicting doubts clashed, causing everyone to waver. Xuanhuan sighed softly. "Tower Lord Su, I know the mastermind list is a grave matter. You may have been misled by the life tablet fragment, not intending to slander me. If you retract this list, I am willing to plead with the City Lord on your behalf, and let today's matter end here." At these words, many looked at Xuanhuan with even more complex expressions. He appeared to stand opposed to the celestial tower, yet offered it a graceful way out. But Su Changqing still did not show the panic everyone expected. Instead of answering immediately, he extended a finger and tapped lightly on the long table. Tap. The sound was soft, yet it brought the clamor both inside and outside the tower to a halt. Everyone's heart rose with that single quiet note. Only then did he look up, meeting Xuanhuan's gaze through the mirror. His tone remained calm, but carried an unyielding edge. The celestial mirror's blankness does not mean the list is wrong. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Lai's voice shot up sharply. Then what does it mean? That the celestial tower has no evidence and rules solely by Tower Lord Su's decree. If the celestial mirror acts at will, sometimes working and sometimes not, is it still the celestial mechanism? How is that different from the wild claims of a street fortune teller? Today you say Advisor Zu's past was severed, Tomorrow, could you arbitrarily accuse anyone from the city lord's mansion of being a baleful star descended from heaven? Changqing did not argue but continued, it means his past was severed by someone. A hush fell outside the tower. Severed past. The notion was too arcane. Xuanhuan sighed softly again. Tower Lord Su, I am but a mundane scholar. What virtue or ability do I possess to have my past severed by another? Your words, I fear, will not convince the masses. Zhou immediately added, if it cannot be seen, claim the past was severed. This explanation from the celestial tower is far too overbearing. The tide of doubt surged once more. Changqing did not argue. He raised his hand, and the star observation disk on the third floor began to rotate slowly. Points of starlight emerged. Each star corresponded to the fortune of a person in Qingzhou. The star observation disk differed from the celestial mirror. The mirror reflected the past, the disk observed fortune. If the past was severed, then let it examine the present fate. Starlight fell upon Xuanhuan's head. At first, everything appeared normal. Xuanhuan's fortune was faint like a gentle warm lamp. That fortune could even be called clean, free of bloodshed, resentment, or any visible dark threat. The common folk who had once received Xuanhuan's kindness showed expressions of relief, as if surviving a calamity. Many let out long sighs as though a boulder had finally been lifted from their hearts. See, Advisor Su is a good man. We nearly wronged him. The celestial tower this time is truly. A few had even begun to mutter complaints against the celestial tower. But some more meticulous stared at the blank image in the mirror with furrowed brows, murmuring, though there is no evidence of guilt, isn't the fact that nothing appears at all inherently strange? Yet such thoughts were still in the minority. Aunt Li, whom Xuanhuan had once helped, clasped her hands together and whispered, Heaven be praised, Advisor Su is innocent. These voices converged like waves crashing against Luoyun Mountain, causing the celestial tower's authority to totter precariously. Xuanhuan smiled slightly as if relieved. But in the next instant, the star observation disk emitted a soft chime. Behind that gentle warm lamp, a second shadow emerged. That shadow was deep and cold, like a stranger standing behind Xuanhuan. The crowd outside the tower fell instantly silent. What is that? There's another shadow behind Advisor Su. That's not fortune, it's a fate shadow. The smile finally faded from Xuanhuan's face. Changqing looked at him and said calmly, Your past cannot be illuminated. Then let us illuminate your fate. Xuanhuan, there is a second person dwelling within you. As his words fell, the star observation disk blazed with light. The shadow behind Xuanhuan slowly raised its head. In that instant, all the doubt from the foot of Luoyun Mountain seemed stifled by an invisible hand. Moments ago, they had been shouting for the list's retraction, claiming the celestial tower slandered a virtuous man. But now that second shadow behind Xuanhuan was clearly displayed on the star observation disk. The celestial mirror had not shown his past, not because Xuanhuan had no past, but because someone had hidden it away. This was more terrifying than revealing evidence of guilt. Evidence could only prove what Xuanhuan had done. The blankness and the double shadow, however, indicated that he harbored something within him that even the current celestial mirror could not perceive. Zhou opened his mouth to retort, but found himself speechless. Pei Yuanjing's face also darkened. Gazing at the double shadow on the star observation disk, a flicker of genuine wariness crossed his eyes for the first time. For even he had not known that Xuanhuan's fate concealed a second shadow. Xuanhuan's gentle smile finally froze completely. He instinctively took a half step back, as if trying to escape the star observation disk's range. But the starlight, like a net, had already firmly pinned him in place. Witnessing this, a single thought arose in the minds of the crowd outside the tower. If he were truly innocent, why? On the stargazing disk, the shadow behind Xuanhuan became increasingly vivid. This shadow had no facial features, yet it instinctively instilled a chill in all who beheld it. It resembled neither a ghost nor a demon. Xuanhuan stood within the Tianji Tower, his expression tightening for the first time. He raised his hand to touch the back of his neck, as if finally aware of an invisible hand resting there. The second person, he murmured. Outside the tower, the crowd stared at him intently. Just moments ago, they had been questioning whether the Tianji Tower was slandering good people. In the next moment, the stargazing disk revealed a second shadow behind Xuanhuan. This twist sent shivers down everyone's spine. Changqing looked at him and slowly began to speak. 15 years ago, during a heavy snow outside the city, you saved an old man in gray robes. Xuanhuan's head snapped up. He had never spoken of this to anyone. 15 years ago, he was not the master of the city, but merely a down-and-out accountant. That winter, he encountered an old man in gray robes in a dilapidated temple on the outskirts of the city, nearly frozen to death. He had given the old man a bowl of hot porridge and an old garment. After that, the old man vanished. Later on, he began to grow clever, managing accounts with an eidetic memory, always grasping the key points when solving cases, handling governmental affairs with apparent divine assistance, and gradually entered the city lord's manor, becoming Sushya. He had always thought that this was his awakening. Su Changqing continued, "You didn't save an old man. You saved a remnant soul. Since that day it has resided within your life." Su Wenzhou's body swayed. The light from the stargazing disc illuminated and fragmented images began to emerge. The dilapidated temple. The gray-robed remnant soul. Su Wenzhou offered the bowl of porridge. The remnant soul looked up, revealing eyes devoid of pupils. After that, Su Wenzhou's memories began to fracture. He wrote down lists, entered the city lord's manor at night. He stood before the altar, placing the life tokens into the black shrine. He watched Feng Xiao bring in the fallen souls, observed Luo Qing make alterations to the formation, and saw Han Daoling deliver the list of candidates for the academic competition. Yet after every one of these events, he would wake up the next day with no recollection. In the daytime, Su Wenzhou still wrote petitions for the common people, delivered stipends to impoverished students, allocated grain for disaster relief, all while maintaining a gentle and upright demeanor. But at night, Su Wenzhou was like a borrowed skin, arranging the scheme for the remnant soul beneath the city lord's manor. The crowd outside felt their scalps prickle. Su Shirya isn't the mastermind. He was parasitized. Then who is the true puppet master? Some who had once received Su Wenzhou's kindness felt their eyes redden. They didn't know whether to hate him or to pity him. If he were entirely an evildoer, they could curse, rage, and spit. But the images revealed by the Tianji Tower told them that Su Wenzhou was half a good person, half a consumed puppet. This truth was more suffocating than outright evil. His voice trembled, filled with terror. At that moment, everyone could see that Su Wenzhou was not acting. "Were not what I wanted to write. Every time I wake up, I think it was just a dream. Su Tower Master, save me." His voice trembled, filled with terror. At that moment, everyone could see that Su Wenzhou was not acting. He was genuinely trapped by something within his body. Su Changqing raised his hand. The protective tower monument glowed, attempting to subdue that shadow. Golden chains of causality descended from the monument, entwining the fate shadow behind Su Wenzhou. A glimmer of hope appeared on Su Wenzhou's face. But in the next moment, his body suddenly stiffened. His lowered head slowly lifted. The gentleness, fear, and pain on his face all vanished. In their place was a strange indifference. "Tianji Tower," Su Wenzhou spoke. His voice remained his own, but it carried an added raspy echo. "You can see the shadow, but you cannot see me." Outside, the crowd gasped. The true entity had taken over Su Wenzhou's body. Su Changqing's gaze turned cold, finally willing to speak. The shadow laughed. "Su Changqing, you've thwarted many of my plans, but you are still far from enough. The Tianji mirror cannot reveal me, and the stargazing disc can only show a layer of shadow. Do you think you can disrupt 30 years of schemes with a mere crumbling tower?" The golden light from the protective tower monument pressed down. Yet the shadow within Su Wenzhou's body suddenly tore open a black rift. That rift extended toward the depths of the city lord's manor. Su Changqing pointed sword, intent transforming into a dragon, literary intent becoming a mountain, the true meaning of the ice phoenix condensing into the frost heaven lock. 3 forces howled down from the 3rd floor of the Tianji Tower, aiming to pin that fate shadow in place. The energy within the tower surged, even the light twisted. However, the shadow merely sneered at this. It did not resist directly, but instead explosively unleashed half of Su Wenzhou's vital energy, transforming it into a burst of blood mist that instantly tainted that sword dragon frost lock. Taking advantage of this momentary distraction, it dragged Su Wenzhou's withered body, without hesitation, into that pre-prepared black rift. A flash of black light. Su Wenzhou vanished. Before the Tianji Tower, only a puddle of black blood remained. The crowd outside fell silent. They finally understood that Su Wenzhou was not the end. He was merely a vessel. Su Changqing gazed at the spot where the rift had disappeared, which aligned with the flow of the city lord's manor's earth veins, the core node of the entire city protection formation. The fact that the remnant soul could escape so easily relied not on Su Wenzhou's mundane vessel, but on a far greater power. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and he instantly understood. He did not pursue, but slowly picked up his brush, writing a new name on the golden list. Puppet Master List No. 6. Qingzhou City Protection Formation. Comment: the city protection is false, but the scheme to seize fortune is real. The formation protects a city, but also confines it. A formation has made it onto the list. In the direction of the city lord's manor, Pei Yuanjing stared at the rift from which Su Wenzhou had disappeared, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with water. Su Wenzhou was someone he had personally vouched for. Yet now, before the entire city, a second shadow had emerged from within Su Wenzhou and fled back to the depths of the city lord's manor. This escape was akin to tearing away the last veil of shame from the city lord's manor. Those who had previously defended Xuanhuan now felt a chill run down their spines. They suddenly realized that the Su Shurya they had believed in for 20 years might not have been the complete Xuanhuan for a long time. What was even more terrifying was that if Xuanhuan was merely a vessel, then what truly controlled everything beneath the city lord's manor had been hidden for how many years? Changqing stared at the newly emerged words on the golden list, gently tapping his fingertips against the long table. From Han Daoling to Fang Xiao and Luo Qing, then to Xuanhuan, this web had finally revealed more than just its corners. What was about to be unveiled next was not a single person, but rather the foundation that Pei Yuanjing claimed had protected Qingzhou for 30 years. The sixth entry on the list of behind the scenes manipulators, the Qingzhou City Protection Formation. The commentary reads, the protection of the city is a facade while the true purpose is to seize fate. A formation that guards a city can also imprison it. The golden list hung in the sky above Qingzhou. Everyone was stunned. Ranking individuals was understandable to the masses. Ranking villains, geniuses, beauties, and divine weapons was also somewhat acceptable. But now the Tianji Tower had actually placed a formation on the list of behind the scenes manipulators. A formation could also be considered a hidden hand. After a brief silence, Qingzhou erupted into chaos. A formation on the list. This is absurd. Isn't the behind the scenes list meant for people? How can a formation even be included? The people from the city lord's mansion immediately seized the opportunity. Zhou said coldly, ridiculous. The city protection formation is the foundation of Qingzhou, devoid of spirit and intelligence, solely meant to suppress the earth's veins. How could it be a hidden hand? The Tianji Tower must be running out of words, resorting to listing formations. The disciples from the city lord's mansion echoed in agreement. It's truly a joke to place a formation on the list of hidden hands. If that's the case, will even the walls of Qingzhou be listed tomorrow? The Tianji Tower has truly gone too far this time. Many onlookers were also hesitant. Xuanhuan's dual fate was indeed strange, but that only proved he was parasitized by something. The formation being listed was another matter. Pei Yuanjing stood on the high platform of the academy and said solemnly, Master Su, the city protection formation is related to the life and death of the city. If you continue to slander the formation and shake the earth's veins of Qingzhou, the consequences are beyond what you can bear. As soon as he spoke, many elder cultivators' expressions changed slightly. The earth's veins of Qingzhou were no trivial matter. Even if cultivators battled and destroyed a street, it could still be rebuilt. But if the earth's veins collapsed, the entire Qingzhou could become a dead zone. Pei Yuanjing was using this fear to suppress the doubts of the crowd. Su Changqing's voice came from the Tianji mirror. Since you all do not believe, then let us observe the earth's veins. The crowd was taken aback. Observe the earth's veins. The earth's veins were hidden underground, connected to the fate of the city, invisible to ordinary people. Even the formation masters could only catch a glimpse through the formation plates. Su Changqing looked towards Chun Jibai on the Worrying Heart platform. Chun Jibai, right, Wen Xingwen. Chun Jibai was momentarily stunned. He had just awakened his righteous Dao bone, and his breath was still unstable. Yet upon hearing Su Changqing's voice, he did not hesitate. He walked onto the Worrying Heart platform and fetched a brush and ink. What shall I inquire about? Su Changqing said. Ask this city, does it protect the common people or the altar? As this question fell, the entire city fell silent. Chun Jibai took a deep breath and began to write. For 300 years Qingzhou has stood. The walls protect the people, and the earth's veins nourish them. If the formation is for protection, what fear is there in a question from the masses? If the formation is for seizing fate, how dare it call itself a protector of life? With each character he wrote, the righteous literary energy rose a fraction. His Dao bone shone in his chest, and the brush in his hand grew increasingly steady. The literary energy that had once been suppressed seemed to find an outlet, transforming into beams of white light that surged onto the paper. By the end, the white light from the Worrying Heart platform soared into the sky. Literary energy was not a force of killing, yet it could most clearly reveal the illusions. The white light descended into the ground. The entire Earth's veins map of Qingzhou gradually materialized in midair. It was a massive diagram interwoven with golden lines. The main vein entered the city from the north and exited to the south, with branches connecting to streets, the academy, the royal palace, and the city lord's mansion. At first, everything appeared normal. The golden earth veins were gentle and heavy, like a dragon sleeping beneath the city. But soon the crowd noticed something amiss. Beneath the golden earth veins lay a black reverse vein. It resembled a venomous snake parasitizing the earth veins, extending from the base of the academy to beneath the city lord's mansion, then winding towards the Qingdi tomb. Wherever the black vein passed, the golden earth veins dimmed. More frighteningly small life plates hung like shadows above the black vein. Gu Qinzhou, Chen Jibai, Yi Wuchen, Chu Quanxing, Luo Qingli, Zhang Mingwe, Shen Hongzhuang. One name after another flickered in and out of the Earth's veins map. The entire city was in an uproar. This was no longer mere speculation. This was using divine power to expose the entire Earth veins of Qingzhou for all to see. Within the city protection formation, there truly lay another formation. The fate-seizing formation. Just moments ago, those who mocked the idea of formations being listed were now left speechless. For they had seen with their own eyes that the so-called city protection formation was using the entire Earth's veins of Qingzhou to nourish a reverse vein. Pei Yuanjing's expression turned completely pale. He gazed at the black reverse vein, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes for the first time. It seemed even he did not expect the city protection formation to be eroded to such an extent. At that moment, the black reverse vein seemed to sense its exposure and suddenly glowed brightly. All the participating prodigies in the Academy Square turned pale simultaneously. Above them, threads of fate were being forcibly extracted. The brush handle in Chun Zibai's hand cracked inch by inch, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. With his current cultivation forcibly revealing the Earth's veins of a city had already exceeded his limits. But he did not stop. Instead, he pressed the final stroke fiercely onto the paper. Let the 10,000 people of Qingzhou see this formation. The righteous literary energy thunderously expanded. But he did not stop. Instead, he pressed the final stroke fiercely onto the paper. Let the 10,000 people of Qingzhou see this formation. The righteous literary energy, it was cloaked in a layer of golden formation light, yet within it continuously devoured the fate of the prodigies. The so-called protection of the city was merely a shell. The so-called suppression of the Earth's veins was merely a cover. The commentary from the Tianji Tower, stating the formation protects a city, yet also confines, it was fully realized at that moment. Those who had previously laughed with the city lord's mansion at the Tianji Tower's lack of words now wore increasingly grim expressions. A formation cannot be listed. But if a formation devours the fate of the people, conceals evidence, and confines a city's prodigies, why shouldn't it be on the list? At this moment, the significance of the behind-the-scenes manipulators list was elevated to a whole new level. It did not rank people. It ranked causality. Pei Yuanjing stood on the high platform, not uttering another word. For any explanation seemed pale before this Earth's veins map. If the city protection formation were truly only for protection, why would it bear the life plates of prodigies like Yi Wuchen, Chu Guangxing, and Luo Qingli? If the city lord's mansion were truly unaware, why was the core of the black vein precisely beneath the city lord's mansion? The answer no longer needed Su Changqing to say. As the black reverse veins illuminated, the entire plaza of the academy was shrouded in shadows. Visible black lines emerged from the arena seats, and beneath the platform, coiling around the talented individuals present like living creatures. The first to fall were the ordinary contestants. Before they could react, their fortune was extracted, coalescing into illusory fate tokens above their heads. My cultivation. Save me. What is this thing? The cries of despair rang out in succession. What was once a bustling competition suddenly transformed into a hunting ground for fortune. Those black lines. They are siphoning my son's fortune. A wealthy merchant watching his son compete pointed at the plaza, his voice piercingly shrill, as he helplessly watched his proud son collapse in his seat, a wisp of illusory green smoke drifting from above. This is not a competition. This is a sacrifice. We are all offerings. This scream ignited the fears of everyone, and the once vibrant plaza was now filled only with gasps and suppressed wails. They finally understood that this was not a power struggle, but a silent massacre aimed at the entire city. This formation truly sought to reap lives and fortune, and it was happening right before their eyes. The black lines coiled around Yi Wuchen. The mark of the Qing emperor on his forehead glowed, and a nameless rusty sword at his waist was drawn half an inch. In a flash of sword light, the black lines that ensnared him were severed. Yet the severed black lines did not dissipate. They continued to surge from the ground, as if cutting one would yield 10 more. They cannot be fully severed. Yi Wuchen's expression grew serious. His sword could cut people, could slice through formations, but these black lines were connected to the Earth's veins. As long as the source remained, the sword light could only delay. On the other side, Chu Guangxing was ensnared by dozens of black lines. He was not flustered. Instead, he grinned widely. Demonic energy mixed with fortune. The demonic body roared to life, and Chu Guangxing moved forward, instead of retreating, actually opening his mouth to swallow several black lines directly into his belly. He burped, a hint of unusual flush appearing on his face as he grinned, and said, "Not bad, just a bit Before he could finish his sentence, his expression slightly changed, feeling a force that did not belong to the demonic energy, wildly surging within him, forcibly stripping away his fundamental fortune. His wild laughter faded, but his eyes shone brightly. Hey, this is interesting, it even has thorns. Troublesome. Luo Qingli's beautiful eyes were icy, and she did not focus solely on severing the black lines like others. Stepping forward, the ice phoenix phantom behind her let out a mighty cry, spreading an aura of inviolable majesty. Form a protective array. Her voice was cold, yet it pierced the ears of everyone like thunder. Frost spread from her as the center enveloping dozens of talents, forming a temporary sanctuary. Those black lines sizzled upon touching the frosty white domain, emitting a sound of dissolution. After doing all this, her complexion did not pale, rather the brilliance in her eyes dimmed slightly, as if what she exhausted was not spiritual power, but something more fundamental. These lines are connected to the earth's veins, they cannot be severed solely by individuals. Jiang Mingwei stood in front of the royal seat, her moon-white dress billowing without wind. The true dragon accompanies the moon manifested, and a translucent moon shadow shielded the people of the royal estate. The royal disciples caught in the black lines finally caught their breath. She looked at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng was also ensnared by the black lines, his face filled with terror. Had it been any other day, he would have stubbornly retorted. But now the fear of having his fortune stripped rendered him mute. Jiang Mingwei did not hesitate. The moonlight expanded, protecting him as well. Jiang Cheng's expression was complex, yet he could not utter a word. Chun Ji-bai protected the students from the cold family with his majestic literary energy. He had just awakened, his Dao bones still weak, his face had turned pale, yet he gritted his teeth and stood at the front. Do not panic. Focus your literary energy, guard your life fate. The cold family students, who were originally the weakest, momentarily steadied their minds thanks to Chun Ji-bai's literary energy. They looked at this companion who had only been a scribe yesterday with genuine respect for the first time. Xuanhuan sat in the observation tower, initially watching like a spectator. But when the black lines approached her, the smile on her face vanished. Those black lines did not immediately siphon her fortune as they did with others. It seemed they were confirming her presence. Then all the black lines simultaneously turned and surged towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression grew cold. Coming for me. The red dust demonic body erupted, and 3,000 red dust phantoms appeared behind her. The black lines were momentarily confused by the phantoms, unable to lock onto her true form. But the fortune-siphoning formation underground in the academy grew brighter. In the underground altar of the city lord's mansion, Su Wenzhou's body stood at the center. Before him, there were not nothingness, but several activated fate tokens floating, each reflecting the phantoms of sword shadows, demonic bodies, ice phoenixes, bright moons, and volumes. At this moment, these fate tokens were shaking violently, their light flickering due to the resistance coming from the academy's direction. The gray-robed remnant soul spoke through Su Wenzhou's mouth in a hoarse whisper. They are all resisting. Good, the more they resist, the more delicious the harvest will be. Its gaze passed over those fate tokens, fixating on the only blank fate token pedestal at the altar's center, which continuously emitted red dust illusions, greedily saying, "Come on, you are the last one. My red dust demon lord." A blank fate token slowly rose at the altar's center, its surface still nameless, yet a hint of red dust aura was already faintly visible. Falling Cloud Mountain. The third floor of the heavenly mechanism tower lit up. Su Changqing stood before the stargazing disc, watching as fortune stars were being pulled by the black lines. System prompts flickered before his eyes. Detected the forced activation of the Qingzhou fortune siphoning formation. Heavenly mechanism value can be consumed to issue a temporary fortune protecting list. Fortune protecting list range Qingzhou Academy. Su Changqing did not hesitate. He took up his brush to write a new temporary list. Qingzhou fortune protecting list. Anyone on this list will have their fortune temporarily protected by the heavenly mechanism tower. First place, a Yi Wuchen. Second place, a Chu Quanxing. Third place, a Luo Qingli. Fourth place, a Jiang Mingwei. Fifth place, Chun Ji-bai. Sixth place, a Xuanhuan. As the golden list fell, 6 beams of golden light enveloped the 6 individuals. The fortune that had been pulled above their heads suddenly stabilized. All the cultivators in the venue exhaled simultaneously upon witnessing this scene. The heavenly mechanism tower has intervened. The fortune protecting list. It can be used like this. The list not only ranks individuals, but can also protect fortune. In this moment, everyone's perception of the heavenly mechanism tower was refreshed once more. It turned out that the list was not merely for revealing the truth, not just bestowing opportunities, but could also forcibly protect the destinies of the talents within the fortune siphoning formation. However, Su Changqing's expression did not relax. Because on the stargazing disc, the star representing Xuanhuan was still trembling violently. What the fortune siphoning formation truly desired was not everyone, but the red dust demonic body. Xuanhuan looked up at Su Changqing in the heavenly mechanism mirror. Master Su, it seems this play is coming back to me. After the golden light of the fortune-protecting list fell, those talents who were about to faint finally steadied themselves. Yi Wuchen looked towards the direction of the heavenly mechanism tower, gripping his sword tighter. Chu Quanxing chuckled softly. Owe him once more. Luo Qingli said nothing, merely causing the ice phoenix phantom to flap its wings again, shielding those around her from the remaining black lines. Jiang Mingyu's eyes shimmered with moonlight. She truly understood for the first time that the so-called list of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower was no longer just a simple ranking, but a rule that could alter the situation. Chen Zibai gazed at the golden light above, unsure of what he was thinking. If it were not for the Heavenly Mechanism Tower today, he, a humble Dao bone from a cold family, would have become a silent fate token on the fortune-siphoning formation. Xuanhuan had never liked being schemed against, especially when she only came to watch a show, yet suddenly became a part of it. At the observation tower of the academy, the black lines of fate surged in like a tide. They avoided Yi Wuchen's sword light, circled around Luo Qingli's icy phoenix aura, and even temporarily abandoned the demonic energy from Chu Guangxing, all entwining towards Xuanhuan. The red dust demonic body. This was the last piece of the puzzle that the fate-snatching array desired. Xuanhuan's gaze grew colder. Behind her, 3,000 phantom figures of the red dust swayed. Each phantom was a different version of her. Some were young girls smiling, some were enchanting dancers, some were demonesses whispering, and some were white-clad nuns chanting scriptures. The black lines were momentarily misled by the phantoms. But soon a deep rumble echoed from the underground of the academy. Those black lines seemed to sense the scent of blood and refocused on Xuanhuan's true self. The golden light of the fate suppression list pressed down, protecting the fate above her head. But these black lines were not merely for snatching fate. They were like bloodthirsty venomous insects, bypassing the golden light of the fate suppression list and continuing to burrow deep into her life essence. Xuanhuan raised her hand and grasped. A black line was caught in her palm. At the end of the black line, a drop of dark red blood began to faintly appear. That blood had her aura. The smile on Xuanhuan's face completely vanished. My lifeblood. The faces of all the disciples at the demonic sect shifted simultaneously. Lifeblood was not ordinary blood. It was tied to the life essence of the cultivator, and once acquired by someone, it could be used for cursing, snatching fate, or pursuing souls. As the saintess of the demonic sect, Xuanhuan was heavily guarded, and ordinary enemies could not possibly obtain her lifeblood. The only ones who could obtain it could only come from within the demonic sect. Xuanhuan slowly turned her head to look at the demonic sect's seats. Who gave it? Her voice was very soft. But the disciples of the demonic sect all lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. This saintess, who usually always smiled when she turned cold, was more terrifying than anyone else. A young demonic cultivator suddenly turned to flee. Xuanhuan's gaze turned icy. The red dust bell chimed. Ding! That demonic cultivator's figure froze, and a look of obsession appeared in his eyes as he involuntarily walked back step by step to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan asked, "Who instructed you to obtain my lifeblood?" The demonic cultivator's expression struggled, his lips trembled. It was Elder Hongchen. In the demonic sect's seats, an elder in red robes suddenly darkened in expression. He shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Saintess, this person has been deceived by the fate-snatching array. He is clearly trying to sow discord within our demonic sect." Xuanhuan looked at him. "Elder Hongchen, I haven't asked you yet." The elder in red, suppressing his shock, said in a deep voice, "I am utterly loyal to the saintess. How could I betray the lifeblood of the saintess?" The black lines were still surging in. The golden light of the fate suppression list protected Xuanhuan, but it could not completely sever the pull of the lifeblood. The red dust fate above her head resembled a blooming blood-colored lotus being tugged bit by the black lines. Yi Wuchen held the sword hilt, the sword intent ready to strike, but upon sensing that thread of lifeblood's aura within the black lines, he slightly furrowed his brows. Luo Qingli's cold aura swirled beside her, but she also sensed the highly targeted causal pull, realizing that ordinary techniques would be difficult to sever. Chu Guangxing let out a sound, just about to speak to devour, but was stopped by a glance from Xuanhuan. "This is my matter." Xuanhuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable tone. "If you intervene, it will only disrupt the fate, making it easier for him to succeed." She could have escaped using the red dust demonic body. If she wanted to leave, the fate-snatching array would not necessarily be able to keep her. But she did not leave. Instead, she sat back down at the observation tower, her red dress spread out like a flower that was dangerously beautiful. She looked up at the heavenly machine mirror. "Master Su, I originally came just to watch a show today. But now someone has written me into the play as well. Since you can rank the behind-the-scenes masterminds, why not tell me it? Who dares to buy my life?" This question caused everyone in the Academy Square to hold their breath. The saintess of the demonic sect had always been strong-willed. She did not ask for help or offer explanations, only seeking an answer. On Mount Layun, Su Changqing looked at the star in the stargazing disc representing Xuanhuan, which was shaking violently. The red dust demonic Bodhi's fate was extremely prosperous, If swallowed by the fate-snatching array, the entire array would be completed in advance. No wonder the mastermind behind it would rather expose a traitor within the demonic sect than first lock onto Xuanhuan. Changqing began to write. Behind Thessine's mastermind list, 5th Red Dust Elder from the demonic sect. Crime 1, stealing the lifeblood of Saintess Xuanhuan. Crime 2, exchanging lifeblood for a spot in the fate-snatching array. Crime 3, attempting to leverage the fate of the red dust demonic body to break through to the golden core. As soon as the gold list was announced, the demonic sect's seats fell into silence. The red dust elder's complexion changed completely. Earlier, he could still argue that the disciples were talking nonsense, claiming that the fate-snatching array was sowing discord within the demonic sect. But now the heavenly machine building had directly written his name on the behind Thessine's mastermind list. This was not suspicion. This was a definitive ranking. The gazes of the demonic sect's disciples towards him instantly changed. If a righteous sect has a traitor, it might only lead to self-destruction. But if a traitor appears in the demonic sect, the consequences would leave people trembling in fear. Xuanhuan smiled. But that smile held no warmth. So it really is you. The red dust elder's forehead broke out in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and said, Saintess, the heavenly machine building is using your hands to cleanse the demonic sect. If you believe it, you are truly falling into a trap. Xuanhuan gently turned the red bell on her wrist. Elder, rest assured. Whether it is a trap or not, I will see for myself. She looked up at the heavenly machine mirror, her voice laced with a smile. Master Su, what a behind Thessine's mastermind list. She twirled a black line with her fingertip, gazing at the heavenly machine mirror with a bright smile. Now I ask Master Su to lend the divine might of the heavenly machine to write the final stroke for my grand performance of cleansing the sect. And let the people of Qingzhou see what the consequences of betraying Xuanhuan will be. The heavenly machine mirror shone brightly. The red dust elder seated at the demonic sect's table turned pale instantly. At this moment, all eyes inside and outside the academy were focused on the demonic sect's seats. The righteous cultivators watching the internal strife of the demonic sect should have been gloating. But now no one could laugh. Because if the red dust elder could sell Xuanhuan's lifeblood, the academy's ritual wine could sell the list of cold families, and the city lord's array master could alter the earth vein array map, who could guarantee that there were no second traitors beside them. The most terrifying aspect of the fate-snatching array was not the black lines wrapping around one, but rather it had already woven the greed, fear, and unwillingness of those nearing the end of their lives into the array. Xuanhuan's fingertip gently circled that black line, which emitted a sizzling sound between her fingers. She did not sever it immediately, as she wanted all the disciples of the demonic sect to clearly see where that drop of lifeblood truly came from and where it was destined to flow. Elder Hongshun. She spoke with a smile. When you entered Qingzhou with me, I once asked you in this play of Qingzhou, who is the most ridiculous? You said the righteous path is ridiculous, the city lord's mansion is ridiculous, and even the heavenly machine building may not be exempt from ridicule. Now it seems the most ridiculous one is me. The red dust elder's face twitched. Xuanhuan continued. I actually brought someone who would sell my life to sit here and watch others being snatched of their fate. As these words fell, the demonic sect's disciples buried their heads even lower. The red dust elder wanted to retreat, but the surrounding fellow disciples had already silently dispersed, leaving him isolated. The demonic sect could be ruthless, could vie for power, could kill and seize treasures. But betraying the saintess and selling her lifeblood to outsiders was already a grave taboo within the demonic sect. The light of the heavenly machine mirror finally descended. Elder Hongchen's name appeared on the list, and the demon sect fell into a deathly silence. All disciples of the demon sect dared not speak. Elder Hongchen held a very high position in the Qingzhou branch of the demon sect, and was one of Xuanhuan's protective elders. After Xuanhuan entered Qingzhou, many visible affairs were managed by him on behalf of the saintess. No one expected that the person who would betray Xuanhuan's lifeblood would be him. Elder Hongchen's expression was grim, yet he forced a cold smile. The methods of the Tianji Tower are quite clever. First they slander the city lord's mansion, then sow discord in the academy, and now they seek to sow discord within our demon sect. Saintess, do not fall for their schemes. Xuanhuan propped her chin on her hand and smiled gently. Elder, you speak wisely. Elder Hongchen felt a weight lift from his heart. But the next moment Xuanhuan added, so I also want to see the evidence. In the direction of Luoyun Mountain, the Tianji mirror lit up. The image projected above the academy. It was a secret chamber. The chamber was draped in red gauze, and the ground was inscribed with the forbidden runes of the Hongshun lineage of the demon sect. Elder Hongchen sat at the table facing Su Wenzhou. To be precise, it was Su Wenzhou controlled by the shadow in a gray robe. On the table lay a black jade bottle. Within it a drop of dark red life blood slowly floated. As soon as the drop of life blood appeared, the Hongqian phantom behind Xuanhuan trembled simultaneously. Everyone understood that it was her life blood. Su Wenzhou in the image said the Hongqian demonic body possesses immense fortune. If it can enter the formation, it should be sufficient for you to break through the golden core barrier. Elder Hongqian's voice was hoarse. What I want is not just should be. Su Wenzhou smiled slightly. The fortune-snatching formation is already in place. You just need to hand over the life blood to the formation when the Saintess arrives at the academy. Elder Hongqian remained silent for a moment and asked if the Saintess dies, what will happen to the demon sect? She won't die. At most her fortune will diminish and her demonic body will be damaged. Can a Saintess with diminished fortune still suppress you? At this point the image ended. The entire venue fell into silence. Elder Hongqian's face turned pale. This was no longer merely betrayal. He was not coerced, nor was he controlled by the fortune-snatching formation. Instead, he actively used Shun Hongzhuang's lifeblood to exchange for a chance at the golden core. The disciples of the demon sect looked at him with eyes akin to those of a corpse. Shun Hongzhuang slowly stood up. She still wore a smile, but all the disciples of the demon sect instinctively took a step back. Elder, I have treated you well, haven't I? Elder Hongqian gritted his teeth and said, Shun Hongzhuang, you only sit in the position of Saintess because you rely on the Hongqian demonic body. This old man has been trapped at the peak of Foundation establishment for 20 years. Why shouldn't I compete for a chance at the golden core? You are young, you have talent, you naturally do not understand the taste of impending death. Shun Hongzhuang nodded. I can compete, but you should not use my life to compete. Elder Hongqian roared in anger, his demonic energy erupting, attempting to escape amidst the chaos of the fortune-snatching formation. He understood very well that once he fell into Shun Hongzhuang's hands, death would be preferable. But just as he took 3 steps, the silver bell at Shun Hongzhuang's ankle chimed lightly. Ding! Elder Hongqian's gaze froze. Countless Hongqian phantoms appeared before him. A young man seeking the Tao bloodshed within the demon sect, failed Foundation establishment life, nearing its end. Scenes from the past transformed into inner demons, trapping him in place. Shun Hongzhuang approached him, extending a finger to gently touch his forehead. From today onwards, the Hongqian lineage will have a new leader. Bang! Elder Hongqian's demonic powers shattered inch by inch. His cultivation plummeted from the peak of Foundation establishment, ultimately leaving only the chi refining stage. He collapsed to the ground, his face filled with resentment. The disciples of the demon sect knelt in unison. We welcome the Saintess to cleanse the lineage. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the righteous cultivators. They suddenly realized that Shun Hongzhuang's placement among the top 3 on the beauty ranking relied not solely on her appearance. She was the Saintess of the demon sect, someone capable of suppressing the demons in such a place. Elder Hongqian coughed up blood, laughing bitterly. Shun Hongzhuang, do you think I want your life? Shun Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Elder Hongqian stared in the direction of the Tianji mirror, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. The one truly buying your life is not me. It is the Qingzhou Mu. Upon hearing the name Qingzhou Mu, the entire venue instantly fell silent. Shun Hongzhuang frowned slightly. Jiang Mingyu's expression also changed. The current Qingzhou only had a city lord, not a Qingzhou Mu. The previous Qingzhou Mu had died in battle 30 years ago during the Demon Tide. Elder Hongqian's laughter grew increasingly deranged. Su Changqing, aren't you the one who can rank lists? Do you dare to rank a dead man? As his voice fell, the remaining restraints within him exploded, causing him to die on the spot. In the academy square, there was only an eerie silence. Shun Hongzhuang looked at his corpse, the smile on her face slowly fading. She raised her head and looked toward the Tianji mirror. Leader Su, can a dead man still buy a life? Everyone's gaze focused once again on the Tianji Tower. The people of Qingzhou looked at Elder Hongqian's corpse, feeling a chill creeping up their spines. When Han Daoling was silenced, they had already witnessed the ruthlessness of the person behind the scenes. But Elder Hongqian's death made them even more certain of one thing: in this fortune-snatching scheme, there were no true collaborators, only discarded pawns used until the end. Elder Hongqian believed he could exchange for a chance at the Golden Core. Han Daoling thought he could protect the interests of the Academy's aristocratic families. Fang Xiao and Luo Qing believed they were merely working for the City Lord's mansion. But once exposed, their endings were all the same. Death. Or something worse than death. Shun Hongzhuang waved her sleeve, and Elder Hongqian's corpse was engulfed by demonic flames. She did not glance back even once, and simply addressed the disciples of the demon sect. From today onwards, whoever dares to privately associate with the underground affairs of the City Lord's mansion will not need to wait for the Tianji Tower to rank them. I will personally send them to the list. The disciples of the demon sect lowered their heads in unison. We obey the Saintess orders. This voice was uniform, yet carried an oppressive fear to the extreme. Shun Hongzhuang returned to the observation building, but the aura of the Hongqian demonic body did not retract. She looked toward the depths of the academy, her eyes revealing true killing intent for the first time. Qingzhoumu. I will remember this name. The title of Qingzhou Shepherd has become somewhat unfamiliar to the younger generation. Currently, the highest authority in Qingzhou is the city lord Pei Yuanjing. However, 30 years ago, the true master of Qingzhou was Lu Xuanhuan. Lu Xuanhuan was not an ordinary official. He was a regional governor dispatched to Qingzhou by the Qin dynasty and one of the most renowned powerhouses in Qingzhou for centuries. It is said that 30 years ago, a wave of demonic beasts surged southward, attacking Qingzhou. Lu Xuanhuan led the army to defend the city gate for 3 days and nights, ultimately sacrificing himself as the focal point to suppress the wave of demons dying on the city wall. Since then, the position of Qingzhou Shepherd has remained vacant. Pei Yuanjing took control of Qingzhou, but only called himself the city lord, not daring to claim the title of shepherd. For many of the older generation, Lu Xuanhuan is the true guardian of Qingzhou. Yet now Elder Hongqian claimed before his death that the one who truly bought Shun Hongzhuang's life was the Qingzhou shepherd, a man who has been dead for 30 years. In the academy's plaza, the faces of the older cultivators were complex. Impossible. Lu Shepherd was a hero who died for Qingzhou. If it weren't for him, Qingzhou would have perished 30 years ago. The Heavenly Machine Tower can't possibly slander even the dead, can they? Those from the city lord's office seemed to seize the opportunity. Zhou Lai said sharply, Elder Hongqian's delirious ramblings before death, why take them seriously? Lu Shepherd died for Qingzhou. How can we allow the demonic sects to tarnish his name? Many nodded in agreement. Even if they doubted the city lord's office, they were reluctant to easily suspect Lu Xuanhuan. A fallen hero is often harder to overturn than a living ruler. The living can err, can be greedy, can be fearful. The dead remain in legends adorned with accolades by generations. Pei Yuanjing said solemnly, Su Master, if you include Lu Shepherd on the list of masterminds, you will be opposing the entire populace of Qingzhou. His tone was heavy. This was Pei Yuanjing's strongest stance today. He understood that the name Lu Xuanhuan was the last untouchable monument in the hearts of the people of Qingzhou. As long as the Heavenly Machine Tower directly listed Lu Xuanhuan as the mastermind, the city lord's office could reclaim the hearts of the people. On Mount Liyun, Su Changqing gazed at the stargazing disk. The name Lu Xuanhuan indeed appeared. However, the fated star was quite strange. Half golden light, half black mist. Within the golden light, there was the merit of defending the city, the blood of slaying demons, and the incense of countless people. Within the black mist, there were the stolen fates, the pollution of ancient altars, and an obsession with immortality that had lingered for 30 years. The hero is real. The pollution is also real. If Lu Xuanhuan were directly listed as the mastermind, the people of Qingzhou might not be able to accept it, for they only knew the legends from 30 years ago. Thus let us first record the old matters. Su Changqing picked up his brush. A new list appeared. The old matters list of Qingzhou. This is not a conventional list. Rather, it is an old matters list temporarily derived from causal connections after the stargazing disk of the Heavenly Machine Tower's third layer was activated. On the golden list, the first line of text appeared. The first entry on the old matters list, the truth behind the demonic wave 30 years ago. The world claims the demon race invaded and Lu Xuanhuan defended Qingzhou. However, the onset of the demonic wave was not a proactive invasion by the demon race. Rather, someone allowed the demons to enter the pass. Boom. The entire city of Qingzhou felt as if struck by lightning, allowing demons to enter the pass. The demonic wave of 30 years ago was not a natural disaster, but man-made. Many elders stood up on the spot. Impossible. So many people perished back, then how could it be man-made? Who would dare to allow demons to enter the pass? An old soldier with a severed arm trembled his way to the edge of the academy, looking up at the golden list, his eyes red. Both my sons died in that demonic wave. Su Master, if this is false, I will stake my life to curse you. But if this is true... He paused here, his voice choking. If it were true, then the demonic wave they had hated for 30 years hid an even deeper horror behind it. Su Changqing did not continue to explain, for the truth is often hard to accept. He wanted the people of Qingzhou to recall the doubts from back then. 30 years ago, why did the demonic wave come so suddenly? Why did Lu Xuanhuan use himself as the focal point? After the demonic wave, why was the city protection formation solely in the hands of the city lord's office? Why since then have the geniuses of Qingzhou frequently encountered inexplicable misfortunes, falls, and closed-door cultivation leading to madness? A seed of doubt has already been sown. Pei Yuanjing looked at the old matters list, his face darkening. He had originally intended to use Lu Xuanhuan to suppress the Heavenly Machine Tower. Yet Su Changqing did not directly slander Lu Xuanhuan. He merely opened a crack in the long-sealed door from 30 years ago. The wind blowing through that crack has begun to chill all of Qingzhou. At the same time, taverns, long streets, and sect residences throughout Qingzhou fell into chaos. Some angrily cursed the Heavenly Machine Tower for being audacious enough to involve a hero like Lu Xuanhuan. Others recalled their own ancestors who had inexplicably lost their fortunes, their faces gradually turning pale. 30 years is a long time. Long enough for the truth to be rewritten repeatedly, long enough for the witnesses to age, for later generations to only remember the monument erected by the city lord's office, forgetting many unresolved doubts from back then. I remember the night before the demonic wave. There was a black light underground in the north of the city. My father once said that before the demonic wave came, the city lord's office sealed the north gate, not allowing loose cultivators to approach. And after Lou Shepard died, why was the city protection formation not taken over by the court, but handed to Pei Yuanjing? These voices started off small, but with the old matters list hanging in the sky, each question of doubt was magnified by the golden light. Pei Yuanjing heard these discussions, his expression growing grimmer. He finally realized that Su Changqing did not directly shatter Lu Xuanhuan's monument. Su Changqing merely let everyone see for themselves what lay buried beneath the monument. This was more ruthless than slander. For once the old matters began to be dug up, they could never be put back. On Mount Liyun, Su Changqing gazed at the rising value of the heavenly machine, yet his expression showed no hint of joy. For deep within the stargazing disk, the half-black, half-golden star, representing Lu Xuanhuan, was gradually dimming. Not disappearing. Rather, something deeper was awakening through Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul. When the list of past events in Qingzhou was released, the entire city fell into reminiscence. The demon tide from 30 years ago remains the deepest scar in the hearts of the people of Qingzhou. Many young people have only heard of the legends. However, the older generation witnessed that bloody disaster firsthand. Outside the city gates, demonic beasts surged like the sea. Blood flowed like rivers on the city walls. Lu Xuanhuan, donned in black armor, stood atop the city wall, remaining steadfast for 3 days. In the end, he became the focal point of the formation, sealing the demon tide and the fissure in the Qingzhou earth vein. This is the story known to the people of Qingzhou. It is also the story that the city lord's mansion has consistently propagated. However, the Heavenly Machine Tower now states that the demon tide was not a voluntary advance by the demon clan, but rather that someone had allowed demons to breach the gates. This assertion is too horrifying, so much so that many instinctively reject it. In the Academy Square, an elderly white-haired practitioner trembled as he said, "Master Su, I was on the city wall back then." Lu Mu indeed fought to the death against the Demon King. He could not have been the one to harm Qingzhou. Su Changqing's voice emanated from the Heavenly Machine mirror. He truly saved Qingzhou. As these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. They had thought that Su Changqing would outright deny Lu Xuanhuan. But Su Changqing did not. The golden list continued to appear. Lu Xuanhuan discovered an ancient altar beneath Qingzhou. The altar cracked, releasing demonic energy, triggering the northern demon tide. To prevent the demon tide, Lu Xuanhuan used his remnant soul to suppress the altar. Initially to save the city, but later tainted by the altar. The city protection formation was formed from the fusion of Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul and the ancient altar. At this moment, everyone fell silent. This matter is harder to refute than mere slander, as it acknowledges Lu Xuanhuan's merits. It also revealed the changes that occurred to Lu Xuanhuan later. The hero was once genuine. The pollution also seemed to be real. Pei Yuanjing's expression darkened ominously. "Su Changqing, do you know what you are saying?" Su Changqing calmly replied, "I am recording the past." The images on the list of past events began to materialize. 30 years ago in northern Qingzhou, the earth cracked open, revealing a corner of a black altar. Demonic energy surged forth from the altar. This demonic energy was not the ordinary aura of the demon clan. It resembled the malevolent thoughts rotting deep underground for thousands of years, and upon its emergence, it darkened half the sky. The northern demon beasts were drawn by the demonic energy and rushed southward like mad. Lu Xuanhuan led his troops in a desperate defense. In the images, his black armor was stained with blood, his long blade had already chipped, and behind him were the crumbling city walls, while in front lay countless demon beast corpses. He did not retreat. Ultimately, he plunged into the earth, standing atop the altar. With a single stroke, he severed the source of the demonic energy, only to find a single eye staring back at him from the depths of the altar. That I gazed at him. All who saw that I felt a chill in their hearts. Lu Xuanhuan did not retreat. He burned his divine soul to suppress the altar with his remnant soul. At this point in the scene, many people had red eyes. Because in that moment, Lu Xuanhuan truly was saving Qingzhou. But the scene did not end there. 10 years later, the black mist of the altar gradually coiled around Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul. He remained suppressing the altar, but began to mutter softly, "If I were still alive, Qingzhou would be more stable." 20 years later, Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul opened its eyes with black patterns already appearing in the depths. He looked at the life plates of the young talents of Qingzhou and extended his hand for the first time. 30 years later, below the city protection formation talent life plates were sent into the altar. The entire scene fell into silence. The elderly practitioner knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Lu Mu, how could you have become like this? No one answered, because the images had already provided the answer. It was Lu Xuanhuan who saved Qingzhou. It was also Lu Xuanhuan who was tainted by the obsessions of longevity and the ancient altar. Changqing no longer wrote about Lu Xuanhuan. He wrote down another name. Fourth on the list of behind the scenes masterminds, the city lord of Qingzhou, Pei Yuanjing. Crime 1, using the formation to prolong life. Crime 2, allowing the usurpation of fortune. Crime 3, knowing that the city protection formation was unusual, yet covering it up under the guise of city protection for 30 years. At this moment, Qingzhou erupted. If Lu Xuanhuan transformed from hero to ambiguity 30 years ago, then Pei Yuanjing is the living authority before them. He cannot hide behind legends like the dead. All eyes fell on the city lord standing on the high platform of the academy. The images of the past events continued to flicker. The crowd saw Lu Xuanhuan's initial struggles of his remnant soul. They saw him repeatedly suppressing the black mist of the altar back into the earth, while also seeing him being further eroded by the black mist. He once whispered towards the direction of Qingzhou City, hold on for another year. 10 years later, he said, if I can reconstruct my physical body, I can forever stabilize Qingzhou. 20 years later, he said, a little talent's fortune in exchange for Qingzhou's stability is worth it. 30 years later, he no longer questioned whether it was worth it. He only said, not enough yet. These 3 words sent a chill through everyone's hearts. The most terrifying aspect of a hero's fall is not that he suddenly becomes an evil person, but that he believes with every step that he is still doing the right thing. Pei Yuanjing used this rhetoric to cover up the city protection formation for 30 years. When Changqing's pen fell, no one in the academy square dared to speak up immediately. Until Pei Yuanjing's name appeared fourth on the list of behind the scenes masterminds, the long-repressed fear finally erupted. The city lord was on the list. The sky over Qingzhou was truly about to change. Pei Yuanjing looked at his name hanging on the golden list, and the calmness on his face finally vanished. Since the reopening of the heavenly machine tower, he had always placed himself outside of judgment. He could interrogate Changqing, could mobilize the heavenly patrol guards, could use Qingzhou's righteousness to pressure others. But now, with the list falling upon him, he realized he was merely one marked by the pen of the heavenly machine tower. The authority of the city lord in front of the causal effects of the golden list was no heavier than Han Daoling Fang Xiao or Luo Qing. At this moment, everyone awaited his explanation. But Pei Yuanjing did not explain immediately. His silence instead felt more like acquiescence. The faces of the practitioners from the city lord's mansion gradually turned pale. They had always believed they stood on the side of Qingzhou's order. But if the order itself was merely a cover for usurping fortune, what did their blades mean over the years? Zhou Lai gripped his sword, feeling the first chill in his palm. Pei Yuanjing has made the list. Fourth on the list of behind the scenes manipulators. Not Fang Xiao, not Luo Qing, not Han Daoling, nor the parasitized Su Wenzhou, but the master of Qingzhou City himself. Crime 1, extending life through the formation. Crime 2, allowing the usurpation of fate. Crime 3, knowing that the city protection formation had anomalies, yet covering it up in the name of protection for 30 years. 3 charges hung in the sky. Each word pressed heavily on the hearts of the people of Qingzhou. The faces of the members of the city lord's mansion turned pale. Among the heavenly patrol guards, someone instinctively glanced at Pei Yuanjing. Zhou Lai tightened, and then relaxed his grip on the knife. He wanted to scold the heavenly machine tower for slandering the city lord. But the old matters had just revealed the image of Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul merging with the altar. Fang Xiao escaped, Luo Qing escaped, and Su Wenzhou was also dragged back to the underground of the city lord's mansion by the shadows. Many things could no longer be explained by mere slander. Pei Yuanjing stood on the high platform, his expression darker than ever. Changqing, are you really going to destroy Qingzhou? Changqing replied, it is not I who will ruin Qingzhou. It is the things you hide underground. Pei Yuanjing sneered. What do you understand? 30 years ago, after the demon tied the earth veins of Qingzhou ruptured. Without the city protection formation to suppress it, Qingzhou would have long become a dead place. Lu Mu's remnant soul is unusual. This city lord certainly knows. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue trembled. He admitted it. Pei Yuanjing actually acknowledged that he knew the remnant soul of Lu Xuanhuan was unusual. Zhou Lai's face changed dramatically. City lord. Yet Pei Yuanjing did not stop. He had been forced to this point. Pretending to be unaware would only make him look foolish. But this city lord is utilizing the formation to suppress him. If it weren't for this city lord maintaining the balance, do you think Qingzhou could have remained stable until today? Usurping fate. Sacrificing a few geniuses in exchange for 30 years of peace for 100,000 citizens. What is wrong with that? At these words, the plaza of the academy erupted in an uproar. Some were angry, some were fearful, and some fell silent. Because Pei Yuanjing's words were too brutally straightforward. Sacrificing the few to save the many. Is there a wrong in this? But for those who were sacrificed who asked if they were willing. Gu Qinzhou's master's son, he roared. What about my disciple? Why should he be sacrificed? Shen Jibai looked at Pei Yuanjing, his voice hoarse. Were the common students oppressed their whole lives just for the peace of Qingzhou? Yi Wuchen gripped his rusty sword tightly. Luo Qingli's ice phoenix pattern shone on her brow. Chu Quanxing sneered. How eloquently you speak, isn't it just trading others' lives for your own longevity? These words were like a knife, piercing through Pei Yuanjing's final veil of concealment. A cold gleam flashed in Pei Yuanjing's eyes. A discarded disciple of the demonic sect dares to speak of the major affairs of Qingzhou. Chu Quanxing grinned. I don't understand the bigger picture. I only know that whoever wishes to take my life, I will fight to the death with them. Shen Hongzhuang let out a light laugh. Pei City Lord says sacrificing a few geniuses is no issue. Then if those sacrificed were the bloodline of the City Lord's mansion, would you still speak so nobly, Pei City Lord? Pei Yuanjing did not answer. Because everyone knew the answer. On the golden list, Su Changqing added another comment. You think you are using the formation. The formation is also nurturing you. Pei Yuanjing's expression changed. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged through his chest. His official robe tore open. A black life pattern emerged from his heart, spreading like a living thing up to his neck. Pei Yuanjing's pupils shrank suddenly. What is this? For the first time, he displayed genuine panic. Over the years, he had borrowed the city protection formation to extend his life, suppressed his injuries with the formation's power, and stabilized his cultivation with the power of Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul. He had always thought he was using that remnant soul. But at this moment, with the life pattern appearing on his chest, he realized that his body had unknowingly become a formation. A vessel prepared for others. Underground in the City Lord's mansion, the black altar trembled. A deep, resonant laughter echoed from the depths below. That voice was ancient, majestic, yet carried a chilling taint of corruption. Yuanjing, you have borrowed my power to extend your life for many years. Now it's time to return this body to me. In Qingzhou City, countless people looked up, their faces pale. Pei Yuanjing is not the ultimate mastermind. He is also a vessel. On Falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing gazed at the City Lord's star, which had suddenly turned dark in the stargazing disk, and slowly picked up his brush. On the next list, it would be time for the true remnant soul. Pei Yuanjing pressed his hand against his chest, trying to suppress the black life pattern with his own spiritual energy. But the more he pressed, the faster the life pattern spread. The black pattern, like countless tiny roots, drilled from his heart into his limbs and bones. His breath surged and waned as if another existence within him was awakening. The heavenly patrol guards retreated in panic. Zhou could no longer hold back and shouted, City Lord, the pattern on your chest. Pei Yuanjing shouted angrily, Shut up. But as soon as his voice fell, the ancient voice from beneath the ground rang out again. Why be afraid of them? See? Over the years you have borrowed my power to stabilize the position of City Lord, borrowed my formation to extend your life, and used my name to suppress Qingzhou. Did you not know that this day would come? Pei Yuanjing's face turned pale. He finally understood that Su Changqing's comment was not a threat, but a fact. You think you are using the formation. The formation is also nurturing you. He thought he was the one orchestrating the game, able to maintain the balance of Qingzhou, using Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul and the city protection formation. But from the first moment he accepted the formation's power to extend his life, he had already been marked with the life pattern by that remnant soul. The City Lord of Qingzhou was, after all, just a larger offering. In the plaza of the academy, those who had been silenced by his words of sacrificing the few now looked at the life pattern on his chest, feeling a sense of absurd irony in their hearts. It turned out that Pei Yuanjing was also among those to be sacrificed, but he only realized it at the very end. Su Changqing did not take the opportunity to mock nor explain further. He merely watched the black line extending from Pei Yuanjing's chest in the stargazing disk. At the end of the black line was connected to the depths beneath the City Lord's mansion. There lies Su Wenzhou's broken life shadow, countless life tokens of prodigies, and an ancient remnant soul that was awakening. The fourth on the list of behind the scenes manipulators had been set. The black fate markings on Pei Yuanjing's chest grew increasingly brighter. The markings resembled living worms spreading from his heart to his neck, then crawling down his arms toward his palms. With each inch they crawled, his aura waned further. Panic flashed across his face. What is happening? Lu Xuanhuan, what have you done to me? A low, ancient laughter echoed from beneath the ground. Yuanjing, have you not always wanted to borrow this shepherd's remnant soul to prolong your life? This shepherd has granted you lifespan, bestowed upon you cultivation, and given you the authority to control Qingzhou. Now this shepherd is reclaiming what belongs to him. Oh, what is wrong with that? Everyone in the academy square heard this declaration. Those who had previously been swayed by Pei Yuanjing's argument of sacrificing the few to save Qingzhou, now changed their expressions completely. My heavens! So Pei's city lord's statement of sacrificing a few for Qingzhou was nothing but a farce. He himself is the biggest few. He is not even the one controlling the game. He has been warming the chessboard for others for 30 years. Pitiful, ridiculous. Just moments ago he was judging the fates of the talented, and in the blink of an eye his own fate became the feast for others. Su Changqing's voice emerged from the Tianji mirror. Pei Yuanjing, for the past 30 years, every time you borrowed the formation to extend your life, the fate markings would deepen by one. Every time you activated the city defense formation, it made Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul more familiar with your physical body. You thought those fortunes were prolonging your life. In truth, they were cultivating you into a suitable vessel for possession. Vessel. The word made Pei Yuanjing's face turn pale. He could accept being the one controlling the chessboard, even bearing the ancient infamy, as it was the mark of a hero for Qingzhou. But at this moment, with each pulsing of that fate marking on his heart, it felt like a mockery of his own self-deception. He was not a chess player, nor even a chess piece with independent consciousness. He was merely a flesh body carefully nurtured for 30 years. This realization shattered the years of dignity and self-restraint he held as city lord. Countless gazes from the academy fell upon him, filled with shock, fear, ridicule, and an indescribable absurdity. Just moments ago he had stood tall, arguing that sacrificing a few geniuses for the peace of Qingzhou was justifiable. Now, as the one facing sacrifice, he was more panicked than anyone. So the city lord is merely a sacrificial offering. What does that make all the righteous words he has spoken over the years? He filled the formation with the lives of others, and in the end his own life was consumed by the formation. These voices, though soft, pierced Pei Yuanjing's ears like needles. Pei Yuanjing roared in anger, unleashing the spiritual power within him, attempting to forcibly suppress the fate markings. But the fate markings not only failed to disappear, but grew even brighter. His aura surged and waned erratically, as if two wills were competing for control within the same body. The city guard began to waver. The looks in their eyes toward Pei Yuanjing shifted from reverence to fear. Has the city lord been possessed? Then who should we listen to? Is the city defense formation protecting the city or nurturing that thing? The celestial patrol also began to fracture. Zhou Lai stared intently at Pei Yuanjing, his hand gripping the knife, tightly, veins bulging. He was loyal to the city lord and the order of Qingzhou. But if the city lord had become a vessel, should he obey orders or draw his blade? Pei Yuanjing sensed the gazes of the crowd and suddenly lifted his head. Everyone hold steady. This city lord has not lost yet. Just as his words fell, the fate markings on his chest suddenly shrank violently. Pei Yuanjing let out a muffled groan, half kneeling on the ground. The voice from beneath the ground echoed again. Pei Yuanjing, your life was given by this shepherd. You have held the position of city lord of Qingzhou for 30 years. It is time to return it. Boom. A black and gold beam of light shot up into the sky from the direction of the city lord's mansion. The underground altar of Qingzhou split open. The entire city of Qingzhou trembled. The formations on the city walls lit up one by one, while cracks appeared in the streets, with black mist pouring out through the gaps. The common people fled in terror, and cultivators summoned their magical tools for protection, but soon realized that the black mist was not targeting their flesh. It was aimed at their fortunes. Above everyone's heads, fine threads of fortune were pulled by the black mist. The fortunes of ordinary people were weak, creating little disturbance. However, the fortunes of the Academy's prodigies shone like torches in the night, being frantically tugged by the altar. Yi Wuchen slashed through the black markings beneath his feet with a sword and looked up at the city lord's mansion. Chu Guangxing grinned, demonic energy swirling in his eyes. Behind Luo, Qingli, the phantom of an ice phoenix, let out a low cry. Shen Hongzhuang's red bells rang, without wind in her sleeves. They all understood that the true entity was about to emerge. On Mount Leyun, Su Changqing gazed at the stargazing plate. The star representing Pei Yuanjing was entangled by black lines, and the outer layer of the city lord's fortune was slowly peeling away, revealing the fate markings that had long been planted within. System prompts appeared. Detected the formation of a possession vessel. Target Pei Yuanjing. Possessor Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul. Su Changqing picked up his brush, but did not immediately write. For in this moment the entire city needed to see with their own eyes. The city lord was not the final puppet master. He was merely a vessel nurtured by an even larger puppet master. Zhou Lai suddenly drew his knife. The blade emerged half an inch from its sheath, the cold light reflecting on his face, yet he hesitated to strike. The celestial patrol behind him all watched him intently. At this moment, as long as Zhou Lai gave the order, the patrol would split into two factions, one to continue protecting the city lord, the other to turn their blades toward the black light beneath the city lord's mansion. But Zhou Lai did not dare to issue the order lightly, because Pei Yuanjing was still alive. More importantly, if the order of Qingzhou collapsed, the celestial patrol would collapse along with it. Pei Yuanjing saw Zhou Lai draw his knife, a flash of anger and fear flickering in his eyes. Zhou Lai, are you going to rebel against this city lord? Zhou Lai's voice was hoarse. This subordinate would not dare. Then put away your knife. Zhou Lai's fingers trembled, but did not withdraw immediately. This scene in everyone's eyes spoke louder than any words. Even the leader of the Celestial Patrol did not know whether he should continue to obey Pei Yuanjing. Chen Jibai whispered, if power is possessed by an evil formation, should we obey power or our conscience? This statement, lacking any literary embellishment, turned many Celestial Patrol members' faces pale. They had always believed they were upholding the laws of Qingzhou. But what if the law was backed by a formation that snatched fortunes? Su Changqing observed it all, not urging them to make a choice. The Tianji Tower merely presented the truth. As for how each person would align themselves, the consequences would naturally be recorded. At the moment the underground altar of the city lord's mansion cracked open, the entire city of Qingzhou trembled. A black and gold pillar of light pierced through the night sky. Within the pillar, a figure clad in tattered black armor slowly emerged. He was tall and imposing, and one could still discern the demeanor of a former protector of the region in his brows and eyes. The tattered cloak rustled in the black mist, and the long knife in his hand was reduced to half its length, yet it still radiated the sharpness capable of slaying demons and carving mountains. But within those eyes, one half was golden and the other pitch black. The former protector of Qingzhou, Xuanhuan, the hero who perished in battle 30 years ago, now manifested as a remnant soul over the entire city. Many elder cultivators knelt down on the spot. Lu Mu. Their voices trembled. It was unclear whether it was out of respect, fear, or sorrow. They had once survived under Lu Xuanyuan's blade and had witnessed him burn himself to suppress the tide of demons from the city walls. He was the hero they remembered for a lifetime. Yet at this moment, behind this hero stood the fate-stealing array that devoured the luck of the talented, the parasitic remnant soul of Su Wenzhou, and the fate mark on Pei Yuanjing's chest that spread relentlessly. The crowd was filled with a mix of awe and complexity, momentarily silent, as if struck by a chill. Lu Xuanyuan looked down upon the entirety of Qingzhou. His gaze swept over the academy, the royal palace, and the panicking cultivators and commoners. It has been 30 years. I have guarded you for 30 years. His voice reverberated throughout the city. If it were not for my remnant soul suppressing the altar, Qingzhou would have long been consumed by demonic energy. If there were no city protection array, the earth veins would have collapsed long ago. If there were no luck nurturing array, do you think Qingzhou could still enjoy peace today? This statement silenced the entire city. Lu Xuanyuan did not deny the luck stealing. What I took was the luck of the talented. But what I protected was the lives of countless citizens. If the next tide of demons comes again, can you, these fame-seeking sects, or these questioning commoners, truly defend Qingzhou? Many people's faces turned pale. Some even nodded, secretly, clearly convinced. Lu Xuanyuan had once saved Qingzhou. This was a fact. Indeed, there were fissures in the earth veins of Qingzhou, and this was also a fact. If what he said was true, sacrificing a few geniuses for the stability of the city, could it truly be entirely unacceptable? As this thought emerged, many felt a chill run down their spines. They realized that Lu Xuanyuan's words were not entirely unacceptable. The most terrifying thing was not pure evil, but rather that shade of gray. So my sword bone was sealed, was it also for Qingzhou? Before Yi Wuchen's voice fell, the rusty sword was already drawn. A sword light that embodied all his unwillingness and fury tore through the black mist, piercing directly towards the remnant soul above the heavens. However, the sword light began to disintegrate inch by inch when it was 100 yards from Lu Xuanyuan, crushed to powder by an invisible force. Lu Xuanyuan did not even spare him a glance, continuing indifferently. In the grand scheme, someone must always be sacrificed. Chu Guangxing sneered coldly. Was my dantian shattered also for Qingzhou? Chen Zibai's voice was hoarse. Was the lifetime of oppression of the Cold Door students also for Qingzhou? Gu Chunzhou's master son, he shouted with red eyes, my disciple's cultivation has fallen and his luck has been drained. Was it also for Qingzhou? Lu Xuanyuan did not look at them. In the grand scheme, someone must always be sacrificed. I also sacrificed myself back then. Upon saying this, the crowd, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, fell silent once again. For this was Lu Xuanyuan's strongest argument. He did not just sacrifice others. He had also sacrificed himself. On Falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing looked at Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul and slowly spoke. The Heavenly Machine Tower does not judge whether sacrifices are worthwhile. I only ask one question. Did those you sacrificed agree? The voice was not loud, but it penetrated the entire city. Lu Xuanyuan's expression slightly hardened. Su Changqing continued. You chose to suppress the altar with your remnant soul. That was your own choice. Yi Wuchen, Chu Guangxing, Chun Jibai, Gu Chenzhou, they were deprived of luck, not by their own choice. You may sacrifice yourself, but you do not have the right to speak for others. The entire city fell into silence. Those who had just been swayed by Lu Xuanhuan also lowered their heads. Indeed, did those who were sacrificed agree? Lu Xuanhuan remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Su Changqing, you speak well. But unfortunately Qingzhou cannot be defended by words. He looked down at Pei Yuanjing, who was half kneeling in the academy. Since you do not understand the grand scheme, I shall personally decide. Upon finishing his words, the fate mark on Pei Yuanjing suddenly surged. His flesh began to crumble. Lu Xuanhuan activated the final possession. Pei Yuanjing let out a painful howl. At this moment he was no longer the city lord of Qingzhou nor the high-handed player, but a pitiful person trapped by the fate mark. He wanted to escape, but could not. He wanted to call for help, but found that no one in the entire city could save him. Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul transformed into a black and gold shadow, gradually pressing down towards his brow. Everyone in Qingzhou saw that Pei Yuanjing, who once spoke of sacrificing a few, had finally become the one to be sacrificed. Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul pressed lower and lower. Pei Yuanjing's knees sank into the ground, and black blood seeped from his 7 orifices. The demeanor he once held as steady as a mountain had completely vanished. Lu Mu, Pei Yuanjing cried out hoarsely, if it weren't for me covering for you all these years, how could you maintain the array until now? Lu Xuanhuan replied calmly, that is why I granted you 30 years of authority. You wanted cultivation, I granted that. You wanted a Qingzhou where no one dared to oppose, I also granted that. Now that the transaction is over, what more do you have to be unwilling about? Transaction. These 2 words struck Pei Yuanjing like a thunderbolt. He had always claimed to the outside that he acted for Qingzhou to maintain balance, and that he had no choice but to negotiate with Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul. But with Lu Xuanhuan's single word of transaction, all his veils were torn away. The crowd suddenly realized that his so-called righteousness was merely a cover for greed. In the academy square someone whispered, deserved it. These 2 words quickly spread. Pei Yuanjing heard them, but was already too weak to refute. For Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul had already pressed down to 3 inches from his brow. On falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing witnessed this scene, his eyes devoid of pity. Pei Yuanjing was not innocent. He was used as a vessel by Lu Xuanhuan. This was his retribution. Yet he had indulged in the luck stealing for 30 years, which was also the calamity of countless who lost their luck. The heavenly machine tower would not absolve him, nor would it erase the sins he had committed just because he was about to be possessed. Cause is cause and effect is effect. Pei Yuanjing let out a painful howl. The black fate patterns crawled all over his body, tearing his official robe to shreds. His soul felt as if it were being squeezed out of his body by an invisible giant hand, while Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul was pushed into his flesh bit by bit, following the fate patterns. In the plaza of the academy, everyone felt their scalps go numb. This was soul-snatching. All the lifespan cultivation and even the flesh that Pei Yuanjing had gained over the years had ultimately become Lu Xuanhuan's bridal garment. Save me. This cry no longer held any of the city lord's authority, only fear, and he looked at Zhou Lai, the captain of the Skywatch Guard, whom he once trusted most, at those talented individuals from the academy, whom he regarded as pawns, and even at Sun, he the master of Gu Qinzhou, who had fallen into misfortune because of him. However, what responded to him was a profound silence. Zhou Lai tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his eyes filled with struggle, but in the end he did not move. Yi Wuchen and the others merely looked at him coldly, as if he were a stranger. Son, he was even shedding tears of anguish, letting out a bitter laugh. Where were you when my disciple was in danger? At that moment Pei Yuanjing truly understood that when he chose to sacrifice the few, he had already been abandoned by everyone. This cry for help was not because no one could respond, but because no one was willing to respond. Thunder rumbled. The city protecting formation was fully activated. The black light curtain descended simultaneously at the 4 city gates of Qingzhou. Some loose cultivators tried to rush out of the city gate, but were sent flying back, spitting blood from the impact of the light curtain. We can't get out. The city protecting formation has sealed the city. Our fortune is flowing towards the city lord's mansion. For a moment chaos erupted throughout the city. Countless people's fortunes were being drawn by black threads converging towards the underground of the city lord's mansion. Lu Xuanhuan was not just after the fortunes of the talents. In the final step, he needed to borrow the fortunes of the entire city to complete the soul-snatching. Yi Wuchen drew his sword once more. The Qingdi sword's mark ignited the rusty sword, slashing towards the fate patterns on Pei Yuanjing's body. As the sword light descended, dozens of black threads snapped in response. But his face turned pale as those black threads clung like maggots to his bones, rebounding along the sword intent, causing his hand to tremble slightly. Chu Guangxing devoured demonic energy, forcibly tearing open a blank area. His expression was serious for the first time, for within those black threads were not only demonic energy, but also the karmic ties of the city's earth vein. Luo Qingli sealed the cracks in the earth vein with ice, the ice phoenix's phantom flapping its wings, turning half of the academy's plaza into a frost-covered world. Chen Jibai wrote the word "stop" snatching with a majestic aura, and as the words landed on the ground, the white light blocked a batch of Cold Clan students' fortune from leaking out. Jiang Mingyue mobilized the fortune of the royal mansion to stabilize the citizens in the city. Xuanhuan's red dust phantom spread out, protecting the young cultivators targeted by the fortune-snatching formation. They were all taking action, but they could only delay, because the foundation of the fortune-snatching formation lay in the entire earth vein of Qingzhou. It was too difficult to sever it with just a few people. Lu Xuanhuan sneered, an ant shaking a tree. The stronger your talent, the greater your fortune, the more it becomes the nourishment for my rebirth. On Luoyun Mountain, the third floor of the Tianji Tower lit up simultaneously. Su Changqing stood before the stargazing plate, the fortune star map of Qingzhou shaking violently in front of him. One by one, stars were being pulled towards the city lord's mansion by black threads, the entire star map appearing as if it were about to be torn in half. The temporary leaderboard he had written down glowed brightly once again. Qingzhou Town Fortune List. Those who enter the list will have their fortunes temporarily protected by the Tianji Tower. The golden list flew out, enveloping the academy. Yi Wuchen, Chu Quanxing, Luo Qingli, Jiang Mingyue, Chen Jibai, Shun Hongzhuang, and others had golden light shining above their heads. The fortunes being pulled were temporarily stabilized. However, Su Changqing's brows furrowed tightly. Through the stargazing plate, he clearly saw that while the fortune list could protect those named on it, it was like a floating reed without roots. The fortunes of the entire Qingzhou city were still being crazily pulled by the underground altar, and the golden list itself trembled on the verge of collapse. This only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Su Changqing murmured, unless someone can become the root of this list, bearing the backlash from the entire city's earth veins. His gaze swept over Yi Wuchen, who was struggling to hold on below, over the terrified and helpless citizens, and over the entire storm-battered Qingzhou city. The Tianji Tower observes the heavenly secrets, and it must also determine the heavenly secrets. If it only reveals the crisis, but is powerless to turn the tide, what use is this heavenly secret? After a moment of silence, there was no hesitation in Su Changqing's eyes, only determination. He took up his pen, dipping it not in ink, but in his own vital energy. Su Changqing looked at the leaderboard before him, silent for a moment. He knew what this meant. The top of the list is not about gaining benefits. The top of the list must bear the backlash of the fortune-snatching formation. Lu Xuanhuan noticed this as well. He looked towards the direction of Luoyun Mountain and sneered. Su Changqing, do you dare to stabilize the fortune of an entire city? You sit in the tower making lists, moving your pen to let others participate. Now it's your turn. All eyes in the city turned towards the Tianji Tower. Some were hopeful, some worried, while others laughed coldly in the shadows, waiting to see Su Changqing back down. Su Changqing took up his pen. In the top position of the fortune list, he wrote down his own name. Top of the fortune list, guardian of the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing. Boom. The golden list trembled. The fortunes of Qingzhou began to converge towards the Tianji Tower. After the appearance of the golden list, the fortunes above Qingzhou noticeably stagnated. The stars that had been pulled to the brink of collapse by the black threads seemed to be propped up by an invisible giant hand. Many young cultivators in the academy knelt to the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had just been pulled back from the gates of hell. The fortune list has saved us once more. The Tower Master has made himself the top of the list. The top of the list must bear the backlash. Then isn't he shielding the entire city from disaster? Amidst the discussion sun, he looked up at the direction of Luoyun Mountain, tears streaming down his face. When Gu Qinzhou lost his fortune, he had only wanted to seek justice from the city lord's mansion. But at this moment he realized that without the Tianji Tower, let alone seeking justice, all the talents in Qingzhou would turn into fake cards. Yi Wuchen tightened his grip on the rusty sword, his voice deep. We cannot let the Tower Master bear this alone. Luo Qingli nodded, the true essence of the Ice Phoenix expanding once more. Chu Quanxing laughed sinisterly. Then let's devour these black threads until they fear us. Chen Jibai picked up his pen again. Even though his wrist was already seeping blood, he still wrote down the second stop. Shen Hongzhuang's red bells chimed lightly, the red dust phantom floating. They knew they could not stabilize the fortunes of an entire city, but at the very least they could buy the Tianji Tower a bit more time. Lu Xuanhuan clearly sensed the resistance brought by the fortune list. He slowed down the speed at which he pressed into Pei Yuanjing's body, the black golden remnant soul twisting violently in midair. Su Changqing. A hint of anger finally crept into his voice. Do you really think that with just a list you can thwart my 30 years of planning? Su Changqing did not answer. He simply continued to steady his pen, pressing the golden characters on the fortune list into the fortunes of Qingzhou stroke by stroke. The more stable the list became, the slower Lu Xuanhuan's soul-snatching process. The entire city understood this. At this moment, the true contender for Qingzhou against Lu Xuanhuan was not the city lord's mansion, not the royal mansion, not the demonic sect. It was the Tianji Tower. It was the pen in Su Changqing's hand. At the city gates, the loose cultivators who had been repelled by the black light curtain also stopped their escape. They could not escape, only turn back to look at Luoyun Mountain. Someone smiled bitterly. I was just thinking of escaping, but now I realize that whether we live or die depends entirely on that tower. It's not just about that tower, said the old cultivator beside him in a low voice. It also depends on whether we believe in that tower. As his words fell, he took a seat cross-legged, stabilizing his faint fortunes, and no longer feeding fear to the fortune-snatching formation. More and more people followed suit. This slight resistance converged into the fortune list, causing the golden light to shine a little brighter once more. The top of the town luck ranking, the guardian of the heavenly machine tower, Su Changqing. When these words appeared, the entire city fell silent for a moment, followed by countless gasps of astonishment. Su Changqing has made himself the top of the ranking. Is he trying to stabilize the luck of the entire city? What right does he have? No matter how strong he is just one person. How can he withstand the backlash of the Qingzhou luck-seizing array? Moreover, his cultivation level seems to be average. There were many voices of doubt. It wasn't because they didn't trust the heavenly machine tower, but because this matter was too significant. To stabilize the luck of an entire city is not something that can be achieved by merely ranking on a potential list. This requires contending directly with the entire city's protective array, the remnant soul of Lu Xuanhuan, and the underground altar for the luck of Qingzhou. Previously, Su Changqing ranked first on the list of opportunities related to the Qing Emperor's tomb, which only pertained to personal fortunes. Now what he is touching is the entirety of Qingzhou. Furthermore, he ranks himself first on the town luck ranking. Everyone knows that this is not about opportunity. It is pressure. It is the backlash of the luck-seizing array. It is the karma that first falls upon him when the luck of Qingzhou collapses. Lu Xuanhuan sneered. Su Changqing, you overestimate yourself too much. I have guarded Qingzhou for 30 years, yet I can only rely on the array to move forward. You think a broken tower can stabilize an entire city? As soon as his words fell, the black light of the luck-seizing array surged violently. Countless black lines shot up from the earth veins of Qingzhou like thousands of venomous snakes, winding toward the direction of Luoyun Mountain. They aimed to first crush Su Changqing, the top-ranked. As long as the top-ranked collapsed, the town luck ranking would naturally shatter. Inside the heavenly machine tower, Su Changqing stood before a long table. On the first level, the protective stone tablet lit up. On the second level, the heavenly machine mirror revealed the earth veins of Qingzhou. On the third level, the star observation disc reflected the luck of the entire region. 3 layers of light converged simultaneously onto the pen in his hand. At that moment, the text of the Qing Emperor's inquiry automatically opened. An ancient line of text emerged. Those who observe the heavenly mandate do not borrow fate. Those who hold the pen can alter destiny. Su Changqing's gaze shifted slightly. He finally understood that the truly terrifying aspect of the heavenly machine tower was not its ability to foresee the future. Rather, it is the ability to alter fate. The ranking is not merely a record. When the karmic forces of the heavenly machine tower are sufficient, when the gazes of all beings converge, and when the ranking is verified to the point where no one can refute it, the names on the list can briefly rewrite the flow of luck. The black lines surged to the front of Luoyun Mountain. Su Changqing put pen to paper. The luck of Qingzhou temporarily enters the heavenly machine tower. Boom. The whole of Luoyun Mountain trembled. The phantom of the 9 floors of the heavenly machine tower flashed and vanished. Within the earth veins of Qingzhou, the luck that was originally flowing towards the city lord's mansion was forcibly redirected, creating a golden river flowing towards the heavenly machine tower. It was not borrowing. It was not stealing. It was altering. For the first time, Lu Xuanhuan's expression changed. Alter destiny with a pen. How could you possibly achieve this? On the square of the academy, the pressure on Yi Wuchen and others suddenly lightened. Those young cultivators, ensnared by the black lines, also gasped for breath. It really has stabilized. Master Su truly altered the luck of Qingzhou towards the heavenly machine tower. It turns out he wrote himself as the top, not for personal gain, but to bear the pressure for everyone. At this moment, even those who had some doubts about Su Changqing's motives felt their skepticism dissipate. Previously, when Su Changqing ranked first on the opportunity list, some said he was greedy. But today, as he ranks first on the town luck ranking, he bears the backlash of the luck-seizing array. No one could laugh anymore. The black lines kept crashing into the heavenly machine tower. Su Changqing's face turned slightly pale. He could feel his luck being violently torn by the luck-seizing array. It was not physical pain, but the tearing of luck, as if countless hands were trying to drag him out of the heavenly machine tower. But as long as he did not retreat, the town luck ranking would not shatter. Lu Xuanhuan's eyes were cold. Since that is the case, then let us first destroy your tower. The city's protective array rumbled into motion. Above Qingzhou, countless black array patterns coalesced into a giant hand that blotted out the sky. The giant hand spanned dozens of miles, descending toward Luoyun Mountain and the Heavenly Machine Tower. The entire city looked up. If that hand were to fall, the whole of Luoyun Mountain would be flattened. Could the Heavenly Machine Tower withstand it? As the golden river of luck flowed toward the Heavenly Machine Tower, countless citizens of Qingzhou felt a strange sensation. They had not lost anything. On the contrary, the sense of weakness that had been pulled by the luck-seizing array vanished, and the suffocation that had gripped their hearts eased considerably. They finally understood that the Heavenly Machine Tower was not seizing the luck of Qingzhou. Instead, it was temporarily safeguarding the luck of Qingzhou. So this is what it means to stabilize luck. The city lord's mansion claims to have guarded the city for 30 years, but what they protect are the arrays, the altars, and their own authority. The Heavenly Machine Tower wrote just a single list, yet truly safeguarded us. Public sentiment began to shift. These intangible thoughts eventually transformed into faint golden light, merging into the phantom of the Heavenly Machine Tower. Changqing's pen paused slightly. He sensed a portion of the pressure on the town luck ranking being alleviated. It was not the spiritual energy of the cultivators, nor the power of the array. It was the power of belief from the people of Qingzhou. The ranking was doubted, verified, and then accepted. The path walked to this day finally was no longer just an empty dream. It had transformed into the true foundation upon which the Heavenly Machine Tower could stabilize an entire region. Lu Xuanhuan looked at the continuously converging golden light of public sentiment, his expression growing more and more grim. He had guarded Qingzhou for 30 years only to be met with fear and doubt in the end. Changqing sat in the tower using just a single list, yet made countless people willing to temporarily entrust their luck to the Heavenly Machine Tower. This filled Lu Xuanhuan's heart with a twisted anger. Foolish people! For 30 years I have suppressed for you, yet you choose to trust a mere young boy. As soon as these words were spoken, many elderly individuals who had previously felt pity for him fell silent. They finally understood. Lu Xuanhuan no longer regarded the people of Qingzhou as the citizens he protected. Instead, he saw them as sacrificial offerings who owed him a debt. Changqing ignored Lu Xuanhuan's furious outcry. He merely watched as the river of Qingzhou's luck gradually altered its course, deepening his understanding of the rules of the Heavenly Machine Tower. The so-called realization of the ranking has never been solely decided by him. The ranking is published, the people doubt, reality verifies, and all beings believe. Only when this entire chain of causality is complete does the ranking truly possess the power to suppress luck. This is also the greatest difference between the Heavenly Machine Tower and the luck-seizing array. The luck-seizing array relies on theft. The Heavenly Machine Tower relies on belief. At this moment, Changqing truly solidified his position as the top of the town luck ranking. A black giant hand descended upon Luoyun Mountain. The entire city of Qingzhou could see that hand. It was formed by the city's protective array with black energy from the earth's veins flowing through its palm lines, resembling a fallen night sky. Before the giant hand even landed, the trees on Luoyun Mountain had already begun to snap. The cultivators on the mountain path scrambled to escape, many of them kneeling on the ground, unable to even lift their heads in the face of the hand's wind. Retreat quickly. This hand is not aimed at us, it is directed at the Tianji Tower. The Tianji Tower is about to collapse. The remnants of the Lord's residents were already ecstatic, and in the shadows of Qingzhou City, those who had once been nailed to the pillar of shame by the infamous list were all silently grinning. They dared not take action, yet in their hearts they urged the giant hand to fall with the most malicious thoughts. Today they did not wish for the Lord's residents to win, but for the Tianji Tower to lose. As long as that tower stood, the shadow looming over them would never dissipate. They did not dare to act, but they hoped for the Tianji Tower to collapse. Because as long as the Tianji Tower remained, their secrets could forever be inscribed on the list. In Qingzhou City, some awaited the tower's fall. Others prayed for it to hold firm. Elder Sun, he of the Xian Shui sect, knelt by the street. If Master Su falls, my disciple will have nowhere to return in his fate. The students from the cold families gazed towards the Tianji Tower, clenching their fists. Chen Jibai was awakened by the Tianji Tower. If the tower collapses, who will speak for the cold families? Those who had benefited from Su Wenzhou's kindness silently watched the Tianji Tower. They had just realized that the kind-hearted person they believed in for 20 years might just be a facade. If the Tianji Tower fell, perhaps no one in Qingzhou would be able to write these truths anymore. Yi Wuchen severed dozens of black threads before him with a sword, yet more black threads surged from the earth's veins, binding him tightly. He looked up at the massive hand that obscured the sky, and a sudden sense of helplessness surged within him. He wanted to rush forward, but with every step an immense force pulled him back. The ice phoenix phantom of Luo Qingli let out a mournful cry, its brilliance dimmed by the black energy from the earth's veins as it gazed longingly at Luoyun Mountain. Is it too late? Xuanhuan appeared, even more deranged, recklessly devouring the demonic energy from the earth's veins in an attempt to tear open a path, but the black thread seemed endless, dragging him in place, as he could only watch helplessly as the giant hand descended. Shen Hongzhuang's expression grew serious for the first time. Master Su, please don't truly die. The giant hand fell. Boom. Luoyun Mountain trembled. Countless people closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. However, the anticipated landslide did not occur. Above the Tianji Tower, a phantom of the tower rose into the sky. The tower phantom had 9 levels. The first level was a stone tablet that sealed the gate. The second level was a copper mirror reflecting the world. The third level was a star disk hanging in the sky. Though the fourth level remained blurred at the moment the giant hand fell, a strange blue light burst forth. The 9-level tower phantom supported the giant hand. The black giant hand halted in midair. The entire city fell silent. Did it block it? The Tianji Tower blocked the hand of the protective array. What is that phantom? Is it the true form of the Tianji Tower? The ecstasy on the faces of the remnants of the Lord's residents froze. Those secretly hoping for the Tianji Tower to collapse felt as if their throats were being gripped. They thought this was the most dangerous moment for the Tianji Tower. Yet unexpectedly, this hand instead forced the deeper foundation of the Tianji Tower to surface. Inside the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing's figure swayed, a faint golden light spilling from the corner of his mouth. It was the collective belief of all beings that had gathered which was forcibly scattered under the pressure of the protective array. His foundation, not his physical body, suffered a severe blow at this moment. Yet his hand remained steady on the pen, as if holding the hope of the entire Qingzhou. System prompts appeared. Detection of the fate-snatching array and demonic pollution source. If the fate-snatching array is severed and the pollution source sealed, the 4th level of the Tianji Tower can be opened early. 4th level demonic list. Su Changqing looked up towards the underground of the Lord's residence. Lu Xuanhuan was not the end. That ancient altar was the true source of pollution. In that case, it was time to establish the list. He picked up his brush. The golden list reopened. The top 3 of the Qingzhou behind-scenes Black Hand list will be determined today. The entire city held its breath. Everyone knew that the true truth was about to be revealed. The remnants of Lu Xuanhuan raised their heads, a hint of unease appearing in the pitch black of their eyes. The strange blue light from the 4th level of the Tianji Tower made the polluted remnants of their souls tremble instinctively. It was as if that level was not meant for humans, but rather a prison specifically prepared for demons, pollution, and altars. Su Changqing made the first stroke. The top 3 of the behind-the-scenes Black Hand list were about to emerge. The giant hand and the 9-level tower phantom were locked in a standoff in midair. The black runes pressed down incessantly, while the tower phantom lit up layer by layer. The ancient characters on the stone tablet of the 1st level stood like mountains. The 2nd level's Tianji mirror reflected the eye of the giant hand. The 3rd level's star observation disc guided the fate of the beings in Qingzhou, while the blue light of the 4th level was like a sword, yet to be drawn, locking onto the pollution energy within the giant hand. Lu Xuanhuan roared in anger. Break this. The protective array rumbled again. Countless runes on the walls of Qingzhou City dimmed simultaneously, clearly indicating that this hand had withdrawn a large portion of the protective array's power. Yet the Tianji Tower still did not collapse. Su Changqing wiped away the golden energy spilling from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning even colder. He finally saw the black light deep within the giant hand. That was not Lu Xuanhuan's power. That was the pollution from the ancient altar. Lu Xuanhuan believed he was controlling the protective array to kill the Tianji Tower, yet he did not realize that the ancient altar was also using his hand to test the 4th level of the Tianji Tower. Since you wish to see the Tianji Tower fall so badly, Su Changqing said softly, then let me first show you who truly deserves to be inscribed on the list. All eyes in the city were fixed on the golden list. In the past, every time the list was released, there would be doubts, rebuttals, and people waiting to see the Tianji Tower make mistakes. But this time no one spoke, because they had seen with their own eyes Lu Xuanhuan's snatching fate scene, Pei Yuanjing become the vessel, and seen the ancient altar's pollution strike towards the Tianji Tower through the protective array. If the Black Hand list from 10th to 4th was a layer-by-layer skinning, then the top 3 were meant to thoroughly excavate the bones of the last 30 years of Qingzhou's grand scheme. Su Changqing's pen fell. The blue light of the 4th level of the Tianji Tower surged. Lu Xuanhuan stared intently at that blue light, a tearing pain emanating from deep within his remnants. He finally realized that Su Changqing did not simply want to reveal the list. He aimed to use the top 3 of the Black Hand list to completely seal the last causal connections between Lu Xuanhuan, the protective array, and the ancient altar. Once the list was established, everyone in Qingzhou would know who was the pawn, who was the knife, and who was the source of pollution. By then it would be impossible for Lu Xuanhuan to hide behind the name of a hero. Stop! Lu Xuanhuan shouted in a fit of rage. But Su Changqing's brush had already descended. Golden characters hung in the sky. The entire Qingzhou city fell silent. Everyone knew that Han Daolin, Su Wenzhou, and Pei Yuanjing ahead were already astonishing enough. The Academy's chief, the city lord's advisor, and the master of Qingzhou city, each with a higher status than the last, each layer concealing deeper secrets. Yet the true force behind the 30 years of the fortune-stealing scheme had not yet fully revealed itself. Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul stood within the black and gold pillar, coldly gazing at Luoyun Mountain. Su Changqing, what else do you wish to write? This shepherd is right here. If you wish to convict, then write this shepherd's name. His voice echoed throughout the city. This statement sounded like a provocation, but to Su Changqing it felt more like a cover-up. Lu Xuanyuan hoped that everyone's gaze would fall upon him. However, Su Changqing did not write his name immediately. He took up the pen and wrote down the third name. Third on the list of masterminds, the spirit of the city defense formation of Qingzhou. Charges devouring the city to nurture its master, seizing the fortune of the people under the guise of protecting the city. The spirit of the city defense formation. The city erupted in uproar once more. The city defense formation has a formation spirit. No wonder the formation can actively seal the city and seize fortunes. So it turns out that for the past 30 years the city defense formation has not merely been a formation. The crowd finally understood why a formation could make it onto the list of masterminds. The city defense formation was more than just a formation. After 30 years of nurturing fortune combined with Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul residing within and the pollution from the ancient altar, it had long given birth to a distorted formation spirit. That formation spirit did not protect people. It protected the altar, the remnant soul of Lu Xuanyuan, and itself. As the list was named, black formation patterns on the walls of Qingzhou city writhed violently like a silent scream after being exposed. The citizens of the city looked at the patterns that once gave them peace, now feeling a bizarre sense of distortion emerging from thin air. They thought it was a wall of protection. It turned out that it was also a cage trapping them. The golden list continued. Second on the list of masterminds, the former governor of Qingzhou, the remnant soul of Lu Xuanyuan. Charges seizing fortune to be reborn using the guise of protecting the city to nurture a body for possession. In that moment, countless hearts were complex. Lu Xuanyuan finally made the list. But he was not first. This only made everyone more uneasy. If someone like Lu Xuanyuan was merely second, then what could be first? Those old cultivators who had once knelt before Lu Xuanyuan lowered their heads with tears and hatred in their eyes. The heroes they once revered were real. The fortune stealer they loathed was also real. The Tianji Tower did not erase Lu Xuanyuan's past merits. But merit is merit and faults are faults. This determination of the list made it even more convincing. Lu Xuanyuan also sensed something was amiss. The black and gold light in his eyes flickered. First, who else is above this shepherd? Su Changqing looked towards the underground of the city lord's mansion. On the stargazing plate behind Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul, a massive black eye slowly opened. That eye did not belong to a human. It seemed to be a gaze cast from a more ancient darkness temporarily carried by the ancient altar beneath Qingzhou. Su Changqing finally wrote down the first name. First on the list of masterminds, the ancient altar beneath Qingzhou. Charges polluting Lu Xuanyuan, triggering 30 years of fortune-stealing schemes using a state's fortune to nurture a demonic eye. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated from beneath Qingzhou. The black altar no longer hid. It rose from the ground beneath the city lord's mansion, its surface engraved with ancient demonic patterns. Those demonic patterns did not resemble the characters of Deqian nor any sigils, but rather looked like some sacrificial marks from ancient demons. At the center of the altar, a pitch black eye slowly opened. The moment that eye opened, everyone felt a chill in their souls. Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul abruptly turned back. He looked at that eye, revealing confusion for the first time. Is it you? He murmured, his voice hoarse and dry, then transformed into a roar of grief and anger. So it was you. He seemed to finally remember something. 30 years ago, he suppressed the altar with his remnant soul. He thought he had contained the demonic energy. But in reality, from that moment on, the altar had already begun to pollute him. Those whispers, those grand schemes, the thoughts of only by reshaping the body can one better protect Qingzhou, all came from that eye. His act of saving Qingzhou was indeed true. Later, the rebirth, through fortune seizing, was also true. But the source that turned the hero into a mastermind was this ancient altar. The entire city was filled with fear. Lu Xuanyuan was not the end. The ancient altar beneath the ground was the true first mastermind. That eye turned its gaze, crossing over Qingzhou, landing on Luoyun Mountain. A non-human voice rang out. Tianji Tower. The remnants of the old Tianji. You truly have not perished completely. Changqing's hand holding the pen paused slightly. Remnants of the old Tianji. No one in the city understood this phrase, but Changqing grasped the killing intent within. The ancient altar recognized the Tianji Tower. Or rather, the force behind it once had old grievances with the former Tianji Tower. Changqing raised his gaze. It seems that outside of Qingzhou there are still many lists to be ranked. The fourth layer of blue light suddenly brightened. The killing intent within that black eye erupted completely at this moment. In Qingzhou City, countless people looked up at the name at the top of the list, feeling a bizarre chill in their hearts. They had initially thought that the mastermind behind the scenes was a major character, the city lord, the governor of Qingzhou, or the remnant soul hidden beneath the city lord's mansion. But the Tianji Tower ultimately revealed to them that the true first mastermind was not human. It was an altar. An ancient altar that had been sleeping underground for an unknown number of years. This raised everyone's fear to another level. Humans have desires, weaknesses, and a day of judgment. But the altar does not. It does not speak of reason nor of good and evil. It is like an eye buried underground, coldly watching generations of people present their ambitions before it. Han Daolin sought to protect noble families, and the Academy Pei Yuanjing wished to extend his life and hold power, and Lu Xuanhuan aimed to reshape his body to continue guarding the city. Each person thought they were using the altar, but in the end they all became the altar's nourishment. Changqing looked at the surging black energy within the stargazing plate, his expression growing increasingly calm. After the top 3 of the list of masterminds were determined, all the causes and effects in Qingzhou finally strung together into a complete line. The city defense formation is the knife. Lu Xuanhuan is the hand. The ancient altar is the one who controls everything. The ancient altar fully awakened. Demonic chi surged from beneath the city lord's mansion, flooding the streets like a black tide. The bluestone ground outside the mansion cracked inch by inch, black mist seeping from the fissures and slithering across the earth. Wherever it passed, grass and trees withered instantly. The Sky Patrol guards had barely steadied their formation when a man groaned, clutching his brow and collapsing to his knees. Fall back. Zhou Lai roared, his blade held horizontally before him as he forcibly blocked a strand of demonic chi hurtling toward the civilians. But that aura was no ordinary demonic force. It seemed to burrow into one's soul through fear itself. The more panicked one became, the easier it was to be ensnared. The Qingzhou ley lines were corrupted. On the originally golden map of the earth veins, black patches spread rapidly. The fortune stars, which had just been stabilized by the town fortune board, began to tremble violently once more. The eye at the center of the altar gazed toward the celestial mechanism pavilion. Remnants of the old celestial secrets. Fate seekers shall be slain. Its voice was not human, but rather the embodiment of some will. With each word uttered, every cultivator in the city turned pale. In the direction of the academy, many young cultivators had only just caught their breath from the oppression of the fortune-seizing array, only to be struck again by that voice, their chests tightening. Yi Wuchen pressed his hand on his sword hilt. The rusted blade trembled faintly, but remained sheathed. The smile on Chu Guangsheng's face also faded somewhat. They could sense that this altar before them was utterly different from the hidden clan strategists and city lords that had lurked in the shadows before. Humans fear death, make excuses, and conceal their deeds. But this eye did none of that. It merely gazed coldly at Qingzhou, looking upon all living beings as if they were ants beneath its gaze. Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul stood before the altar, the black chi around him suddenly churning violently. After that eye opened, the black patterns in his pupils began to recede. It was as if a fog that had shrouded him for 30 years had finally split open, letting in a sliver of light. He looked at his own hands, then at the Qingzhou prodigies bound by the fortune-seizing array. Memories flooded back. He recalled 30 years ago charging into the earth's depths, using his remnant soul to suppress the altar. He remembered the first 10 years when he truly only guarded Qingzhou. In those days he seized no fortune, harmed no one, merely using his remnant soul to fight against the altar's demonic chi. Each time the demonic chi counterattacked, he would burn a wisp of his remnant soul to drive it back underground. But later the voice within the altar began to whisper. It told him that Qingzhou needed a stronger guardian. It told him that seizing the fortune of a few geniuses was for the greater good. It told him that only by being reborn could he once again protect Qingzhou. Year after year, the obsession to save the city mutated into a desire for immortality. The justification to protect the people became an excuse to seize fortune, and he had actually believed it. Lu Xuanyuan stared at his hands. These hands had once pressed upon the walls of Qingzhou, suppressing the demonic tide. They had also pressed upon the fortune-seizing array, sending the life tablets of countless youths into the altar. Gu Qinzhou's dim star, Pei Yuanjing's terrified face, and all the names whose fortune had been stolen, they all surged back in an instant. His fingers trembled slightly. I once guarded Qingzhou. He murmured, his voice so low it was near, but later. Lu Xuanhuan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the last trace of black gold light in his gaze had vanished, leaving only boundless exhaustion. He looked toward the celestial mechanism pavilion, toward the youth who had unveiled everything. Changqing, can this prefect still atone? The entire city fell silent. No one had expected that the once invincible Lu Xuanhuan would utter such a question. Pei Yuanjing had already collapsed to the ground, his physical body torn apart by the life patterns. If Lu Xuanhuan had continued his possession, Pei Yuanjing would surely have died. But Lu Xuanhuan did not continue. The elders who had once knelt to Lu Xuanhuan now had complex emotions rekindled in their eyes. They could not forgive Lu Xuanhuan on behalf of the dead. Yet they could not deny that this remnant soul standing before them had finally awakened from the altar's corruption for a single moment. A white-haired veteran soldier leaning on a broken spear moved his lips, but ultimately did not shout the name Prefect Lu. 30 years ago, he had followed Lu Xuanhuan to defend the city. 30 years later, his grandson had almost become a life tablet in the fortune-seizing array. Those two versions of Lu Xuanhuan overlapped, making even his hatred taste bitter. Changqing looked at the remnant soul, his voice calm. Atonement is possible, but it is not a plea for forgiveness. Lu Xuanhuan raised his head. Changqing said, enter the board yourself. Scatter your remnant soul. Replenish Qingzhe's fortune. The debts you owe shall be repaid with your last wisp of remnant soul. Lu Xuanhuan was silent. The eye of the ancient altar trembled violently, black chi coiling around Lu Xuanhuan. Traitor, you are a soul I nurtured. Your life belongs to me. Lu Xuanhuan laughed. The laughter was soft, yet it carried a hint of the Qingzhou prefect from 30 years ago. This prefect was deceived by you for 30 years. But my life is not yours to take. He looked toward the celestial mechanism pavilion. Changqing, write the board. Changqing did not immediately set down his brush. On the star observation disk, strands of thought converged from all over Qingzhou. Hatred pierced toward Lu Xuanhuan. There was also resentment falling upon the old city walls blackened by the demonic tide. And more silent gazes fell upon the young cultivators trapped by the fortune-seizing array. They did not wish to exonerate Lu Xuanhuan. They only wanted this city about to be devoured by black chi to hold on for one more breath. Changqing lifted his brush. The brush stroke pressed down. The golden board trembled. 5 large characters slowly materialized. Qingzhou Atonement Board. First Atoner, former Qingzhou Prefect Lu Xuanhuan. Method of atonement: scatter remnant soul, replenish fortune, counter suppress the ancient altar. The golden board descended. Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul stepped into the board's light. The ancient altar erupted with a piercing screech, countless strands of demonic chi forming chains to drag Lu Xuanhuan back. But the golden light of the atonement board was faster than those chains. It nailed Lu Xuanhuan's sins and merits alike onto the board. As the golden light fell, Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul trembled violently. Behind him, 2 shadows emerged. One clad in armor and stained with blood stood atop the city walls 30 years ago. The other, wreathed in black chi, stood at the center of the fortune-seizing array. Both shadows were illuminated by the board's light, neither able to overshadow the other. Merits do not offset sins. Sins do not vanish through atonement. But his last wisp of remnant soul must be used to repay his debts. Before Changqing's eyes, a system prompt appeared. Atonement board established. If Lu Xuanhuan completes his atonement, the pollution source of the ancient altar can be weakened. Progress toward unlocking the 4th layer advancing. Changqing stared at the black eye beneath the city lord's mansion. To fully unlock the 4th layer, one final step remains. Zilyu. The entire city watched Lu Xuanhuan. They had feared he would continue his possession, that he would fully side with the ancient altar. But when he truly asked, can I still atone, everyone fell into silence. Son, he jerked his head up. Atonement. He stared at Lu Xuanhuan, bloodshot eyes blazing. My disciple's path to cultivation was destroyed, the legacy of the profound water sect lost forever. What can he atone with? An old cultivator beside him opened his mouth, but only whispered, elder son. If the ancient altar fully awakens, Qingzhou will see even more deaths. The veins on Sun He's hand bulged. He knew, but knowing did not mean he could forgive. Qingzhou still lay in the inn, his breath faint. The disciples of the profound water sect who had died on the road would not open their eyes again, just because of Lu Xuanhuan's regret. Sun He gritted his teeth so hard they ached, but his eyes reddened first. He wished Lu Xuanhuan would be obliterated on the spot. Yet he knew even more clearly that if the ancient altar were not sealed, Qingzhou would see countless more Qingzhous. Changqing's voice spread across Qingzhou. The atonement board only records atonement, it does not erase sins. Lu Xuanhuan scattering his soul to mend Qingzhou is the debt he must repay. As for whether Qingzhou forgives him, that is not for the celestial mechanism pavilion to decide. These words allowed a small measure of relief to settle in many hearts. Lu Xuanhuan heard it too. He felt no resentment, only murmured, so be it. What he feared most was not, it was that in the end he would once again use righteousness to bind Qingzhou. But the ancient altar was unwilling to grant him that chance. Layer upon layer of black qi chains wrapped around Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul, trying to drag him back into the altar's depths. The black eye blazed with immense fury, for it knew well that Lu Xuanyuan's remnant soul was the most crucial bridge between the city-guarding formation and the ancient altar. For 30 years it had hidden underground, using Lu Xuanyuan's heroic reputation. It had devoured fortune through the city-guarding formation. It had used Pei Yuanjing's authority to conceal the life tablets. Now that this bridge had turned against it, the first thing to be torn open was the skin it had draped over Qingzhou's ley lines. Once Lu Xuanyuan entered the atonement board and began to replenish Qingzhou's fortune, a gap would be torn in the altar's 30 years of preparation. Lu Xuanyuan's form wavered under the drag of the black qi, but he did not retreat. He raised his head and looked at the walls of Qingzhou. 30 years ago he had fought there until his remnant soul barely survived. 30 years later in the same city, he would pay the final price for the sins he had committed. Everyone. Lu Xuanyuan's hoarse voice carried across the entire city. This prefect does not seek forgiveness. I only ask that after my death my Qingzhou shall stand glorious. Su Changqing said nothing more. His brushstroke fell with unwavering steadiness. The 3 characters of the atonement board hung, suspended above Qingzhou. At the moment the golden light of the redemption list descended, the black patterns on Lu Xuanyuan's body were peeled away inch by inch. The ancient altar emitted a series of sharp wails. The black lines entangled in the city's protective formation were grasped tightly by him. The entire city wall of Qingzhou trembled simultaneously. The array patterns once regarded by the citizens as protective twisted like living beings at this moment. One half continued to channel fortune to the underground altar, while the other half was forcefully pulled back by the golden light of the redemption list flowing back into the veins of Qingzhou. The 2 forces tore at each other above the city wall, causing countless bricks and stones to tumble down. The citizens in the city looked up only to discover that the protective formation they had trusted for 30 years was already tightly entwined with black lines. What was revealed was the Qingzhou shepherd who had perished on the city walls 30 years ago. Lu Xuanyuan did not defend himself. He raised his hand and grasped the patterns of the protective formation in reverse. The black lines originally controlled by the ancient altar were forcibly pulled back by him. With each line pulled back, his residual soul dimmed a bit. Yet Lu Xuanyuan did not let go. Like he had stood on the city walls 30 years ago, he bore the entire weight of Qingzhou behind him. The difference was that in that year, he was blocking the tide of demons. This year, he was blocking the sins he had nurtured with his own hands. The ancient altar roared, Lu Xuanyuan, dare you defy me? The residual soul of Lu Xuanyuan burned. His figure grew fainter, yet his aura became clearer. Pei Yuanjing. He looked down at the already gasping Pei Yuanjing. We are both guilty, but you still have the chance to live and face judgment. A strand of golden light fell from Lu Xuanyuan's palm, severing the life patterns on Pei Yuanjing. Pei Yuanjing let out a miserable scream as his cultivation retreated like the tide. The golden core was not formed. Foundation establishment fell. In the end, only the breath of a mortal remained. He had saved his life, yet lost all his cultivation. Zhou Lai, accompanied by the Sky Patrol guards, stepped forward, staring at this former Lord of Qingzhou, momentarily at a loss for words. Pei Yuanjing had once been the apparent master of Qingzhou. The Academy noble families and the Sky Patrol guards had all operated under his command. But now he lacked even the strength to raise a hand to cover his face. Zhou Lai was silent for a moment and finally waved his hand. 2 Sky Patrol guards stepped forward to seal the remaining patterns on Pei Yuanjing. Pei Yuanjing lay on the ground, his eyes hollow. He had not died. But for him, living might be more painful than dying. Meanwhile, the life tokens on the altar began to shatter. Gu Qinzhou's life token shattered first. In the end, a disciple of Xian Shui's sect suddenly lunged to the bedside. Senior brother has a breath of life. Hearing the disciple's transmission, son, his eyes instantly turned red. He did not look at Lu Xuanyuan again, but bowed deeply toward the Tianji building. Chen Zibai's life token shattered. On the heart query platform, his chest's Dao bone trembled, breaking the oppressive righteous aura that had been held back for so long. The students from the cold families behind him stared blankly at this scene. Some had red eyes, while others clenched their scrolls, their knuckles turning white. They finally understood that every name written by the Tianji building was not just a mere spectacle on the list. Those golden lights truly had the power to restore the fate that had been siphoned away. Yi Wuchen gripped his rusted sword. More rust fell from the nameless rusted sword. Shu Guangsheng's demonic energy surged, and his demon-sacred body became increasingly domineering. Luo Qingli's ice pattern at her brow unfurled like a phoenix feather, stabilizing her ice phoenix life pattern completely. Jiang Mingyu's moon shadow atop her head grew rounder, and the royal family's fortune broke free from the black lines. The drop of stolen lifeblood in Xuanhuan's palm also turned to nothingness in the golden light of the redemption list. She raised her hand, watching as the last trace of blood color dissipated and the red bell rang softly. She chuckled lightly. The phantom of her red dust demon body spread behind her, shielding the young cultivators who were forced back by the black mist from the residual waves. The siphoned fortune could not all return, but at the very least the foundation was preserved. Lu Xuanhuan's residual soul became increasingly transparent. He looked at Qingzhou City, his eyes filled with nostalgia and guilt. Qingzhou, this shepherd once protected you and also harmed you. Today I return you your final journey. He pressed both hands against the protective formation. The residual soul burned completely. The protective formation reversed its operation, forcing the ancient altar out from the depths of the earth's veins. Beneath the city lord's residence, the black altar was fully exposed to the heavens and the earth. Without the cover of the protective formation, and without the nourishment from Lu Xuanhuan's residual soul, it finally became an isolated entity. Yet that I remained cold. Ants seeking atonement. Ridiculous. In the next moment, demonic energy surged into the sky. It was ready to fight back. Lu Xuanhuan's residual soul was left with only the last trace of golden light. He glanced back at the falling cloud mountain, as if separated by 30 years of frost, bowing his head toward the Changqing building. Lord Su, the remaining path of Qingzhou is entrusted to you. As his voice fell, the residual soul dissipated. The first line of words on the redemption list transformed into golden light, re-entering the veins of Qingzhou. On the previously polluted and mottled black vein map, a thin golden line finally lit up. This golden line was not thick, but it resembled a breath ignited on the chest of a dying person. Qingzhou did not immediately restore, yet it no longer continued to sink. As Lu Xuanhuan's residual soul burned, many old monuments in Qingzhou City also began to glow. Those monuments were erected 30 years ago for the victims of the tide of demons. Countless names were inscribed on the monuments, including soldiers, loose cultivators, ordinary citizens, and even the fallen generals, written by Lu Xuanhuan himself. An old woman with white hair stood before the monument, reaching out to touch her deceased husband's name, murmuring, "Lord Lu, you saved us, but also harmed those who came after. Today, as you scatter your soul, I do not forgive you for others, but I will see you off on your journey." She lit an incense stick. Across Qingzhou, people began to light incense one after another. Some looked coldly at the old monument lighting up and turned to leave. A middle-aged cultivator stood at the alley's entrance, staring at the incense for a long time before finally breaking the incense in half. "My father did not die in the tide of demons," he said softly. "He died in the fortune siphoning formation. No one tried to dissuade him. No one stopped him." Lu Xuanhuan saw the incense, and his residual soul trembled slightly. He did not accept the incense. Instead, he lowered his head and bowed to the names on those monuments. As the protective formation reversed, the entire Qingzhou heard the sound of chains breaking. That was the cause and effect of the fortune siphoning formation, entangled with the earth's veins for 30 years, being forcibly torn apart by Lu Xuanhuan's residual soul. With each break, Lu Xuanhuan's figure dimmed a bit. With each inch of the veins illuminated, the black eye of the altar grew colder. The pressure on Yu Wuchen and the others also lessened. They did not speak, but simultaneously looked toward the altar. Earlier, when pressed down by the fortune siphoning formation, they could only struggle on their own. But now the black lines weighing on them had broken. Sword bones, Dao bones, demon bodies, ice phoenix life patterns, bright moon fortunes, and red dust lifeblood were all illuminated by the golden list. At this moment, they were no longer just those who were saved on the list. Lu Xuanhuan had already paid his price. Next, it was their turn, those awakened by the list and protected by the fortitude list, to strike the final blow for Qingzhou. Su Changqing stood inside the Changqing building, his pen once again poised over the golden list. Redemption was only the first step. Sealing the altar was the ultimate goal. The ancient altar seemed to sense the battle intent of the crowd, and the demonic patterns within its black eye surged. "Ridiculous. A group of ants led by the list seeking to seal me." Su Changqing's voice echoed from the Changqing building. "You are mistaken. They are not being led by the list. It is the wishes of all beings that guide the creation of the list." After revealing its true form, the ancient altar completely lost control of the demonic energy. The black mist transformed into countless tentacles reaching out across Qingzhou. It sought to devour one last wave of fortune before being sealed. The citizens who had just regained their composure were once again thrown into panic. Many cultivators summoned their magical artifacts, only to discover that those black mist tentacles were not ordinary demonic energy. They were not drawing blood and flesh. Rather, they were siphoning away life essence. A young loose cultivator had just severed the black mist before him when a gray line appeared on his forehead, causing him to stagger and kneel. Zhou Lai cleaved through the tentacles, lunging towards the streets with his sword, sternly commanding, "Do not clash, heathen." Protect the citizens. Yet the black mist continued to surge forth from the cracks in the ground. The earth veins of Qingzhou had just been briefly replenished by Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul and were far from fully restored. If the altar continued to devour that breath of vitality would soon be dragged back into the darkness. Within the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, Changqing stood before a long table simultaneously channeling 3 layers of power. The stargazing disc fixed the fortune of Qingzhou, while the Heavenly Secrets mirror revealed the true form of the altar. The stone tablet suppressing the causal ranking combined with the 3 forces transforming into a golden light that pierced through Qingzhou. The words "cut the line" resonated from the golden light, reaching the ears of every talented individual on the list. Yi Wuchen was the first to move. The nameless rusty sword unsheathed the mark of the Azure Emperor glimmering. He swung his sword towards the bloodline connecting the altar to the earth veins. This strike was not for glory. It was to sever the life he had once lost. The bloodline shattered. Yi Wuchen staggered, but did not retreat. The second strike followed closely behind. Chu Guangxing charged into the densest area of demonic energy. The saint body of demonic devourer erupted forcibly, swallowing the overflowing demonic energy. The backlash of demonic energy assailed his meridians, yet he laughed even more wildly. Want to consume Qingzhou? Then let me consume you first. Luo Qingli hovered in midair, the phantom of the ice phoenix spreading its wings. A chilling aura descended, freezing the cracks of the altar inch by inch. Her face was pale, yet the ice patterns on her forehead shone brilliantly. Jiang Mingyue stood in the direction of the Lord's residence, manifesting the true dragon accompanying the moon to stabilize the remaining fortune of the city. Disciples of the Lord's residence, heed my command. Protect the people, do not seek glory. Everyone from the Lord's residence responded in unison. Chen Ji Bai inscribed a righteous decree on the heart-questioning platform. In this world there is righteous energy. The demonic and evil cannot consume human lives. The righteous energy flowed like a white rainbow towards the altar. As he finished writing, the pen in his hand shattered, blood streaming from his palm, yet the righteous energy did not dissipate. Shen Hongzhuang led the disciples of the demonic sect to slay those who sought to draw demonic energy into their bodies amidst the chaos. She laughed coldly as she killed. The demonic sect can be destroyed, but do not be foolish enough to become a dog for others. The combined forces of 6 finally pushed the black mist overflowing from the altar back to the ruins of the Lord's residence. Yet the ancient altar did not fall silent. The black eye at its center suddenly cracked open with countless small demonic patterns. The demonic patterns transformed into twisted faces, some human, some demonic, and others indescribable monsters. They all spoke at once, their voices whispering into every person's soul. Enter my altar, and you shall attain immortality. Offer the fortune of a city, and you can exchange it for the golden core path. Su Changqing, you guard the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. Do you not also seek immortality? How are you any different from them? Several cultivators from noble families just emerging from the ruins of the academy hesitated with their magical artifacts in hand. Immortality, golden core, invincibility. These words held a deadly allure for cultivators. Their family crests still adorned them, but their faces revealed the same greedy lust as Han Daolin did once. One of them instinctively took a half step forward. In the next moment, the golden light of the ranking illuminated their faces. That person suddenly snapped back to awareness, looking down to see they had already stepped onto the edge of the black mist, cold sweat trickling down their back. Su Changqing, however, did not even lift his eyelids. Different. Naturally different. You seek to rob others of their lives. I merely follow the will of heaven to alter fate. He lifted his pen, writing the final character on the golden ranking. Seal. As the character fell, the sky of Qingzhou appeared to be covered by a golden ranking. Everyone saw chains descending from the ranking. They directly locked onto the demonic patterns on the altar. Each time a demonic pattern was bound, the ancient altar trembled. The black eye finally showed more than just disdain. It began to struggle. It began to rage. Struggling and raging meant the birth of fear. On the golden ranking, the handwriting of the puppet master once again illuminated. Ancient altar beneath Qingzhou. The name had not faded, the crime had not faded, and the gaze of the entire city had not faded. The black eye suddenly contracted. It sought to sink back underground, yet with each descent the words on the ranking shone even brighter. From this moment on, the ancient altar could no longer hide behind the city's protective array and the name of Lu Xuanhuan. Everyone in Qingzhou who looked up at the ranking would remember its name. The golden chains tightened abruptly. The ancient altar was forcibly pressed back underground, and the demonic patterns on its surface extinguished inch by inch. Before being completely sealed, that eye fixed its gaze on the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. Remnants of the old heavenly secrets. You can seal Qingzhou, but you cannot seal the 9 provinces. Boom. A muffled sound reverberated from deep within the ruins of the Lord's residence. The altar sank into the ground. The last wisp of black mist was nailed down by the golden rankings chains. The black spots in the earth veins of Qingzhou began to recede. The citizens of the city stared at the vanishing black eye, and for a long time no one spoke. Until a woman holding her child knelt by the roadside, her fingers pressing firmly against the child's ears. She glanced at the ruins of the Lord's residence, then at the child in her arms, suddenly bursting into low sobs. As her cries began, several loose cultivators who had previously held on slowly sat down. The magical artifacts in their hands were chipped, their sleeves covered in black ash. Yet they were still alive. Qingzhou still existed. Inside the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, Changqing finally put down his pen. A system prompt appeared. The sealing of the ancient altar of Qingzhou was successful. The fortune-seizing bureau of Qingzhou has concluded. Conditions met. The 4th level of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets has opened. On Mount Leyun, the door of the 4th level began to tremble slowly. Behind the door, countless whispers of demons could be heard. Changqing looked up. Qingzhou was merely the first. The words of the ancient altar before its demise had already pushed greater darkness before him. After the ancient altar was sealed, Qingzhou City remained quiet for a long time. Many people stood in place, only realizing they had survived this catastrophe when the magical tools in their hands fell to the ground. The apothecary at the street corner reopened. The shopkeeper trembled as he moved the door panel. Several Skywatch guards carried the injured from the ruins, instinctively lightening their steps as they passed the old monument. Half of the city lord's residence collapsed. The heart-watching platform of the academy cracked. Although the earth veins of Qingzhou were preserved, they were still severely weakened. The streets bore the remnants of blackened traces left by scorching. The common people sat on the thresholds, staring blankly in the direction of the city lord's residence. They had once thought that the highest heaven of Qingzhou was the city lord's residence. It was not until today that they realized beneath that sky lay a man-eating altar. Pei Yuanjing was taken away by the Skywatch guards. His cultivation was completely wasted, and he naturally could no longer hold the position of city lord. Pei Yuanjing did not resist. He merely turned back to glance at the underground of the city lord's residence, and softly spoke. I thought I could control everything. Zhou Lai remained silent for a long time before slowly responding. Your merits and faults can only be judged by others. Pei Yuanjing's lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. Allowing others to judge him was more cruel for the former city lord of Qingzhou than dying on the spot. Zhou Lai delivered the residual seal of the city lord's residence to the royal court. The Skywatch guards focused solely on arresting criminals. The academy was still clearing the mess, and the various sects naturally could not vie for power at this time. In the end, the governance of Qingzhou was temporarily taken over by Jiang Mingyue. Jiang Mingyue did not decline. She understood that Qingzhou had just experienced a massive upheaval, and what was needed most was not a power struggle, but stability. When she took the residual seal, her fingertip brushed against a crack on the seal's edge. That crack seemed to stretch from the city lord's residence all the way through Qingzhou. Jiang Mingyue did not immediately stamp the seal, but first wrote down the initial order. Open the granaries. Save the people. Seal the records of the city lord's residence. The Academy of Qingzhou also began to clear the mess. Han Daolin was dead, and the aristocratic students could no longer monopolize the library. Chen Jibai became the representative of the commoner scholars. He did not immediately take up any position, but wrote down 4 words in front of the academy. Education, without class distinction. This time no one dared to ridicule him. Those aristocratic disciples who once stood inside, watching him copy books, now lowered their heads afraid to meet his gaze. A common youth stood at the bottom of the library stairs, still clutching a worn wooden token. That token was proof that he could only access the 1st level of the library before. Chen Jibai glanced at him, and personally unlocked the restrictions leading to the 3rd floor. As the youth lifted his foot, his eyes turned red. Yi Wuchan regained the chance for fortune, and his sword bone was once again completed. After the rust on the nameless rusty sword fell away, strange patterns faintly appeared on the sword body. Xu Guangxing devoured the demonic energy from the altar. His cultivation surged, but he was also backlashed by the demonic energy and needed to enter seclusion to refine it. Before he left, he flashed a grin in the direction of the heavenly mechanism tower. Lord Su, should you give any commands next time, I Chu shall await your orders at any moment. Luo Qingli's Ice Phoenix fate was finally stabilized. Once the chill around him retracted, he appeared even more like a concealed ice sword. As Jiang Mingyue took over the affairs of Qingzhou, the true dragon, accompanying the moon pattern, truly connected with the hearts of the Qingzhou people for the first time. Before Xuanhuan left the academy, she specifically looked towards the direction of the heavenly mechanism tower. Changqing, this time consider it a favor I owe you. But if you write my name on the list again, next time remember to inform me in advance. She smiled as she left. Outside the ruins of the city lord's residence, an old soldier removed his damaged helmet and bowed towards the direction of Falling Cloud Mountain. In front of the academy, the common students clasped their hands together in respect to Changqing. In the streets, the rescued common people also gradually bowed their heads. They did not know what list the Heavenly Mechanism Tower would announce next, nor did they know how many altars still lay beneath the 9 provinces. But at least today, Qingzhou survived. Falling Cloud Mountain. Inside the Heavenly Mechanism Tower, Changqing sat behind a long table, his face still somewhat pale. The pressure of the town fortune list along with the forced sealing of the ancient altar drained him greatly. But the harvest was equally astonishing. The hidden hand list of Qingzhou is complete. The Qingzhou Seizing Fortune Bureau has ended. Gained a large amount of heavenly mechanism value. Gained the recognition of Qingzhou's fortune. The Qing Emperor's Tao Inquiry chapter has further unlocked. The 4th floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower is now open. Rumbling. The mist leading to the 4th floor dissipated. Changqing stepped up the stairs slowly. The 4th floor was different from the previous 3. The 4 walls here were engraved with patterns of demons and monsters. There were 9-tailed foxes, giant beasts of mountains, and seas, demon monks wearing human skin and blurred shadows that seemed like human officials but were filled with monstrous energy. In the center hung a roll of blacklist scroll. Surrounding the scroll was not golden light, but an inked color as deep as the night. That ink seemed to swallow sight, yet in its depths a faint azure light unique to the Heavenly Mechanism Tower shone through. System prompts appeared. 4th floor monster list. Ability can deduce clues about demons and monsters in the 9 provinces based on causality beliefs and remnant demonic energy. Prompt: when causality is insufficient, only previews will be displayed, not true names. Changqing walked to the black scroll. The scroll opened on its own without wind. The first list slowly emerged. The monster list of the 9 provinces is about to open. The first monster on the list is not in the mountains and seas, nor in the demon kingdom, but within the human imperial capital. Changqing looked at this line of text, pausing his fingertip at the edge of the scroll for a moment. Qingzhou was just the beginning. From today onwards, the list of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower would no longer only rank 1 province, but rather it would rank all under heaven. He walked to the window, gazing in the direction beyond Qingzhou. There lay the great Qian imperial capital, the sects of the 9 provinces, the demon kingdom, mountains and seas, and many more secrets yet to be uncovered. Changqing picked up his brush once more and wrote a line of preview on the blank list paper. In 3 days, the monster list of the 9 provinces will open. Outside the window, the night of Qingzhou, which had just calmed down, was once again illuminated by the golden black light of the list. As the news spread throughout Qingzhou, everyone who had just breathed a sigh of relief looked up once more. In 3 days, the monster list of the 9 provinces will open. If this had been a few months ago, the people of Qingzhou might have thought the Heavenly Mechanism Tower was insane. A broken tower on Falling Cloud Mountain would dare to rank the 9 provinces. But today no one dared to laugh, because they had witnessed the true dragon list come to fruition, seen the evil deeds list judge crimes, and watched the hidden hand list peel away the layers of the Qingzhou Seizing Fortune Bureau over the past 30 years. The Qingzhou list had already concluded, but the list of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower had clearly just begun. In a tavern in the city, a cultivator gazed towards the direction of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower and murmured, "The first monster on the list is in the human imperial capital." If that is true. He did not finish his sentence. The several cultivators at the same table turned their gazes northward simultaneously, even forgetting to lift their wine cups. The sky of Qingzhou was torn open at one corner by the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Next, what would be torn open would be the entire 9 provinces. And in the unseen depths of the 9 provinces, ancient altars that had remained silent for many years simultaneously flickered with faint black light, as if some existence had heard the sound of the opening of the 4th floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. The Qingzhou had just settled down for 3 days. The black mist over the ruins of the city lord's residence had dissipated. The Zugong's Wenxin Terrace had been re-established, and people began to clear away the scorched marks left by the altar chaos in the streets and alleys. But everyone knew that Qingzhou was no longer the same as before. Previously, the people of Qingzhou discussed which genius had entered the Qianlong list, which divine weapon had revealed itself in ancient tombs, and which stunning woman had gained fame throughout the state. Now they spoke of the Tianji Tower. They discussed Changqing sealing the altar with a single stroke. They talked about Pei Yuanjing being deposed and imprisoned in the Xuanhuan guard's dungeon. They mentioned Shenjibai writing there are no classes in teaching, allowing common students to step into the 3rd floor of the library for the first time. They talked about Yi Wuchen's rusted sword shedding the Qingdi patterns, about Xu Guangxing closing himself off to devour demons, and about Shun Hongzhuang's parting words, "I owe the Tianji Tower a favor." In Qingzhou City, whether in taverns, tea houses, streets, or sect residences, whenever someone spoke, the topic would inevitably circle back to Luoyun Mountain. Who would have thought that a broken building could truly change the fate of Qingzhou? I still remember when the Qianlong list first came out, the whole city was cursing Master Su for fabricating nonsense. Fabricating nonsense. Now who would dare to say those two words? The behind-the-scenes manipulations have overturned the city lord's residence, sealed the ancient altar. If this is called fabrication, then I am willing to be fabricated every day. Laughter erupted, but it quickly lowered. After the fourth floor of Tianji Tower was opened, the new list had been hanging for 3 days. 2 lines of official documents hovered above the Tianji Tower. At sunrise, the scene was a mix of gold and black. After nightfall, it resembled a scroll of black, celestial writing tightening the hearts of all cultivators in Qingzhou. Jiuzhou, the imperial capital. The meaning these 2 words represented was too heavy. Qingzhou was merely a border state of the Daqian dynasty. Even if the Tianji Tower was almost a miracle in Qingzhou, once the list pointed to the imperial capital, everything would be completely different. In the tavern, a wandering cultivator spoke in a low voice. Did Master Su go too fast this time? Qingzhou has just settled down, and already the Jiuzhou demon list has been ranked. If it really gets to the imperial capital, will the court send someone to suppress the tower? Immediately someone refuted the city lord's residence, also wanted to suppress the tower, but what was the result? The wandering cultivator shook his head. The city lord's residence belongs to Qingzhou, while the imperial capital is the Daqian center. The Qingtian supervisor, the demon suppression department, and the imperial capital's forbidden army. How can they be compared to the city lord's residence? When these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Indeed, they believed in the Tianji Tower. But belief does not equate to fear. Under Luoyan Mountain, there were more people coming to watch the list than during Qingzhou's fortune-seizing event. There were local cultivators from Qingzhou, as well as merchants and sect spies from neighboring states. They squeezed along the sides of the mountain path, looking up at the black shadow of the list on the 4th floor. Jiang Mingyue stood at the foot of the mountain with the newly restructured guards of the Wangfu behind her. After taking over the governance of Qingzhou, there was less of the youthful coldness in her eyes and more of the true demeanor of authority. With Qingzhou just stabilizing, if the imperial capital comes to seek justice, how do you plan to respond? She looked towards the tower. Su Changqing's voice came from within. The list writes of demons, not of imperial power. Jiang Mingyue whispered, but the imperial power may not think so. Su Changqing replied indifferently, that is a matter for the imperial power. When these words were transmitted down the mountain, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Chen Jibai stood on the other side of the crowd, followed by several common students. He looked at the Jiuzhou demon list and whispered the Qingzhou Shuigong could still hide. Han Daolin, can the Qingtian supervisor in the imperial capital truly be clean? Yi Wuchen, carrying his nameless rusted sword, gazed towards the north. The imperial capital has demons. The sword should also go to the imperial capital. In the distance, Chu Quanxing, who had recently exited seclusion, smiled wide. Demon list. It sounds even more interesting than the Qianlong list. The people of Qingzhou discussed fervently with excitement, worry, and a hint of underlying pride. In the past, they looked up to the imperial capital. Now the imperial capital would also be written on the list by the Tianji Tower. The 4th floor of the Tianji Tower. Su Changqing stood before the blacklist. The list opened without wind, the first page still displaying those 2 lines of predictions. System notifications appeared. The attention on the Jiuzhou demon list continues to rise. The trust level within Qingzhou is extremely high. The skepticism level across Jiuzhou is extremely high. Suggestion: use small demons to verify. Tear open the demon line of the imperial capital. Su Changqing looked at the notification, his expression calm. High skepticism was just what he wanted. The more the list was questioned, the stronger the backlash after verification. The Qingzhou chapter had already proven this point. He picked up the brush and wrote a line under the Jiuzhou demon list. The list opens in Jiuzhou, starting from the imperial capital. Boom. The golden black list light shot into the sky. Qingzhou erupted once more. And at the very top of the list light, the second line of predictions became clearer. The first demon on the list is not in the mountains and seas, nor in the demon kingdom, but in the human race's imperial capital. At the same time, thousands of miles away, the Daqian imperial capital. A completely snow-white fox lay on the golden jade platform in the palace's rear garden and suddenly opened its eyes. When the news reached the Qingzhou Shuigong, Chen Jibai was lecturing the common students. He paused his pen, looked towards the direction of Tianji Tower, and remained silent for a long time. A common student couldn't help but ask, Brother Chen, will there really be demons in the imperial capital? Chen Jibai replied, the Qingzhou Shuigong once claimed there are no classes in teaching. The crowd was taken aback. Chen Jibai continued, but if the Tianji Tower hadn't revealed the list, how many common fates would you know are suppressed beneath the library? He looked up towards the north. The higher the position, the easier it is to hide dirt. Because those who stand at a height always think no one dares to look up. At the same time, Jiang Mingyue was handling affairs in front of the ruins of the city lord's residence. After hearing the prediction of the Jiuzhou demon list, she set down the documents. Her first reaction was not shock, but to send someone to organize all the evidence of Qing's fortune-seizing bureau. Send it to the imperial capital's Chamber of Commerce. Her subordinate was astonished. Your Highness intends to testify for the Tianji Tower. Jiang Mingwei replied indifferently, not for the Tianji Tower, but for the people of the world. Outside the city, Jinlu Yi Wuchen was polishing his rusted sword. The Qingdi patterns on the sword glimmered slightly under the illumination of the list light, as if responding to the new list. In the secluded place of Chu Guangxing, demonic energy surged. He heard the disciples outside discussing the Jiuzhou demon list, and grinned. The demons in the imperial capital should be more nourishing than those in Qingzhou. All these reactions ultimately converged into one fact. Qingzhou had transformed from observers of the list to believers in the list. And this trust was the first spark of the Jiuzhou demon list's expansion. The news of the demon list spread faster than anyone could have imagined. As the flying ship of the Wanbao Merchant Association departed from Qingzhou, a communication talisman on board had already delivered the list's contents to the branches in various states. Outside Qingzhou City, the Wanbao Merchant Association hastily set up a communication water mirror. One end of the mirror connected to the branch point at the foot of Luoyun Mountain, while the other linked to the merchant building outside the imperial city. As long as one is willing to pay spirit stones, they could transmit the hottest discussions from the streets of the imperial city and the latest proclamations from the astronomical bureau directly back to Qingzhou. Such things are usually used for reporting market prices or losses, but today they were overwhelmed with usage. In the letters written by the disciples of Qing's sects to their masters, 9 out of 10 mentioned the Tianji Tower. As for the loose cultivators, they were even more adept at spreading rumors. In just 3 days, the phrase "the number one demon on the list is in the human imperial city" fell like a spark into the most prosperous city of the Daqian dynasty. In the imperial city, under the feet of the emperor, the dragon Qi coiled around the city. On the Zhuke Avenue, carriages flowed like dragons, and the high towers of taverns were filled with the scions of noble families, while the stargazing platform of the astronomical bureau hung high in the north of the city, with the demon suppression office's black-armored guards patrolling the area. The people here have always been accustomed to looking down on the various states. To them, Qingzhou was merely a remote border state. The Tianji Tower was just the latest rumor to stir up a commotion in Qingzhou. In the largest tavern of the imperial city, the Zhaixing Tower, a young man in brocade shook his folding fan and laughed heartily after hearing the merchant's account of the Qingzhou seizing luck bureau. The people of Qingzhou really have never seen the world. A small building has sealed a local altar, and they dare to rank on the demon list of the 9 states. They even claim the number one demon is in the human imperial city. The imperial city has dragon Qi suppressing, it has the astronomical bureau observing the stars, and the demon suppression office patrolling the city. What demon would dare to run wild here? Someone chimed in. In a place like Qingzhou, even the Lord's mansion can be infiltrated by demons, which shows their own incompetence. To extrapolate the affairs of Qingzhou to the imperial city is nothing but a joke. Some hesitated, but I heard the lists from the Tianji Tower have all come true. The young man in brocade scoffed, it's just local tricks. It's merely a ruse to fool the foolish people of Qingzhou. This sentiment was shared by most in the imperial city. Qingzhou was believed. The imperial city was not. Because the imperial city possessed the astronomical bureau. It held the authority for the most orthodox star observation, demon measurement, and national fortune assessment in Daqian. Celestial phenomena belonged to the court. Demons were under the purview of the demon suppression office. The list, just rumors among the populace. That evening, the astronomical bureau issued a proclamation. The proclamation was penned by Vice Director Song Guohe, sealed with the astronomical bureau's red stamp, and sent to various states. The Tianji Tower in Qingzhou confuses the masses. Celestial phenomena in the 9 states are observed by the astronomical bureau. The dragon Qi of the imperial city flourishes, and demons do not invade. The rumors of a list claiming demons lurk in the imperial city disrupt the nation's foundation. Without solid evidence, the list must be withdrawn and an apology issued. When this proclamation returned to Qingzhou, the entire state was once again in an uproar. It was not that someone had obtained information about the imperial city out of thin air. Rather, as soon as the proclamation from the astronomical bureau was posted on the outer red wall of the star observation platform, a copy of the communication talisman had already been dispatched by the Wanbao Merchant Association, sent back along the merchant's spiritual messages to Luoyun Mountain. At the foot of Luoyun Mountain, a merchant cultivator from the imperial city publicly read the proclamation. After he finished, he looked at the Qingzhou cultivators on either side of the mountain path and said lightly, "Everyone, the affairs of Qingzhou are already known in the imperial city. The astronomical bureau's intentions are also very clear. If the Tianji Tower only ranks Qingzhou, no one will care. But if it rashly ranks the imperial city, it is an act of rebellion, a confusion of the masses." The faces of the Qingzhou cultivators at the foot of the mountain turned grim. A few months ago they might have laughed at the Tianji Tower as well. But now it was different. The Tianji Tower had saved Qingzhou. Changqing sealed the ancient altar with a single stroke, stabilizing the fortune of a state. The words of the people in the imperial city, the matters of the foolish people of Qingzhou, brushed aside the bloodshed they had experienced, leaving many feeling uneasy. At this moment some Qingzhou individuals in the imperial city coldly remarked, if the imperial city is so powerful, where was the astronomical bureau when the ancient altar in Qingzhou appeared? Where was the astronomical bureau when my Qingzhou genius fell from grace? Where was it when Lu Xuanhuan's remnant soul took possession? The cultivators of the imperial city frowned. Qingzhou the imperial city? Is the imperial city? Demons will not bypass the path simply because it is the imperial city. Bai said calmly amidst the crowd. The cultivator from the imperial city scoffed. A scholar from a humble background dares to discuss the dragon chi of the imperial city. Bai did not get angry. He merely raised his head to look towards Qingzhou. Inside the Tianji Tower, Changqing had also finished reading the proclamation. The vice director of the Astronomical Bureau, Xuanhuan. He remembered this name. System notifications appeared. The degree of skepticism towards the imperial city has risen. The authority of the Astronomical Bureau intervenes, significantly increasing the attention on the demon list. Changqing set the proclamation down. For him, this was not a trouble. This was the best nourishment for the list. He ascended to the 4th floor where the black list automatically unfolded. Changqing took up his brush, offering no explanation, and simply wrote the first note beside the demon list. Note: skin of humanity as attire, the soul concealed in the brush. In 3 days the 9th skin would be completed, and the name of the demon would manifest. The light of the list soared to the heavens. The people of Qingzhou were first taken aback, then erupted into an uproar. At this moment some imperial cultivators who had come to watch the excitement changed their expressions slightly. A demon that wears human skin. Outside the imperial city. At the same time in the city outside the imperial city, in an art studio named Xuanhuan, a pale-faced painter was focused on mixing colors. Before him hung 8 paintings of beautiful women. Each woman in the paintings was as beautiful as a living person. The painter raised his head, looking at the 9th empty frame on the wall, and smiled gently. Just one last skin is needed. The mountain path soon erupted into noise. The imperial cultivators felt that the people of Qingzhou had been bewitched by the Tianji Tower. The Qingzhou cultivators thought the people of the imperial city were high and mighty, completely unaware of how terrifying it was to hide demons within the order. You say the imperial city has dragon chi, and demons do not invade. A disciple from the Xian Shui sect scoffed. Not long ago the Lord's Mansion also claimed that the city protection formation would ensure 30 years of peace for Qingzhou. And what was the result? The faces of the imperial cultivators darkened. Are you comparing the Lord's Mansion of Qingzhou to the imperial city? Why can't I compare? An old man stepped out from the crowd, his voice calm, yet clear. The people of Qingzhou once also did not believe in the Tianji Tower. Because we believed in the Lord's Mansion, believed in the Academy, believed in the City Protection Formation, believed in those clean names hanging on the plaques. Later the facts proved that the brighter the plaque, the deeper the shadow beneath. This statement rendered many Qingzhou cultivators silent, and momentarily left the imperial cultivators speechless. On Luoyan Mountain, Changqing did not participate in the quarrel. To him, the more arrogant the imperial city, the better. Arrogance would bring doubt. Doubt would bring attention. And when the list comes true, all arrogance will transform into the value of the Tianji. He gazed at the black list, and the fortune of the imperial city appeared before his eyes. That fortune was so vast, far beyond what Qingzhou could compare. It was precisely because it was so immense that even a little bit of demonic energy was hidden deeper. Outside the imperial capital at Xuanhuan Studio, Lu Xuanhuan is a renowned painter, at least in the outer city. He does not join the Imperial Painting Academy, nor does he paint portraits for ordinary folk. He exclusively paints beautiful women, and only the most exquisite ones. It is said that any woman he has painted appears 3 parts more beautiful than in reality. Many concubines of high officials, courtesans from singing houses, and daughters of noble families have secretly come to Xuanhuan Studio seeking a portrait. However, some say Lu Xuanhuan's paintings are too sinister, because the eyes of the women in the paintings seem to truly gaze at people. On this day Xuanhuan Studio was crowded, but not with those seeking portraits. They were there to watch a spectacle regarding the Tianji Tower's rankings. The 10th on the Kyushu demon list, Lu Xuanhuan, painter from the outer city. True form, a skin demon. Crime, murder, and skinning, creating beautiful women's paintings, offering the skins of beauties to the nobles of the imperial capital. Comment: 8 beauties in the painting, none are true art. The 9th skin is yet to be completed, the demon bones cannot be hidden at midnight. After this list reached the imperial capital, laughter echoed in the Zhaixing Tower. The 10th, just an outer city painter. Did not Tianji Tower say the top demon resides in the imperial capital? Why is a painter listed first? The Qingzhou Small Tower is still just that afraid to even write about the inner city of the capital. They can only use minor figures from the outer city to fill the ranks. The Xintian Monitor also took the opportunity to voice their opinion. Vice Monitor Xuanhuan did not personally appear, but had disciples relay the message. The Xintian Monitor has investigated, and there is no demonic energy on Lu Sanmian. If the so-called Kyushu Demon List's first place is based on such absurd claims, cultivators across Kyushu need not take it seriously. As night fell, not only common folk gathered outside Sanmian's studio, but also the demon-catching division, Xintian Monitor disciples, and guards from several noble families of the imperial capital. They were all waiting for midnight to arrive, waiting for Tianji Tower to make an error. Inside Sanmian's studio, Lu Sanmian maintained a calm demeanor. He wore a faded blue robe, his face pale, and his gaze gentle, indeed, not resembling a demon. Zhaoji, a captain from the demon-catching division, entered the studio and asked coldly, "Lu Sanmian, Tianji Tower claims you are a skin demon." Lu Sanmian smiled bitterly. "Sir, I am merely a painter. I do not even dare to kill a chicken." Zhaoji looked at the 8 beautiful paintings on the wall. "Are these paintings yours?" Lu Sanmian nodded. "All are commissioned by clients." A disciple from the Xintian Monitor took out a demon-revealing talisman and circled Lu Sanmian. The talisman showed no response. Laughter erupted outside. "See, there is no demonic energy. Tianji Tower truly made a mistake this time." The people of Qingzhou inflated his reputation, but now in the imperial capital his true form is revealed. Some even wrote letters on the spot to inform Qingzhou of the Tianji Tower's demon list first place being a failure. In front of the water mirror of the Merchant Association, the manager responsible for the projection had beads of sweat on his forehead. With every mocking word returned from the imperial capital, the atmosphere under Luoyun Mountain grew heavier. In front of the water mirror of the Merchant Association, the manager responsible for the projection had beads of sweat on his forehead. With every mocking word, yet the more it was like this, the more anxious they felt. Under Luoyun Mountain, the crowd was also somewhat tense. Could it really be a mistake? If Lu Sanmian has no demonic energy, how could the 10th on the demon list come true? "Do not worry," Lord Su wrote, "it is at midnight." Inside the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing sat calmly in front of the black rankings on the 4th floor. The Tianji mirror reflected the scene in Sanmian's studio. Lu Sanmian indeed had no demonic energy, because all the demonic energy on him was hidden within the paintings, or rather hidden within the skins. Midnight was approaching. Outside Sanmian's studio, the voices of doubt grew louder. Zhaoji also frowned. Although he did not believe in Tianji Tower, he could not afford to be entirely careless. After all, the news from the Qingzhou Seizing Fortune Bureau was circulating too fiercely. "Lu Sanmian, you cannot leave tonight." Lu Sanmian lowered his head respectfully. "Commoner will listen to your orders." A disciple from the Xintian Monitor sneered, "Midnight is almost here. I want to see where the skin demon is hiding." As soon as he spoke, the first beautiful painting on the wall seemed to ooze a faint trace of red from the corner of its eye. That red mark was quickly concealed by the rouge within the painting. Lu Sanmian lowered his head, gently curling his finger in his sleeve. Deep underground, a barely audible sound of nails scraping would echoed. Zhaoji suddenly turned around. "What sound?" Lu Sanmian raised his eyes in confusion. "Sir, I did not hear anything." Outside Sanmian's studio, the mocking voices became even louder. Not far from Sanmian's studio, someone even started a betting scheme, betting whether Tianji Tower would fail. Those betting on failure accounted for 99%. The reason was simple. This is the imperial capital. Lu Sanmian had already been examined by both the demon-catching division and the Xintian Monitor. The demon-revealing talisman showed no reaction, and the observation technique revealed no anomalies. Even the patrol demon dogs left by the demon suppression division were just lying at the door napping. If a demon could still exist under such circumstances, does that not mean that all methods of verifying demons in the imperial capital have become a joke? No one wanted to believe this outcome. Lu Sanmian stood in the center of the studio, lowering his head humbly, even voluntarily handing over his painting box, pigments, and brush stand. If the esteemed officials are not at ease, you may check each item. The more open his attitude, the more the onlookers felt Tianji Tower was absurd. This person looks more honest than the disciples of the Xintian Monitor. The Qingzhou Small Tower must have heard some rumors to dare write on the Kyushu list. The disciples of the Xintian Monitor sneered, "Even more demon list. I see it as a rumor list." Amidst this laughter, the midnight drum finally sounded its first beat. Dong! The candlelight in the studio suddenly turned a ghastly white. The second beat of the drum echoed. Lu Sanmian looked out the window, and the smile at the corner of his mouth could no longer be concealed. He had endured an entire night. These demon-catching division and Xintian Monitor disciples thought they were watching him closely, unaware that while standing in this studio their shadows had already been recorded by the painting paper. Had it not been for the Tianji Tower's list locking the midnight hour, he might have wanted to keep the skins of these people as well. The 8 beautiful paintings on the wall began to sway gently. The third beat of the drum finally fell. Dong! 8 beautiful women simultaneously opened their eyes. In that instant, everyone in the Xuanhuan studio felt as if they had been doused with cold water. Those who had just mocked the Tianji Tower turned pale one after another. The eyes of the women in the painting were bleeding. They opened their mouths, but could not make a sound, as if their souls were trapped beneath the painted skin, only able to watch the mortal world through a thin layer of paper. The demon-catching officer Zhao Ji was the first to react. Capture him! The black-armored guards of the demon-catching division simultaneously drew their swords, slicing towards Lu Xuanhuan. But Lu Xuanhuan's body floated backwards like a piece of human skin blown by the wind. His face split open from the forehead, revealing a layer of pale, human skin slowly peeling away. Beneath the human skin was not flesh and blood, but a demon face devoid of features. A painted demon. Why the rush? Lu Xuanhuan's voice turned sharp and slippery. The 9th bowtie skin isn't finished yet. He raised his hand, and the girl in the hidden compartment was swept up by demonic energy, flying towards the empty frame on the wall. That frame resembled an open mouth, and the outline of the terrified girl began to emerge on the paper. Zhao Ji roared, "Rescue her!" Several cultivators from the demon-catching division lunged forward. But the 8 beautiful women in the paintings suddenly flew out, their pale arms reaching out to grasp their ankles. These women were not helping Lu Xuanhuan. They were instinctively seeking rescue. However, they had been transformed into painted slaves by the painted demon, and their pleading hands had become chains that harmed others. The disciples of the Changqing Bureau turned pale, hastily summoning the demon-revealing talisman. This time the talisman finally ignited, and it was not an ordinary burn. The moment the talisman flew out, it exploded, illuminating the entire painting studio with demonic energy. The demonic energy was not emanating from Lu Xuanhuan, but from the 8 painted skins. How could this happen? A disciple of the Changqing Bureau murmured. Just now there was clearly no demonic energy. Zhao Ji severed the arm of the painted slave with a sword, angrily stating, "Do we still care about just now?" Lu Xuanhuan suddenly laughed heartily. "Changqing Bureau, you think your little demon-revealing technique is worthy to reveal me? My demonic energy was long since taken away by a noble person." As his words fell, he transformed into a thin sheet of human skin, slipping towards the crack in the ceiling. The painted demon excelled at changing skins to escape. As long as he blended into the crowd and changed his face, even a vast imperial city would find it hard to locate him. Zhao Ji's expression changed dramatically. "Block him." But the painted demon was too fast. Just as that sheet of human skin was about to escape the Xuanhuan studio, a beam of golden black light suddenly descended from the heavens. 10th on the Kyushu demon list, Lu Xuanhuan. The demons on the list are revealed and named. The light fell upon that sheet of human skin. Lu Xuanhuan let out a chilling scream. He had changed countless skins and names. But the demon list did not lock onto his skin. It locked onto his true name. His demon soul. Under the golden black light, Lu Xuanhuan could no longer disguise himself, and was forcibly dragged back to the ground from the ceiling. Zhao Ji seized the opportunity and struck down with his sword. The painted demon's body split open. The 8 beautiful women fell to the ground simultaneously. The soul shadows of the women in the painting slowly emerged, silently bowing towards the Tianji Tower before dissipating into specks of light. The 9th girl in the hidden compartment was rescued. Outside the Xuanhuan studio, it was deathly silent. For the first time, the imperial city was voiceless. Those waiting to see the Tianji Tower's blunders all wore stiff expressions. The disciples of the Changqing Bureau held the shattered demon-revealing talisman, unable to speak for a long time. Moments later, an urgent report from the imperial city's branch passed through the mother-son communication talisman and reached the Qingzhou water mirror. The water mirror displayed only trembling lines of ink. Lu Xuanhuan has been revealed. All 8 beauty paintings are made of human skin. The 9th girl has been rescued. This news completely exploded in Qingzhou. It has come true. The first list beyond Qingzhou has come true. The imperial city just claimed there were no demons, and at the hour of the rat one appears. Underneath Luoyun Mountain, the cheers nearly overturned the mountain path. In the past, it was the people of Qingzhou who questioned the Tianji Tower, only to be slapped in the face by reality. This time it was the imperial city's turn. On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing watched the value of the Tianji rise, his expression revealing not an ounce of surprise. This was just the beginning. Inside the Xuanhuan studio, although Lu Xuanhuan's demon body had been slain, he still had one last breath. Zhao Ji stepped on him and sternly asked, "You said a noble person took your demonic energy. Who is this noble person?" A strange smile appeared on Lu Xuanhuan's split demon face. "My skin was sent to the palace." As his words fell, his demon's soul shattered. Those who had just let out a sigh of relief outside the Xuanhuan studio froze once more. The palace. The imperial palace. A demon from the outer city was actually related to the imperial palace. The gambling table outside the Xuanhuan studio was overturned by someone's foot. The cultivators who had just bet on the Tianji Tower's downfall turned pale, not caring about the spirit stones anymore. For what was more terrifying than winning or losing was that they had witnessed the Imperial City's demon detection method fail. The demon-revealing talisman had not given a warning in advance. The demon-sensing hounds did not react. The demon-catching division had stood guard all night, yet nearly watched as the ninth girl was skinned. If it were not for the Tianji Tower's list light locking onto the demon, Lu Sanyan might have already escaped into the crowd. Zhao Ji looked at the shattered demon skin on the ground, his expression horrifyingly grim. He was an officer of the demon-catching division, and he knew better than those watching the commotion outside that if Lu Sanyan, this painted demon, escaped, it would cause tremendous disaster. He raised his head to look towards the distant south. There lies Qingzhou. There lies the Tianji Tower. Zhao Ji fell silent for a moment, then whispered, "This time the Imperial City owes him a life." The disciples of the Qingtian Bureau turned even more pale upon hearing this. For they knew that starting from this night, it would not be so easy for the Imperial City to dismiss the Tianji Tower as mere rumors from Qingzhou. When the news returned to the Zhaixing Tower, the entire building fell silent. The young man in brocade who had first mocked the small tower of Qingzhou held his folding fan suspended in midair, his face alternating between green and white. Someone whispered, "It's just the 10th. Yes, just the 10th. The Tianji Tower said the first demon is in the Imperial City. Capturing a painted demon is nothing." These words sounded like a rebuttal, more like an attempt to bolster their own courage. For everyone understood deep down. The 10th had already come true. What about the 9th, the 8th, the 7th, and even the 1st? The night in the Imperial City had become uneasy due to a list from Qingzhou. "My skin is meant for the palace." This statement from Lu Sanyan before his death shocked the imperial capital even more than his true form as a Hualing monster. The Hualing monster is terrifying, yet it is ultimately just a minor demon from the outer city. The imperial capital is vast, and having a few demons hidden within is not entirely unacceptable. The Demon Capture Division catches some demons mingling within the city every year from the sewers, gambling dens, and illicit brothels. But the Imperial Palace is different. It is the heart of the Dacian Empire. Their dragon energy is suppressed, there are guards, ancestral temples with incense offerings, and the Astronomical Bureau observing day and night. If demons could send human skin into the palace, it would not just be minor demons causing chaos. It would mean that there is a breach in the defenses of the imperial capital. Xuanhuan Studio has been sealed off. The black-armored guards of the Demon Capture Division sealed off the entire alley and searched the art studio overnight. Zhao Ji personally led the team to the hidden compartments below. In the hidden compartment, apart from the ninth girl who had not yet been skinned, they found 8 blood-stained paintings, several pieces of severed skin, and a separately sealed black jade box. The 8 paintings have already been completed. The 9th empty frame is placed on the outer side, the edges of the papers still stained with wet blood. The black jade box is hidden deep inside. The black jade box is engraved with intricate symbols unlike anything a painter from the outer city would possess. As Zhao Ji lifted the lid half an inch, a disciple of the Astronomical Bureau beside him changed color. A faint palace fragrance wafted from the box. The scent is very special. It is not the makeup of the outer city, nor is it the fragrance used by ordinary nobles. It is the unique, dragon saliva snow plum fragrance of the Imperial Palace's rear garden. This fragrance has never leaked out. Only the female officials of the rear garden palace nobles and the auspicious white fox that has been worshipped for many years would constantly carry this scent. Zhao Ji's hand paused on the box lid. "Are you sure?" The disciple of the Astronomical Bureau swallowed hard and did not dare to answer immediately. He glanced at the human skin inside the box and then looked at Zhao Ji. "Perhaps I made a mistake." Zhao Ji did not press further, but his expression darkened. There were still many people gathered outside Xuanhuan Studio. The cultivator who lost the bet had not left. The spies sent by the star-picking tower were still there. Even further away there were commoners from the outer city straining to look inside. Zhao Ji raised his hand to close the black jade box, his voice low. "Seal the box. This item is to be handed over to the Demon Capture Division. No one is to disseminate any information about it." Yet the news still leaked out. Before dawn, an announcement spread through the inner city. The Hualing monster Lu Sanyan who deceived the public. The so-called human skin from the palace is just a demon's last desperate act. The Imperial Palace is fortified with dragon energy, so demons cannot enter. This case is closed by the Demon Capture Division. No one is to speak recklessly about palace matters. The announcement was posted at the city gates, in the alleys, and outside tea houses. The officials posting the notices moved quickly. But the faster they moved, the more uneasy the people of the imperial capital became. If it were truly nonsense, why seal the matter before dawn? If the palace truly had no issues, why not allow the Astronomical Bureau to publicly inspect the human skin? At a tea stall in the outer city, a few early rising porters looked at the announcement, and no one spoke first. In the end, it was still the old tea seller who murmured. In the past, when the Demon Capture Division caught demons, they would hang the corpses for 3 days to reassure the public. Why is it that this time they won't even let us see the demon skin? Someone beside him immediately pulled him back. Speak lest you dare to mention palace matters. While advising him to be quiet, he couldn't help but glance in the direction of the imperial city. The high walls of the imperial city still shone brilliantly. But after looking for a while, he felt that there was something hidden behind that layer of golden light. Inside the star-picking tower, the young man in brocade, who had previously mocked the Astronomical Bureau, could no longer smile. Upon hearing of Lu Samian's transformation last night, a bone in the folding fan he held broke. At this moment, he still forced himself to say, even if Lu Samian is a true monster, it does not prove that there are demons in the palace. But no one beside him chimed in. Because everyone remembered that before the hour of the rat, the Astronomical Bureau also said that there was no demon energy on Lu Samian. And the result? The 8 women in the painting opened their eyes. The demon was locked by the list from afar. The Astronomical Bureau's face was struck too hard. In Qingzhou, beneath the falling cloud mountain, the Tianshu mirror reflected the black jade box within Samian's studio. The people of Qingzhou could not smell the palace fragrance, but they could see a faint trace of white demon energy through the Tianshu mirror. That demon energy did not emanate from the human skin. Instead, it seemed as if a claw had once touched it. Changqing pointed at it. The image in the mirror shifted slightly. The light and shadow rewound. Outside the back door of Samian's studio, the night was as dark as ink. Lu Samian knelt on the ground, holding a long box, his head pressed against the green bricks, not daring to move. In the darkness, a snow-white fox paw reached out. The fox paw did not touch the ground, as if stepping on an invisible cloud. It gently opened the long box and took out the beautiful human skin refined inside. On that fox paw there was a small golden ring. The inner side of the ring was engraved with palace patterns. The image stopped here. Further on there was a burst of golden light. A stir arose beneath falling cloud mountain. A white fox. Is there a white fox in the palace? I heard from merchants in the imperial capital that the rear garden of the Dacian imperial palace houses an auspicious white fox, symbolizing the prosperity of the nation. Auspicious. The demon energy has been revealed, and you still call it auspicious. Look at that golden ring. That is not something an ordinary demon can wear. Jiang Mingyue stood at the front of the crowd, her brows slightly furrowed. She had seen how the Qingzhou Bureau of Fate manipulated the fortunes of a city to cover up evil deeds. Now in the imperial capital, the methods were cleaner and the cover-up was thicker. But the taste remained the same. Behind small cases there are often great figures hiding. The imperial capital quickly learned of the Tianshu mirror revealing the fox paw. Panic began to spread. The palace, the white fox, human skin. These 3 words strung together were enough to chill anyone's heart. The noble women of the inner city especially could not sit still, because the auspicious white fox of the palace often appeared at the rear garden banquets. Many women from prominent families had seen that white fox through the gauze curtains, and had taken pride in receiving the fragrant powder that flowed from the fox. Before last night, that was called elegance. After last night, smelling similar scents felt like someone had pressed a cold human skin to their face. Finally, Xuanhuan, the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau, made a personal appearance. He stood on the stargazing platform of the Astronomical Bureau dressed in a star-patterned official robe, his voice carried throughout the imperial capital by the star bell. Everyone, do not panic. The white fox in the palace is an auspicious sign of Dacian, protected by the incense of the ancestral temple and the dragon energy. Demons cannot enter the palace. The Tianshu Tower is far away in Qingzhou, only glimpsing a corner. To recklessly claim palace secrets is to disturb the hearts of the people. This statement calmed some of the citizens of the imperial capital. After all, the Astronomical Bureau is still the Astronomical Bureau. For hundreds of years, the observation of stars and demons has been under their control. Xuanhuan did not stop. He looked south, his tone becoming colder. Celestial phenomena belong to the Astronomical Bureau. The list must not surpass imperial authority. If the Tianshu Tower truly has the ability, then continue writing. The Astronomical Bureau is waiting to see what more demons can be concocted. As soon as these words reached Qingzhou, Changqing laughed. Continue writing. That suits him perfectly. On the 4th floor of the Tianshu Tower, the black list unfolded. The murmurs from outside the tower, the doubts from the imperial capital, and the anger from the Astronomical Bureau all transformed into strands of celestial value streaming into the list. Changqing picked up his brush. Demon list of the 9 provinces, rank 9, owner of a cosmetic shop in the inner city of the imperial capital Xuanhuan. True form fox, demon servant. Crime using cosmetics to conceal demon energy, nourishing fox fragrance with human skin. Commentary: snow fox fragrance beautifies for 3 days, buries bones for 10 years. As soon as the list was released, the panic that had just been calmed in the imperial capital erupted once more. Inner city cosmetics shop. Fox demon servant. 37 faceless female corpses. This time the list no longer stopped at the outer city. It has entered the inner city. Moreover, it is closer to the palace. In the inner city of the imperial capital on the cosmetic street, Xuanhuan's cosmetic shop is one of the most famous shops here. It does not sell ordinary cosmetics, only a type called Snow Fox fragrance. It is said that just one application makes the skin as white as snow with an extraordinary fragrance that lingers for 3 days, even capable of masking the foul air left by a cultivator's practice. Many noble women, palace maidens, and daughters of prominent families in the imperial capital have used it. In the past, this was considered elegant. Being able to purchase a box of Snow Fox fragrance could even overshadow others at a banquet. When the demon list ranked 9th was revealed, a noble woman was trying on the powder in the shop. Xuanhuan sat behind the counter, her fingertips dusted with pale white powder, just about to apply it to the side of the noblewoman's face. The noblewoman looked up and saw the light of the list in the sky, and her entire body froze. Xuanhuan, the faceless female corpse mentioned in the list, is not real, right? Xuanhuan raised her head. She appeared to be in her 30s with gentle brows and eyes and smiled like a sister who understood women's innermost thoughts. Madam, rest assured. A woman's face is meant to be nourished by cosmetics. As she spoke, a gentle tremor shook the ground beneath the courtyard. Outside the flower lattice cosmetics shop, the city guard sealed off 3 whole streets. The once bustling street, filled with luxurious carriages and horses, was now silent, with only the sound of the wind remaining. The noble women, young ladies, and court maidens who used to line up here to buy Snow Fox fragrance were all hiding at a distance, their faces pale as death. They were not afraid of the demon list. Rather, they feared the powder that had once adorned their own faces. If the flower lady was indeed a fox demon servant, and if the Snow Fox fragrance was truly made from human skin, then what exactly had they been applying to their faces all these years? Disciples of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau soon arrived. Leading them was a monitor in a blue robe named Lu Heng, holding a bronze demon-revealing plate, followed by 6 other disciples. As soon as Lu Heng arrived, he frowned. Who ordered you to seal the streets? The captain of the city guards replied in a low voice, the demon list has already revealed the identity of the flower lady, and I am concerned. Lu Heng coldly interrupted, what the demon list states you believe. The Imperial Astronomy Bureau has yet to verify the demon. Who dares to claim that there is a demon here? With these words, many citizens of the imperial capital felt slightly reassured. After all, the Imperial Astronomy Bureau was still the legitimate authority of the capital. Although the incident with Lu Xuanhuan had caused them to lose face, many were still willing to believe that it was merely the trickery of a skin-changing demon. With these words, many citizens of the imperial capital felt slightly reassured. After all, the Imperial Astronomy Bureau was still the legitimate authority of the capital. Although the incident with Lu, today she wore a light, white dress, her brows and eyes gentle, and there was not a trace of demonic aura about her. Instead, she exuded a comforting fragrance. Lord Lu, the flower lady said softly, bowing slightly. I am but a mere merchant. I do not know why I have been sullied as a demon by the Tianji Tower of Qingzhou. Lu Heng looked at her, his expression softening a little. He activated the demon-revealing plate. A clear light fell upon the flower lady. The light circled around her 3 times. There was no reaction. Outside the shop, a wave of murmurs arose. No demon aura. The demon-revealing plate showed no response. Could it be that the Tianji Tower was truly wrong this time? Lu Heng turned to the crowd, raising his voice. You all have seen it. The flower lady does not possess any demon aura. The Tianji Tower, located far in Qingzhou, has slandered the good citizens of the imperial capital with its list. This matter will be reported to the court by the Imperial Astronomy Bureau. With these words, the citizens of the imperial capital who had just been frightened by Lu Xuanhuan wavered once more. Inside the Zhaixing Tower, someone let out a long breath. I told you the Tianji Tower cannot be right every single time. The skin-changing demon was just an accident. If all the cosmetic shops in the inner city were demons, wouldn't the imperial capital become a den of demons? On the Qingzhou side, under the falling cloud mountain, some were getting anxious as well. The demon-revealing plate showed no reaction again. That was the same with Lu Xuanhuan's case. But this time the Imperial Astronomy Bureau will surely be more cautious. Could it be that the flower lady really has no issues? On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing looked at the image in the Tianji mirror, his expression unchanged. The flower lady naturally had no demonic aura. Because the demonic aura was not on her. It was in the cosmetics. More precisely, it was on the faces of everyone who had used the Snow Fox fragrance. He picked up his brush and added a note at the 9th entry of the demon list. Cosmetics do not cover faces, but rather hide demonic auras. Those reflected by the demon-revealing plate show no demons, but the powder is all demonic. The light from the list fell upon the imperial capital. Just as Lu Heng was about to leave with his men, the demon-revealing plate in his hand suddenly trembled. His expression changed slightly. He saw boxes of snow fox fragrance in the shop open simultaneously, and the white powder rose up without wind. The originally clear light on the demon-revealing plate was unexpectedly tainted a pale fox white. In the next moment, there was a crack. The demon-revealing plate split open. Lu Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Impossible. The gentle smile on the flower lattice face finally froze. The ground in the backyard began to tremble. Bricks were overturned, the earth cracked open, and a bloody smell surged from beneath. The inner city guards retreated in terror. Beneath the soil, 37 female corpses were revealed. They wore complete dresses, their bodies desiccated. Only their faces were stripped clean. No eyes, no noses, no mouths. Only a blank expanse of flesh remained. The entire cosmetic street fell into complete silence. Those who had just claimed that the Tianji Tower had slandered the good citizens all turned pale. The flower lady let out a soft sigh. Tianji Tower, did you have to force open the cosmetics boxes? She raised her hand and wiped her cheek. The gentle face of the woman fell away like powder. Beneath the skin, a sharp fox face appeared. A snow-white foxtail slowly descended from behind her skirt. The fox demon revealed her true form. Lu Heng staggered back, and the shattered, demon-revealing plate finally fell apart completely. Yet the flower lady did not flee. She looked towards the direction of Qingzhou and laughed softly. Do you think that by finding me you can trace back to my master? As her words fell, a demonic seal appeared on her chest. The demonic seal ignited. In the flames, the pattern of the demonic seal revealed itself. It was the mark of a white fox, identical to the auspicious markings on the forehead of the white fox in the royal palace's rear garden. Outside the cosmetic street, many who had once purchased the snow fox fragrance collapsed on the spot. A young lady from a noble family desperately scrubbed her face with a handkerchief, causing her cheeks to turn red, yet she still felt the demonic aura penetrating her skin. I have used snow fox fragrance for 3 years. I use it every day. The flower lady said this formula comes from the palace, and even the noble women of the rear garden love it. As soon as she said this, the expressions of those around her changed once more. The palace. It was the palace again. The human skin sent to the palace by Lu Xuanhuan. The flower lattice snow fox fragrance was also sold under the name of the palace. The two lines quietly connected in everyone's minds. Lu Heng stared hard at the flower lady and asked sharply, "Who allowed you to create snow fox fragrance?" The flower lady chuckled lightly. "Women love beauty, noble women love fragrance. Why must anyone allow me to do this? And what about the 37 corpses? They all wish to become beautiful in life." The flower lattice voice was as soft as water, yet it sent chills down one's spine. "I simply helped them leave their faces on those who needed them more." One of the inner city guards could no longer hold back. Lu Heng waved his hand, "Seize her." Several guards lunged forward, but the flower lattice foxtail swept through, and the white powder transformed into mist instantly, enveloping the entire shop. From the mist came the sound of a woman's weeping. It was also accompanied by the light laughter of a fox. Just as the guards lost their direction, a beam of black and gold light from the demon list fell from the sky once more. The fox fragrance mist surrounding the flower lady was forcefully retracted back into her body. The demonic name on the list was confirmed. She could no longer hide. When the news of Xuanhuan revealing her foxtail returned to the Qi Tian monitor, the entire star observation platform fell silent. The star clock continued to resonate faintly. The chaos on Jifan Street had not completely subsided, yet the images sent back by the communication talismans were already etched in the minds of every disciple at the Qi Tian monitor. Lu Heng knelt outside the hall holding the shattered demon-sensing plate, in 2 pieces, his face ashen. This was not an ordinary mistake. It was the second failure of the Qi Tian monitor before the Tianji Tower. The first time Lu Xuanhuan emitted no demonic energy, yet 8 beautiful portraits had opened their eyes. The second time Xuanhuan emitted no demonic energy, but 37 faceless female corpses were unearthed from the backyard. Moreover, this time the demon-sensing plate had shattered on the spot. The vice monitor Xuanhuan stood in the hall, his expression as cold as water. He was over 50, his hair half-gray, dressed in a star-patterned official robe, exuding a calm demeanor. To hold the position of vice monitor, he was certainly not a fool. He had already realized that the Tianji Tower was no ordinary force in the martial world. But he understood even more clearly that the Qi Tian monitor could not retreat. If the Qi Tian monitor retreated, the people of the imperial capital would no longer look up at the star observation platform, but rather at the rankings from Qingzhou. Outside the hall, the communication talismans were still glowing. The sounds of clamor from Jifan Street came intermittently. Did the demon-sensing plate fail again? Can the Qi Tian monitor truly still sense demons? A few young disciples lowered their heads, no one daring to approach the shattered plate in Lu Heng's hands. "Lu Heng," Xuanhuan spoke. "At your service. Why did the demon-sensing plate shatter?" Lu Hong gritted his teeth and said, "The snow fox scent contaminated the plate's light. I failed to detect it in time." Song Guanha replied coldly, "Was it that you failed to detect it, or was someone preventing you from detecting it?" The expressions of everyone in the hall changed slightly. At that moment, the communication talisman outside suddenly brightened. The disciple guarding the talisman trembled as he reported, "The rankings from Qingzhou have returned. And they have changed again." Song Guanha abruptly raised his head. The talisman light spread across the hall with black and gold characters appearing line by line. Demon ranking of the 9 provinces, 8th Qi Tian monitors, Silly Lang Wei Xingzhou. Identity, a human official tainted by demonic marks. Comments, the fox patterns in the palm have not faded, and the demonic stars have already shifted. The backyard has turned into the northern border within a stroke, and the celestial phenomena of the past 3 years have been shrouded in dust. Boom. The entire Qi Tian monitor erupted. Silly Lang Wei Xingzhou. He was no outsider. He was a core official responsible for managing the star records at the Qi Tian monitor. Almost all records of celestial phenomena in the imperial capital had to pass through his hands. If he had an issue, it meant that the Qi Tian monitor had long been infiltrated by demonic energy. Soon a middle-aged official in a gray star robe stepped out from a side hall. He appeared lean, yet his expression was very calm. "Vice Monitor." The man continued, "The Tianji Tower has slandered this official. I hope the Vice Monitor will be fair to me." He was Wei Xingzhou. Song Guanha looked at him with a heavy gaze. Several disciples of the Qi Tian monitor immediately spoke up. Wei Silly has been in the monitor for 20 years and has never made a mistake. If he were tainted by demonic marks, how could the star observation platform not detect it? The Tianji Tower is deliberately sowing discord within the Qi Tian monitor. After the ranking was disseminated, the people of the imperial capital were once again in an uproar. The Silly Lang of the Qi Tian monitor has made the list. Is the Tianji Tower trying to overturn the entire celestial system of the imperial capital? Isn't this going too far? Xuanhuan is a demon, but that doesn't mean the Qi Tian monitor has demons as well. Doubts began to resurface. Because Wei Xingzhou's identity was far more significant than that of Xuanhuan. If a brothel owner had a problem, people could accept it. But if there was a problem with the Silly Lang of the Qi Tian monitor, it meant that the records of celestial phenomena in the imperial capital could be false. Several elder officials instinctively looked towards the direction of the Star Records Pavilion. There lay sealed records from nearly 20 years. If Wei Xingzhou had a problem, no one could guarantee that those records were still clean. Song Guanha stepped forward, his voice resonating throughout the star observation platform. Wei Xingzhou has managed the star records for 20 years, diligent and cautious, with never a mistake. The Qi Tian monitor is willing to vouch for him. If the Tianji Tower wants to make a list, it must have solid evidence. The sound of the star clock from the star observation platform was transmitted through the communication array, returning to Qingzhou half a stick of incense later. At the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing raised his hand to point at the Tianji mirror. The mirror light illuminated the imperial capital. At the same time, the communication talismans receiving the ranking images in various parts of the imperial capital all lit up at once. The true ranking of the Tianji Tower was not hanging in the imperial capital, it was the image from the Tianji mirror transmitted back. A scene emerged. The star observation platform in the night. Wei Xingzhou entered the Star Records Pavilion alone, retrieving the celestial phenomenon records from 3 years ago. He picked up a brush and moved a demonic star from the imperial palace's backyard to the northern demon kingdom. Then a faint fox pattern emerged in his palm. At this point, the image suddenly twisted violently. A stream of golden dragon energy rose from the direction of the imperial capital, completely obscuring the subsequent content. The mirror light cut off. The people of the imperial capital were initially startled, but soon some began to breathe a sigh of relief. The image is incomplete. This is just a vague shadow, it cannot be used for conviction. The dragon energy covering the subsequent images indicates that the Tianji Tower cannot penetrate the imperial capital. Wei Xingzhou's face turned pale for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. The palm hidden in his sleeve felt slightly warm. The fox pattern seemed to be awakened by something gently writhing beneath his skin. But he could not retreat. If he retreated, it would not just mean his death. He raised his head and said, "Gentlemen, the Tianji Tower is using incomplete illusions to slander the court officials. If I truly altered the celestial phenomena, there must be traces of demonic stars on the star map of the star observation platform. Today I am willing to publicly open the star map to prove my innocence." Song Guanha fell silent for a moment and nodded. "Open the star map." In the center of the star observation platform, a massive star map slowly unfolded. The starlight flowed, revealing the celestial phenomena of the imperial capital. Everyone gazed intently. On the star map, everything was exceptionally clear. There were no demonic stars, no fox shadows, no abnormalities whatsoever. Wei Xingzhou turned to the still lingering ranking image in the hall, his voice steady. Su Luzhu. The star map shows no demons. How much more will you slander? The reaction from Qingzhou upon seeing Wei Xingzhou on the list was completely different from that of the imperial capital. Under the falling cloud mountain, many cultivators gasped in surprise. Here it comes. The Tianji Tower is starting to uncover the truth. Back then Qingzhou was the same. First it was the Black Wind Stronghold, then the Academy's festival master, followed by the City Lord's secretary, and finally, even the City Lord made the list. The people of the imperial capital still thought the 10th was just a minor demon. They do not realize that minor demons are merely the threads of a larger plot. This discussion quickly spread back to the imperial capital through the Merchant Association's communication talismans. The people of the imperial capital grew increasingly uneasy, because the tone of the Qingzhou people did not sound like mere speculation. It felt more like they had already witnessed the same play and knew what would happen next. This made the people of the imperial capital feel truly enraged. A group of ignorant country folk making baseless assumptions. Wei Xingzhou stood before the star observation platform, sensing the change in the gazes around him. His hand in his sleeve slowly clenched. He had originally thought that as long as the star map showed no demons, he could completely suppress the Tianji Tower. But for some reason, looking at the black ranking image in the communication talisman, a hint of coldness arose in his heart. Xuanhuan also felt this chill. He looked at Wei Xingzhou and said in a deep voice, "Since you want to prove your innocence, do it in front of the citizens of the imperial capital. Open the external array of the star observation platform. Let everyone see the star map." The faces of the Qi Tian monitor disciples changed slightly. Once the external array of the star observation platform opened, the star map would project over half of the imperial capital. If Wei Xingzhou was innocent, he could naturally suppress the Tianji Tower fiercely. But if there was indeed a problem with the star map, the Qi Tian monitor would have no room to hide. Wei Xingzhou's throat moved. Songguan stared at him and asked, "Are you afraid?" Wei Xingzhou forced a smile and said, "This official has no guilt, so naturally I am not afraid." After nightfall, the array patterns of the star observation platform lit up. From dusk until night fell, half of the imperial capital had not truly quieted down. The tea houses did not dare to discuss loudly, yet there were always people glancing towards the star observation platform through the cracks of the windows. The noble families closed their doors, yet communication talismans lit up one after another. The watchman at the street corner struck the clapper once, but still no one returned home. Who was wrong, the Tianji Tower or the Qi Tian monitor? A massive star map was projected onto the night sky of the imperial capital. Commoners, noble families, the demon-catching division, and the demon-suppressing division all looked up. This time the people of the imperial capital would witness for themselves who was right and who was wrong between the Tianji Tower and the Qi Tian monitor. The star chart showed no demonic presence. Murmurs immediately arose outside the observatory platform. On the platform, the imperial observatory disciples who had been tense finally breathed a sigh of relief. The star chart was the foundation of the imperial observatory. It connected to the imperial dragon Qi of the capital and recorded the celestial phenomena of the great Qian dynasty. If the star chart showed no demonic presence, it at least proved that the celestial mechanism tower could not directly convict Wei Xingzhou. Songguan also looked at the proclamation replica displayed by the formation outside the observatory platform. He raised his hand, signaling the star bell to send his words into the communication array. The imperial observatory has opened the star chart. The star chart shows no demonic presence. If the celestial mechanism tower still insists on convicting Wei Xingzhou, they must present stronger evidence. The crowd in the capital held their breath. This was the first time the imperial observatory had truly forced the celestial mechanism tower into the spotlight. Huan Yang and Lu Sanmian could be dismissed as momentary oversights by the observatory. But the star chart was different. If the star chart showed no demonic presence, and the celestial mechanism tower still insisted on Wei Xingzhou's guilt, they would have to produce irrefutable proof. In Qingzhou, the area below Luoyan Mountain also fell silent. Many recalled the incident with Su Wenzhou. When the heavenly mirror failed to reveal the past, the celestial mechanism tower had used the astrolabe to expose his dual shadow fate. Now the imperial dragon Qi of the capital had obscured the heavenly mirror, and the star chart showed no demonic presence. How could Su Changqing prove his claim? Even those Qingzhou cultivators who most trusted the celestial mechanism tower did not speak immediately. For the capital star chart was no ordinary artifact. It was backed by the great Qian's dragon Qi, centuries of the imperial observatory's prestige, and the trust of countless commoners in the court. Without harder evidence, even if the celestial mechanism tower did not lose this round, the capital would not let them go easily. On the fourth floor of the celestial mechanism tower, Su Changqing gazed at the capital's star chart transmitted through the proclamation replica, his expression calm. He picked up his brush and added a commentary beneath the 8th entry on the demon devil list. The star chart shows no demonic presence not because there is none. It is because the star chart itself has been rewritten by demonic chi. When the commentary was transmitted back to the capital via the proclamation replica, the city fell silent for a moment before erupting in furious outcry. Preposterous. The star chart is the very foundation of the Imperial Observatory. How could it be rewritten by demonic chi? The Celestial Mechanism Tower simply cannot accept defeat. Wei Xingzhou also smiled. When the mirror fails to reveal the past, you claim the past was severed. When the star chart shows no demonic presence, you claim the chart was altered. This list of the Celestial Mechanism Tower is far too tyrannical. Xuanhuan did not smile. He stared at that line of commentary, a flicker of unease stirring in his heart. For he recalled that in the past 3 years the Imperial Dragon Chi of the capital had indeed experienced several anomalous fluctuations. Each time Wei Xingzhou had presented the star chart, claiming that a demonic star in the northern border was stirring and that it had nothing to do with the capital. At the time he had not thought much of it. But now, he remembered the reviewed dossiers from those anomalies. On every single dossier's signature column, Wei Xingzhou's vermilion seal had been stamped first. At the time, Xuanhuan had merely taken it as diligence. Now upon reflection, that vermilion seal seemed glaringly suspicious. Before this unease could settle, the proclamation replica within the formation outside the observatory platform suddenly dimmed. In Qingzhou, on the 4th floor of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, the black list rustled without wind. Changqing did not urge the heavenly mirror further. The Imperial Dragon Chi of the capital could block the depths of the palace, but it could not block the star chart that Wei Xingzhou himself had brought before the public. What the Demon Devil list had locked onto was precisely the traces left on the altered star chart. The people of the capital could not see the true list in Qingzhou. They only saw the replica in the formation outside the observatory platform suddenly darken. The next moment, a wisp of black golden light followed the star chart Wei Xingzhou had used for his self-defense and seeped in. That light did not fall upon Wei Xingzhou. Instead, it fell upon the star chart at the center of the observatory platform. The star chart trembled violently. The once clear starry sky suddenly shifted out of alignment, and the stars began to reverse along their old tracks. The Imperial Observatory disciples cried out in alarm. How can the star chart reverse? Stop. Stabilize the star chart. Wei Xingzhou's face changed dramatically, and he reached out to press down on the star chart. But that wisp of black golden light was faster. On the star chart, an extremely thin layer of old ink was forced out by the black golden light. It was not a new celestial phenomenon. It was the original traces that had been buried beneath the star chart 3 years ago. The demonic star that had been shifted to the demon kingdom in the northern border slowly moved back above the capital, more precisely above the Imperial rear garden. Boom. The entire observatory platform shook. In the star chart, a faint fox shadow emerged. Wei Xingzhou let out a miserable scream as the fox mark on his palm ignited flames climbing up his arm along his meridians. His eyes turned into vertical pupils, and he let out an inhuman shriek. It wasn't me. It made me change it. It said the Imperial Dragon Chi would protect me. The moment he shouted this, Wei Xingzhou himself froze. The gazes around him had all changed. That sentence falling on the observatory platform burned louder than the demonic fire on his palm. At this moment, the capital fell silent. Xuanhuan's face turned ashen. He finally understood. It was not that the Imperial Observatory could not see demons. It was that the star chart which the observatory used to see demons had long been tampered with. An old observatory official tremblingly opened the dossiers in the Star Calendar Pavilion. He had served in the Imperial Observatory for 40 years, his fingers having touched countless star calendar records. His greatest pride had always been that the observatory's dossiers never lied. But at this moment, he dared not even turn the pages too forcefully. 3 years ago, the 6th month of the 19th year of Xuanhuan, a demonic star entered the rear garden, recorded as a demonic disturbance in the north. The winter of the 20th year of Xuanhuan, the Imperial Dragon Chi bore a fox pattern, recorded as an auspicious white light. The spring of the 21st year of Xuanhuan, a lunar eclipse over the rear garden, recorded as the incense smoke of the Imperial Ancestral Temple obscuring the moon. One record after another was brought to light. Every celestial phenomenon in the capital over the past 3 years bore traces of alteration. The Imperial Observatory disciples' faces turned deathly pale. The sky was falling. In the streets and alleys of the capital, those who had earlier spoken for the Imperial Observatory fell silent. So it was not that the Celestial Mechanism Tower had seen wrong. It was that the Imperial Observatory could not see. Wei Xingzhou knelt before the star chart, the demonic seal on his body burning to ashes. The 8th entry on the Demon Devil list had been fulfilled. Changqing looked at the position of that demonic star in the replica, then dipped his brush in ink. He only wrote 2 lines in the blank space of the Demon Devil list. The replica of the list then appeared. The Imperial Rear Garden. It is time to write the 7th. In the backlash-ridden star chart, that demonic star hung over the imperial rear garden, lingering without dispersing. Xuanhuan looked at the old records that had been unearthed, and his body swayed slightly. It was not that he had never suspected the recent anomalies in the capital, but every time Wei Xingzhou could produce a complete star chart, and every time the palace would circulate claims of auspicious signs protecting the nation, over time all anomalies were classified as auspicious signs. A fluctuation in dragon qi was an auspicious sign. A lunar eclipse obscuring the palace was an auspicious sign. A demonic star shifting was also an auspicious sign. Now looking back, where was the auspicious sign? It was clearly layer upon layer of fig leaves. Lu Hong, holding his shattered, demon-reflecting mirror, also stared blankly at the star chart. Among the Imperial Observatory disciples, someone murmured, "If even the star chart can be altered, then the celestial phenomena we have observed all these years, were they real or fake?" No one answered. A young disciple let his star ruler slip to the ground. It was the artifact he had received on his first day in the observatory, polished brighter than his sword every day. But now he did not pick it up, for he did not know whether every annotation he had written over the years following the star chart was truly observing the heavens or merely covering for a demon. Xuanhuan suddenly turned his voice hoarse. "Seal the star calendar pavilion. Re-examine all celestial phenomenon dossiers from the past 3 years." When this order was issued, the formation outside the observatory platform was still open. Half the capital heard it. Those who had been hoping the star chart would redeem the Imperial Observatory swallowed their words. Several observatory officials lowered their heads simultaneously, not daring to meet the gazes from the city. Xuanhuan did not cover for the Imperial Observatory. His command to re-examine was equivalent to tearing the seals off the old dossiers with his own hands. As Wei Xingzhou was taken away, he kept repeating one sentence. "It wasn't me who wanted to change it. It was the white fox that entered my dreams, the white fox that made me change it." It said that was not a demonic star, but an auspicious sign. These words made Xuanhuan's face change again. A white fox. Again a white fox. From Lu Sanmian's human skin to Huan Yang's cosmetics, to Wei Xingzhou altering the star chart. All clues converged on that white fox in the imperial rear garden. Xuanhuan wanted to stop himself from thinking further, but the demon devil list would not give him a chance to escape. In Qingzhou, the black list on the 4th floor of the celestial mechanism tower slowly turned its page. A new entry had already begun to take shape. The replicas on communication talismans throughout the capital also turned. Everyone stared at that page. They both wanted to see and feared to see, for everyone knew that the next entry would likely enter the palace. Below Luoyan Mountain, the Qingzhou cultivators watching this scene felt a strange sense of familiarity. Once the city lord's mansion had used the city-protecting grand formation to suppress the celestial mechanism tower. Now the Imperial Observatory had used the capital star chart to suppress the celestial mechanism tower. The outcome was the same. The more an authority believed itself unshakable, the louder the crash when a list exposed its flaws. Chun Jibai murmured softly, "The cruelest thing about the celestial mechanism tower is not making demons reveal themselves. It is making those who shield demons find nowhere to hide." The stargazing platform's formation had not completely closed, and the communication symbols throughout the imperial city lit up once more. The crowd that had just dispersed at the street corner halted again. Someone had just begun to speak about Wei Xingzhou offering up the white fox incident when the teacup had not yet settled, and a new line of characters had already pressed down within the symbol light. Black and gold characters emerged line by line within the symbol light. Kyushu Demon List No. 7, Palace Inner Courtyard, made by Ling. Identity, one of the white fox's avatars. Crime, collecting dragon qi from the palace to nourish the white fox's auspiciousness. Comment, shedding skin under the moon, the fox's tail concealing fragrance. In the tea house, everyone who had just been talking fell silent. An old official dressed in a tattered robe stared at the words Palace Inner Courtyard. His finger trembled, spilling tea on his sleeve. He had served in the Ministry of Rites and knew how heavy these four characters were. The inner courtyard is not a dilapidated residence of outer city painters. It is not the backyard of a makeup shop in the inner city. It is deep within the palace, home to the empress consorts and princesses, and it also houses the most famous auspicious white fox of Deqian in recent years. This entry from the Tianji Tower could be said to have pierced through the heavens. Palace maid, white fox avatar. Is Tianji Tower out of its mind? As someone shouted out, a companion immediately grabbed his sleeve, because the imperial guards had already taken to the streets. At the end of the long street, a palace attendant held a bright yellow decree and walked to the high platform, followed by 2 squads of imperial guards. The decree was not long, but each word weighed heavily. Tianji Tower has spied on the palace, making reckless claims of demons, which is a grave crime. The palace inner courtyard is protected by dragon qi, and the incense of the grand temple outsiders must not pry. Anyone who spreads the contents of the demon list pertaining to the palace shall be punished for disturbing the imperial city. As the decree was issued, those originally discussing on the street fell silent. But the more it was forbidden to speak, the more it indicated that the list had struck at the most painful point. The doors of the aristocratic residences closed even tighter, yet the communication symbols behind the doors lit up even more frequently. The imperial city is thousands of miles away from Qingzhou, and ordinary people cannot possibly hear each other's words across the distance. However, the Merchant Guild's secret lines had been busy day and night since the Kyushu demon list was opened. Each time the list was published or a decree from the palace was issued, it would be transcribed into symbols and sent back to Qingzhou through relay stations. Half an hour later, the news landed at the foot of Luyun Mountain. The discussion among the cultivators in Qingzhou became even more fervent. The palace is anxious. The city lord's mansion was like this at the beginning. The more they forbade speaking, the more problematic it became. Bai Ling is just a maid, but behind her it's probably that white fox auspiciousness. Someone whispered, but that is still the imperial palace. Can Tianji Tower really peer in from this far away? This question made many fall silent for a moment. The people of Qingzhou believed in Tianji Tower, yet they also knew that the imperial city was not Qingzhou. The imperial palace has dragon qi, the incense from the Grand Temple, strict restrictions, and the formations laid down by the Bureau of Astronomy for hundreds of years. If the Tianji mirror cannot penetrate this entry, would be captured and countered by the imperial palace. On the fourth floor of Tianji Tower, Su Changqing looked at the decree transcript sent back from the imperial city, feeling no surprise. He did not allow his voice to directly reach the imperial palace. Qingzhou is too far from the imperial city, and what can truly traverse mountains and rivers are those who have already transmitted and transcribed images. After all, with his current strength, he was still unable to project the golden list directly above the imperial city. He raised his hand to point at the Tianji mirror. The mirror surface revealed the outline of the imperial city. Initially, the mirror light could still pass through the outer city and inner city. But as it approached the palace wall, a layer of golden dragon qi rose up like a heavy city gate, forcibly blocking the mirror light outside. The people of the imperial city witnessing this scene through the communication symbols felt relieved for a moment. Indeed, the palace's restrictions cannot be pried into by Tianji Tower. The dragon qi of Deqian still exists. The inner courtyard cannot conceal demons. Song Guanhao stood on the stargazing platform, yet his fingers in his sleeves did not relax. He no longer dared to easily say absolutely impossible. In the next moment, the black characters on the fourth floor of Tianji Tower trembled. A wisp of black light seeped out from the mirror light, not clashing with the dragon qi, but instead following the old trace left by the previous star map. That old trace was the flaw left by Wei Xingzhou when he moved the demon star from the inner courtyard to the northern border 3 years ago. The black light sliced through a corner of the dragon qi's obscuration like a fine blade. An image appeared. On a moonless night, shrouded in dark clouds, the inner courtyard of the imperial palace was eerily silent. On either side of the long corridor hung palace lanterns with patterns of the white fox holding auspicious grass embroidered on the lampshades. A palace maid in white was walking through the corridor with a golden tray. Her features were delicate, with a faint white pattern on her brow, and her footsteps were so light they barely seemed human. She was Bai Ling. Each time she passed a palace lantern, the flame would tilt slightly towards the golden tray in her hands. The golden tray held 3 wisps of faint golden aura. These 3 wisps were heavy as golden threads, faintly carrying the sound of dragon's roar. They were indeed the dragon qi of the palace. Bai Ling knelt down in front of the golden jade platform that housed the auspicious white fox, performing a salute. Master, today there are 3 wisps of dragon qi. On the golden jade platform, a completely snow-white fox opened its eyes. The mirror light was pressed low by the dragon qi, revealing only the lower half of the golden jade platform. Yet the snow-white fox's claws, the tip of its snowy tail, and the pattern on its forehead covered by golden aura flashed at the edge of the image. It lay in the shadow of the jade platform as if it had known that Bai Ling would come. It did not speak, but extended its paw, lightly tapping the golden tray. The 3 wisps of dragon qi vanished in an instant. Bai Ling lowered her head and withdrew. Just as she turned, a wisp of extremely faint moonlight leaked through the gap in the clouds, falling upon her back. Bai Ling's figure suddenly stiffened. A thin opening split open behind her, first at her neck, then down her spine, and finally sliding all the way to the hem of her skirt. That layer of maid skin peeled away from her like a wet garment, revealing beneath it a snow-white fox body. A foxtail hung down from under her skirt, the tip still tinged with faint dragon qi. All those in the imperial city who saw the transcribed image felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly. Bai Ling truly was a fox. As for who her master was, the people of the imperial city had already recognized. Some recognized the 9-petal lotus pattern beneath the golden jade platform. Others recognized the white fox palace lantern in the image. Furthermore, an old palace attendant who had retired turned pale upon seeing the snowy tail tip. This is the auspicious corridor of the inner courtyard. It can't be wrong, I personally hung the lantern during last year's auspicious lighting ceremony. The crowd was even more horrified upon hearing this. Just as Bai Ling was about to put away her human skin, the fox fur behind her suddenly bristled. The layer of black and gold mirror light fell at her feet, like a small list seal climbing up along her shadow. Only then did she suddenly lift her head. Bai Ling had certainly never seen Su Changqing. However, Lu Sanmian, Xuanhuan, and Wei Xingzhou had all appeared on the list 3 times, and those concerned with the matter in the imperial city already knew where the black and gold list light came from. She did not flee, nor did she panic. Instead, she smiled at the mirror light. Tianji Tower, do you dare to investigate auspiciousness? As her words fell, the tip of the white fox's paw on the golden jade platform twitched slightly. The dragon chi of the imperial palace suddenly pressed down, forcibly shattering the image. The imperial city fell into silence. Qingzhou erupted in chaos. What the people of Qingzhou saw was not the scene, but the fragmented transcribed image returned by the communication symbols. But the fragments were already sufficient. Because the scene of Bai Ling shedding her skin no one could wash away. The palace's decree could suppress the discussions, but it could not quell the fear in people's hearts. An old man sat in a corner of the tea house, his teacup trembling violently in his hands. 3 years ago, after the auspicious rain, I even brought my grandson to the outer courtyard to worship the white fox. If it truly is a demon. He could not continue, because that would mean that the countless citizens of the imperial city who had worshipped the auspiciousness for the past 3 years might have been consuming De Qian's dragon chi all along. Even more terrifying was Bai Ling's last question. Do you dare to investigate auspiciousness? She was not afraid. She was certain that the imperial city did not dare to point a blade at the white fox auspiciousness. Because the white fox stood behind the palace, behind the incense of the grand temple, behind the national master by Wu Jiao, and also behind the so-called national fortune auspiciousness that had maintained stability in the imperial city for nearly 3 years. To investigate the white fox would be to admit that the auspicious signs of the palace over the past 3 years could all be lies. Would the imperial city dare? Song Guanhao stood on the stargazing platform, his knuckles turning white. He wanted very much to say yes. But the palace's decree still lay on the table. For the first time, he realized that the Bureau of Astronomy was not incapable of observing the heavens. Rather, there were some celestial phenomena that, even if seen, may not be spoken of. On the 4th floor of Tianji Tower, Su Changqing looked at the shattered mirror light and picked up his brush again. On the black list, a line of comments was transmitted to the imperial city through the communication transcription. The imperial city does not dare to investigate. Our Tianji Tower can pierce through the heavens. What is there to fear? In the streets, countless people looked up at the symbol light, their throats tightening. They suddenly recalled that from the beginning of the Kyushu demon list until now, Tianji Tower had never retreated even half a step in the face of power. The outer city painters, it wrote. The inner city makeup shops, it wrote. The Bureau of Astronomy's historical officials, it also wrote. Now it was the turn of the palace inner courtyard, and it still wrote. The name Bai Ling was like a thorn firmly stabbing into the luxurious curtain of the palace inner courtyard. The curtain had not completely fallen, but everyone could see that there were shadows moving within. Su Changqing's gaze fell upon the golden jade platform of the palace inner courtyard, his voice very soft. No rush. Let the discussions fly for a while. Is auspiciousness truly beyond doubt? The commoners of the imperial capital dared not discuss it openly, yet they could not prevent the news from spreading wildly in the shadows. The palace made by Ling is a fox spirit. She regards the white fox auspiciousness as her master. She collects the dragon energy from the palace using a golden plate to nourish the white fox revered as an auspicious creature by the De Qian imperial family. This information was enough to shake the imperial capital. What complicates matters further is that although the images were crushed by the dragon energy, they were not mere rumors. The Rian corridor in the rear garden, the white fox palace lantern, and the chipped jade steps beneath the golden jade platform were all recognized by the palace elders. If the imperial palace wishes to suppress this, it must provide an explanation that the commoners can grasp. The next morning, the palace gates opened wide. The inner court officials stood before the Zhuke gate to proclaim the edict, while the imperial guards lined the sides, preventing the commoners from approaching, yet could not stop the multitude of eyes gazing this way. The palace made by Ling has been possessed by a demon. This matter is unrelated to the white fox auspiciousness. The white fox auspiciousness has been blessed by the incense of the great temple born alongside the national fortune, neither demon nor spirit. The Tianji Tower of Qingzhou has taken the incident of Bai Ling to slander the auspiciousness, and their intentions can be condemned. Once the edict spread, a portion of the people in the imperial capital seemed to grasp at a last straw. They were willing to believe. They had to believe. Because the status of the white fox auspiciousness in the imperial capital was too special. 3 years ago, when the great Qin emperor secluded himself and ceased to hold court, the imperial capital had suffered a prolonged drought. The riverbeds dried up, rice prices surged threefold in a single day, the incense at the great temple burned for 7 days and nights, and the sky had not a single cloud. It was only after the national master by Wu Jiao presented the white fox auspiciousness that the first auspicious rain fell over the imperial capital. On that day, golden light illuminated the city, dragon energy spiraled, and the white fox lay on the golden jade platform, the golden pattern between its brows shining bright for all to see. Since then, the white fox has been enshrined on the golden jade platform in the rear garden, symbolizing the great prosperity of the Deqian nation. If there is an issue with the white fox, then the auspiciousness of the past 3 years would become a complete joke. The deputy supervisor of the Tianji Bureau, Xuanhuan, was also pushed to the forefront. He stood on the stargazing platform, his voice transmitted through the star bell to every corner of the imperial capital. By the time Qingzhou received this message, it had already passed several stations of the Merchant Association's communication. This is not about explaining anything. It is the official statement from the imperial capital to the world. Song Guanho's voice was weary, yet still resolute. Bai Ling is a demon. The Tianji Bureau will investigate it. However, the white fox auspiciousness is protected by the incense of the great temple, having summoned auspicious rain to the imperial capital 3 times and stabilized the dragon energy fluctuations 9 times. It cannot possibly be a demon. This time, even Qingzhou had its doubts. Beneath the falling cloud mountain, several cultivators surrounded the communication sigil repeatedly, examining the imprint. If the white fox is truly a demon, why can it be blessed by the incense of the great temple? Aren't demons most afraid of incense and dragon energy? Could it be that Bai Ling is merely using the name of auspiciousness to commit evil? Such hesitations were not surprising. The Tianji Tower had previously exposed demon skin fox spirit servants and officials tainted by demonic seals. But the white fox auspiciousness was different. It was not a demon lurking in the shadows. It has been enshrined high in the imperial palace, worshipped by the commoners of the imperial capital for a full 3 years. On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Su Changqing observed the growing doubts and affirmations on the Black Edict and did not rush to issue the next decree. The greater the doubt, the louder the reversal. He took up his brush and slowly wrote 3 lines of commentary next to the demon list. Auspiciousness does not enter the mirror, not seen in the moon, does not enter the great temple. The 3 lines of text, once transmitted back to the imperial capital, caused another shock in the city. Those familiar with palace regulations quickly recalled that the white fox auspiciousness indeed never looked into mirrors. On the golden jade platform in the rear garden, there had never been bronze mirrors, jade mirrors, or water mirrors. When the palace maids groomed it, they could only use a white jade comb without placing any reflective objects. It also never appeared on nights of a full moon. Every time the so-called auspiciousness manifested, it was during the day or when the moon was obscured by clouds. As for the great temple, it was even more glaring. The white fox, said to be blessed by the incense of the great temple, has never truly stepped into the great temple. Each year during the grand ritual, it was always the national master by Wu Jiao, holding a white jade fox statue to receive the incense on its behalf. In the past, no one found these details problematic, because it was auspicious. It can be said that auspiciousness does not reflect in mirrors, meaning it is untouched by worldly things. It can be said that auspiciousness does not appear in the moon, meaning it is a daytime omen for the nation. It can also be said that auspiciousness does not enter the great temple, which further emphasizes its nobility, as it is represented by the national master. But when the Tianji Tower wrote out these 3 lines of commentary, all explanations took on a different flavor. The existence within the imperial palace was cornered. If they continued to remain silent, it would be equivalent to admitting that these 3 details could not be explained. Thus the rear garden finally transmitted news. 3 days later, the white fox auspiciousness will appear on the golden jade platform in broad daylight to accept the official's observation and prove its innocence. For 3 days, countless people in the imperial capital awaited. Many in Qingzhou were also waiting. The Merchant Association's communication sigils were incessantly exchanged. Even the tea houses beneath Falling Cloud Mountain set up viewing seats for the imperial capital's observation. On the day of the observation, the 100 officials gathered before the golden jade platform in the rear garden. The Tianji Bureau brought the demon exposing mirror. The demon suppression department brought the demon binding chains. The great temple's ceremonial officials brought 3 incense sticks from the great temple. The imperial guards secured the palace gates in the rear garden, while many commoners knelt at the street corners waiting for a result. Song Guanhao stood at the forefront of the 100 officials. He held a star ruler in his hand, his palm drenched in sweat. He hoped the white fox was not that evil demon, not for the sake of the palace's reputation, but because once the white fox truly had a problem, all the auspicious celestial phenomena recognized by the Tianji Bureau over the past 3 years would need to be re-examined. The bell sounded. The white fox auspiciousness slowly emerged. It was entirely snow-white without a trace of blemish. A single golden pattern between its brows was both enchanting and majestic. It walked past the incense held by the great temple's ceremonial officials, and the incense did not extinguish. The Tianji Bureau's demon-exposing mirror showed no anomalies. The Demon Suppression Department's demon-binding chains remained calm and undisturbed. Among the officials, the emotions that had been suppressed for 3 days finally loosened. Someone whispered, "Indeed, there is no demon." Someone immediately added, "Bai Ling is Bai Ling, and auspiciousness is auspiciousness." In the streets of the imperial capital, many people raised their heads again. The Tianji Tower has gone too far this time. If the auspiciousness were a demon, how could the demon-exposing mirror not shine? The great temple's incense hasn't even extinguished. Oh, what could possibly be wrong? The atmosphere in Qingzhou also settled. The white fox was too pure. Pure to the point of almost having no flaws. On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Changqing merely looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky. No moon. The white fox could pass the incense test, the demon-exposing mirror, and the demon-binding chains. Because it borrowed the essence of the imperial capital's dragon energy and the incense of the great temple. What should truly reflect it is not the mirror, but the moon. Changqing took up his brush. The demon list is illuminated by the moon. The black edict suddenly trembled. Clearly the sun was blazing overhead in the imperial capital, yet a faint moonlight was being drawn from beyond the heavens. That moonlight was not bright, but chillingly cold. So cold that a layer of white frost formed on the jade steps of the golden jade platform. In that instant, as the moonlight fell, the white fox's body suddenly stiffened. Its golden pattern between its brows flickered, yet no demonic energy burst forth from it. However, behind it, a faint phantom of a fox tail slowly appeared. The entire venue fell silent. The Tianji Bureau's demon-exposing mirror finally emitted a faint sound, and a fine crack appeared on its surface. The incense in the hands of the great temple's ceremonial official shook violently, and the flame shifted from golden red to a fox-white color. The demon-binding chains of the Demon Suppression Department began to hum softly, each link tightening. These magical artifacts had not moved at all moments before. Now they all stirred. Xuanhuan fixed his gaze on that phantom fox tail. His lips moved, yet he could not utter a complete sentence. Among the officials, someone instinctively retreated, knocking over the jade table behind them. The sound of the jade cup shattering was particularly jarring in front of the golden jade platform. Yet the white fox did not flee. It merely stood in the moonlight, the first phantom tail gently swaying behind it. Then it lifted its head to gaze towards the distant falling cloud mountain. This was not an ordinary gaze. It was a causal connection drawn out by the demon list. What was seen in Qingzhou was merely the scene of the white fox lifting its head in the transmission imprint. For the first time, the white fox spoke human words. "Tianji Tower, you have crossed the line." This sentence seemed like an acknowledgement, and yet also a warning. The officials of the imperial capital felt a chill run down their spines. Because the white fox was not saying "you slandered me," but rather "you have crossed the line." In the streets of the imperial capital, those who had just spoken up for the auspiciousness fell silent. A woman kneeling at the street corner looked up at the transmission imprint, murmuring auspiciousness. "Can speak human words." The elder beside her turned pale. It is not that it can speak human words. It is that it previously deemed it beneath itself to speak. Beneath falling cloud mountain, Qingzhou cultivators saw the images transmitted back and instantly erupted. It acknowledged it. A tale has been revealed, yet it still claims not to be a demon. Bai Ling is merely a clone. The true great demon is indeed it. On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Changqing watched the fleeting fox-tail phantom behind the white fox and did not immediately issue another decree. He knew that the white fox was still not everything. Behind that tail there was still a shadow. At the end of the shadow, it was connected to the dragon vein of the imperial capital. Deep within the palace, a white-clad national master stood quietly in the corridor. His features were handsome and his demeanor gentle. He was none other than Bai Wujiao, the great national master, who had presented the white fox auspiciousness 3 years ago. When the first tail of the white fox manifested in the moonlight, Bai Wujiao showed no signs of panic. He simply sighed softly. The Tianji Tower is indeed more troublesome than imagined. The palace servant beside him spoke tremulously. "National Master, should we request His Majesty to emerge from seclusion?" Bai Wujiao looked towards the innermost part of the palace. There the dragon energy swirled, yet a trace of fox-white demonic pattern faintly emerged. No rush. It has only revealed one tail. It cannot penetrate the dragon vein yet. On the golden jade platform, the white fox slowly turned, the first tail phantom retracting. But everyone had already seen it. The assertion that auspiciousness has no demons was completely shattered at that moment. Changqing watched the causal connection drawn by the white-clad figure on the demon list, and slowly took up his brush. As the first tail of the white fox appeared, the capital did not immediately descend into chaos. It was not due to a lack of fear, but because the imperial guards responded with even greater urgency. The palace gates closed one after another around the golden jade platform. The officials were confined to the rear guard and not allowed to leave their seats. The side of the demon-revealing mirror that had cracked was covered by eunuchs with yellow silk. The demon-binding chains of the Demon Suppression Bureau still emitted a low hum, yet two demon suppressors forcibly shoved them back into their wooden box. The ritual official at the Grand Temple had already extinguished 2 of the 3 incense sticks, leaving only the last one, a flickering white flame trembling in the wind. Xuanhuan stared at the flickering white flame, feeling as if something was lodged in his throat. He wanted to speak, but a eunuch had already stepped forward behind him, whispering, "Deputy Supervisor, the palace will provide an explanation to the world." This statement was not a suggestion. Xuanhuan remained silent for a moment, ultimately refraining from retorting on the spot. Soon the palace's second decree was issued. The white fox auspicious sign is disturbed by the demon list of the Tianji Tower, revealing a phantom tale. This is a disruption of the national fortune of the Great Qian caused by the Tianji Tower using evil techniques to borrow the moon. The officials have testified that the white fox has no demon aura, no demon form, and no demon bone. The examinations by the Tianji Bureau, the Demon Suppression Bureau, and the Grand Temple can all testify to this. When the decree reached outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the kneeling citizens at the street corner did not immediately echo it, as they had on previous occasions. Some bowed their heads, afraid to speak. Some secretly raised their eyes to the moonlight above the palace that had yet to disperse. They had all seen that phantom foxtail. The white fox spoke as well. If that was merely a phantom, why did it not say the Tianji Tower slanders, but rather you have crossed the line? No one dared to voice this question, yet everyone carried it in their hearts. By the time the message was sent back to Qingzhou, the area beneath Falling Cloud Mountain was already crowded with people. In the tea pavilion, a flash of symbol light caused several wooden tables to creak under pressure. The frontmost cultivator raised the communication talisman high, while those behind tiptoed to look. Is the palace still claiming the white fox has no demon? The demon-revealing mirror has cracked, the incense has changed color, and the demon-binding chains have also moved. How can they still claim there is no demon? They dare not admit it. Someone sneered when Xuanhuan's dual shadow fate was not revealed. The Qingzhou Academy also said everything was normal. Upon hearing this, many Qingzhou cultivators were taken aback. Xuanhuan, dual shadow fate. They certainly remembered. At that time, the Tianji mirror only revealed the surface, while the true shadow hidden in the fate was forced out using the star observation plate. Now the white fox only showed one tail, yet the auspicious sign on the golden jade platform could still retract the tail shadow, indicating that what the Tianji Tower revealed might only be the surface. On the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Changqing looked at the decree transmitted from the palace, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table. After reading the first 2 lines, his gaze halted on the words "one-tail phantom." The palace did not assert that the officials had misread. It merely referred to the white fox tail shadow as a phantom. As long as the white fox itself remained on the golden jade platform, and as long as the demon-revealing mirror did not reveal a complete demon form, the palace could still hold onto the phrase "the auspicious sign has no demon." However, the demon list was never meant to just record the white fox resting on the golden jade platform. Changqing raised his hand, and the black list slowly turned its pages. The transmission shadows between Qingzhou and the capital simultaneously dimmed. In the streets of the capital, the murmurs that had been suppressed by the imperial guards abruptly ceased. Eyes from tea houses, street corners, and noble residences all fell upon the symbol light at the same time. They knew the Tianji Tower was about to write again. The black and gold characters of the list emerged. Demon list of the 9 provinces, 6th shadow of the white fox auspicious sign. This brief line caused an uproar in the capital. Shadow. The list can rank shadows. The white fox itself remains on the golden jade platform. What then is this shadow? This time, even some noble cultivators did not immediately voice their thoughts. Xuanhuan stood on the star observation platform listening to the discussions from the city, but his expression changed. Others had not seen the record of the dual shadow fate from Qingzhou, but he had. After the reputation of the Tianji Bureau spread to the capital, they had specifically collected the details of several instances where the list from Qingzhou had manifested. Xuanhuan had a dual shadow, one bright and one dark. The bright shadow carried out tasks in front of everyone, while the dark shadow lurked deep within the fate to seize fortune. At that time, many officials in the capital had laughed, saying that Qingzhou, a small place, could not even distinguish between fate phenomena. Now Xuanhuan could not smile. Would the white fox auspicious sign also possess both a bright and a dark side? The one on the golden jade platform was merely the auspicious sign for the officials. Where then was the true shadow that consumed the dragon chi? The list characters continued to emerge. Identity shadow of the white fox auspicious sign. Crime using the name of auspicious signs to conceal the traces of the dragon vein demon absorbing the dragon chi of the rear garden with one tail's projection. Comment the shadow is in the rear garden, the body is in the dragon vein, one tail is a demon, 9 tails bring disaster. When the last 8 characters fell, the dragon chi above the capital clearly wavered. Not everyone could comprehend the fluctuations of dragon chi, but at that moment many cultivators in the city felt a heaviness in their chests. It was as if an invisible giant had turned over beneath the capital. In the rear garden of the palace, the white fox lay down once more on the golden jade platform. Its golden pattern on the forehead regained tranquility, and the phantom of the fox tail could no longer be seen behind it. If one were to look only at this moment, it still appeared pure and unblemished. Yet the officials no longer dared to look at it with the same eyes as before. A young censor stared at the shadow beneath the white fox's feet, and suddenly took a step back. Under the bright sun there was a faint shadow around the golden jade platform. The shadow did not cling to the feet of the white fox. It appeared to be pulled down into the ground by something stretching inch by inch toward the dragon-patterned stone steps behind the golden jade platform. The censor's throat moved, his voice trembling. Its shadow. An old minister beside him firmly pressed it. Shut up. But it was already too late. A constable from the Demon Suppression Bureau had also seen it. Several disciples from the Tianji Bureau had seen it too. The ritual official from the Grand Temple was staring intently at that shadow, the ash in his hand falling to the ground. The white fox did not move. However, the shadow beneath its feet slowly drilled into the dragon-patterned stone seams of the golden jade platform right in front of the censor, the constable from the Demon Suppression Bureau, and the disciples of the Tianji Bureau. In the next moment, the dragon chi of the palace pressed down violently. All transmission shadows in the rear garden simultaneously turned black. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, a citizen cried out in shock. It's cut off. The palace has severed the image. The more the palace suppressed, the more afraid the crowd became. Because they had seen it. The white fox's body had not moved. But the shadow had moved. In Qingzhou, on the 4th floor of the Tianji Tower, Changqing no longer urged the Tianji Mirror. The rear garden of the palace was shrouded in dragon chi, and the Tianji Mirror could only reveal limited things. Yet since the shadow of the white fox had drilled into the dragon-patterned stone, seems it was no longer just a matter of the rear garden. It was connected to the dragon chi of the capital. Changqing turned and walked toward the 3rd floor. The star observation plate hung quietly in the tower, originally reflecting the fortunes of Qingzhou. This time he did not use the star observation plate to forcefully observe the situation across the 9 provinces. He only directed the light of the 6th rank of the demon list to the edge of the star observation plate. Using the shadow of the white fox locked by the demon list, he reflected the end of the fortune that shadow was connected to. The star observation plate slowly turned. The people of Qingzhou could not see the details within the tower, but they saw a ray of starlight suddenly emerge from the black and gold light above the Tianji Tower. Someone immediately shouted out, "The star observation plate." At that time, Su Wenzhou's dual shadow fate was revealed by the star observation plate. The transmission talisman from the capital took a few breaths longer to receive the shadow. Within the symbol light, a blurry golden aura appeared. That was the edge of the dragon chi of the capital. The dragon chi was supposed to be pure gold, encircling the city like a great river. But at this moment, deep within the golden aura, there was a very faint white fox shadow moving along with the dragon chi. It was very small, so small that it resembled a drop of white ink falling into golden water. Yet with each movement of that drop of white ink, the surrounding dragon chi would dim an inch. The star ruler in Song Guanho's hand struck the railing, producing a crisp sound. He finally understood why the white fox could pass through the demon-revealing mirror. Because the demon-revealing mirror reflected only the auspicious form on the golden jade platform. The true demon aura was not contained within that form. It was hidden within the shadow. And the shadow was connected to the dragon vein. In the streets of the capital, the citizens could not comprehend the changes in dragon chi, yet they understood that faint white shadow in the dragon chi. There is a fox shadow. Isn't the auspicious sign meant to protect the nation? Why would it drill into the dragon chi? It's not protecting the nation, it's consuming the national fortune, isn't it? As soon as the last words were spoken, the speaker immediately covered his mouth. Yet no one around reprimanded him, because there was no one in the streets who could take their eyes away. In the golden dragon chi, that faint fox white shadow slowly raised its head. It had no eyes, yet it seemed to be gazing toward the Tianji Tower through the dragon chi of the capital. Before Changqing, the star observation plate emitted a soft sound. On the plate where the white fox shadow was located, a thin line pattern emerged. That pattern was very faint, yet it was not a dragon pattern. It resembled a fox pattern. In the next instant, the dragon chi above the capital surged. Common folk cannot see the golden jade terrace of the rear garden, nor the expressions of the officials. All they can see is the Dragon Qi shadow cast by the Tianji buildings ranking light above the imperial capital. Golden Dragon Qi spiraled up around the city. At the dragon's neck, a white fox-shaped pattern pressed within the scales remained undispersed. Outside the vermilion bird gate, an old man knelt on the ground, his lips trembling. How can there be demonic patterns among the Dragon Qi? The nearby imperial guards gripped their sword hilts, but forgot to shout a warning. They too looked up at the sky. On the star observation platform, Xuanhuan grabbed the star ruler and personally measured the position of the fox pattern. Outer city. No. Inner city. Not that either. Northern demon country's distant curse. Not that as well. That fox pattern was connected to the segment of Dragon Qi entering the palace. Below that was the dragon vein of the imperial palace. Several old officials flipped through ancient star records from the past 3 years, their faces growing whiter with each page. Year 19 of Jingyuan, auspicious rain. Year 20 of Jingyuan, dragon light. Year 21 of Jingyuan, the incense of the grand temple obscured the moon. The auspicious signs recorded in the archives could now be traced back to the old marks of the fox pattern on the star chart. The star ruler in Song Guanho's hand struck the edge of the table with a crisp sound. The imperial palace reacted swiftly. The third decree was transmitted from within the vermilion bird gate. The Dragon Qi of the imperial capital was disturbed by the demon ranking of the Tianji building, temporarily revealing unusual patterns. This is an external force invading the country, not a demon within the palace. The Tianji Bureau is to immediately seal the Dragon Observation Platform, with the Demon Suppression Division maintaining the Dragon Vein. Anyone spreading the demonic pattern shadow will be judged for causing chaos in the nation. This time the streets of the imperial capital did not fall silent like before. On the second floor of the tea house, someone cracked their teacup. At the street corner, others stepped back, fearing that the Tianji building's light would truly harm the Dragon Qi. If this is an external force invading the country, then why is the fox pattern within the Dragon Qi? The Tianji building just revealed it, and the palace wants to seal the Dragon Observation Platform. If you can seal the Dragon Observation Platform, can you also seal the demonic patterns in the sky? These words quickly spread via the commercial communication talismans to Qingzhou and then along various trade routes. This time not only Qingzhou and the imperial capital were watching. In the western region of Daqian, the communication jade tablet at the Xuanhuan sect lit up. In the southern ridge demon market, a group of cloaked demon merchants halted their transactions. By the east sea, cultivators on a ship cast a shadow towards the mast, and everyone aboard looked up at the fox pattern. Beyond the northern borders, scouts from the demon nation delivered the shadow into the grand tint of the mountains and seas. Several communication jade tablets lit up simultaneously, with the fox pattern lingering for a long time. On the fourth floor of the Tianji building, Changqing watched the rising thoughts on the trust ranking, and the black ranking script trembled slightly. The shadow of the white fox auspiciousness is now ranked. The recognition of the 9 provinces demon ranking has increased. Thoughts from the imperial capital Qingzhou trade routes and various places in the 9 provinces have converged into the Tianji building. Gained the embryonic form of a divine ability shadow incarnation of the ranking. The shadow incarnation of the ranking condenses the thoughts of sentient beings into a shadow using the light of the Tianji ranking as its foundation. Wherever the ranking extends, the incarnation can temporarily manifest through the shadow wielding the ranking pen to suppress demonic shadows and sever causal ties. Changqing's gaze shifted slightly. The wider the ranking spread, the stronger this divine ability would become. Today is merely the embryonic form. However, if one day the rankings of the Tianji building spread throughout the 9 provinces, the shadow incarnation could descend upon any place in the 9 provinces. Changqing's fingertip paused on the table. He saw the limit of this divine ability for the first time. The imperial palace claims the Tianji building harms the Dragon Qi. Then let the world see who truly left the scars on the Dragon Qi. Changqing lifted his brush. The shadow incarnation of the ranking. As the 4 characters were inscribed, a black gold figure rose from the light of the ranking above the clouds. This was not Changqing's true body. It was formed from the ranking script, holding a long black gold brush. It hovered before the Dragon Qi of the imperial capital across a vast distance. In the streets of the imperial capital, those who had just been startled by the words chaos in the nation raised their heads again. They saw that the shadow incarnation of the ranking did not stab into the Dragon Qi, nor did it tear apart the dragon vein. It simply traced a line along the edge of the fox-shaped demonic pattern. As that line fell, the golden Dragon Qi did not shatter. Instead, layers of old marks beneath the fox pattern were revealed. On the star observation platform, the old official's voice trembled. In year 19 of Jingyuan, there were already white marks here. In year 20 of Jingyuan, the white marks entered the Dragon Qi. In year 21 of Jingyuan, the fox pattern took shape. Song Guanhao closed his eyes briefly. The trajectory of Dragon Qi on the star chart remained unbroken. Only the layers of old marks pressed beneath the fox pattern had newly illuminated. Inside the vermilion bird gate, the attendant who had just proclaimed the decree changed expression and instinctively retracted the imperial edict slightly into his sleeve. Changqing did not stop writing. The black ranking script turned another page. The discussions outside the vermilion bird gate had not yet quieted when a new ranking position emerged. 9th on the 9 provinces demon ranking Dacian's national master by Wujiao. Outside the vermilion bird gate, the crowd that had just been dispersed by the imperial guards paused once more. A ceremonial officer's tablet fell to the ground with a thud. Bai Wujiao is not a petty demon from the outer city. He is not a merchant from the inner city. He is not merely a scribe from the Tianji Bureau. He is the national master of Dacian. He is the one who offered the auspicious white fox 3 years ago. He is the one who has transmitted the national fortune edicts on behalf of the reclusive emperor several times over the past 3 years. The ranking text continued to appear. Identity half-demon body, human host of the auspicious white fox. Comment protected the nation in white for 3 years, nurtured the fox for 3 years with the dragon vein. Outside the vermilion bird gate, an official's legs went soft, and he knelt directly to the ground. The national master is also a demon. On the star observation platform, Song Guanhao suddenly looked up. He recalled the old records from the Grand Temple's ceremonies. The white fox never entered the Grand Temple. The one who always received the incense offerings was Bai Wujiao. Deep within the palace, the white-clad national master stood in the corridor, gazing at the words of the ranking in the sky, his gentle expression gradually withdrawing. The palace attendants beside him spoke with trembling voices. National master, should we seal the city? Bai Wujiao did not respond. He raised his hand and pressed it against the corridor pillar. In the crevice of the dragon-patterned stone beneath the pillar, a wisp of fox-white, demonic energy slowly glowed. In the next moment, a heavy tremor resonated from the deepest part of the palace. The dragon-patterned stone crevice beneath Bai Wujiao's feet shook 3 times. With each tremor, a wisp of black mist emerged from the crevice, only to be suppressed back down by the dragon Qi. On the 4th floor of the Tianji building, the black ranking script before Changqing began to flip on its own. A new line of prompts appeared. Detected the aura of fragments from the ancient altar of the imperial capital. Level 1 of the main altar fragments. Location beneath the dragon vein of the imperial palace. Changqing's expression sharpened. The ancient altar of Qingzhou is indeed not the only one. As the long brush in the shadow incarnation was about to drop again, a surge of black light suddenly erupted from deep within the dragon Qi of the imperial capital. This black light did not rush towards the Tianji building. It merely flickered at the bottom of the dragon Qi shadow. The black light surged and was once again suppressed back beneath the dragon vein. The common people of the imperial capital did not see it clearly. However, Song Guanhao saw a new black crack appear below the star chart. The crack flashed and vanished, but its shape bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of the ancient altar in Qingzhou. At the same time, black light sparked in several distant locations across the 9 provinces. Beneath the earth veins of the Xuanhuan sect in the western region, a point of black light flashed by. In the center of the southern ridge demon market, a thin crack opened in the stone pillar worshipped by the multitude of demons. In the depths of the east sea, a submerged dragon palace that had been lost for many years shook slightly. In the grand tent of the mountains and seas in the northern region, a demon prince pressed down the communication jade, chuckling softly. The human race's imperial capital has awakened too. These disturbances did not return to the imperial capital. The 9 provinces demon ranking was affected by that black mist, and the top of the ranking text preemptively displayed 3 lines of forecasts. Top 3 of the 9 provinces demon ranking advance notice. 3rd, the body of the auspicious white fox. 2nd, fragments of the ancient altar of the imperial capital. 1st, behind the dragon throne. In the streets of the imperial capital, those who had been fixated on the name by Wujiao raised their heads to look at the new forecast. Outside the vermilion bird gate, several old ministers saw the words fragments of the ancient altar of the imperial capital, and their knees went weak, almost causing them to kneel. In front of the Qingzhou communication talisman, someone murmured, "Is there an altar beneath the imperial capital? Please, your majesty, come out of seclusion." In the deepest part of the palace, the dragon Qi that had coiled for 3 years slowly cracked open a seam. From the gap, a wisp of dark golden light shone brightly before quickly vanishing. Outside the Zhuke gate, before the 4th decree was fully read, someone at the street corner could no longer hold back and looked up. The voice of the decree announcer was sharp and thin. The national master Bai Wuji in the past bore the backlash of demonic energy with his half-demon body to stabilize the great Qian's dragon vein. The auspicious white fox entered the rear garden to draw on the dragon energy and suppress the cracks in the dragon vein. The Tianji Tower only sees demonic patterns, unaware of the country's difficulties, using the rankings to disrupt the imperial capital. As the eunuch was about to read the last sentence, a young official by the street suddenly spoke up. "I dare to ask, eunuch." The eunuch's eyelids twitched. "What is it?" The young official clutched his tablet tightly, his voice tense. "Is the white fox consuming dragon energy also for stabilizing the dragon vein?" The street corner fell silent instantly. The forbidden troops gripped their sword hilts. An old minister beside him whispered angrily, "Shut up." However, the young official did not back down. The human skin of Lu Sanmian, the corpse of Xuanhuan, and Wei's Xingxi's altered star map are all for stabilizing the dragon vein. If it is all for protecting the nation, what do we make of the victims? The eunuch's expression darkened. The demonic ranking spreads falsehoods to confuse the masses. Do you believe it? The young official looked towards the dragon energy projection in the sky. "I do not dare to believe the demonic rankings. But I also do not dare to say I did not see the fox patterns." As soon as these words were spoken, several forbidden troops did not immediately draw their swords, because they had seen it too. At the star observation platform, another copy of the decree was brought before Xuanhuan. The eunuch lowered his voice. "Deputy Supervisor, the palace requires the approval of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau." Xuanhuan looked at the copy, but did not extend his hand. The eunuch stepped forward half an inch. "Deputy Supervisor, the matter of the auspicious white fox and the National Master's protection of the dragon vein requires the Imperial Astronomical Bureau's testimony." Xuanhuan raised his eyes. "What kind of testimony?" The eunuch was momentarily taken aback. Xuanhuan pointed at the star map. "To prove that the star map has not changed in the past 3 years. To prove that there are no fox patterns in the dragon energy. Or to prove that Wei Xingzhou has not altered the star calendar." The eunuch's lips moved, but he could not speak. On the star map, the old scars of the fox patterns still pressed against the edge of the dragon energy. The records of the past 3 years were laid out before them, with red seals, alteration marks, and old annotations of fox patterns, all pressing before Xuanhuan's eyes. Xuanhuan finally spoke. "The Imperial Astronomical Bureau only records celestial phenomena. In the past 3 years, the dragon energy in the imperial capital has indeed been abnormal, and there are old scars. Whether the National Master protects the nation is not for the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to conclude." The star clock was still running. These few sentences were transmitted out of the star observation platform. Outside the Xuanhuan gate, the decree announcer had just finished reading the last sentence when they heard Xuanhuan's voice. The edict in his hand trembled. The young official also heard it. He did not speak further, slowly lowering his head and gripping the tablet tighter. In the depths of the palace, Bai Wuji stood under the corridor of the rear garden, looking up at the words of the edict in the sky. The palace attendant beside him said anxiously, "National Master, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau did not approve." Bai Wuji smiled slightly. "Xuanhuan is a bit tougher than I thought. Let them see." The palace attendant was stunned. "See what?" Bai Wuji raised his hand and pressed it against the dragon-patterned stone seen beneath his feet. "Let them see how the great Qian has survived these past 3 years." Changqing looked at the star clock projection, returned from the star observation platform, and picked up his brush to add comments to the 5th entry of the demonic ranking. "Protecting the nation with demons. The country ultimately becomes food for the demons." As the comments fell, the demonic projection's avatar appeared in front of the dragon energy projection of the imperial capital. It did not reflect Bai Wuji's face. The long brush only pointed towards the dragon-patterned stone seen beneath Bai Wuji. The common people outside the Xuanhuan gate saw 3 lines emerge from the projection. One connected to the golden jade platform in the rear garden. One connected to the auspicious white fox. One connected to the black light beneath the dragon vein. The thickest line did not press down towards the black light, but flowed from the dragon energy towards the white fox. The avatar of the demonic projection pressed down with its brush. A wisp of golden dragon energy was pulled out from the line, and in an instant it was devoured by the white fox's demonic energy. The young official at the street corner suddenly looked up. "This is not suppression." At the star observation platform, the old supervisor also exclaimed, "It is nourishment." Xuanhuan closed his eyes. Yet Bai Wuji's voice rang out in the rear garden. Indeed, a commotion arose among the officials. Bai Wuji walked step by step to the dragon-patterned stone seam. The dragon energy has indeed been drawn into the rear garden, and the white fox is indeed consuming dragon energy. A certain censor suddenly stood up. "Since the National Master admits it, how can he still claim to protect the nation?" Bai Wuji looked at him. "Do you know about the Red Moon devouring nation incident?" The censor was stunned. "What Red Moon? Do you know that the great Qian's dragon vein had already been severed once 3 years ago? Do you know what will happen if this sealing nail under the palace breaks?" The censor's lips turned white. Bai Wuji looked up at the officials. "You all know nothing. You only ask me why I draw on demons. Then I asked you 3 years ago when the Red Moon devouring nation incident was about to happen, the dragon vein cracked, the ceiling nail broke, and His Majesty went into seclusion without coming out. If I do not borrow the White Fox's avatar to extend our lives, who will support the Great Qian through these 3 years? No one in the rear garden answered. Bai Wuji raised his hand, pointing at the White Fox on the Golden Jade platform. She is not an ordinary demon. She is merely an avatar of the main lineage of the demon race. She desires the fortune of the Great Qian. The Red Moon also desires the fortune of the Great Qian. You all tell me, to whom should I hand over the Great Qian? The auspicious White Fox stood on the Golden Jade platform, her foxtail's illusory shadow gently swaying behind her. She did not deny it. Several censors slowly lowered the memorials in their hands. They looked at the White Fox on the Golden Jade platform, then towards the black light deep within the dragon vein. What Bai Wuji referred to as extending lives was not about reviving the Great Qian. It was merely to delay who would swallow the Great Qian. Just then the dark golden seam in the deepest part of the palace lit up again. Bai Wuji turned around. The officials in the rear garden also knelt down in a wave. An ancient voice emanated from deep within the dragon energy. There is no need to kneel. The voice was not loud, but it suppressed all the noise of the entire palace. Bai Wuji lowered his head and said, "Your Majesty." The Emperor of the Great Qian finally spoke. His voice carried a heavy weariness, as if with each word spoken the dragon energy above the imperial capital would dim a bit. The entry of the White Fox into the palace was permitted by me. The officials suddenly raised their heads. The dragon energy projection outside the Xuanhuan gate also carried this voice towards the streets of the imperial capital. In the next breath, the dragon sound from deep within the palace spread along the Great Qian's dragon vein. In Qingzhou Jiangnan Prefecture Beima Pass and the EC Road, the dragon-patterned stones in front of the Temple of City Gods in each province lit up simultaneously. This was the divine power of the Great Qian royal family, the Dragon Sound Edict. Only the Emperor, using the national seal and the dragon vein, could transmit the voice throughout the Great Qian. But this time the Dragon Sound Edict was very weak. In many places the dragon-patterned stones lit up and then dimmed, with fine white cracks appearing on the stone surface. The Emperor continued, 3 years ago the Red Moon Dynasty's devouring nation incident had already occurred. The Great Qian's dragon vein was severed, the ceiling nail broke, and my seclusion was not for cultivation. It was to hold on to the last breath of dragon energy. Most of you may not have heard of the name Red Moon Dynasty. You have not witnessed the nations devoured by it. The Kangwu Kingdom to the north, after its national seal was seized, the ancestral temple's incense extinguished in a single night. The royal family of 376 was nailed to the Red Moon altar to refine the moon lamp. In the southwest, the Bailing Kingdom's dragon vein was drained, 16 cities' spirit fields withered, and both cultivators and ordinary people were marked with the blood moon soul imprint, unable to escape their status for generations. There was also the earlier Luo Mountain Little Dynasty. The Red Moon Cavalry did not massacre cities. They only altered the city god's register. From that day on, the people of Luo Mountain, after death, their souls did not return home. All were pushed into the Red Moon's underworld to fill its national fortune. Outside the Xuanhuan gate, several old ministers heard this, and the color drained from their faces. The Emperor's voice grew hoarse. Cooperating with the demon race is like drinking poison to quench thirst. But if devoured by the Red Moon, the Great Qian would not even have the chance to drink poison and extend its life. Outside the Xuanhuan gate, an old minister's eyes turned red, his knees buckled, and he knelt down. The Emperor's voice continued. Thus the entry of the White Fox into the palace was permitted by me. The National Master's actions were also tacitly approved by me. This cup of poison I serve with my own hands. I know it will hurt the Great Qian, but I also know that if I do not serve it, the Great Qian would have already perished 3 years ago. I do not want you to thank the White Fox, nor do I want you to forgive. I only need the citizens of the Great Qian to hold on for a few more years. The Dragon Sound Edict paused momentarily. From the deepest part of the palace, the sound of jade shattering was heard. Bai Wuji's expression slightly changed. That was the royal family's secret technique, burning the dragon to inquire about fortune. Using the Emperor's lifespan as a lamp, with the national seal and the dragon's energy as a plate, only inquiring about a nation's rise and fall. 3 years ago the Emperor used it once. At that time he saw the Great Qian's national fortune fall into the Red Moon's national seal. Thus the White Fox entered the palace. Thus the national master bore the crime. Thus the Emperor secluded himself for 3 years, exhausting himself to this state. Today did he perhaps see something once more? The dragon energy above the imperial capital suddenly sank. In front of the city god temples in each province, the dragon-patterned stones cracked open with a fine line. The Emperor's cough echoed from the Dragon Sound Edict. This time, even ordinary common people could tell that his breath was failing. I just inquired about the national fortune once again. The Red Moon devouring nation incident is still ongoing. But the Great Qian is no longer a dead end. Outside the Zhuge gate the crowd suddenly looked up. Bai Wujiao also raised his eyes. The emperor spoke slowly. I am aware of the events that have transpired in the imperial capital recently. The Qingzhou ranking has come to fruition, revealing the monstrous beings of the 9 regions, and the light from the Tianji Tower's ranking shines into the imperial capital. I am also aware of this. The turning point is becoming increasingly clear. It is not on me. It is not on the national master. Nor is it on the white fox. The voice in the dragon edict suddenly lowered. Yet this lowering brought an eerie silence over the entire Deqian. It is on the bright moon of the Jiang clan. These words spread throughout Deqian, and outside the Zhuge gate there was initially a stillness. Then the entire long street erupted. Mingyue. Could it be that recently prominent Princess Mingyue? The one said to have the true dragon accompanying the moon and the fate of the world. Isn't that a ranking compiled in a single province? The princess of the Qingzhou Wangfu. His Majesty claims that the turning point for Deqian lies with her. In the rear courtyard of the palace, several old officials turned pale. A royal lord knelt and looked up urgently, saying, Your Majesty, why would Princess Mingyue be the turning point? Another minister also prostrated himself and said, She has never attended court nor commanded the border troops. How can she bear the fate of a nation? The emperor ignored them. In the dragon edict, a heavier cough emerged. In the Wangfu of the imperial capital, Jiang Mingyue stood under the corridor, feeling the moon-shaped jade pendant in her palm, growing increasingly warm. She also heard her own name. Before she could speak, a dark golden dragon aura descended from above the Wangfu. The voice of a palace attendant followed. Imperial edict from His Majesty. Summon Princess Mingyue to the palace immediately. Jiang Mingyue looked up and saw the dragon aura spread beneath her feet. She did not ask why. She tightened her grip on the moon-shaped jade pendant and stepped forward. In the next breath, her figure appeared deep within the imperial palace. The palace doors closed. All the palace attendants were driven out. No one outside knew what the emperor and Jiang Mingyue discussed. They only knew that the dragon aura inside the hall trembled 9 times. The first time, the phantom of the national seal appeared above the palace. The second time, all ancestral tablets in the Jiang clan's ancestral hall lit up simultaneously. The third time, the officials in the rear courtyard heard the emperor say, Draft the edict. A senior official's face turned ashen. Your Majesty, the succession edict must not be issued lightly. The emperor's voice came from within the hall. My decision is made. From today onward, Jiang Mingyue shall bear the national seal of Deqian and succeed to the throne. A dead silence fell over the assembly of officials. In the next moment, voices of opposition nearly overturned the rear courtyard. A woman ascending the throne. What of the ancestral laws? With the red moon threatening and the demon fox in the palace, changing the ruler now would surely bring chaos to Deqian. Please, Your Majesty, reconsider. Inside the hall, the emperor did not explain further. When the dragon aura trembled for the 7th time, a golden bloodline surged from within the hall, entering the phantom of the national seal. Bai Wujiao suddenly looked up. He knew what that was. The royal secret technique, the dragon's passage of command. It was not for ordinary cultivators. Rather, it pushed all the residual dragon aura, national fortune, and royal divine seals that the emperor had suppressed within himself over the years toward the next monarch. The realm of the bearer would not immediately surge, but as long as she stood within the borders of Deqian, she could use the national seal to activate a portion of the emperor's dragon power. Inside the hall, the emperor's voice dropped to a whisper that only Jiang Mingyue could hear. Mingyue, I am not handing you a thriving world. I am handing you a Deqian that is on the brink of collapse. Jiang Mingyue knelt before the emperor, her eyes reddening. The emperor looked at the cracked moon-shaped jade pendant in her palm. He reached out, wanting to help her up. But when that hand emerged from the sleeve of his dragon robe, Jiang Mingyue could see clearly that the emperor's wrist bones were so thin they were almost just skin. In the palm, there was still an old injury. The wound was not a cut. It looked like some pattern had been seared in little by little. I am sorry for you. Jiang Mingyue suddenly looked up. The emperor gazed at her, his voice hoarse. With so many princes and grandsons of the Jiang family, in the end it falls upon you, a girl, to bear this burden. They will curse you in the future. They will accuse you of disrupting the ancestral laws. If Deqian truly falls. He paused at this point. They will first place the blame for the fall of Deqian upon you. I know, but I have no choice. Jiang Mingyue's fingers tightened around the jade pendant. The emperor spoke softly, thus I cannot only give you a succession edict. He raised his thin right hand and pressed it against the national seal. Suddenly, all the dragon aura in the hall rolled back. Bai Wujiao's face changed drastically outside the hall. Your Majesty, do not. The palace doors did not open. The emperor did not stop. The dragon patterns on the national seal began to glow inch by inch like red-hot iron chains, climbing up the emperor's arm into his bones. A muffled groan escaped his throat. Jiang Mingyue wanted to rise, but she was pressed in place by the dragon aura of the national seal. This is a forbidden technique of the royal family. Golden blood beads emerged from the emperor's forehead. Break the dragon to mend the moon. The practitioner strips their own dragon soul to mend the fate of the recipient. It hurts. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. It hurts even more than when the red moon shattered the national fortune. In the depths outside the hall, several elderly royals suddenly opened their eyes, their faces drained of color. Because there is another saying in the ancestral teachings regarding the breaking of the dragon to mend the moon. After the technique is completed, the practitioner's dragon soul does not enter the ancestral temple, does not enjoy incense offerings, and does not enter reincarnation. After death, they can only disperse within the dragon vein, blocking 3 rebounding national fortunes for the recipient. An elderly royal's forehead struck the ground, tears streaming down his face. He knew that His Majesty was offering everything, even the chance of reincarnation that was said to exist to Qian. The phantom of the national seal pressed down. The moon-shaped jade pendant in Jiang Mingyue's palm cracked with a snap, and a small dragon shadow emerged from the fissure. The emperor leaned back, his chest beneath the dragon robe barely rising. I cannot give you much to supplement. 3 times. In the future, when you activate the emperor's dragon power, if the national fortune rebounds too heavily, it can shield you 3 times. After 3 times, you will have to rely on yourself. I cannot calculate your fate. The burning dragon inquires about fortune, can only tell me that the turning point lies with you. But the master of Tianji Tower has seen it even before me. Jiang Mingyue suddenly looked up. The emperor gasped for breath for a long time before continuing. Do not oppose him. Do not test him. The red moon seeks to swallow the nation. The white fox seeks to consume the fortune. Whether Qian can survive, perhaps only he can show you the way. You must go to Tianji Tower. Given the cause and effect between you and him, perhaps he will help you. Deep within the imperial palace, the hall doors remained unopened. Outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, the edict of abdication had already spread throughout the city. Jiang Mingyue is to succeed the throne. His Majesty has passed the crown to the Mingyue Commandery Princess. A woman ascending the throne. How can this be allowed? Murmurs of discussion filled the streets and alleys. Elderly ministers knelt outside the Vermilion Bird Gate, their foreheads pressed to the ground, remaining prostrate for a long time. Some younger officials gazed toward the palace, their throats dry. The great Qin dynasty in its most chaotic hour had changed its sovereign. And it was Jiang Mingyue who had just been identified by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion as bearing the true dragon companion to the moon fate. At the eastern market of the capital, within the great Qin branch of the Myriad Phenomena Tower. In the deepest part of the secret vault, a sudden, urgent bell shattered the silence. The steward guarding the vault, who was sealing old scrolls, dropped his bronze key onto the floor. The dynasty's fortune ranking. Activating at this time. He strode quickly into the secret vault. A scroll of crimson gold ranking hung suspended above a stone platform. The golden threads on its cover ignited spontaneously. Myriad Phenomena Tower. Eastern Wasteland Dynasty Fortune Ranking Southern Frontier Volume. The steward's expression shifted. This item was usually locked away in the deepest recesses of the vault. Only the guildmaster, the managers of several major money houses, the chief of the medicine guild, and the head of the escort agency had the right to view the rubbings. When the steward saw the ranking scroll glowing, his first reaction was not to call for an audience. Instead, he slammed his hand down on the vault's bronze bell, his voice turning shrill. Seal the doors. Notify the 4 major merchant guilds. The money houses, medicine guild, escort agency. Inform only the managers. No leaks permitted. The Great Qin was not a strong power in the southern frontier of the eastern wasteland, but it had been relatively stable for the past few centuries. Thus, this scroll of ranking rarely activated on its own. Today it had opened by itself. The steward swallowed hard and opened the first page. As the first line of text met his eyes, his fingers jerked violently. Great Qin Dynasty, a minor dynasty of the eastern wasteland's southern frontier. Fortune dragon vein polluted. National destiny will crumble within 3 years. Commentary: without a true dragon to prolong its fate, and without support from a holy land, it will inevitably be annexed by the Crimson Moon Empire. The steward stared at the words "without a true dragon to prolong its fate," momentarily stunned. The palace had just issued the edict for the new sovereign. Jiang Mingyue had received the Great Qin's national seal and ascended the imperial throne. Yet the words on the ranking scroll had not changed in the slightest. This scroll was a projection from the Eastern Wasteland's main tower. At this very moment, the most authoritative ranking in the Eastern Wasteland did not recognize this new sovereign's ability to prolong the dynasty's fate. Cold sweat slowly beaded on the steward's back. He did not make it public immediately. According to Myriad Phenomena Tower's rules, such rankings were first circulated among the high echelons of the merchant guilds, money houses, medicine guilds, and escort agencies. How each family chose to hedge their risks was their own affair. Secret talismans were swiftly dispatched. Within half an hour, several major merchant guilds in the capital simultaneously took action. Spirit medicine shops closed one of their doors. Money houses suspended the exchange of the Great Qian's treasury spirit notes. Several merchant caravans from other regions resealed their cargo crates, preparing to leave the city overnight. Carriages from noble families drove out through the back gates, carrying not servants but the young scions of their clans. Common folk had no idea what the myriad phenomena tower was. But they could see the shops closing. They could see the queues growing longer at the money houses. They could also see the medicine prices being changed by the shopkeepers for the third time. At the western market of the capital, a clerk from a money house had just posted a wooden sign reading suspension of redemption today when chaos erupted at the entrance. Why won't you redeem them? My family's half-year worth of spirit notes is all in there. Has something truly happened in the palace? The clerk was drenched in sweat, merely repeating that orders had come from above. Just then a steward in a gray robe pushed his way through the crowd. He was pale and beardless, with a small gold abacus tucked into his sleeve. The beads of the abacus were not gold. They were a dark red. The gray-robed steward raised his hand and affixed a transcribed notice to the wall outside the money house. Great Qian Dynasty, a minor dynasty of the eastern wasteland's southern frontier. National destiny will crumble within 3 years. Inevitably annexed by the Crimson Moon Empire. The crowd fell silent. Then someone let out a scream. The Great Qian will fall within 3 years. What is the Crimson Moon Empire? Who wrote this ranking? On what basis do they say this? The gray-robed steward touched the abacus in his sleeve and said calmly, I don't know either. I am merely conveying orders from above. After speaking, he pressed a communication talisman beneath the notice. The talisman flashed with light. Identical notices were being sent to other money houses, shops, tea houses, and medicine halls across the capital. Not just the capital. Qingzhou City, Jiangnan Prefecture, North Desert Pass, East Sea Circuit. The myriad phenomena tower branches, merchant guild spirit screens, and money house jade tablets across all prefectures and counties of the Great Qian lit up at the same moment. In cities and towns across the land, the common people looked up to see the same notice. The Great Qian's national destiny will crumble within 3 years. Inevitably annexed by the Crimson Moon Empire. Inside the myriad phenomena tower's secret vault, the steward's face turned ashen when he received the reports. Who authorized the circulation of the notice to the common people? Several clerks hung their heads, none daring to answer. Because a corner of the transmission array had already been tampered with in advance. Etched onto that corner of the array was a very faint crescent moon. The gray-robed steward Lu Changqing stood outside the money house, listening to the clamor around him. The communication talisman in his sleeve glowed. The manager of the Eternal Prosperity Money House at the Eastern Market personally pulled down the bronze shutter. Commoners pounded on the door, but the manager said from behind it, come back tomorrow for redemption. A clerk at a medicine hall stood on a stool to flip the price sign. At the city gate, a merchant caravan was resealing crates and turning back to leave the city. An out-of-town caravan redirected its wagons and headed straight out of the city. Lu Changqing murmured to himself, let the people's hearts scatter first. Then the nation's fortune can be gathered. The palace soon learned of these events. A palace eunuch hurried into the rear garden to report to Bai Wujiu that the spirit screens in all prefectures and counties had lit up simultaneously. Bai Wujiu stood under the eaves. After listening, he smiled instead. The Crimson Moon couldn't hold back. A court attendant beside him asked in a low voice, National Preceptor, should we seal the Merchant Guild's communications? Bai Wujiu shook his head. It cannot be sealed. The more we seal it, the more it looks like the Great Qian is truly about to fall. He looked toward the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Let them spread it. The murkier the water, the clearer it becomes who is trying to keep things afloat. Factions loyal to Bai Wujiu soon seized the opportunity to speak out. The myriad phenomena tower's official ranking has already judged the Great Qian's fortune to be on the verge of collapse. This is all because the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's aberrant ranking disturbed the dragon vein, allowing outsiders to glimpse the Great Qian's true state. Let all subjects of the Great Qian stabilize the nation's foundation and not believe in the wild claims of spurious rankings. After this imperial decree was issued, the panic in the capital's streets and alleys only intensified. Some cursed the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Some cursed the palace. More people clutching their spirit notes crowded the money house entrances, begging the managers to redeem theirs first. At the foot of Luoyan Mountain, cultivators in Qingzhou also saw the spirit screen. In a tea shack, several tables were knocked over. The Great Qian will fall within 3 years. What in the world is the Crimson Moon Empire? This ranking is even more arrogant than the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilions, directly sentencing a dynasty to death. A voice tightened with anxiety. But look, the merchant guilds have really stopped redeeming. The medicine shops have closed too. The spirit screens in all prefectures and counties are lit. This isn't just news from the capital. The tea shack owner opened his mouth wanting to say the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had never been wrong. But when he looked down, he saw that the spirit notes on his own counter had already been secretly stashed away in a box by his clerk. The owner of the neighboring medicine shop also remained silent. He had just revised the price of spirit medicines upward a moment ago. Outside the tea shack, a merchant caravan originally headed for the capital stopped at the crossroads. After the leader saw the spirit screen, he raised his hand directly. Turn around. The driver was stunned. The goods have already been deposited. The leader tucked the customs clearance document back into his robe. If the great Qian truly falls, who will settle our final payment? As his words fell, several cargo wagons immediately turned around. The wheels churned through the mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. No one in the tea shack spoke another word. On the fourth floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, Changqing watched the projections transmitted back from all prefectures and counties. At the capital's money house entrance, people clutching spirit notes pressed against the wooden doors. Outside the Xuanhuan prefecture medicine shop, the owner hung up a new price sign. Outside the North Desert Pass, 3 merchant caravans stopped simultaneously. On the Merchant Guild spirit screen of the EC circuit, the myriad phenomena tower's notice still blazed brightly. Finally, his gaze settled on the words inevitably annexed by the Crimson Moon Empire. The black ranking scroll trembled slightly. External ranking conflict detected. Changqing picked up his brush. Outside the capital's money house, people were still waiting for an explanation from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. In the Qingzhou tea shack, cultivators clutched communication talismans, staring at the spirit screen without daring to blink. Changqing offered no explanation. The first line of characters descended. The great Qian should not fall. As these 5 words landed, the light of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion's rankings surged into the sky. Outside the capital's money house, the myriad phenomena tower notice shuddered violently. The spirit screen in the Qingzhou tea shack flickered in response. At the entrance of the Jiangnan prefecture medicine shop, the price sign the owner had just hung up crashed to the ground with a slap. Beside the myriad phenomena tower notice, a second line of black gold ranking characters forcefully materialized. The cause of the nation's fall lies not in the exhaustion of its fate, but in someone scattering its fortune to annex the state. The true dragon is already on the dragon throne, and within the fate of the companion to the moon. At the money house entrance, the crowd clutching spirit notes looked up. Lu Qingjin's finger paused on his abacus. A single bloodjade abacus bead hung, suspended in midair, refusing to fall. Bai Wujiu stared at the black gold characters in the sky, his hand tightening on the pillar where he stood. A fine crack split the pillar's surface. On the 4th floor of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the black ranking scroll opened a new page under Changqing's palm. Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, new function, fortune calculation. Unlocked. Changqing finished reading and lightly tapped his fingertips on the table. A wisp of starlight meandered along the edge of the black proclamation, as if an eye was slowly opening from behind the paper. Changqing looked towards the direction of the imperial capital. Next to the Wanxiang Tower's proclamation, the black and golden characters still hung above the spiritual screens of various states. The reason for the fallen nation is not due to its fate being exhausted, but because some are scattering the national luck to seize the country. The true dragon is already on the dragon throne. Outside the money house in the imperial capital, the crowd stared at the few lines of text, silent for a long time. Someone reacted first. The true dragon is on the dragon throne. Is it referring to the new monarch? Jiang Mingwei has already ascended the throne, yet Wanxiang Tower still writes about the true dragon's continuation of life. It's not that it hasn't been seen, but that it is not recognized. As soon as these words were spoken, the street corner fell silent. The money house's manager glanced outside through the door. He still held the rubbing from Wanxiang Tower in his hand. The words, "No true dragon's continuation of life," on the rubbing had not faded at all. The manager swallowed hard, not daring to open the door. Inside the secret vault of the Wanxiang Tower's Dakian branch, the steward was covered in cold sweat. The red gold roster suddenly began to turn on its own. A shadow of a white jade ruler fell from above the roster, pressing down on the 5 words, "Dakian should not perish." A clear and cold voice came from the ruler's shadow. "Border wilderness list. Dare to alter the eastern wilderness standard." The steward quickly knelt down. "List enforcer." From the white jade ruler's shadow emerged the profile of a young man. Dressed neatly, his expression was indifferent. He held a white jade list ruler in his hand. The list enforcer of Wanxiang Tower's southern border, Xuanhuan. He did not look at the kneeling steward, only at the black and golden characters floating beside the spiritual screen of the Tianji Tower. If the standard is erroneous, Wanxiang Tower will rectify it. It is not for an unregistered wild list to intervene. The white jade list ruler pressed down. At the edge of the Wanxiang Tower's proclamation, 4 small characters emerged: unregistered list. Outside the money house in the imperial capital, the citizens who had just looked up lowered their heads again. Some gripped their spiritual tickets even tighter. In the Qingzhou tea house, several cultivators stared at those four characters silent for a long time. Finally, the tea house owner placed the teapot heavily on the table. Here we go again. Every time Tianji Tower is about to validate, someone always says it is a wild list. On the fourth floor of Tianji Tower, Changqing looked at the shadow of Xie Guanqi's white jade ruler, his expression calm. The black proclamation continued to turn. Changqing raised his hand and tapped on the white jade ruler's shadow. Suddenly, the paper page of the proclamation sank down by an inch. The spiritual screen of the imperial capital, the Wanxiang Tower's roster, and the Red Moon imprint were all drawn into a thin line. At the end of the line stood an old gate city without a plaque. The god position on the city gate had its name erased. As the wind blew, dust fell from the shrine. This was the border of the Red Moon dynasty, the old dynasty of Luoshan Guihan Pass. In the center of the pass city, a moon lamp slowly lit up. The light was not red but pale. Beneath the lamp stood a woman in a Red Moon palace gown, gentle in demeanor, holding a small pair of scissors. With each snip of the wick, a low cry echoed from the light. The seventh princess of the Red Moon, Jiang Zhaoxue. Lu Qinjin knelt behind her, his forehead touching the ground. He presented 3 message talismans with both hands. In the first talisman, the copper gate of the money house in the imperial capital fell. In the second talisman, a pharmacy attendant was hanging up the new price list. In the third talisman, a foreign merchant convoy turned back from the city, their wheels stirring up yellow dust. Jiang Zhaoxue gently nodded. Very good. She raised her hand and snipped another wick. The military calamity is too coarse. Let them first scatter the national luck cleanly before we can enter. Lu Qinjin did not dare to raise his head. Deep within the past city, a man in white sat before a broken divine altar. It was none other than the national master of the Red Moon, Yin Wugui. On the altar lay a black roster. The cover of the roster had no words, but with each page turned, the cries of the departed souls could be heard. Yin Wugui did not explain. He opened the black roster, his fingertip pausing on the 2 characters, Luoshan. With a stroke outside the past city, the souls that were originally heading towards the old city god temple simultaneously stopped. In the next breath, they turned and walked toward the direction of the Red Moon's Inci. On the city god position, the last wisp of incense was snuffed out. Jiang Zhaoxue looked at the souls in the light and quietly asked, "Can Daqian do the same?" "It can," Yin Wugui replied. Yin Wugui turned to a blank page. Slowly, 2 characters emerged on the paper. Daqian. Zhang Zayok's small scissors paused. In the moon lamp, a wisp of fine flame reached out, landing on the edge of those 2 characters. Daqian's new monarch has just been established. The first corner roster has not stabilized yet. Yin Wugui finally spoke. Lu Qinjin felt a chill down his back. At that moment, the sound of hooves came from outside the pass. A Red Moon war chariot rolled over the wilderness. Hanging on the chariot were 3 shattered national seals. With each sway, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. On the chariot stood a young man in a red robe. His brows and eyes were flamboyant, and a long knife hung unsheathed at his waist with shards of the national seal also hanging from the hilt. The 9th prince of the Red Moon, Jiang Zhaoye. As soon as he entered the pass, he coldly laughed. Why go through so much trouble? Daqian just changed a woman to be the emperor. This king will lead 30,000 Red Moon cavalry southward and directly crush the national gate. Lu Qinjin buried his head even lower. Jiang Zhaoxue did not look at him. Yin Wugui merely turned a page of the roster. Jiang Zhaoye's expression darkened. What is it? Did this king say something wrong? Jiang Zhaoye finally raised his head. His voice remained gentle. 9th brother. The crown prince dislikes you disturbing Balan. At that, the anger on Jiang Zhaoye's face suddenly stopped. His hand holding the knife hilt slowly relaxed. After a moment, he snorted. Then we won't move the troops for now. But if that new monarch of Daqian dares to leave the borders, this king will personally see how much imperial dragon aura she has left. Jiang Zhaoxue smiled and did not reply. She raised her hand and snipped the 3rd wick. The moon lamp suddenly shone brightly. In the shadows of the lamp, a golden roster emerged. It was not the old roster of Luoshan. It was a corner of the Daqian city god roster. On the 4th floor of Tianji Tower, the black proclamation suddenly stopped before Changqing. Predicted the scattering of souls in the Red Moon. Old dynasty of Luoshan Guihan Pass. Target the first corner of the Daqian city god roster. Changqing looked at the last line, his gaze shifting slightly. In the next breath, a dragon aura descended from outside Tianji Tower. A woman clad in the new monarch's dark golden robe, holding a cracked moon jade in her palm, looked up at the tower's entrance. Jiang Mingwe has arrived. At the foot of the stone steps outside the Tianji Tower, the dragon's energy descended. Jiang Mingwe stepped up the stone steps, followed by a group of people, several royal relatives, 2 elderly officials, and a squad of imperial guards. This was the first time the members of the Deqian royal family had ascended the Tianji Tower. They looked up at the tower's entrance expecting to see an elderly man with white hair and beard. After all, the outside world claimed that the master of the Tianji Tower could predict everything across the 9 provinces, having even inscribed the royal demon patterns and the title of national master on the list. Such a person should surely be a monstrous figure who had lived for hundreds of years. However, inside the tower sat a young man, very young. Dressed in a blue robe with clean features and a calm demeanor, he sat there against a backdrop of slowly turning black inscriptions, appearing as though he had descended from beyond the mortal realm. Several royal relatives were stunned. One young noble instinctively spoke up. "This is the master of the Tianji Tower. Why is he so young? Isn't he even younger than me?" No one responded to him, for everyone's gaze was captivated by that face. In a relaxed blue robe, his dark hair was held up by a simple hairpin. His brow was refined, his nose straight, yet his eyes were very still, devoid of any worldly fire. He sat there without the slightest display of his cultivation, yet there was an indescribable aura of nobility about him. It was a calmness that came from having seen the rise and fall of the world. The young royal relatives were momentarily taken aback. They had encountered the most distinguished young masters in the capital and the talented youth famed in their regions. Yet they had never seen a man who could embody the word coolness so vividly in his features. Jiang Mingwei reached the front of the tower and paused. She was the new monarch. By rights, everyone in the realm should bow to her. Yet Changqing did not rise or greet her. He merely raised his eyes to glance at her. "I seek the wisdom of the Tianji." His voice was soft. "Those who enter the tower come to inquire about their destiny." With these brief words, the expression of an elderly official behind him changed. How could the new monarch of Deqian be treated with such disrespect by the master of the Tianji Tower? Impudent. The elder could not help but exclaim, "Is this how the master receives guests in front of his majesty?" Changqing did not look at him. Yet Jiang Mingwei raised her hand, stopping the elder. "It is I who has come to seek him, not he who seeks me." The elder was momentarily speechless, swallowing the rest of his words. Among the group, an elderly royal narrowed his eyes. He was a highly respected old prince from the Jiang clan of considerable cultivation. Having lived over 600 years, he had witnessed 2 generations of emperors ascend the dragon throne and watched as Deqian gradually declined. Now the imperial seal had fallen into the hands of a princess from a minor state. He was unwilling to accept it. Even more so, he was resentful that this princess placed the last hope of Deqian upon a young man whose background he had never even heard of. The old prince remained composed, sending out a wisp of divine sense towards Changqing. He held no intent to kill. He merely wanted to test just how formidable this master of the Tianji Tower, rumored to be extraordinary, truly was. As the divine sense approached within 3 feet, a copper bell inside the tower rang out on its own, sounding a sharp chime. The old prince let out a muffled groan, his body swaying violently. In that instant, he felt as though his divine sense had collided with an ancient, fierce beast. The beast merely glanced at him indifferently. With that single glance, his probing divine sense was rebounded in its original form, crashing back into his own sea of consciousness. The old prince spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to his knees. "My lord." The imperial guards were alarmed and rushed to assist him. The old prince's face was pale, his fingers trembled violently, and he could not speak for a long time. He accomplished nothing, not even brushing against the corner of Changqing's robe. Changqing had not even turned to look at him. "No testing of the Tianji within the tower," he said lightly. "Given that this is your first offense, and there was no malice, I have spared your life." Upon hearing this, several royal relatives involuntarily stepped back half a pace. "Spare your life." He spoke so calmly, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Yet no one present, they all understood the old prince's cultivation level. Just with that wisp of divine sense probing out, he had ended up spitting blood and kneeling. The several young noblemen who had initially wanted to step closer to get a better look at this mysterious master of the Tianji quietly withdrew their steps. No one dared to move their divine sense any longer. Once one enters this tower, whether a new monarch or an old monster from the royal family, they must hold back. Jiang Mingwei did not look back. From beginning to end, she was focused on Changqing. She unfastened an item from her waist and personally placed it on the table. An old dragon seal. Next was a cracked moon-shaped jade pendant, and then a rubbing of the imperial decree of succession. While doing all this, she showed no sign of being a new monarch. She acted like an ordinary inquirer of destiny, offering her most precious possessions. Finally, the elderly official behind her could no longer hold back. "Your Majesty, you are the new monarch of Deqian, inheritor of the imperial seal and the great lineage. How can you personally offer tribute to a mere tower?" Jiang Mingwei did not look back. Her fingertips paused on the rubbing of the imperial decree. That decree was from the old emperor. She had only seen once, an ancestor of the Jiang clan, separated by several generations. He had exhausted his last breath pressing the crumbling Deqian along with all the accusations from the court upon her shoulders. She still remembered that hand which had emerged from the dragon robe, so thin, it was merely a layer of skin. If I cannot even inquire about Deqian's survival. She finally spoke, her voice very soft. Can Deqian still hold on? Moreover, the master of the tower is a true master. This point I understand better than anyone else present. Having said this, she even bowed deeply to Su Changqing. The new monarch of Deqian bowed to the master of a tower. The crowd behind her collectively held their breath. Su Changqing did not rise or dodge. He calmly accepted this bow, not to mention a mere new monarch of a small dynasty. Even an ancient monster with 1,000 years of cultivation would find it easy to be at ease in this Tianji tower. Since the day he awakened to predict the Tianji, this tower had become his absolute domain. Every person who stepped into this tower had their fate quietly recorded by the Tianji tower. With a mere thought, he could sever that thread of fate regardless of the other party's cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the heavier the fate, and the backlash would be more severe when targeted by this tower. The old royal prince was the best example of this. Thus he could accept this bow. The elder was left speechless. Su Changqing looked at the 3 items on the table and then glanced at her again. What do you wish to inquire? Jiang Mingwei took a deep breath. The Dongwang Wanshang Tower has released a proclamation stating that Deqian's dragon vein is polluted and that within 3 years the national fortune will collapse to be devoured by the Qihua dynasty. I wish to ask, is it true that Deqian only has 3 years left? Su Changqing did not answer immediately. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. I wish to ask, is it true that Deqian only has 3 years left? Su Changqing did not answer immediately. He lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. However, the Qihua dynasty has meddled with Deqian's national fortune, obscuring the Tianji. If I were to calculate forcefully, I could arrive at an approximation. To ascertain clearly who, where, and when the meddling occurred, you will need to offer something in return. Jiang Mingwei raised her head. What? Su Changqing looked at her. A wisp of the new monarch's national fortune. The faces of the people behind her changed simultaneously. What is national fortune? It is the very essence she had just received from the old emperor, the foundation pressing down upon her. To sever a wisp of national fortune is equivalent to severing her own destiny. A royal relative urgently exclaimed, Your Majesty, you must not. That is the national fortune. If you sever the national fortune, will you still retain your imperial power? Jiang Mingyu's hand, which hung by her side, trembled imperceptibly at her fingertips. She was certainly afraid. More than anyone, she understood what it meant to sever that wisp of national fortune. Yet she recalled that withered hand and the old emperor's final words, He saw it before I did. She raised her hand and pinched her fingertip. A faint stream of golden energy drifted from her brow and landed on the table. Su Changqing reached out to draw it in. That wisp of national fortune merged into the black inscriptions. In the next moment, the entire 4th floor of the Tianji Tower was suddenly illuminated by starlight. The black inscriptions automatically unfolded, and the starlight converged on the paper to form a slowly opening eye. Su Changqing gazed at the scene reflected in his eyes. An old fortress city, a pale moon lantern, a black register without any words. He looked for a long time before withdrawing his gaze. Jiang Mingwei stood before the desk, her palms already seeping with sweat. After a strand of national fortune was severed, she distinctly felt the imperial dragon aura pressing down on her, lighten a bit. This feeling was quite uncomfortable. It was as if something that originally belonged to her within her body was pulled away. But she did not move nor urge. She simply watched Su Changqing, waiting for him to speak. May I ask, sir, is there still hope for Deqian? Su Changqing looked at the young girl before him, who still bore a hint of innocence, and sighed slightly in his heart. Forget it. The Eastern Wilderness official assessment is not entirely wrong. The dragon vein of Deqian has indeed been polluted. If no action is taken, the national fortune will collapse within 3 years. Jiang Mingyu's heart sank. But Su Changqing changed the subject. However, the one who calculated this only saw the surface. They did not see that someone was working behind the scenes. The Qihua dynasty. Qihua. Jiang Mingwei frowned. The old emperor mentioned before his death that Qihua intends to swallow Deqian. Yet they have not sent troops to this day. Sending troops is the last step. Su Changqing said. What they want is not to conquer Deqian, but to let Deqian rot on its own without shedding a drop of blood. He raised his hand, pointing to the Eye of Heaven's mechanism. Have you heard of the small dynasty of Luoshan? Jiang Mingwei nodded. A small country from 100 years ago, it perished. It was not defeated by force. Su Changqing said slowly. Qihua did not massacre cities or destroy palaces. Everyone from Luoshan was a cultivator. Their cultivation was based on incense, which I see as a minor path, yet it also has its merits. There must have been someone from Qihua guiding them. They used a certain treasure to alter the city god's register of Luoshan. City god's register? The city god of Luoshan records where the souls of the people of a nation go after death. Su Changqing's voice was not loud, yet everyone in the hall could hear him clearly. After the register was altered when the people of Luoshan died, their souls no longer returned to Luoshan. All were collected by Chiyu's officials and filled into Chiyu's national fortune. From that day on there were still living people in Luoshan, but all the dead belonged to Chiyue. Within 3 generations Luoshan would disband on its own. The hall fell into silence. Several old ministers turned pale. They had dealt with swords and men throughout their lives. They had considered that Dakian could be defeated, that cities could fall. Yet they had never imagined that a nation could perish in such a manner. A silent demise, even the dead were not spared. The old prince kneeling on the ground suddenly began to cough violently. He had lived for several hundred years and had seen too much. Yet such methods still sent chills down his old bones. Jiang Mingyu's voice became somewhat strained. Are you saying Chiyue intends to do the same to Dakian? Yes, Su Changqing replied. They are already doing it. The release of the official assessment by Wanxiang Tower, the bank runs the merchant caravans leaving the city. All of these are to disperse the hearts of the people of Dakian. Once the hearts are scattered, the national fortune will weaken. Once the national fortune weakens, altering the register becomes easier. He looked at Jiang Mingyue. The place where Chiyue acts is beyond Dakian. The old Luoshan dynasty, the sole returning pass. After all, Dakian does not cultivate the path of incense. When they take action, they must rely on many favorable conditions. 3 days from now, the moon lanterns there will be lit again. That moment will be when they alter the first section of Dakian's city god's register. Once it is altered, the dead of Dakian will begin to lose their way home. Jiang Mingyue clenched her hands. How do we break this? Su Changqing's answer remained straightforward. Go to the sole returning pass of Luoshan. When Chiyue altered Lishan's register, they would have kept 1 page of the original as proof. Retrieve that page to prove how Chiyue altered the register. Then use the old dragon seal of Dakian in your hands to seal the first section of Dakian's register. The scattering of souls will be cut off. As his words fell, the hall was filled with no sigh of relief. Instead it erupted. Go to Luoshan, an old minister exclaimed. The old grounds of Luoshan are fraught with dangers. That is the border of Chiyue. Another clan member grew anxious. Your Majesty has just taken the national seal. The imperial dragon power relies entirely on the dragon vein of Dakian. Just now a strand of national fortune was severed. At this time, leaving the territory of Dakian, your Majesty's dragon aura will be weakened by at least 70%. This is sending your Majesty alone into the territory of Chiyue to die. All gazes in the hall suddenly fell upon Su Changqing. The way some looked at him had already changed. The old prince who had coughed up blood was being supported as he slowly raised his head. He stared at Su Changqing, his chest still heaving. Master of the Heavens Mechanism. I have lived for several hundred years protecting 3 generations of Dakian's kings. In the end, I cannot even protect the souls of a nation. He took a breath and stated word by word. You are sending the new king away from the nation into enemy territory, abandoning the dragon aura. I dare to ask a question. Have you accepted benefits from Chiyue? This question was heavy. The hands of the imperial guards all rested on their blades. In the hall, the atmosphere grew tense. Yet Su Changqing did not get angry. He merely glanced at the old prince, his expression calm and unperturbed. If I had accepted benefits from Chiyue, that strand of divine sense that just probed over would already not be here. The old prince was momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a second sentence. Because he knew better than anyone that had the other party held even a shred of murderous intent, his old life would have ended right there. Jiang Mingyue suddenly spoke. Enough. She turned around, looking at the people behind her. Her voice was not loud, yet it suppressed all the quarrels. She was also afraid. From the moment she heard the words Luoshan, her heart had been sinking. She understood more than these old ministers what it meant to leave Dakian and weaken the dragon aura by 70%. But she understood even more that if they retreated at this moment, in 3 years Dakian would have no place left to retreat to. The Qingzhou list has come true. It is real. The demon patterns of the imperial capital are real. That old emperor pointed the last path of Dakian towards this tower. Before his death, he told me that the master of the heavens mechanism saw the hope of Dakian even earlier than he did. If he had misjudged, Dakian would have long perished. She turned back to Su Changqing and bowed solemnly. I trust the heavens mechanism. And I trust you, sir. The hall fell silent. The hands of the imperial guards resting on their blades quietly loosened. Su Changqing did not accept her bow. Just when everyone thought the conversation had reached its end, he suddenly added, Take Chen Jibai with you. Chen Jibai. The crowd exchanged glances. Some remembered this name and explained to those nearby who that person was. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged puzzled looks. Isn't he just a scholar from a humble background? A mere literary man without even decent cultivation. What use could he be in the territory of Qiyue to break the 100-year scattering of souls? One clan member could not help but ask, Master, what use is bringing a scholar along? Changqing did not explain much. He simply replied indifferently, he can see the path that you cannot. After saying this, he ceased to speak further and turned his gaze back to the black register. The crowd still wanted to ask more, but they saw him already lowering his eyes as if this group of people in the hall had once again turned into passers-by unrelated to him. Meanwhile, at another end of the imperial capital, in the old bookstore outside the Imperial Academy, Changqing was transcribing for someone. The sky outside was darkening. He held the brush with a focused expression. A beam of communication light suddenly fell on the paper before him. The paper held no mystery, only a single sentence. Follow the new king to Luoshan. Changqing's hand holding the brush came to a halt. The ink bead dripped from the tip of the brush, slowly spreading beside that line of text. In the skies above the western realm of Deqian, two figures soared through the wind. Jiang Mingyue flew ahead, having stepped into the initial stage of the Golden Core after receiving the dragon's soul, imparted by the old emperor on the night she ascended the throne. With such cultivation, she should not have to rush so hard. However, as she swept past the last border of Deqian, she suddenly felt a weight pressing down on her. The phantom of the national seal that had hung in her sea of consciousness instantly faded by more than half. The imperial dragon power drawn from the national seal and the Daiqian dragon vein receded with a rush like a tide withdrawing. Though the golden core remained, the layer of unique imperial fortune that had accompanied it diminished by 70%. Jiang Mingyue staggered slightly, but managed to stabilize herself. Your Majesty, the figure behind her hastily followed. It was Changqing. His cultivation was shallow, barely at foundation establishment, and he struggled to fly, lagging half a step behind her. It's all right, Jiang Mingyue whispered, though her face had already turned pale. She had known it would weaken. Changqing had said that leaving the boundaries of Deqian would reduce the imperial dragon power drawn from the national seal by at least 70%. But when the moment arrived, the feeling of having half her life force drained away still weighed heavily on her heart. She tried to gather a thread of qi in her palm. The foundation of a golden core cultivator still existed, but her combat power had dropped by more than 90%. Initially, she did not wish to bring many people. The more people there were, the larger the target, and entering the territory of Mount Luo would only become a burden. Among the court officials, she trusted no one except for the individual chosen by Changqing. Thus, in this life-and-death mission, it ended up being just the two of them. One new monarch who had lost much of her dragon power. One scholar from a humble background, powerless. If there was anything she relied on besides her own intelligence, it was the unconditional trust in the master of the heavenly mechanism tower. Sir has been focused on that scroll all this way. Jiang Mingyue slowed her pace to walk alongside Changqing. At this point, she could not care about the dignity between ruler and subjects, and found herself relying on the only calm person. Changqing held the tattered scroll, hesitating for a moment. Your Majesty, the country of Mount Luo is quite special. In what way is it special? Everyone in Mount Luo is a cultivator, Changqing explained. But what they cultivate is not spiritual energy, nor swords, nor physical strength. It is incense power. Jiang Mingyue was taken aback. Incense power. I have indeed heard Master Su mention it once before, but I did not inquire further. The people of Mount Luo revere heaven and earth, worship their ancestors, and pay homage to the city guardian. Changqing opened the scroll, pointing to the faded words on it. While they are alive, they gather incense power for cultivation. After death, their souls return to the city guardian, who then shields their descendants with incense power. One generation reveres another, and as long as the incense flows, the nation's power remains strong. Their cultivation is entirely linked to the city guardian temple ancestral halls and the register of the city guardian. Jiang Mingyue's expression darkened gradually. She recalled what Changqing had said in the heavenly mechanism tower. At that time, she had found it somewhat vague. Now she truly understood why the master specifically highlighted the cultivation system of Mount Luo. So, she spoke slowly. If the register of other countries is altered, they might still last for some time. But Mount Luo cultivates solely with incense power if the register is changed. If the souls cannot return to the city guardian, the incense will be severed at once. Changqing nodded, his voice lowering. Precisely. For a country that cultivates incense power, this blow is harsher than a massacre. A massacre at least allows souls to return home. Changing the register forbids them from dying in their own land. Jiang Mingyue fell silent. Suddenly she realized something. Deqian does not cultivate incense power. This was originally a good thing. But Changqing had said that the Red Moon intended to target even Deqian. This meant that the Red Moon had a way to apply this method, which originally only restrained incense power countries, to Deqian as well. This thought sent a chill down her spine. He turned to the last page of the tattered scroll. That page was left with only half the corners charred, as if someone had forcibly snatched it from a great fire. There were several lines of blood-red characters. Once the register is altered, the incense loses its roots. Millions of souls without a home, and a nation disbands. Chun Zibai's finger lingered over those blood characters, unmoving for a long time. This was left by the last city guardian of Mount Luo. The two fell into silence. Before they knew it, the silhouette of a fortress city could be seen at the far end of the desolate plains. The closer they got, the more intense the stench became. They descended, stepping slowly into the city. It was an abandoned old city. Half of the city wall had collapsed, and the city gate bore no plaque, only two square holes where characters had been chiseled away. Inside the city stood a city guardian temple, its doors wide open. The statue of the city guardian inside was missing half its face, the incense burner long cold, covered in a thick layer of dust, not a single footprint to be seen. The divine seat remained. However, the names on the divine seat had all been chiseled off. Piece by piece, cleanly, not a single one left. On the desolate land outside the city, wisps of grayish-white remnants of souls floated. They had no faces, merely drifting aimlessly along the ground, as if searching for something, or simply wandering aimlessly. A wisp of a remnant soul floated past Jiang Mingyu's feet. She instinctively held her breath. The remnant soul paused in front of her for a moment, as if trying to see who she was before drifting away in confusion. "This is Mount Luo," Jiang Mingyue murmured. A nation's incense power had scattered into this state. Chen Jibai said nothing, merely watching those remnant souls. His eyes slightly reddened. He too came from a humble background, having read for half his life, and the sight of such an end where even the names had been erased was the hardest to bear. Just then a faint light flickered deeper within the fortress city. A pale light. It was a lamp. The soul returning past inner city. Here it was entirely different from the silence outside. On a hastily erected altar, several formation masters of the Red Moon were busy surrounding an old black register. That was the old register of Mount Luo. The leading formation master lowered his voice. "His Highness' instructions are very clear. First, practice with Mount Luo's old register and completely transform it into the Red Moon's ghost register. Once the technique is stable, we will use this method to act against Tiqian. However, relying solely on our formations will not suffice. The City Guardian Register is altered with people's names, destinies, and incense rolls. Such things must be personally altered by someone with immense literary fate, or else the names may be changed but the souls will not recognize them, making it all in vain." Another formation master nodded. "That's why we invited that Mr. Shui." To one side of the altar sat a young man in splendid robes. He had an elegant appearance with bright eyes and a tidy array of writing tools beside him. Upon hearing the name Mr. Shui, he slowly stood up and picked up a brush. He did not immediately start writing. Instead, he first took out a piece of white silk from his sleeve and meticulously wiped the brush tip, doing so very slowly, as if afraid of dirtying his hands. "The characters of Mount Luo are both crude and mixed," he spoke softly, his tone revealing undisguised disdain. "They are not worthy of occupying the City Guardian Register." The formation master chuckled along. "Mr. Shui possesses unparalleled literary fate, naturally looking down on these weak nations' old citizens." Chui Xinjiang smiled faintly, not denying it. He was a side branch of the Chui family from the eastern wilderness. Despite having a wealth of literary fate that others could only dream of due to his side branch status, he had yet to be admitted into the inner monument of the eastern wilderness sacred monument forest. Yet the Red Moon offered a price. If he completed this register alteration, they would pay a large sum to grant him entry into the inner monument. A mere future of a few weak citizens in exchange for a spot in the inner monument. This was a deal he would take. Names belong where they should. Chui Xinjiang dipped his brush in ink. It is never determined by the dead, but by the one who holds the brush. With a flick of his wrist, the brush tip fell onto the old register of Mount Luo. The first stroke was laid down, covering an old name with dense ink. Almost at the same moment, outside the city, Chen Zibai's footsteps suddenly halted. For some reason, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Chen Zibai instinctively looked up, scanning the surroundings. At that moment, outside the city, the drifts of gray and white remnants aimlessly wandering shook as one. They stopped. In the next instant, all the remnants seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, slowly turning to float towards the inner city. Hundreds and thousands of remnants silently merged into one, surging towards the inner city. "Where are they going?" Jiang Mingyu's voice tightened. Chen Zibai stared at the mass of remnants, his expression changing drastically. "They are heading to the Red Moon underworld." His voice was dry. "The city god's registry has been tampered with. The destination of these Luoshan remnants is being altered piece by piece." Jiang Mingyue suddenly glanced at the lamp in the inner city. The time should not be up yet. They acted ahead of time. Chen Zibai gritted his teeth. Once these remnants are all collected into the Red Moon underworld, the Red Moon will use the old registry of Luoshan as a guide. With external forces, they can significantly weaken Tiqian. We must stop it now. Jiang Mingwen no longer hesitated. She flipped her palm, revealing a Daiqian dragon seal. She intended to subdue it with the old dragon seal before the registry was altered. The power of the golden core surged as she ascended into the air, rushing towards the inner city's altar while activating the last trace of imperial dragon energy. But just as the dragon energy was drawn forth, a sudden pain shot through her sea of consciousness. A tremendous backlash explosively erupted from her limbs and bones. Pooh! She spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering and nearly falling from the sky. Your Majesty, Chen Zibai exclaimed in alarm. Only then did Jiang Mingwei realize. She was no longer in Daiqian. There was no phantom of the national seal in her sea of consciousness, and beneath her feet there was no Daiqian dragon vein. Her golden core remained, but that trace of imperial dragon energy, having left the dragon vein's nourishment when forcibly activated, backfired upon her. Just as her dragon energy began to dissipate on the verge of being torn apart by the backlash, the cracked moon-shaped jade pendant in her palm suddenly glowed. A faint golden dragon shadow surged out from the pendant, forcefully blocking this strike for her. Dragon folding moon repair. The old emperor had stripped away his own dragon soul to leave behind 3 protections for her. At this moment, the first one was used. Jiang Mingyue fell to the ground, supporting herself on one knee, gasping for breath. She finally understood. Without Daiqian as a new golden core monarch, she lacked even the strength to seize a registry. She raised her gaze towards the lamp in the inner city, her eyes filled with unutterable resentment. Could it truly be fate? The altar of the inner city. Cui Xianzhong held his brush, writing smoothly. The old Luoshan registry beneath his pen had already been revised by more than half. With each old name he struck out, a remnant outside the city was drawn into the moon lamp, transforming into a new character under his pen. For him, this was merely a tedious task. The names of the weak nation's old citizens were both shabby and mixed, easily dismissed. To be honest, he had never taken this task seriously from the start. Just a remnant registry of a small border nation. Just a few Red Moon formation masters who couldn't even comprehend the surface of his literary talent were standing by with smiles. Even the one who had invited him, the 7th princess of the Red Moon, Jiang Zhaoxue, in his eyes, was merely a decorative woman of the Red Moon royal family. If it weren't for the face of another person, how could Cui Xianzhong lower himself to come to this ghostly place and revise a broken registry for someone? Jiang Wei, the crown prince of the Red Moon dynasty. The one who was said to have inherited a tremendous legacy after the appearance of an ancient beast fought in the snowy plains at 8 years old and fed monsters with blood at 12, one of the most promising talents in the entire eastern wilderness. Cui Xianzhong was arrogant throughout his life. Yet every time he thought of that name, a hint of yearning would arise in his heart. Even he himself was reluctant to admit it. Jiang Zhaoxue had promised before her departure. If Mr. Cui can accomplish this, I will personally request my elder brother, the crown prince, to ensure you enter the holy tablet forest. It was this sentence that made the proud man swallow all his disdain and patiently sit before this altar. Where do the names belong? Cui Xianzhong shifted his brush, striking out another old name. A faint smile of determination lingered at the corner of his mouth. Almost done. As long as he finished revising these last few pages, this task would be complete. But just as he placed another stroke, his wrist suddenly halted. On the registry, a name he had just crossed out suddenly lit up again. Hushing Yimkong. Was this person also someone of literary talent in life? He didn't believe in evil and picked up his brush again, striking it down heavily once more. The name faded. But after just a breath, it stubbornly lit up again. It wasn't just that name. One after another, the names he had struck out were reappearing on the registry. The results of his revisions over half a day were quickly being undone, one stroke at a time. What is going on? Cui Xianzhong suddenly stood up. He followed the source of the aura towards the city outside. Then he saw the dilapidated city god temple. He saw a scholar in a blue robe standing before the temple. The scholar exuded not even a trace of a decent cultivation, fluctuation, at most a foundation establishment. He merely stood there holding a tattered old book, reading each word aloud. Cui Xuanhang's expression turned completely grim. Foundation establishment commoner. The esteemed literary heritage of the Cui family in the eastern wilderness was actually being held up by a poor scholar here. Outside the city, before the city god temple, Chen Zibai was indeed reciting. He was reading the incense offering text from the Luoshan remnants that had long been forgotten. He recalled what the master of the Heaven's Mechanism Tower had said to Jiang Mingyue before her departure. He can see the paths that you cannot. At that time, no one in the hall understood. Not even he himself understood. Until this moment, standing before this temple that had lost its incense, looking at the row of deities whose names had been erased, he suddenly comprehended. These people from Luoshan did not seek swords or blades. What they wanted was for someone to remember their names. He had no cultivation to seize that registry, but he had read books for half his life. He could read. So he opened the remnants, facing the countless lingering souls reciting their names one by one. The moment the first word left his mouth, a warm white light quietly illuminated deep within his forehead. That was the light of literary bones. A scholar from a humble background without a master or inheritance, only had the literary bones cultivated through relentless reading. This literary bone could not illuminate the world or kill enemies. Yet it could distinctly reveal those names that had been erased. The names Cui Xianzhang had struck out from the registry. He recited one by one from the remnants. With each name he read aloud, a ripple surged through the mass of remnants outside the city, causing one to tremble violently and stop in its tracks. They slowly turned back. This time they gazed at the temple and the scholar before it, who was reciting their names once more. A remnant drifted before Chen Zibai, halting. The remnant had no face, but Chen Zibai felt as though it was looking at him. He spoke the name that belonged to it from the remnants. That remnant trembled violently and slowly bowed its head towards him like a delayed homecoming ceremony of a century. Chen Zibai's eyes suddenly became moist. Sweat had already beaded on his forehead. With each name he recited, the light of literary bones in his forehead dimmed, as if he was sacrificing his lifeblood. But he did not stop. He knew that with each name he recited, one line would be missing from the registry on Cui Xuanzhang's side. Your Majesty. He turned his head with difficulty, his voice trembling. He has stopped writing. Now is the time. The Cui Xianzhang on the altar truly halted his pen due to the continuous revival of names. This pause was a flaw. Jiang Minghua below suddenly raised her head. She finally understood that Chen Zibai was using his life to hold back this very moment for her. Jiang Minghua propped herself up and stood up. She no longer reached for the remaining imperial dragon energy. That path Su Changqing had long said was impassable. With both hands, she held the ancient long seal of the Great Qian. Taking advantage of the moment when Chen Zibai was stalling the remaining soul, she pressed the ancient seal towards the old Luo Mountain book on the inner city's law altar. For me, seal. The ancient seal left her body, transforming into a golden light that crossed half the desolate city and heavily landed on the missing corner of the page in the Luo Mountain book. Crack. A light sound. The page that had been altered by Qiyue was forcefully reclaimed. On the Luo Mountain book, the crimson mark of Qiyue Insi was missing a corner. At the law altar of the inner city, the pale moon lamp suddenly trembled. The light dimmed. No. Cui Xianzhang staggered back a step, spitting a mouthful of reverse blood onto the register. He had been correcting the register for most of the day, yet it was missing the most crucial page. Those remnants of souls from Luo Mountain that he had originally linked to the moon lamp now seemed to have severed their ties, all suspended in midair. They no longer moved towards the moon lamp. They turned back, gazing towards the abandoned city god temple outside the city, towards the scholar in a blue robe, who was still reciting names word by word. In front of the city god temple, Chen Zibai's voice had gone hoarse. He had finished reciting the last name on the tattered scroll. The glimmer of literary bone in his brow dimmed to the brink of extinguishment. He gasped for breath, leaning against a broken temple pillar to keep from collapsing. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared in the waning white light at his brow. The shadow of a building. A 9-story tall structure with black tiles and flying eaves hung silently in the depths of his consciousness. It was none other than the Tianji Tower. Chen Zibai's pupils contracted. At this moment, he finally understood that the names he had been reciting and the literary energy he had released were never solely his own. Following the shadow of this building, it was connected back to the Tianji Tower far away in the Great Qian. He had come to inscribe names for Luo Mountain in the name of that tower. In a moment of clarity, the waning glimmer of literary bone in his brow unexpectedly reignited. Everyone. Chen Zibai hoarsely addressed the multitude of lingering souls. Your names, the city god of Luo Mountain, can no longer be remembered. Yet there is still someone willing to remember. He raised his hand, pointing towards the shadow of the building in his consciousness. The Tianji Tower will remember for you. Those who wish to return, return. With his words, the multitude of lingering souls trembled in unison. The wisps of gray and white souls ceased to be lost and began to gather. They bowed deeply towards Chen Zibai and the shadow of the building. In the next moment, hundreds and thousands of remnants of souls transformed into specks of white light simultaneously. The white light rose from the wasteland, converging into a long rainbow of incense. That rainbow spanned across the sky, crossing the returned soul pass and the borders of Qiyue, heading towards the distant direction of the Great Qian. The soul of a nation returned to the east. At the moment when the long rainbow of incense soared into the sky, the last wisp of lingering soul swept past Chen Zibai. It was the lingering thought of the last city god of Luo Mountain. It did not follow the large group westward, but paused in front of Chen Zibai, as if bidding farewell to the only one who remembered Luo Mountain. A glimmer of light seeped from that lingering thought, merging into the charred scroll in Chen Zibai's arms. Buzz. The scroll trembled slightly. The faded and charred characters unexpectedly became clear again, emitting a faint warm glow. This tattered old book salvage from the fire came back to life. At the same time, Qin Jibai felt a tremor in his consciousness. The bottleneck he had been stuck at in Foundation Establishment seemed to loosen slightly at this moment. He did not forcefully attempt to pry open that bottleneck. He knew that the time was still insufficient. Yet he could clearly feel that the path beneath his feet was wider than when he first arrived. This was the gratitude left for him by the departed souls of Luo Mountain. At the same moment, Great Changqing, the owner of the tea stall, was wiping a bowl when he suddenly felt something was off with the sky. He looked up. In the western sky, a white long rainbow rose into the air, burning all the way towards the direction of the imperial capital. What is that? The cultivators in the tea stall all stood up, staring blankly at the sky. On the city wall of the imperial capital, the sentry troops rubbed their eyes. That long rainbow of incense ultimately converged at a certain point in the city. The Tianji Tower. The incense surged into the sky, rushing towards that building as if the multitude were worshipping. Tianji Tower. How can there be incense? No one could answer. They only saw the incense rising into the sky as if the populace were worshipping, all surging towards that tower. At the Tianji Tower 4th floor, Changqing was sitting by the window. The long rainbow of incense flew in through the window and merged into the black list in front of him. The list moved without wind, turning to a blank page on its own. Lines of golden characters slowly appeared. The souls of the nation of Luo Mountain recognized Tianji Tower as their place of return. Gaining the will of incense. Tianji value 300, Tianji value 200, Tianji value 100. Changqing looked down. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Far away at the return soul pass, Jiang Mingwei had expended a spell to mend the moon, while Qin Jibai had exhausted half his literary bone. Yet all of that nation's incense ultimately returned to him. Changqing raised his hand, gently smoothing the page of the list. It's all karma. The edges of the black list suddenly lit up with a glimmer. It was a new shadow of a whisk. Beside the shadow, 3 words slowly emerged. Incense Shrine. Changqing's gaze paused at these 3 words, and a flood of information surged in. Once the incense shrine is established, the souls of those who believe in him recite for him and offer incense will all reside in this tower. He could harness the power within the incense shrine to reward his believers. As for more wondrous uses, he must explore them slowly to uncover. However, at this moment the shadow still appeared dim, clearly not yet fully formed. The incense of Luo Mountain alone could not sustain it. One nation is not enough. Changqing lightly tapped the table with his fingertip. He was not in a hurry. Luo Mountain was merely the first nation. The vastness of Donghuang, how could the cultivation of incense be limited to just one Luo Mountain? He raised his eyes, gazing at the still lingering long rainbow of incense outside the window with no ripple in his heart. Since this path could be traversed once, it could be traversed a second time, a third time. One day this incense shrine will be filled with the incense of the mortal realm. At the return soul pass inner city, Cui Xinjiang slumped on the law altar, his face as pale as paper. The moon lamp had completely extinguished. The Luo Mountain old book before him was missing the crucial page and could no longer be corrected. His literary pen, which had solidified his literary fortune, had cracked and broken into 2 pieces. How could this happen? He muttered. A task that was supposed to be foolproof had failed at the hands of a cold-clad commoner he dismissed. No, Cui Xinjiang suddenly realized. It was not defeated by that scholar. It was defeated by the sudden eruption of the energy from that scholar. How self-assured he had been throughout his life. The literary fortune of the Cui family was renowned in Donghuang. Yet the one that the souls of an entire nation bowed to was not him. It was that scholar and the existence behind him. Cui Xinjiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled Jiang Ziyok's promise before her departure. If Cui Xinjiang could accomplish this, I would personally ask the crown prince to secure your place within the sacred tablet forest. But now this task had collapsed. The slot for the inner tablet had vanished along with the extinguished moon lamp. He did not even have time to hate that scholar. He first resented the Qiyue that had pushed him into this cursed place. Cui Xinjiang raised his head, looking towards the outside of the city. Outside the city, the blue-robed scholar was being supported by a female golden core cultivator, slowly leaving. The 2 of them moved unsteadily, clearly exhausted. Now is the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Cui Xuanhang's eyes. The 2 were currently at their weakest, making it the perfect opportunity to kill them and reclaim the old book. As long as he killed these 2 and reclaimed that missing page, this task could still be salvaged. He suddenly stood up, wanting to urge his literary fortune. But as soon as he moved, a wave of intense pain surged through his consciousness. The previous naming from the souls of that nation had already caused his literary fortune to become chaotic, and attempting to forcefully activate it now caused him to black out momentarily, nearly collapsing again. Cui Xuanzhang, no. The array master beside him firmly blocked him. Look at that incense. Cui Xianzhong followed the direction he was pointing. Behind those two, the long rainbow of incense heading towards the great Qian lingered for a long time, subtly protecting their path of departure. The souls of an entire nation have just recognized their master. Their soul energy has not dissipated. The array master's voice trembled. If you pursue now while injured, colliding with that soul energy would be seeking your own death. Cui Xianzhong froze in place. He stared intently at the two retreating figures, glancing at the protective long rainbow of incense. His chest heaved violently. In the end, he slowly withdrew the raised hand. He could not pursue. He dared not pursue. He watched helplessly as the two, along with the souls of that nation, vanished at the end of the wasteland. In the eastern wilderness, within the Crimson Moon dynasty, a pale moon lamp hung silently on the terrace of the palace. This was Jiang Zhaok's life lamp, remotely controlling the old schemes across the eastern wilderness. At this moment, one of the lamps had completely shattered, its flame extinguished. Jiang Zhaoxue stood before the dead lamp, her expression dark enough to drip water. The scheme at the returning soul pass was broken. It was a plan she had been devising for years. Using the old records of Mount Luo for practice, she had meticulously familiarized herself with the methods of altering the city god's records and redirecting the souls back to their rightful places, intending to replicate it in the Great Qian. It was foolproof. But now a page was missing from the old records, and the lamp had exploded. Where is Cui Xianzhong? Her voice was icy. Moments later, a figure stumbled in, half supported by someone else. It was indeed Cui Xianzhong. His face was pale, his breath unsteady, and the proud literary aura he once possessed was now in disarray. Princess, I have failed. Jiang Zhaoxue fixed her gaze on him. How did you fail? A scholar. That scholar must have a powerful backing. He held a fragment of the Mount Luo records, using literary prowess to rightfully name those souls, forcibly correcting the list I had prepared line by line. And there was a golden core female cultivator who sealed the missing page of the records with a dragon seal. The hall fell silent. Jiang Zhaoxue almost thought she had misheard. A scholar, a golden core female cultivator. She sneered. Cui, do you know how many years I have spent laying? You tell me it was destroyed by a scholar and a golden core. Cui Xuanhuan's face turned crimson, unable to voice a rebuttal. Because the truth was just that. Wait. An ancient voice came from outside the hall. Everyone quickly. An old man clad in the robes of a national master walked in slowly. The Crimson Moon national master, Yan Wugui, the true chess player behind this scheme. He did not look at Cui Xianzhong, but walked directly to the shattered dead lamp, extending his bony finger to touch it lightly. A fragment of a broken image emerged from the lamp. It was the old records of Mount Luo. At the location of the missing page, a clear impression was left. Yan Wugui stared at that impression for a long time. His pupils constricted gradually. Princess, he began slowly. This seal is a dragon. Jiang Zhaoxue furrowed her brows. A dragon seal. Moreover, it was placed there physically. Yan Wugui's voice turned grave. This old man recognizes the form of this seal. It is an ancient dragon seal specifically reserved for core use by the royal family of the Great Qian. The expressions of those in the hall changed simultaneously. The Great Qian. Royal family. Jiang Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting, Master Yin, that the one who broke the scheme is from the royal family of Great Qian? Only someone who can use this ancient dragon seal. Yan Wugui enunciated each word. In the entire Great Qian, there are no more than 3 people. And with the new emperor's ascension and the old emperor's spirit shattered currently, only the new emperor can legitimately use it. He paused. Only the new emperor of Great Qian. As soon as this was said, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Cui Xianzhong suddenly looked up, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. The golden core female cultivator who he had been dealing with for a long time, and even considered killing to silence, was actually the new emperor of Great Qian. Impossible. A ruler of a nation would not personally enter the territory of Crimson Moon to disrupt the scheme of scattering souls. If she were to suffer any misfortune, Great Qian would immediately descend into chaos. Which emperor would risk their own life to gamble on such a matter? None in the hall could refute this. Indeed, the new emperor of Great Qian had just ascended the throne, and the nation was still unstable. At this time, instead of securing the dragon vein and stabilizing the nation's fortunes in the imperial capital, she personally ventured out of the country, running thousands of miles to risk danger in the old scheme of Crimson Moon. To stake her life along with the fate of an entire nation on the gambling table. An old minister from Crimson Moon murmured, his tone complex. This new emperor of Great Qian, is she mad, or does she truly possess such courage? What a new emperor of Great Qian. After a moment, Yan Wugui suddenly let out a soft sigh. Within that sigh there was even a hint of appreciation that he himself was unaware of. For a scheme that has yet to take shape, to dare to leave the country and take risks. This kind of courage, even at my age, I have never seen before. However, Jiang Zhaok's expression grew. She thought of another layer. Master Yan. She spoke slowly. A newly ascended emperor, no matter how daring she is, how could she know that the returning soul pass conceals my Crimson Moon's scheme of devouring nations? This scheme is known by very few even in the eastern wilderness. Yen Wugi's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the breaking of the scheme relied on that dragon seal. It was the new emperor of Great Qian who had come in person. But to see through this scheme and direct the new emperor to the returning soul pass, it could not possibly be that young woman who had just taken the throne. Behind her, there must be a powerful figure guiding her. The people in the hall exchanged glances. A powerful figure from Great Qian. Almost simultaneously, several people thought of the same name. Could it be Bai Wujiao? An old minister from Crimson Moon couldn't help but speak up. The national master of Great Qian, Bai Wujiao. This person is unfathomable. Even we in Crimson Moon cannot uncover his background. Back in the day when the dragon vein of Great Qian was on the verge of collapse, it was solely thanks to him that it persevered until today. To see through the scheme of devouring nations under my nose, and still dare to send the new emperor to disrupt it. Who else but this national master of Great Qian? As this was said, many nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Zhaoxue did not immediately concur. Bai Wujiao. She also harbored wariness towards this name. Yet she felt that things were not so simple. That mysterious scholar, the power to alter the recognition of the souls, was quite sinister and did not resemble Bai Wujiao's methods at all. After all, Bai Wujiao seemed to consistently have the shadow of the demon clan behind him, and the demon clan would not possess such means. But at this moment, she could not think of any other answers. Regardless of whether it is Bai Wujiao or not, Zhang Zhaoxue suppressed the odd feeling in her heart. Great Qian daring to reach into my Crimson Moon schemes, I shall remember this debt. Your Highness. The ninth Prince Jiang Jia, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up. He was known for his fiery temper in Crimson Moon. What are we still investigating? A mere Great Qian dares to disrupt my Crimson Moon's grand scheme of devouring nations. Gather the troops and flatten the gates of Great Qian. Oh, let's see who dares. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, exuding killing intent. Your Highness. Yet Yen Wugue merely cast a faint glance at him. Do not forget the Crown Prince is still in seclusion. Acting rashly now will disrupt the Crown Prince's plans. With just a few words, Jiang Jia's pent-up anger was doused with cold water, making him choke it back down. He opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to utter another word. The name of Crown Prince Jiang Wei was one that no one in the entire Crimson Moon dynasty dared to touch. Zhang Zhaoxue took a deep breath, gradually restraining the rage in her eyes. Ninth brother, resorting to war is ultimately a lesser strategy. It would draw the attention of all Eastern Wilderness. It's not worth it. Zhang Zhaoye was puzzled. Then what do you suggest, Princess? Zhang Zhaox's lips curled into a cold smile. The rules of Eastern Wilderness, the official list of the Wanxiang Tower, is the true orthodoxy of the world's fortune. I heard that Great Qian also has a tower that dares to call itself the Tower of Heavenly Secrets. In the official list, it is merely a lowly and unsanctioned name. I do not need to dirty my hands. As long as I inform the existence at Wanxiang Tower, he will surely be more than willing to eliminate this insignificant tower. Moreover, once he makes a move, it will certainly not be merely about removing a Tower of Heavenly Secrets. The entire Great Qian will likely face dire consequences. The words, "the Great Qian will surely perish within 3 years," that spread from the Wanxiang Tower in the East Wasteland, had already been embellished and circulated throughout the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. Now a new edition has emerged. Within a year, the Red Moon Army will surely invade. In just a few days, chaos engulfed the imperial capital. The money exchange in the west of the city closed for business. Overnight, the price of spiritual herbs surged threefold, yet remained unavailable, and several prestigious families hurriedly left the city under the cover of night, with no one knowing their destination. The officials in the court were deeply unsettled, whispering among themselves, eventually returning to that ominous saying. The East Wasteland's predictions have never been wrong. For 1,000 years this time, it seems it truly is. The officials in the court were deeply unsettled, whispering among themselves, eventually returning to that ominous saying. The East Wasteland's predictions have never been wrong. For 1,000 years this time, it seems it truly. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Red Moon Army is coming." Instantly, the crowd surged in panic, with several elderly people knocked to the ground, their cries echoing. Yet no one dared to utter the half-sentence, "The Great Qian is doomed." In the midst of this turmoil, the legendary figure of the ranking master set forth. Xie Guanshi, the ranking master from the Wanxiang Tower's southern border, did not linger in the imperial capital. Clad in a simple robe with a white jade ranking measure hanging at his waist, he headed straight towards Qingzhou, accompanied by several cultivators from the Wanxiang Tower. The tower he was looking for was not in the imperial capital. Qingzhou, Mount Luoyuan. The closer he got to Qingzhou, the tighter Xie Guanxi's brow furrowed. Logically, with the imperial capital in such chaos, Qingzhou being remote should be in even greater turmoil. Yet as he traveled, he saw a very different scene. The tea stalls at the entrance of Qingzhou were still up and running, the owner washing dishes and greeting customers from the north and south. Not a single shop on the street was closed, the candy seller was still calling out, and several children were playing and laughing in the corners. Xie Guanshi called over a portly porter and asked if he knew about the impending doom of the great Qian. The porter was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Of course, the news from the imperial capital is alarming. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? The porter shifted his load. The Tianji Tower says the great Qian will not fall, so it won't. With that, he leisurely continued on his way. Xie Guanshi stood in place watching the entire street, where people drank tea as usual, conducted business as usual, and the laughter of children never ceased. Having lived this long traveling through the southern border of the East Wasteland, it was the first time he had seen such a city. The same words, "the great Qian will surely perish," had thrown the imperial capital into a state of panic, while here it was as if nothing had happened at all. The feeling of discomfort in his heart grew heavier, so he decided to stop pondering and quickened his pace up. At the summit of Mount Liun, the nine-story tower stood quietly with black tiles and flying eaves, in front of it a simple stone tablet. The area in front of the tower was already crowded with Qingzhou cultivators and common folk who had come upon hearing the news, yet not a single person made a sound, all quietly waiting, as if anticipating the start of a play. As Xie Guanshi ascended the mountain, he glanced at the tower and then at the stone tablet in front of it. He took out the white jade ranking measure from his sleeve and leisurely wiped it 3 times. Is this the Tianji Tower that claims to speak of heavenly secrets? He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Without a sacred ground to back it, without any historical validation, a mere tower on the edge of the wilderness dares to claim the term Tianji and rashly comment on the fate of our East Wasteland. As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell in front of the tower. The few cultivators from the imperial capital quietly lowered their heads. Indeed, the Wanxiang Tower's ranking had been transmitted for 1,000 years, and had proven itself. What was the Tianji Tower? It was just a new tower that had emerged in the last few months. Xie Guanshi unfurled the revised ranking of the Dongwang dynasty's fate, displaying it to the crowd. The great Qin dynasty's fate has run out. Within a year it will face the Red Moon Army's invasion. The nation will be destroyed, and the ruler will perish. He paused, casting his gaze towards the tower. As for this tower, I shall publicly strip it of its qualifications, ensuring it can no longer write a single word. The white jade ranking measure was drawn, a beam of clear light pressed down towards the sign of the Tianji Tower. The crowd held their breath. Among the crowd, several cultivators from the imperial capital exchanged glances and quietly took half a step back. The legendary ranking master had moved his measure. Surely this tower was going to suffer today. Some even sneaked a look at the stone tablet, curious to see if it would behave as rumored and send people reeling with blood. But this time the one coming was not a reckless intruder, but the ranking master from the East Wasteland, presenting a legitimate ranking. The beam of clear light stopped 3 feet away from the stone tablet, firmly unable to press down any further. Xie Guanshi furrowed his brow and exerted more force. The white jade ranking measure emitted a humming sound. The clear light grew stronger, yet it still could not advance, as if it had struck an invisible wall. Indeed, there is some skill to it. He squinted. A mere wild tower can withstand my strike. He retracted the measure and looked down at the silent tower. However, while it can withstand the ranking measure, it cannot withstand justice. The great Qian's demise is the conclusion drawn from 1,000 years of calculations on the legitimate ranking. What this wild tower writes about the great Qian should not perish is merely to deceive the ignorant commoners. I shall leave these words here today. This wild ranking has no legitimacy, no validation, and lacks the qualifications to establish a ranking. The tower door remained tightly shut. From beginning to end, the master of the Tianji Tower did not show himself, allowing him to speak harsh words at the foot of the tower. This indifference only deepened the discomfort in Xie Guanshi's heart. After a moment, a calm voice finally emerged from within the tower, not loud, yet it came through clearly. Before stripping my qualifications, Master Xie, perhaps you should first answer me a question. Su Changqing's voice was leisurely. The legitimacy of the Wanxiang Tower's ranking, why is it considered true? Xie Guanshi was taken aback, then scoffed. 1,000 years of validation, trusted by the world, recognized by all in the East Wasteland. That is the evidence for the legitimacy of the ranking. Good. Su Changqing's voice revealed no joy or anger. You say validation is the evidence. Then let us establish this rule. Validation is the qualification. I will only recognize this. Xie Guanshi's expression darkened. He opened his mouth only to find himself unable to refute, for these words had originally come from his own mouth. Master Xie, your legitimate ranking counts the result. Su Changqing said slowly, the great Qian will perish. This is the result. What can you deduce why? What the Red Moon did at Luoshan? Not a single word is mentioned on your so-called legitimate ranking. It's not that it didn't happen, or it's that you cannot see it. Xie Guanxi's fingers pressed once again upon the white jade ranking measure. This was a habit he had before his calculations, but at this moment the area before the tower was empty with nothing to calculate, yet unbeknownst to him his hand had already moved. What did the red moon do at Luoshan? He quickly went through the comments about the red moon on the legitimate ranking in his mind, noting the nation's power and prosperity, adding in that monstrous prince of the red moon. The legitimate ranking for 1,000 years has never overlooked the fate of any nation. Yet this wild tower claims he cannot see it. However, Changqing continued. There is also one more thing you cannot deduce. Your legitimate ranking has thrown the imperial capital into chaos, shut down the money exchanges, and caused the noble families to flee. But on your way up the mountain you witnessed with your own eyes that in Qingzhou not a single person left. Xie Guanxi's movements came to a halt. The hearts of the people are also heavenly secrets, Master Xie. Changqing's voice was soft. Your legitimate ranking cannot perceive. The area before the tower fell into a dead silence. Xie Guanxi stared at the silent tower speechless. Since it is the verification that matters. Changqing's voice echoed from within the building. Then I shall show you a matter, something you cannot see on the roster. As the words fell, the black roster on the 4th floor of the 9-story building at the summit of Luoyun Mountain opened, a new page moving by itself. The surge of heavenly secrets that had overwhelmed the nation of Luoshan that night was now entirely poured into it. The roster was not ranking anything, but was forcibly pushed by Changqing to write through a dark scheme buried for 100 years stroke by stroke. Inky characters condensed and floated in midair, clear for all to see before the building. The Crimson Moon Devouring Nation Scheme. Beneath the 5 characters a commentary gradually emerged. The Crimson Moon Dynasty had set up its scheme to annex the Great Qian many years ago. First they tested their hand on the old dynasty of Luoshan, altering the city god's roster, intercepting the return of souls, severing the roots of a nation's incense. Once the technique was honed, they would replicate it in the Great Qian. As these words floated out, there was a moment of silence before the building, and then a stir erupted among the crowd. A few officials from the imperial capital who had followed Xie Guanxi up the mountain turned pale and instinctively whispered to one another. Luoshan. Wasn't the old dynasty of Luoshan already destroyed long ago? Destroyed? Wasn't it the Crimson Moon's doing? However, Xie Guanxi sneered coldly. Utter nonsense. He wiped the roster with his sleeve. The Crimson Moon is a great nation of the eastern wilderness, flourishing in power. How could they engage in such despicable and underhanded acts? You wild roster spouting slander, speaking without proof, dare to tarnish a nation. Most of the crowd upon hearing this became skeptical. Crimson Moon devouring nations, altering rosters, intercepting souls. This is too exaggerated, and without real evidence no one dared to believe easily. Even those officials who had been wavering now hesitated once again. Whether you believe or not, there's no need to argue. Changqing said lightly. For this matter, I put the credibility of the Tianji building on the line. Upon hearing this, Xie Guanxi's gaze sharpened. Establishing a roster credibility is of utmost importance. Putting credibility on the line means wagering the life of this building on the truth of this statement. I give you a piece of heavenly information. Changqing enunciated clearly. Within 3 days at noon deep within the Crimson Moon Dynasty, there will be a moon platform that collapses without reason. This is something your roster cannot calculate. Should it not come to pass, this commentary along with the plaque of the Tianji building you may strip away. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Xie Guanxi stared at the building silent for a moment, then smiled. Very well, 3 days. He wiped the roster again, turned, and flicked his sleeve. I want to see how long a wild roster can brag. He settled down in a courtyard at the foot of Luoyun Mountain. For these 3 days the area at the foot of Luoyun Mountain was anything but peaceful. Crimson Moon Devouring Nation. These 4 words, with the flow of people going up the mountain to watch the excitement, spread rapidly throughout Qingzhou and along the trade routes to the imperial capital. Some believed, some scoffed, and many simply waiting for that 3rd day at noon to see if that wild building truly possessed heavenly abilities or if it was just a grand joke. In the end, Xie Guanxi diligently wiped his white jade roster 3 times a day, his expression growing more determined by the day. He went through every piece of the official roster he had brought along, scrutinizing every detail about the Crimson Moon, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the wild building was talking nonsense. The Crimson Moon was in its prime. How could there be any signs of a moon platform collapsing? Yet in the still of the night he occasionally recalled the young man's words, "You cannot see," and the slight discomfort in his heart would quietly resurface. Every time this happened, he would wipe the roster once more, as if ensuring that the surface was bright enough would solidify his unwavering belief. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The summit of Luoyun Mountain was once again filled with people. Compared to 3 days ago, the number of visitors had multiplied several times. Those from Qingzhou, those from neighboring counties, and even cultivators from the eastern wilderness crowded the open space before the building. Xie Guanqi stood at the front, his demeanor calm. In his eyes, this was merely a predetermined conclusion. A wild building relying on empty words, how could it possibly predict matters deep within the crimson moon thousands of miles away? As noon approached, the crowd quieted down as some could not help but look up at the inked characters suspended in midair, while others stared at the stone steps beneath the building, waiting to see if anything would happen. At that moment, a message talisman shot through the air from the foot of the mountain, landing in the hands of a steward from the Great Qian Merchants Association. The steward opened the talisman paper, took a glance, and his face suddenly turned pale. Quickly report to the building master. His voice trembled. At the Crimson Moon border, deep within the Crimson Moon dynasty. At noon today, a moon platform collapsed for no reason. There was a moment of deathly silence before the building, followed by a chorus of gasping sounds. Some instinctively took a step back, some suddenly looked up to see the inked characters, while others turned to look at Xie Guanqi's expression. It came to pass. The timing was impeccable. Xie Guanqi stood frozen in place. He instinctively went to wipe the white jade roster again, this time rubbing it so hard that his knuckles turned white. Coincidence? He heard his own voice sounding dry. A moon platform collapsing, that's all. The eastern wilderness is vast. Where is there no cracked stone? Once by chance, it cannot shake the foundation of my official roster built over 1,000 years. But no one responded to him. Everyone was looking at the inked characters, looking at the building he had derided as a wild roster. The credibility that building had wagered had won. Su Changqing sat within the building, not pursuing him with questions. What he sought was never to convince Xie Guanqi alone. The heavenly secrets would manifest one by themselves. Deep within the eastern wilderness, in a secret place, in a deep cave, a figure sat quietly in meditation. Behind him lay an ancient beast, entirely snow-white, carrying the moon-white scales. The ancient beast had its eyes closed, sharing breath and sleep with him. Each breath stirred the tides of spiritual energy in the outside world. This was none other than the crown prince of the Crimson Moon, Xuanhuan. Just moments ago, the moon platform that guarded the pass outside had collapsed for no reason, and the sounds of its collapse reached within. Outside the cave, Zhang Xiaoxue rushed in, arriving at the door of the gate, but her footsteps suddenly halted. She stood still, calming her breath for several moments, then tidied her wind-blown clothes before daring to approach. She was the 7th princess of the Crimson Moon, and there were few who could make her this cautious even within the Crimson Moon court. Yet before her royal brother, she did not dare to breathe loudly. Before entering closed-door cultivation, her royal brother had entrusted her with the layout of the entire eastern wilderness. Now that such a blunder had occurred, she feared more than anyone else. It was not the punishment she dreaded, but the fear that when her royal brother emerged, he would see a mess she had ruined. She dared not intrude, only able to report anxiously through the closed door, suppressing her voice. Your Highness, the old scheme of Luoshan has been broken by someone. It was the Great Qian, a wild roster called Tianji building, that has disrupted our scheme of devouring nations set for 100 years. The plan has changed. The cave remained silent for a long time. Zhang Ziyok's heart gradually lifted. After a long while, the seated figure finally spoke, his voice soft and calm, as if what she had just said was merely an inconsequential matter that had nothing to do with him. Luoshan, Great Qian. He seemed to be weighing something, then appeared to lose interest. No matter, it's just a trivial matter. Zhang Xiaoxue was taken aback. But Your Highness, that Tianji building. Xiaoxue. Zhang Wei interrupted her. His tone showed no fluctuation. Do you not remember why I am in closed-door cultivation? To be disturbed by these trivial matters would truly be a loss that outweighs the gain. He sank back into that silence. When I emerge from my cultivation, whatever wild building, whatever new ruler, whatever broken schemes will all be swept away together. The last sentence was barely audible. It won't escape. Outside the cave, Zhang Xiaoxue stood at the closed door. Her feelings of unwillingness and impatience were gradually suppressed by these calm words. She knew better than anyone that when this royal brother said, "It won't escape," it truly meant it would not. Within the cave, the faint light that had just emerged on the scales of the snow-white ancient beast slowly faded away. Xie Guanqi's Eastern Wilderness Hidden Dragon List Southern volume spread across the Qian faster than the words he had spoken. Within just 3 days, this new list had traversed the trade routes. Unlike the previous list that only discussed the fortunes of dynasties, this time, Wanxiang Tower focused on individuals. The outstanding talents from the southern region of the Eastern Wilderness were evaluated one by one, establishing their standings. On the 4th floor of Tianji Tower, Su Changqing sat by the window, holding a copy of the newly delivered list from the Merchant Guild. In principle, the Wanxiang Tower's Hidden Dragon List has always evaluated the outstanding individuals from the major sects and holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness, while cultivators from minor border nations like the Qian have never caught its eye. However, this time felt peculiar. As he read through the list, he found that all those previously praised by Tianji Tower were included without exception. Yi Wuchen's name appeared on it, but the commentary was merely a cold remark. Sword bone is ample, yet the sword path lacks a master, not entering the top 100 of the Eastern Wilderness. Further down the list was Chen Jibai. This cold scholar who had just vindicated the souls of a fallen nation at Luoshan had no ranking, only 4 words at the end, wild ink not recorded. Su Changqing understood. Wanxiang Tower was targeting Tianji Tower. For everyone that Tianji Tower had uplifted, they aimed to step down, proving that Tianji Tower had erred. His gaze moved calmly downwards. When it landed on a particular line, his finger froze as he flipped through the list. That line read Luo Qingli. The commentary was brief. The Ice Phoenix fate leaks not the master's fate, but a vessel's material. Unworthy of its position, it should return to its use. Su Changqing stared at this line for a long time. The daylight outside fell upon the copy, and those words radiated a cold white light. A vessel's material should return to its use. Though it sounded grand, it merely expressed that she was material for a furnace. He recalled events from less than a year ago. At that time, Luo Qingli was still a pitiful girl from Qingzhou who had been rejected in marriage. The Qin family deemed her unworthy and publicly annulled the engagement, preparing the city to watch her humiliation. It was he who had left that line on the beauty list. Destiny obscured for 16 years. One morning the engagement is annulled. The phoenix sings to the heavens. Since then, the girl whom people regarded as worthless discovered she bore the Ice Phoenix Emperor's fate and gradually walked to where she stood today. Now once again a tower and a document sought to drag her back into the mire. Ultimately, it was a burden of his own making. Su Changqing set down the copy and closed his eyes. Xie Guangqi's move was indeed quite ruthless. Moreover, the phrase of vessel's material was never merely an insult. The holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness have always lacked one thing: a good fate that can bear the master artifact. Such a fate is rare, and even with immense efforts it is not guaranteed to obtain one. Now Wanxiang Tower declared Luo Qingli as a vessel's material in black and white. This essentially opened a legitimate pathway for all the holy lands in the Eastern Wilderness that lacked suitable fates. Since Wanxiang Tower acknowledged her as such, taking her for refining would not be considered a strong-arm act, merely putting her to use. From the moment this list spread, a knife hung over Luo Qingli's head. Countless eyes in the Eastern Wilderness would fixate on her fate. The holy land closest to Deqian, which could also take action most legitimately, was the one nearby. Su Changqing pressed his fingertip on that line of commentary and slowly retracted it. In the Eastern Wilderness, at the Frosty Sanctuary, on a peak that is covered with snow year-round, a woman in plain clothing was holding a copy of the southern volume. Her name is Shun Tingxue, the master of the refining peak at the Frosty Sanctuary. Her gaze lingered on the line of commentary about Luo Qingli, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. Ice Phoenix fate. Vessel's material. She read softly, as if savoring a rare treasure. In recent years, the Frosty Sanctuary had been searching for a fate capable of bearing the Ice Phoenix's fire to refine their master artifact. Now the official list had personally delivered the location of this fate to her. Moreover, it was delivered in a legitimate manner. Since the official list had defined her as a vessel's material, the Frosty Sanctuary's retrieval of her could not be considered a strong-arm act. Prepare the cold jade cage. Shun Tingxue turned around, her voice soft yet chilling. Follow me to Deqian. She paused, a faint trace of disdain flickering at the corner of her lips. What a beautyless champion. A mere border nation, just a title they concocted behind closed doors. Very well, let her come to the Holy Land, achieving a true mandate of heaven. There was no malice in her tone, but rather a sense of pity for Luo Qingli. A fate as rare as hers lost in a minor border nation, like Deqian, suffering obscurity and hardship, was truly a waste. In Shun Tingxue's view, bringing her back to the Holy Land and refining her into an artifact for all time worshipped by generations was the true fate she deserved. This she believed without a doubt. A team quietly descended the mountain, heading towards Deqian. Back at Tianji Tower, Su Changqing reopened his eyes, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. The Ice Phoenix fate originally had only a trace, but later, to establish Tianji Tower's prestige, he devised a way to rewrite destiny, allowing Luo Qingli to gain a thread of opportunity from the Azure Emperor, thus truly acquiring this fate. Now, whether to meticulously calculate for Luo Qingli, he pondered. To fully deduce a person's fate and journey would consume a considerable amount of Tianji value. To him, Luo Qingli was not someone particularly close. When he had pointed her out on the beauty list, it was incidental, also using her fate to establish the list. Now there was no need to exhaust Tianji value to calculate every danger for her. Su Changqing had never sought to alter anyone's fate. He merely needed to know one thing: whether this path could be walked. That was all. He sighed lightly. He activated a small amount of Tianji value, causing the black list to move of its own accord. There was no need to insist on calculating the entire journey, only roughly gauging the general fortune of this leg. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. The result was even better than he had anticipated. The end of the Ice Phoenix fate connected to an ancient palace long lost in the northern borders of the eastern wilderness known as the Cold Palace. It was the former residence of an ancient Ice Phoenix lord which still retained the legacy of recognizing its master. This fate was not a vessel's material at all. Luo Qingli was the fated master of the Cold Palace. That ancient palace should have recognized her. As for the dangers along the way, indeed, there was an ambush waiting for her. It was perilous, but it would not shake the overall trend. Su Changqing saw clearly there would be surprises, but no real dangers. The conclusion was success. Since the outcome was already determined, he would not waste more Tianji value on those trivialities. In fact, during the deduction, he casually uncovered several key points regarding the ambush and the true method of recognizing the master at the Cold Palace. These would be pointed out to Luo Qingli later. This could also resolve the karmic ties between the two. He picked up his brush, dipped it in the list's light, and inscribed a line on the Tianji tablet. You bear the fate of an old master. Why should you recognize others as vessels? In the northern borders Cold Palace, the main position is vacant awaiting your return. He paused, then added a line of small characters at the end of the tablet. There are ambushes along the way. There will be pointers in battle. If your heart is disordered, the ambush will arise. This line served to reassure her and also left her with insights. He wanted Luo Qingli to remember that the ambush was not terrifying. What was terrifying was if she panicked first. The Tianji tablet transformed into a stream of light bursting through the window and flying towards Luo Qingli's direction. In Qingzhou, on the outskirts of the city, Luo Qingli caught the flow of light that fell into her palm while hearing discussions from the city. The new rankings from the Wanxiang building in the eastern wilderness claimed that she was a vessel of great potential destined to be taken by the sacred land for artifact forging. A few cultivators by the roadside who did not recognize her were discussing passionately. Some clicked their tongues in amazement, saying that the Ice Phoenix fate was indeed precious. Others lamented, saying it was a pity for such a good person to be taken for artifact forging. Amidst their words, not a single person felt that there was anything wrong with this. In their eyes, since the legendary Wanxiang building had decided thus, it was a matter of course. This was something that even the master of the Tianji building could hardly refute. Luo Qingli stood outside the crowd listening to these words with a remarkably calm expression. Having her fate discussed publicly and being determined for life and death was not something she was experiencing. Years ago, in front of the Qin family, when her engagement was broken, the whole city also pointed fingers, calling her a discarded waste by her husband's family, saying that her existence brought shame to her clan. At that time, it was a building and a decree that pulled her out from that sea of criticism. She opened the Tianji note in her palm and read the words clearly. She did not hesitate for a moment. The building had claimed she was not a waste but the fate of the empress. This time that building asserted that she was no mere commodity, but the former master of the Cold Palace. She believed it. As for the note's final words, if there are ambushes on the road, there will be guidance in the midst of battle. If the heart is in chaos, ambushes arise on their own. She merely glanced at it and smiled softly. He had even calculated where she might panic. Such meticulous thought made the minor ambushes ahead seem. She pinched the thin Tianji note with her fingertips, momentarily lost in thought. What kind of person sat within that building? As soon as this thought emerged, she was momentarily stunned, and her ears inexplicably heated up, turning red to her cheeks, adding an indescribable hue to her already stunning face. Luo Qingli hurriedly tucked the note into her sleeve, as if she wanted to hide that inappropriate thought as well. Well, since he said she was the former master of the Cold Palace, she would walk this path with certainty. She wanted to show that the one he chose had never let him down. Luo Qingli tucked the Tianji note into her sleeve, turned, and swiftly headed north. In the northern region where snow fell year-round, Luo Qingli followed the guidance of the Tianji note, heading north until she reached the ruins of the Cold Palace at dusk on the seventh day. It was an ancient palace half buried in the snowstorm. Most of the palace walls had collapsed, and the remaining eaves were covered in years of ice, appearing from a distance like an ancient beast lying dormant in the snowfield, silent for countless ages. Standing before the palace gate, Luo Qingli was about to follow the note's instructions to seek the key seal that recognized her. Just then the snow beneath her feet suddenly lit up with a circle of ghostly blue patterns. Her heart sank, wanting to retreat, but it was too late. The patterns spread beneath the snow, quickly forming a grand formation around her. A chilling force surged from all directions, tightly binding her meridians. The strand of Ice Phoenix fate within her was as if grasped by an invisible hand, being drawn slowly toward the center of the formation. Her blood surged, her cultivation suppressed, and Luo Qingli knelt on one knee in the snow. She attempted to circulate her spiritual power to break free, but the formation was like a net, tightening with each struggle. Every bit of power she used caused that chilling force to bite back, pulling her Ice Phoenix fate even more urgently. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. Cold sweat slid down her forehead, falling into the snow and instantly turning into ice beads. Why bother to struggle? A clear, cold female voice came from outside the formation. Amid the wind and snow, Changqing, dressed in plain clothes, walked over her feet, not touching the accumulated snow at all. Behind her followed several artifact forging masters carrying a completely white cold jade cage. The spirit gathering formation is specially designed to collect fates like yours. Changqing stood before the formation, looking down at her with a tone devoid of malice, even carrying a hint of gentleness. The more you use the Ice Phoenix power, the faster it will draw you in. Luo Qingli gritted her teeth and remained silent. Luo Qingli, is it? Changqing said softly, the number 1 on the Qingzhou beauty list, the Ice Phoenix Empress fate. That title sounds pleasant. But you all alone staying in a small border country like Deqian, how far can you? Such a rare fate gathering dust in that place, being rejected and pointed at by others, is it not a waste? She squatted down to meet Luo Qingli's gaze, her eyes even carrying a hint of sincerity. Come back with me to the cold frost sacred land. I will personally refine this fate into a legendary artifact worshipped by countless generations. That would be your true destination. The sincerity in her words made it seem as if she was not here to capture someone for artifact forging, but to rescue her from a sea of suffering. Luo Qingli raised her head to look at her. The other party's attitude made her feel colder than the spirit gathering formation. Was this what they called the Eastern Wilderness sacred land? Compared to such a sacred land, perhaps the master of the Tianji building who cared for all beings was the true saint. At the same time, she understood that in Changqing's eyes, she had never been an individual, just a resource. Destination. Luo Qingli gasped, suddenly laughing. You people always love to arrange destinies for others. The family that broke off my engagement back then also claimed it was for my own good. Changqing was slightly taken aback. It seems that one does not shed tears until one sees the coffin. She sighed lightly, her hint of regret seeming genuine. Well, when you become that artifact, you will understand my heartfelt intentions today. She raised her hand, and the light patterns of the spirit gathering formation suddenly surged. If it were someone else finding themselves in this predicament, would have caused them to panic and plead for mercy. But Luo Qingli did not. She knelt in the snow, her blood surging, yet slowly closed her eyes. In her mind, the words on the Tianji note floated up. You are not a furnace cauldron, but the master of the cold palace. The key seal at the ruins of the cold palace in the northern region recognizes you. She no longer thought about how to break free from this formation, but gently guided the strand of Ice Phoenix fate, which was almost drawn out toward the silent ancient palace behind her. Like someone returning home after a long absence, she finally reached the door, stretched out her hand, and lightly knocked on that door. At first nothing happened. The wind and snow continued, and the spirit gathering formation still greedily drew her fate. Changqing looked at her with her eyes closed in resignation, a flicker of confusion passing through her gaze just as she was about to speak. At that moment, a faint sound echoed from deep within the ancient palace, half buried in the snowstorm. Soon after, a thin ray of light shone through a narrow gap in the heavily collapsed palace door. That faint light was dim, yet it caused the previously radiant spirit gathering formation to tremble slightly. Changqing's expression suddenly stiffened. A thin ray of light seeped through the crack of the cold palace door. The glow of the spirit gathering array paused for a moment. The wind and snow seemed to halt as well. Changqing stared at the light, her fingers still hovering in midair, not yet descending. Behind her, the cold jade prison cage suddenly emitted a sound, as if someone had nudged the lock from the inside. The refining master carrying the cage looked down and saw a thin layer of frost forming on the inner wall of the cage door. The frost seemed to be growing outward from within the cage, slowly crawling along the cold jade patterns to the edge of the lock. Peak Master. The refining master lowered his voice. The prison cage is resisting. Changqing did not turn around. Suppress it. For refining masters raised their hands, simultaneously channeling their spiritual energy into the corners of the cage. The cage glowed with circles of cold patterns. The thin frost was pushed back. The young disciple standing beside the prison cage breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Luo Qingli in the center of the array, his tone arrogant. This cold jade prison cage was personally refined by the Peak Master. It does not imprison the flesh, but the fate. Once inside the cage, the fate will be gradually compressed into a vessel without harming the body or leaving any resentment. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. To be able to be taken in by it is indeed a fortune for her. Luo Qingli raised her eyes and glanced at him. She did not respond. The spirit gathering array beneath her feet was still drawing her Ice Phoenix fate, the chilling force wrapping around her meridians inch by inch. The cold jade prison cage stood 3 zhang away, its door half open, as if welcoming her arrival. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the divorce letter in front of the Qin family's hall. The two should have no relation, yet in her heart, she inexplicably felt that these two matters were fundamentally the same. Equally disgusting. Equally waiting for her acknowledgement. Changqing flipped her hand, and took out a snow-white token. The front of the token was engraved with the words Xuanhuan, while the back displayed a circle of incomplete palace patterns. As the token appeared, the broken pillars half buried in the snow outside the cold palace glowed with faint blue light. Luo Qingli. Shun Tingxue lowered her gaze to look at her voice not high. You can indeed draw upon the remnants of the cold palace, which is beyond my expectations, proving that your fate is even more exceptional than I imagined. She pressed down on the cold frost token. The light from the broken pillar flowed into the spirit-gathering array. Luo Qingli's shoulders sank, and she was nearly forced back into the snow. She heard the faint sound of her joints cracking, and the metallic taste of blood rose in her throat. 1,000 years ago, the array outside the cold palace collapsed, because my holy land of Han Shuang cleaned up this area. Shun Tingxue said, Today I naturally will not only prepare a spirit-gathering array to take you at the cold palace's door. Her voice fell. Deep in the array, 3 points of cold light simultaneously brightened. The strand of ice phoenix energy that Luo Qingli had just released abruptly halted midway, as if nailed by 3 spikes pinned into the wind and snow. She let out a muffled grunt, her fingertips sinking into the snow ice particles trapped beneath her nails. The faint light from the crack in the cold palace darkened. Shun Tingxue watched the dimming light, her expression finally stabilizing. You want to use my array to knock on the door? She said softly, What I've been waiting for is for you to knock. Luo Qingli did not respond. The 3 ice nails not only pinned down the leaking ice phoenix energy, but also pressed back her soul through the fate. The sound of wind and snow in her ears faded for a moment, and the palace door seemed to be pulled away. The young disciple behind Shun Tingxue chuckled. The Peak Master had already anticipated this. He looked at Luo Qingli. Someone from a small border country has a pitifully low perspective. Even if they possess treasure, they are still just a country bumpkin. Luo Qingli's fingers slowly relaxed in the snow. The heavenly mechanism letter in her sleeve faintly warmed. If the heart is disturbed, submission arises. She closed her eyes. When she reopened them, there was no longer a hint of hesitation in her gaze. She loosened her grip. In that moment it felt as if something had been pulled from her body. Luo Qingli's knees buckled, nearly dropping to her knees again. She propped herself up with her hands, shattering a thin layer of ice beneath her palms to avoid falling. The cold jade prison cage immediately brightened. The 4 refining masters simultaneously urged the corners of the cage, dragging the strand of ice phoenix energy into the cage, compressing it into a tiny vessel shadow. The young disciple's eyes lit up. It worked. Yet Shun Tingxue did not move. She looked at Luo Qingli in the center of the array. Luo Qingli was too quiet. Something was off. In the next moment, a second phoenix pattern illuminated deep within Luo Qingli's brow. That light circled around the spirit-gathering array, avoiding the 3 spirit-piercing nails. It grew outward from her brow, sticking close to the bloodstain on her forehead, gradually brightening until it reached the cold palace door. Luo Qingli raised her head, her voice slightly hoarse. What you took was the strand that could refine tools. She looked at Shun Tingxue. But I am not that strand. Shun Tingxue's face changed slightly. She raised her hand. Pierce her spiritual patterns. The 4 refining masters immediately urged the array. The 3 spirit-piercing nails buzzed, attempting to extract the strand of ice phoenix energy and re-nail it to Luo Qingli's brow. But it was too late. The faint light from the cold palace crack suddenly surged. The moment the 3 spirit-piercing nails moved, they were engulfed by a strand of ice phoenix phantom fire. Bang! 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 The 3 spirit-piercing nails instantly shattered, retreating into the lock of the cold jade prison cage. The prison cage trembled violently. Within the cage, the vessel shadow dispersed, transforming back into a small phoenix shadow that flew around the prison cage. The cage door slammed shut with a clap. The young disciple who had previously said that entering the cage is a blessing was standing closest to the prison cage. Before he could react, several cold jade chains flew out from the cage, wrapping around his arms and neck, dragging him forcefully to the front of the cage. Peak Master. The blood drained from the young disciple's face in an instant. Save me. The light patterns of the cold jade prison cage began to press into his body along the chains. The words he had spoken earlier seemed to echo in the wind and snow. The young disciple finally began to struggle, his voice trembling. No, don't lock my fate. Luo Qingli looked at him. To be able to be taken in is not your fortune. The young disciple's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Shun Tingxue waved her sleeve, severing 2 chains. But more chains emerged from the prison cage, wrapping around several nearby refining masters. On the inner wall of the cold jade prison cage, an ice phoenix pattern emerged. That pattern did not target Luo Qingli. It shone with cold light, directed at the people of the holy land of Han Shuang. Shun Tingxue finally retracted her smile, her expression cold as ice. She raised her hand, suppressing the 4 corners of the prison cage with her spiritual energy. The chains were forcibly pushed back a few inches by her. The young disciple, dragged to the front of the cage, fell into the snow, rolling back and retreating, no longer daring to look at Luo Qingli. Luo Qingli did not pursue. She stood in the center of the array, blood still at the corner of her lips, her complexion paler than before. Naturally, shedding that strand of ice phoenix energy came at a cost. She could feel a small void inside her, like a previously complete fate had been forcibly excavated. Yet the light from within the cold palace was gradually filling that void bit by bit. The wind and snow poured out from the cracks, swirling around her shoulders and then falling back at her feet. Shen Tingxue stared at her surprisingly, not speaking immediately. For this cold jade prison cage, she had guarded the refining peak for 20 years. 17 cold associated fates had all shattered before entering the furnace. Only when Luo Qingli approached did the third pattern on the snow soul furnace resonate for the first time. She could not let go, nor could she afford to. For a moment, borrowing the remnants of the cold palace to backfire on the prison cage. Do you think you've won? Shen Tingxue slowly raised her hand. The incomplete palace pattern on the cold frost token lit up again. Luo Qingli did not respond. Behind her, the crack in the cold palace door widened. On the palace door, a broken ice phoenix key seal slowly emerged. That key seal hovered in midair, first sweeping over the cold frost token in Shen Tingxue's hand. The palace pattern on the back of the cold frost token darkened by half on the spot. Shen Tingxue's fingers tightened. In the next breath, the key seal crossed over everyone, falling towards Luo Qingli. Shen Tingxue formed her hand into claws, reaching for the key seal. A strand of ice phoenix phantom flew out from the palace door, crashing into her palm. Shen Tingxue stepped back half a step, a layer of thin ice forming on her palm. The key seal plunged into Luo Qingli's brow. Boom. The wind and snow behind Luo Qingli parted to either side. The blue light patterns of the spirit gathering array extinguished one by one. She stood in the center of the array, her dark hair lifted by the wind and snow, her brows phoenix pattern coinciding with the key seal. Deep within the cold palace, that ancient female voice echoed again. Those who enter the palace abandon the old name, accept the old position. Luo Qingli, do you wish to become the master of the cold palace? The main position pattern in the center of the palace door lit up for the first time. Luo Qingli lifted her foot and took a step forward. With that step, Shen Tingxue's cold frost token suddenly split apart. A slender ice nail revealed itself from within the token. That ice nail did not stab at Luo Qingli. It silently soared upwards, evading the wind and snow, directly piercing towards the main position pattern in the center of the palace door. Watching that ice nail gradually dissipate, a trace of pained expression flashed in Shen Tingxue's eyes. The Holy Land has waited 100 years not for you to come back and sit upon it. The instant the pin sealing the master seat struck the palace door, the wind that had been spilling out of Han Gong fell silent. The gate had already been open a sliver. Through the crack, there was light snow and a coldness that was seeping into Luo Qingli's body. But after that slender ice bin fell the master seat sigil on the door, as if someone had pressed its pulse lit halfway and could not be pushed further. The key mark at Luo Qingli's brow trembled sharply. The little bit of power she had just received from Han Gong was cut off midstream, and a dull oppression rose in her chest. She steadied herself on a broken stone to keep from stumbling. Shen Tingxue did not speak immediately. She looked at the pin-pressed sigil on the gate, then stole a glance at the key mark between Luo Qingli's brows. The Xuepalu image in her sleeve remained. The third phoenix engraving along the furnace wall glowed faintly. That was the part she had originally come to complete. Wanxiang Lao's single phrase, suitable as a vessel, had spared Xuanhuan Xingdi much argument. She had brought the Hanyu Qiulong to Deqian to claim Luo Qingli's ice phoenix destiny pattern. Yet what Han Gong had just asked about was not that strand of phoenix key that could enter the furnace. It had asked after the master seat. Shen Tingxue's hand hidden in her sleeve tightened slowly. After a moment, she pressed the Xuepalu image back into her sleeve. The cage door of the Hanyu Qiulong did not push forward either. Luo Qingli saw the movement. Following Shen Tingxue's gaze, she looked to the master seat set in the very center of the palace gate. A gust of snow wind swept by. Her heart sank. What Shen Tingxue desired had changed. I originally only planned to take you back to the sacred land. Shen Tingxue finally spoke, voice bright with excitement. Use your ice phoenix destiny pattern to complete the last phoenix engraving of the Xuepalu. She lifted her eyes and looked at Luo Qingli. But you had Han Gong ask about the master seat. The shattered fragment of the Han Huang Ling fell at her feet, half buried by wind and snow. Shen Tingxue did not look back at the ruined token. Luo Qingli, you have raised your own price. Beside the Hanyu Qiulong, several artificers wore excited faces. They plainly knew what all of this signified. The young disciple who had earlier been locked back into the cage cowered at the rear of the crowd, blue-white marks still around his wrist. He dared not speak again, only stared fixedly at Shen Tingxue's retreating figure. Shen Tingxue stepped forward 2 paces. The old rules of Han Gong are written plainly: those who enter the palace abandon their old name and inherit the old seat. If you follow the old rule, this gate will open. But if you insist on entering under the name you bear now, this pin will remain pressed upon the master seat sigil. She stopped a few steps from Luo Qingli. The pin that sealed the master seat lodged in the center of the palace door, so thin it was almost invisible, yet its presence made the entire Han Gong fall into a hush. The opening of Han Gong is far more precious than your destiny pattern. Shun Tingxue looked at the key mark between her brows. You open the gate. The sacred land receives the seat. She said those phrases softly. Still, the artificers standing in the snow all changed color at once. Luo Qingli did not answer immediately. Wind and snow whipped shards of ice across the hem of her skirt. The blood at her lips had already frozen, while the key mark at her brow warmed and pulsed. Shun Tingxue went on. The name Luo Qingli is too slight. So slight that the Qin family dared to break the engagement publicly, so slight that Wanxiang Lu could consign it with a single line: as suitable as a vessel, so slight that when my Han Huang Xingdi brought a cage to the Qian, no one dared to stop us. She raised her hand and pointed to the master seat sigil pressed by the pin on the gate. If you enter the palace bearing that name, the master seat of Han Gong will drag into Qian, drag in the Qingzhou Luo family, drag in Tianji Lu. The ancient Han Gong will not accept such tangled consequences. She stepped forward another pace. Leave the name behind. The sacred land will take Han Gong for you. You only need to open the gate. Luo Qingli lowered her eyes. A few drops of blood lay on the snow, bled out when the formation pressed upon her. The blood had frozen red, buried in white, like shards of jade. She recalled the resignation of engagement tact before the Qin family's hall. Afterwards, when Wanxiang Lao's proclamation reached Qingzhou, the cultivators on the street spoke her name in a casual tone, as if those few words had already fixed the destination of her life. Now Shun Tingxue, standing at Han Gong's gate, meant the same thing. She could open the gate, but the seat beyond should not bear her name. Luo Qingli lifted her hand and withdrew the Tianji tie from her sleeve. The thin slip trembled in the wind and snow, yet the proclamation light upon it did not fade. She glanced down. You bear the mandate of an old master. Why should you recognize yourself as a vessel? The characters remained. She pinched the corner of the slip. Her fingers had gone pale. Shun Tingxue saw the motion and her brows twitched. You still hope the person behind you can save you? Luo Qingli did not look at her. She only pressed the Tianji tie tight against her chest. From deep within Han Gong, that ancient woman's voice rose again. Those who enter the palace abandon their old name and inherit the old seat. As the voice fell, Luo Qingli felt the key mark at her brow warm slightly, as if someone beyond the gate waited for her reply. Shun Tingxue waited as well. Wind and snow swept past the palace gate, brushing the corner of the Tianji tie. Luo Qingli lifted her head. Luo Qingli enters the palace. The gate trembled gently. She held the Tianji tie to her breast and continued, I will not change my name. After the words fell, Han Gong gave no immediate response. Shun Tingxue waited a few breaths, a small smile slowly pressing at her lips. What do you take the ancient inheritance for? She raised her hand and her voice chilled. To recruit. The artificers beside the Hanyu Qiulong moved at once. Though mindful of the previous automatic lock, they were noticeably half a beat slower as they fed spirit force into the cage's corners. Shun Tingxue glanced to the side. The artificers dared not hesitate further and poured their spirit force into the cage in unison. The cage door opened. This time no chains sprang forth. Instead, a fine, dense, cold light rose. The cold radiance wove itself into a net and flowed along the snow toward Luo Qingli's feet. At the same moment, the small furnace image flew from Shun Tingxue's sleeve. The furnace image was snow white. 3 phoenix engraves ran along its wall, one of them incomplete. The instant it appeared, the key mark at Luo Qingli's brow twitched, as if a fine thread had reached out from the furnace to try to hook her spirit. A pain stabbed down from her brow. Luo Qingli's breath caught, but her fingers still pressed the Tianji tie. She had just given up a strand of leaking ice phoenix chi, and already a hollow gaped inside her. Now the furnace image bore down, and that empty place felt as if a cold blade were scraping it again and again, sending chills along her spine. Shun Tingxue offered no more coaxing. Since you refuse to abandon your name, we will first take your spirit. The words fell soft and certain, the promise of force to come closing the space between them. As Shun Tingxue's voice fell, the shadow of the snow spirit furnace pressed downwards from her palm. A cold light as fine as silk from the furnace's mouth pierced into Luo Qingli's brow. Luo Qingli felt as if someone had seized her consciousness deep within her mind, as though she were being pulled away from her own body. The wind and snow before her began to recede, and even the light seeping through the cracks of the cold palace door seemed to be separated by a layer of ice. She tightened her grip on the jagged stone. The skin of her fingers was cut by the icy shards, and as blood began to seep out, it froze into a small red frost. The cold jade cage lit up beside her. The several weapon refiners dared not be careless this time, simultaneously channeling their spiritual power into the corners of the cage. The cage door was half open and cold light wove into a thin net inside, resembling a mouth that had waited for a long time. The young disciple who had been dragged by chains earlier huddled behind, everyone, his wrists still marked with bluish-white indentations. He saw a faint shadow emerging from Luo Qingli's brow. A glimmer of delight flashed in his eyes, and though his lips moved, he ultimately did not dare to speak. Shen Tingxue looked at that faint shadow. It was very faint, yet already had the outline of Luo Qingli. Clad in white adorned with phoenix patterns, her brows and eyes were cold and aloof. Once this strand of divine soul entered the snow spirit furnace, Luo Qingli would no longer merely be imprisoned by her fate. Whether she would open the cold palace door or acknowledge the sacred land depended on whether Shen Tingxue was willing to let go. That person behind you cannot save you. Shen Tingxue's voice fell through the wind and snow. His guiding you to this place is already quite commendable, but unfortunately he is still lacking in skill. Luo Qingli's fingers resting on her heart slightly moved. The Tianji tablet was pressed against her clothing, the paper long since hardened by blood and snow. The words on it were pressed against her palm, and even through a thin layer of fabric, they still felt warm. She had little friendship with the master of Tianji Tower. Every time she secretly visited him on Falling Cloud Mountain, he would be sitting in the tower speaking little, and when they made eye contact, he would only offer a faint smile. Many times Luo Qingli could not even tell whether he had noticed her. Yet she remembered it very clearly. On the day the Qin family annulled the engagement, the whole city waited to see her humiliation as Tianji Tower had written fate shrouded in dust for 16 years. One morning the engagement is annulled. The phoenix cries to the heavens. Wanshang Tower had deemed her as material for the vessel, and the eastern wilderness sacred land came to take her with a cage. It was that Tianji tablet that had crossed thousands of miles of wind and snow to land in her palm. The path the world laid before her was one of bowing her head. Only the words from the master of Tianji Tower urged her to move forward. Luo Qingli swallowed the metallic taste of blood in her throat and raised her eyes towards the crack of the cold palace door. Deep within the cold palace, that ancient female voice echoed once more. Those who enter the palace must abandon their old names and take on their old positions. Shen Tingxue heard this, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Actually, I have never quite understood. She looked at Luo Qingli, her tone devoid of sarcasm, genuinely puzzled. What exactly are you reluctant to part with? I have looked into you. The Luo family of Qingjis branch halted in cultivation after reaching adolescence, publicly annulled by the Qin family, and now written by Wanshang Tower as material for the vessel. Such a name brings you mostly cold glances, humiliation, and trouble. The shadow of the snow spirit furnace in her palm slowly rotated, and the cold light from the furnace's mouth pressed inch by inch towards Luo Qingli's brow. Now the cold palace offers you a chance to reshape your fate. Abandon it, take on the position of the master of the cold palace. Shouldn't this be a monumental opportunity for you? Luo Qingli did not respond. The shadow of the snow spirit furnace grew colder. The strand of her divine soul was dragged out half an inch, its ethereal robes caught by the furnace's light nearly touching the furnace mouth. It hurt, not in a fleshly sense. It felt as if someone was peeling her away from her own body bit by bit. She bent her knee, almost collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the cold net wrapped around her calves, the fine cold light piercing into her bones, forcing her to move towards the cold jade cage. Luo Qingli did not look at the cage. She pressed the Tianji tablet at her heart even tighter. With this press, it felt as if she had finally secured herself. Luo Qingli enters the palace. Her voice was not loud. Yet the wind and snow carried those words to the palace door. Shen Tingxue's smile faded, and her 5 fingers tightened abruptly. Retrieve. The shadow of the snow spirit furnace sank down. The strand of divine soul was dragged towards the furnace mouth, and blood spilled from the corner of Luo Qingli's lips, droplets falling from her chin onto the snow. Yet her gaze did not waver. The name remains unchanged. After these words were spoken, silence suddenly fell within the cold palace. The wind and snow continued to blow, but the icy blue light from the crack of the door halted, as if the existence behind that door was pondering. Shen Tingxue sensed something was wrong and immediately urged the furnace shadow. The third incomplete pattern on the furnace wall lit up, and the cold light drilled into that strand of divine soul. But just as the furnace light was about to engulf the ethereal shadow, a phoenix cry echoed deep within the cold palace. The sound initially seemed distant, like it was coming from beneath a 1,000-year ice layer. In the next heartbeat, it passed through the palace door, crashed into the snowfield, and struck against the shadow of the snow spirit furnace. The furnace shadow shook violently. Luo Qingli's strand of divine soul, which had been dragged to the furnace mouth, did not advance a fraction further, but was instead pushed back to her brow by that phoenix cry. She let out a muffled groan, taking half a step back, her shoulder colliding against the jagged stone. Snowflakes accumulated on the stone and fell down. At that moment, the chill from within the door surged into her body. It was cold, yet it was no longer the kind of cold that froze everything like the spirit-concealing array. It flowed from the imprint on her brow to her limbs, filling the void left by the ice phoenix energy she had previously shed. Luo Qingli's fingertips went numb, her breath momentarily disordered, but she quickly steadied herself. This time it was not her willpower that held her upright. It was the snow beneath her feet. Shen Tingxue looked down at her palm. The shadow of the snow spirit furnace was forcibly suppressed by her, yet the incomplete phoenix pattern on the furnace wall had cracked open a very thin seam. The composure in her eyes finally dissipated. This furnace shadow was something she had guarded at the refining peak of the Frost Holy Land for 20 years. 17 cold-affiliated fates had failed to form the third pattern, and today, when she finally saw Luo Qingli, it had unexpectedly cracked before the cold palace door. Press harder. Shen Tingxue's voice turned cold. Several weapon refiners quickly urged the cold jade cage. But just as the cold net within the cage lunged at Luo Qingli, it was pulled back by the wind and snow that rolled out from within the door. The cage door slammed shut. The weapon refiners were already on guard, and quickly released their hold and retreated. However, a young disciple was a beat slow. A cold jade chain shot out from within the cage, brushing past his ankle. The snow was cut open in a deep line. He fell to the ground, his face pale, holding on to his fellow disciple as he retreated, even ignoring the blood splattered on the edge of his shoe. Luo Qingli stood before the cold palace door. The wind and snow surged out from within the door, swirling around her sleeves before settling at her feet. There was still blood at the corner of her lips, her complexion pale, yet the pressure on her shoulders had vanished. The aura around her began to rise. The spiritual power once suppressed by the spirit gathering array began to flow anew, and the ice phoenix seal gradually illuminated, responding to the main pattern on the cold palace gate. Foundation establishment, 3rd level. Foundation establishment, 6th level. Initial golden core. With each circle of the snowstorm, her aura stabilized. It wasn't until she reached the peak of the golden core that the power surging from the cold palace gradually ceased. Shen Tingxue remained silent. She could see that the aura surrounding Luo Qingli was not entirely her own. It was the authority granted to her by the cold palace, of force lent by the snowstorm within. But this borrowed strength was far more unsettling than a mere breakthrough. Because the cold palace was willing to lend it also indicated its stance. Deep within the cold palace, the ancient female voice finally echoed again. This time it did not speak of old rules. It called her name, Luo Qingli. The main pattern at the center of the palace gate shone brightly. The main nail emitted a series of cracking sounds, ice shards peeling away inch by inch, swept away by the snowstorm. The ancient female voice delivered its second sentence. Return to your rightful place. Boom. The half-collapsed cold palace gate opened slightly inward. An icy blue radiance poured forth, illuminating the entire snowfield. Luo Qingli's key seal at her brow resonated with the main pattern of the palace gate. Behind her, a phantom of the ice phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry towards the sky. This cry of the phoenix burst forth from the northern borders, crossing the snowfield and vanishing into the eastern wasteland's horizon. On a snow-covered main peak of the holy land of Frost, the array bell suddenly rang urgently. Several young disciples in the hall simultaneously looked up. Soon the hall door opened, and a young man in a silver robe stepped out. A slender cold sword was suspended at his waist, its scabbard covered in thin frost. He gazed toward the northern direction, first in surprise, then with increased interest. An ice phoenix phenomenon. A nearby disciple whispered, "Senior brother, that direction seems to be the old site of the cold palace." The young man in silver caressed the sword hilt, pondering. Has Master Shen gone to the northern borders? No one answered. The array bell continued to ring. The young man in silver glanced back at the depths of the main hall. There an elder was in seclusion, the hall door tightly shut without a sound. He smiled, taking down the jade token from his waist. With the ancient palace opening, the old restrictions are the least stable. The elders going in may not have it easier than us. Send messages to the other peaks. Go check the northern borders. At another sword peak in the eastern wasteland, a young man in white sat at the edge of a snowy cliff polishing his sword, when suddenly the sword trembled lightly. He raised his head and saw a flash of icy blue phoenix shadow in the northern sky. Moments later, he closed the sword box. Ancient cold palace. If any ancient artifact emerges, it would be worth the trip. In a valley of alchemical artifacts, the furnace fire reflected the shadow of the ice phoenix. The old man at the furnace watched for a long time before calling over 2 disciples. Take people to the northern borders. The disciples' eyes lit up. Master, if the cold palace truly opens. The old man pressed the furnace lid back down the firelight, casting shadows on his face. Just explore the outer palace. If you can take something, take it. If not, remember who took it. in front of the cold palace gate in the northern borders. Xuanhuan also sensed the disturbance in the distant snowstorm. She withdrew the shadow of the snow spirit furnace her palm, now bearing a small cut. As blood began to seep out, it was immediately frozen by the cold air. The cracks in the furnace wall remained. She raised her gaze towards Luo Qingli, her eyes no longer holding the slightest pity from before. Luo Qingli was also looking at her. Through several zhang of snowstorm, Xuanhuan did not say anything further to help her out of her misery, merely fixing her icy gaze on the other. Luo Qingli tightly gripped the ice-blue palace order that had just flown out from within the gate. The palace order was very cold, yet when she held it, the key seal at her brow felt slightly warm. On the front of the palace order there was only one ancient character: cold. The wind and snow within the gate parted, revealing an icy staircase leading deep into the cold palace. Luo Qingli did not enter immediately. She first glanced at Xuanhuan, then at the already closed cold jade prison. After a moment, she recalled the titles those disciples had used to address her earlier. Master Shun, she spoke. Xuanhuan's eyelashes slightly lifted. Luo Qingli's voice was steady. You asked me earlier why I couldn't bear to part with this name. In truth, it isn't that complicated. She lowered her gaze to the palace order in her palm. The icy blue light reflected off her fingertips, also illuminating a corner of the heavenly mechanism note hidden in her sleeve. This name has not only been rejected in marriage, but has also been written as a vessel for others. Yet some have believed in it. Some wrote it at the top, telling the entire city that Luo Qingli is not a waste. If I were to abandon my own name. Xuanhuan's fingers in her sleeve gradually tightened. The confusion in her eyes did not dissipate, but deepened. To Xuanhuan this answer seemed almost laughable. But the cold palace gate had already opened for Luo Qingli. The weaponsmith behind her bowed his head, and no one dared to interject. Luo Qingli withdrew her gaze and stepped onto the icy staircase. The palace gate slowly closed halfway behind her. The wind and snow obscured her silhouette. Outside, Xuanhuan stood for a long time before crushing the frozen bloodstain in her palm. In the direction of the eastern wasteland, several beams of light broke through the clouds and headed toward the northern borders. Behind the cold palace gate was a long, icy staircase. As Luo Qingli stepped onto the first step, the coldness beneath her feet surged up through the soles of her shoes. That coldness did not harm her. It felt like a test, or perhaps a confirmation. She held the ice-blue palace order in her palm, the key seal at her brow lightly resonating with it. With each step forward, the broken palace lanterns on either side lit up the icy blue light, spreading along the walls, revealing many already weathered ice phoenix patterns. The cold palace had been silent for too long. In the corners there were fallen ice bricks, claw marks on the stone pillars, and several half-covered side halls in the distance obscured by cold mist, making it impossible to see what lay within. Luo Qingli did not rush deeper into the palace. She was very clear that she had just obtained the palace order, which only opened the outer door of the cold palace. The sudden surge in her cultivation was not her true ascent. That was the cold palace willing to lend her the snowstorm in this territory, preventing her from being pressed back into the prison by Xuanhuan. If she were to leave the cold palace, that power would gradually fade. She needed time to stabilize. The palace order in her palm was slightly warm. Luo Qingli looked down, noticing that beneath the character cold a faint pattern was starting to emerge. The pattern pointed towards the side hall on the right. She followed the pattern. The side hall door was half collapsed, and within there was no accumulation at all, nor were there any legendary spiritual treasures that could grant a person instant ascension. Only a single icy pool remained, with a thin layer of jade-colored cold essence congealing within it. Above the cold essence, a thin jade slip hung. As Luo Qingli approached, the jade slip fell on its own, landing before her. She reached out to catch it. As she held the jade slip, a line of ancient characters surfaced in her mind. With the outer palace opening, the old master returns. The cold essence in the pool can solidify the fate. The outer palace doors can be opened and closed with the order. After reading, Luo Qingli did not immediately touch the pool of cold essence. She turned to look back towards the palace gate. Outside, the sound of the wind and snow had become much more chaotic than before. Someone was coming, and not just one group. As the first batch of light descended upon the snowfield outside the cold palace, Xuanhuan still stood in front of the palace gate. The blood mark in her palm had been sealed by the cold air, and the shadow of the snow spirit furnace had been returned to her sleeve. Yet the crack on the furnace wall felt like a thorn in her heart, impossible to shake off. The first to land was the group from the Holy Land of Frost. Leading them was the young man in a silver robe with features somewhat resembling Xuanhuan, though younger and sharper. After landing, he glanced at the weaponsmith behind Xuanhuan, then at the half-closed cold palace gate. Master. The young man in silver cupped his hands in greeting, his voice low. The main peak's array bell has sounded. Disciple Xuanhuan has been sent to explore the palace. Xuanhuan looked at him. Who sent you here? Xuanhuan replied, the ice phoenix phenomenon in the northern borders created too much of a stir, and several peaks saw it. The elders were not convenient to enter the old restrictions, so they let us younger generation explore the path first. As the ancient palace opened for the first time, the unclear restrictions made it easier for those with higher cultivation to disturb the old formations. The young disciples entered under the guise of training, which was neither a stronghold snatching from the holy place, nor against the unspoken rules acknowledged by the holy places in the eastern wasteland. Changqing remained silent. The young disciple who had been dragged over by the cold jade cage changed his expression, slightly wanting to say something, but was restrained by the arm of the nearby artifact refiner. The second group of people arrived quickly. A beam of sword light fell upon the snowy slope. A young man in white carrying a sword box was followed by 3 sword cultivators. Their robes were embroidered with azure sword patterns, and as they landed, the accumulated snow beneath their feet was sliced by the sword chi, leaving fine traces. The young man in white looked towards the cold palace, his eyes filled with undeniable excitement. Indeed, this is the ruins of the cold palace. Xuanhuan turned to glance at him. The Changqing sword sect is also quick to arrive. The young man in white chuckled. The ice phoenix phenomenon spans half of the northern realm. Who wouldn't notice? He patted the sword box behind him. If there are treasures to emerge, my Changqing sword sect cannot pretend to be blind. The third group arrived a bit slower. They were disciples from the Danchi Valley. They lacked the sharpness of sword cultivators, first examining the earth's veins, then the source of the wind and snow formation, before their gazes collectively shifted towards the direction of the cold palace side hall. The leading woman in gray twitched her nose. There is the aura of cold marrow. One of the disciples beside her whispered, "Sister, it has been at least 1,000 years." The woman in gray did not respond, only retracting a small furnace back into her sleeve. Several groups stood on the snowy field. None of them moved first. The door of the cold palace was half closed, and an icy blue light seeped through the crack. In their eyes, this was an ancient palace that had just opened. With Changqing here, the cold frost holy land naturally had the upper hand. However, the cold palace was not the mountain gate of the cold frost holy land, and since the Changqing sword sect and Danchi Valley had arrived, they would not return empty-handed. Xuanhuan looked towards Changqing. Peak Master, where is Luo Qingli? Hearing this name, Changqing couldn't help but glance at him deeply, clearly surprised that he had such insight into her actions. Her fingers in her sleeve tightened slightly, yet she did not answer. Instead, the previously obstinate young disciple couldn't help but say, "She has entered." Xuanhuan's gaze sharpened. Entered. The young man in white from the Changqing sword sect also looked over. The Luo Qingli, who was designated by the Wanxiang Tower as a vessel by the Great Qian. Upon hearing this, several groups of people on the snowy field changed their expressions. Some were surprised, some didn't believe it, while others looked down upon her with a trace of disdain. The gray-clad woman from Danchi Valley frowned. Can she really enter the cold palace? Changqing slowly nodded. By sheer luck, she obtained a cold order. For some reason, she did not fully disclose what had happened before the palace gate to everyone. As soon as this sentence fell, the gazes of several groups simultaneously focused on the cold palace gate. Cold order. The decree of the cold palace. Xuanhuan grasped the cold sword at his waist and took a step forward. Since there is a cold order, let her come out. Changqing looked at him. Xuanhuan did not retreat. With the cold palace opening, it affects all sects in the northern realm. A female cultivator from a fringe kingdom cannot take the cold palace for herself just because she has a token. It is unreasonable. The young man in white from the Changqing sword sect chuckled. I'm not concerned about where she's from. He glanced at the crack of the cold palace door. The opportunities in the ancient palace belong to the capable. If she can hold it, it is naturally hers. If she cannot blame others. The gray-clad woman from Danchi Valley was even more straightforward. I am here solely for the cold marrow. Xuanhuan raised his hand. Several disciples from the cold frost holy land stepped forward immediately. They did not draw their swords directly, but took out the jade tokens of the holy land and shone them in front of the cold palace gate. The jade tokens emitted a cold light. This was a common method for the disciples of the cold frost holy land to test the old formation. If the cold palace was unclaimed, the outer restrictions would only reverberate and would not actively kill. This was exactly the plan Xuanhuan had in mind. First, to test the door. If the door is weak, then enter. If the door is strong, then think of other ways. The cold light of the jade token fell upon the palace door. The half-closed door of the cold palace suddenly stilled. The next moment, snow and wind rushed back from within. The several jade tokens simultaneously shattered. A few disciples of the cold frost holy land were swept back several feet by a gust of cold wind, their boots dragging long marks on the snow. Xuanhuan frowned and finally drew his long sword. I will go. Just as he was about to step forward, a light sound came from within the palace door. The half-closed door slowly opened a crack. The wind and snow poured out from the door, landing in front of everyone. Luo Qingli stood behind the door. Her sleeves were still stained with blood, her face was pale, but the ice phoenix, key imprint on her forehead shone clearly. She held the icy blue token in her hand with a staircase of ice extending deeper into the cold palace behind her. The snowy field fell silent for a moment. Xuanhuan looked at the token in her hand, his gaze turning colder. Miss Luo, with the cold palace opening, all sects in the northern realm have the right to explore the palace. Though you entered first, you should not obstruct the opportunities of the various sects. Luo Qingli looked at him, then glanced at the several groups on the snowy field. She did not recognize these people, but she recognized what they were looking at. It was very similar to when the Qin family's people looked at the divorce papers back then. They were not looking at her. They were looking at the cold order in her hand. They were looking at the cold palace behind her. Luo Qingli did not argue with him about whether it was appropriate. She raised the token. The wind and snow dispersed from the token, and the ice phoenix patterns on either side of the palace door gradually lit up. Behind Xuanhuan, a young disciple spoke coldly. You, a female cultivator from the Great Qian, think you can make the sects of the eastern wasteland wait outside. As soon as the words fell, he bypassed Xuanhuan, raised his hand to unleash a beam of cold light straight towards the palace door. Xuanhuan did not stop him. No one from the Changqing sword sect moved either. Everyone wanted to see just how much weight the cold order in Luo Qingli's hand carried. The cold light crashed into the palace door. Luo Qingli made only one motion. She pressed the token downwards. The wind and snow in front of the palace door instantly closed together. A flurry of ice phoenix feathers condensed from the wind and snow gently sweeping across. The disciple from the cold frost holy land didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a mist of blood. For a moment, no one spoke on the snowy field. Luo Qingli looked at Xuanhuan. The cold palace has a master. As these 4 words fell, the ice phoenix patterns on the palace door lit up for a brief moment, as if in response to her. Xuanhuan's expression finally changed. The young man in white from the Changqing sword sect put away his smile. The gray-clad woman from Danchi Valley looked at Luo Qingli with a bit more scrutiny in her gaze. Xuanhuan tightened his grip on the sword. Miss Luo, the cold palace is not something you can swallow alone. Luo Qingli did not retreat. The wind and snow behind her were very quiet. So quiet it was as if it were waiting for her to say something. If you want to enter the cold palace, you can. Her voice was not loud. Bring the invitation token. Xuanhuan's face turned completely cold. The words, invitation token, dropped onto the snowy field more awkward than the previous gust of wind and snow. They were the true disciples of the holy lands and sects of the eastern wasteland. To bring an invitation token in front of a female cultivator from the Great Qian. The young man in white from the Changqing sword sect suddenly laughed. He sheathed his sword and bowed his hands to Luo Qingli. Today was hasty, though I didn't prepare an invitation token. They'll make it up next time. After saying that, he led the sword cultivators behind him to retreat to the side, no longer attempting to force their way in. The gray-clad woman from Danchi Valley glanced at the inside of the cold palace door, then at the token in Luo Qingli's hand, and ultimately withdrew her gaze. My Danchi Valley has come solely for the cold marrow. Since the cold palace has a master, we will talk another day. She retreated decisively. Xuanhuan stood still, not moving. The disciples of the cold frost holy land looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Xintingshuang also looked at him. After a long time, Xuanhuan sheathed his sword. Miss Luo borrowed the power of the cold palace today, and indeed gained the advantage. But since the cold palace is in the northern realm, it is impossible for it to only have your voice. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingli simply raised her hand. The palace door slowly closed an inch behind her. Wait until you bring the invitation token. Xuanhuan's face stiffened slightly. This time he did not respond. Luo Qingli turned and returned inside the palace. The wind and snow fell again, isolating the crowd outside on the snowy field. As those gazes were blocked by the wind and snow, she finally slowed her pace. In her palm, the coldness of the token gradually faded. The breath that had just stabilized within her body was still surging. The seemingly casual press just now had already exhausted a considerable amount of her spirit. The cold palace borrowed her strength. She also had to hold on. Luo Qingli walked back to the side hall. The cold marrow in the ice pond was still quietly condensing. The jade slip was suspended above the pond, emitting a faint glow. There was not much recorded in the jade slip, just a few old texts about the initial opening of the outer palace of the cold palace. However, one sentence made her stare for a long time. The old master returns due to the heavenly machine. Holding the jade slip, Luo Qingli's heart felt like it was gently touched by something. Due to the heavenly machine. She knew what it referred to. If it weren't for the heavenly machine invitation from Luoyun Mountain, she would not have come to the northern realm. If it weren't for the words, why recognize others as vessels, she would not have held on until the cold palace opened in front of Xintingshuang. It could be said that it was the heavenly machine tower that truly brought her to the cold palace. Luo Qingli stood by the ice pond silent for a moment. Then she raised her head to look outside the palace. The young talents from the eastern wasteland outside had not yet dispersed. They might return soon. The cold frost holy land would not just give up. But at this moment what she most wanted to do was not to guard the cold palace and sort through the treasures. She wanted to go to Luoyan Mountain. Not to sneak there. She wanted those who said the Heavenly Machine Tower was a wild ranking to see with their own eyes how Luo Qingli, designated by the Wanxiang Tower as a vessel, brought the decree of the Cold Palace to thank the master of the Heavenly Machine Tower. Luo Qingli neatly stored the cold jade bottle and the jade slip. She turned and walked out of the side hall. The wind and snow automatically parted before the palace door. She whispered to the Ice Phoenix Phantom guarding inside the door, "Prepare the gifts. Go to Luoyan Mountain." The wind and snow in the northern region have yet to cease, yet the news has already spread across the snowy plains. The first to circulate is a heavenly decree inscribed by someone. The paper is small with few words. "You carry the old master's order. Why must you recognize others as tools? In the cold palace of the northern region, the master's position is vacant, waiting for your return." The signature does not bear the name of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Those who have seen the golden light of the list can recognize its essence. In less than half a day, in several towns of the northern region, taverns, inns, and spirit boat docks are all discussing this decree. Did Luo Qingli really obtain the Cold Palace order? Master Xuanhuan from the Frosty Sacred Land personally went to retrieve her, but ended up failing, and the Cold Palace opened its doors instead. The Myriad Forms Tower's list says she is a material for cultivation, yet the Heavenly Mechanism Tower claims she is the former master of the Cold Palace. Isn't this a validation of sorts? Validation. A cultivator from the eastern wilderness scoffed. It's just a wild list from a remote place. The site of the Cold Palace has been desolate for many years, so why did it open just because of her arrival? I see it as merely luck, coincidentally encountering the loosening of the Cold Palace's restrictions. The Heavenly Mechanism Tower is just gilding itself with glory. Then was Master Xintingxue also invited by the Heavenly Mechanism Tower to perform. She is one of our eminent figures from the eastern wilderness. The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, then coldly snorted, "Master Shun is kind-hearted. Perhaps she has been deceived by this great Qian female cultivator." Moreover, the Myriad Forms Tower's list has never been wrong. If they say she is a material for cultivation, then that is her best destiny. The actions of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower are merely to attract attention and confuse the public. On the second floor of the inn, several cultivators dressed in blue-patterned sword robes sat by the window. One of them placed his cup down on the table. I find this matter quite interesting. The speaker was a young man. He was exceptionally handsome, and his smile added a touch of nonchalance. His collar was loose, and a slender sword hung at his waist, its sheath adorned with a withered peach blossom, making him appear anything but a serious sword cultivator. The fellow sword cultivator frowned. "Pei Jinghong, are you trying to stir up trouble again?" Pei Jinghong rested his chin on his hand, watching the people coming and going on the snowy street. Just as the Myriad Forms Tower labeled her as a material for refining, the Heavenly Mechanism Tower's decree reached Luo Qingli's hands, claiming the master's position in the Cold Palace is vacant, waiting for her return. Listen, isn't this a slap in the face to the Myriad Forms Tower? He chuckled. I love watching such excitement. His companion reminded him, "Don't forget the Myriad Forms Tower's remarks about you weren't particularly flattering, just not in the top 100. It's not the first time I've been looked down upon." He raised his cup just as the street below suddenly fell silent for a moment. In the wind and snow, a group of people approached from the street. At the forefront, a woman clad in white walked. She did not take a spirit boat, nor did she conceal her presence, simply walking step by step down the long street. In her hand was an ice blue palace order. The order was not intentionally activated, but the chill naturally spread with snow falling within 3 feet of her, being lifted by an invisible wind and snow. All the cultivators by the street turned to look. Someone recognized her and whispered, "Luo Qingli." Luo Qingli did not glance to the sides. Behind her followed several cultivators from the eastern wilderness who had trailed her from outside the Cold Palace. There were members of the Changqing sword sect as well as from the Pill and Tool Valley, but more were scattered cultivators from various places in the northern region who had rushed over upon hearing the news. They followed her at a distance, neither too close nor too far. It was less of a journey together and more of a wait, waiting for her to show signs of weakness or for a suitable opportunity. At the window on the second floor, Pei Jinghong's hand holding the cup froze. The liquid sloshed and spilled onto his fingers. His companion, the sword cultivator, glanced at him. "What's wrong?" Pei Jinghong did not answer. He stared at the woman in the snow. The 4 words "material for cultivation" from the Myriad Forms Tower's list had left him shaking his head in silence at the time. But at this moment, as the figure walked through the snow, the ice phoenix key mark on her brow was distinctly clear, and the cold light of the palace order in her palm was restrained. She did not utter a word. Yet no one on the entire street dared to block her path. Pei Jinghong suddenly laughed. This time the myriad forms tower surely made a mistake. Pei Jinghong, his companion called out. Pei Jinghong had already leapt down the stairs landing at the edge of the snowy street. He did not directly obstruct her path, but instead followed closely behind Luo Qingli. After walking half the street, Luo Qingli finally stopped. She turned her face to look at the smiling youth behind her. Is there something you need? Pei Jinghong cupped his hands. I am Pei Jinghong from the Eastern Wilderness. Oh, I have long heard of Miss Luo's great name. Luo Qingli looked at him without a word. Pei Jinghong continued. As you head to the Falling Cloud Mountain to pay your respects at the tower, I happen to want to meet that master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower as well. Why not go together? Luo Qingli withdrew her gaze. It's not on the way. Pei Jinghong's smile remained unchanged. We are all going to Falling Cloud Mountain. How can it not be on the way? Luo Qingli continued forward. Pei Jinghong followed suit. After a few more steps, a cultivator from the Eastern Wilderness couldn't help but sneer. Pei Jinghong, aren't you known as the flower-capturing rogue? Why are you still pursuing her when she doesn't even acknowledge you? Pei Jinghong did not halt his steps. What do you know? The man coldly laughed. I don't understand. A person criticized by the Myriad Forms Tower as having an uncertain sword heart, and another labeled as a material for cultivation going together to pay respects at that wild tower seems quite fitting. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Qingli came to a halt. The wind and snow on the street suddenly thickened. The smile on the man's face had yet to fade when the cold palace order in Luo Qingli's hand had already lit up. A beam of icy blue light slid from the order's surface, neither fast nor slow but cold enough to make one's heart constrict. The man's face changed dramatically, and he hastily formed a seal with his hands, sending a protective jade talisman flying from his sleeve. The talisman had just illuminated half an inch when the cold light swept past his right wrist. Crack! A faint sound echoed. His hands remained in the gesture of sealing, but frost began to cover his fingers' palms and wrist inch by inch. Ah! The scream barely escaped his lips before his entire right arm shattered at the wrist. It was not a scene of flesh and blood flying. Instead, it turned into fine shards of ice falling onto the snow without even a drop of blood to spill. The crowd by the street all took a step back. The man clutched his empty right wrist, his face as pale as paper with a mix of shock and fury in his eyes, but he did not dare utter another word. Luo Qingli did not look at him. She merely put away the palace order, her voice calm, as if nothing had just occurred. If you dare to offend the Heavenly Mechanism Tower again, you will be opposing my cold palace. The man's lips trembled slightly. He looked at the ice shards on the ground, then back at the cold palace order in Luo Qingli's hand. In the end, he did not dare to utter a single harsh word, turning to push through the crowd, stumbling into the wind and snow. The long street fell silent for a long while. The few cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness who had previously discussed the Heavenly Mechanism Tower's schemes now all avoided Luo Qingli's gaze. Someone bent down to look at the pile of ice shards on the ground, swallowing hard. Only then did they truly understand. Someone gazed at that graceful figure, throat moving before finally whispering. She came to support the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Pei Jinghong's smile also faded somewhat. He glanced at the ice shards on the ground, then at the palace order in Luo Qingli's hand. Miss Luo. Luo Qingli turned her gaze. Pei Jinghong's smile completely vanished, and he looked at Luo Qingli with a serious expression in his peach blossom eyes. He cupped his hands again, this time with much more proper etiquette. To stand up for a beautiful confidant is romantic. To uphold the principles of the heavenly mechanism is noble. He paused, then regained some of his smile, but this time it contained something more. I may not be talented, but I wish to be a part of the noble endeavor of Miss Luo, to witness the scenery along the world's #1 smooth path. Luo Qingli did not respond. She simply continued walking forward. This time Pei Jinghong followed her at a distance of 10 feet, not uttering a single word. The news about Luo Qingli's grand visit to the Tianji Tower spread swiftly via the communication talismans on the spirit ship, reaching Qingzhou, the royal capital, and Dongwang. Inside the Daqian branch of the Wanxiang Tower, Xuanhuan sat behind the desk, holding the Tianji posting in his hands. He stared at the words for a long time before suddenly letting out a laugh. Self-directed and self-acted. The steward beside him held his head down, not daring to speak. Xuanhuan pressed the posting onto the desk. Send the message out. The matter of the Cold Palace is still uncertain. If Luo Qingli truly attains the position of the Cold Palace Master, let her present evidence publicly in front of the Tianji Tower. He pressed his finger on the white jade ranking ruler. The ranking of the Wanxiang Tower cannot be overturned by her just visiting once. At the foot of Luoyun Mountain, it was still dark, but people had already arrived. The local cultivators from Qingzhou arrived the fastest. They were too familiar with this kind of scene. Whenever there was a new ranking to be published in front of the Tianji Tower, the tea stalls, taverns, and inns at the foot of the mountain were always more crowded than the busiest streets in the city. However, this time the attendees were noticeably different. Sword cultivators from Donghuang, disciples from Sacred Lands, business guilds, stewards, and royal spies, even several crimson-robed Shuriwe cultivators quietly blended into the crowd. Although the two nations were already at odds, they had not formally gone to war. As long as that declaration of war had not been issued, some people could still disguise themselves in the guise of exchanges, standing brazenly within Dakian. They stood in the crowd silent, only gazing at the building on the mountain. Is this the Tianji Tower? A Donghuang cultivator frowned. It doesn't look like much. The nearby Qingzhou cultivator glanced at him. The last person who said this had to kneel for half a day before being carried away. The Donghuang cultivator's expression darkened. Just as he was about to retort, a cold wind suddenly blew from the end of the mountain path. The crowd automatically parted. Luo Qingli stepped onto Luoyan Mountain. At this moment, she had no ceremonial retinue from the cold palace, only a few distant gazes trailing behind her. What truly belonged to her was just the cold palace token in her palm. The ice blue token glimmered slightly in the mountain wind, its chill subtle, yet oppressive enough to make one avert their gaze. Aside from that, there was a cold jade vial and a rolled-up posting from the Wanxiang Tower. Pei Jinghong followed behind, holding a folding fan. The fan opened and closed repeatedly before he finally tucked it away into his sleeve. On both sides of the mountain path, all eyes were on Luo Qingli. Some looked at the key imprint on her brow. Others gazed at the palace token in her hand. Many also watched the Donghuang scion who had been following her. Clearly, many recognized who it was. Luo Qingli paid them no mind. She walked up to the Tianji Tower, stopping in front of the half-open door. A copper lamp hung inside the door. The light was dim, but illuminated the morning mist faintly. Changqing sat behind a long table on the first floor, dressed in a blue robe, with a simple hairpin, a roll of blank ranking paper before him. He saw Luo Qingli and was not surprised. Luo Qingli raised her hand, placing the cold palace token on the table. The moment the token touched the surface, a faint phoenix cry echoed throughout the Tianji Tower. The expressions of the crowd outside changed simultaneously. The Qingzhou cultivators were relatively calm, but those from Donghuang could not help but step forward. Luo Qingli took out the cold jade vial again. Inside the vial hung 3 drops of cold essence, their jade-like radiance flowing through the vial. Several alchemy cultivators' eyes widened. 1,000-year cold essence. Luo Qingli placed the cold jade vial down as well. Finally, she unfurled the roll of the Wanxiang Tower posting. The remark about her remained on the page. The ice phoenix's fate is particularly leaked, not the master's fate, but the material of the vessel. Unsuitable for position, must return to its use. Luo Qingli placed the rolled posting beside the cold palace token. The 3 items were aligned side by side: the cold palace token, the 1,000-year cold essence, and the Wanxiang Tower posting. For a moment, no one outside spoke. Luo Qingli took half a step back and bowed to Changqing. Luo Qingli has come today to thank the Tianji Tower for a posting. Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached outside the tower. The Wanxiang Tower says my fate is not suitable for position. Master Su says my main position is vacant. Now that the cold palace is open, the palace token is here, and the cold essence is here. She raised her eyes. Luo Qingli has come to repay this cause and effect. The crowd at the foot of the mountain erupted. This is indeed the cold palace token. She has even taken out the cold essence. How can it not be recognized by the cold palace? Did the Wanxiang Tower really make a mistake this time? Among the Donghuang cultivators, someone looked displeased. Who knows if the cold palace token is real or fake? As soon as that remark fell, the cold palace token on the table suddenly lit up. A wisp of ice blue wind and snow spread from the token, condensing into a half-formed ancient palace shadow on the long table. The palace doors were half open. Inside, the icy steps extended deep into the interior. The person who had just questioned found their throat blocked, unable to utter a single word. Pei Jinghong stood at the forefront of the crowd, the smile in his eyes gradually fading. He had initially come to watch the excitement. But when that half-formed cold palace shadow appeared before the Tianji Tower, he suddenly felt that his presence here might not be mere coincidence. Changqing raised his hand, gently tapping the cold palace token. The wind and snow in the token dissipated. He did not look at the roll of the Wanxiang Tower posting, only placing the cold jade vial at the edge of the table. You have not had an easy journey. Luo Qingli felt her ears warm slightly. She lowered her eyes. It was the master who guided me. Changqing shook his head. You walked this path yourself. The one who decides your fate is also you. Luo Qingli's fingers tightened slightly before she stepped aside. At that moment, deep within Changqing's sea of consciousness, the black ranking book flipped open by itself. Lines of golden characters emerged. The fate of the former master of the Cold Palace has been fulfilled. The cultivators of Donghuang witness. The cultivators of Dakian witness. Gained Tianji value 120,000. As the golden characters fell, the copper lamps in the Tianji Tower all lit up simultaneously. A restrained golden light spread from beneath the first long table, flowing upward through the tower. Changqing sat behind the table, his sleeves unmoving. Yet the aura around him changed. The first to notice this was Pei Jinghong. His slender sword at his waist quivered slightly. It was not fear. It was as if something deeper had suppressed his sharpness. Pei Jinghong looked up at Changqing. Just a moment ago he could still see that this tower master was young and not very powerful. At this moment when he looked again, he felt as if that person was sitting by a deep well. The well was still yet reflected the sky. The teacup on the long table shook slightly. The tea in the cup rippled out in a circle. The teacup on the long table shook slightly, and the tea in the cup rippled out in a circle. His spiritual energy had already broken through the shackles of the refining Qi ninth layer, thunderously stepping into the foundation establishment realm. The residual force of the ranking light did not diminish, pushing his cultivation level upward like a golden tide from foundation establishment third layer to foundation establishment ninth layer. The bottleneck appeared to be as fragile as paper. Changqing's fingertips pressed down on the table, and his internal spiritual power condensed inch by inch. The spiritual energy that had originally scattered in the meridians was pressed into the dantian by that golden ranking light. Deep within the dantian, it was as if a lamp had been lit. Initially the lamp was only the size of a bean. Then that wisp of golden light gradually converged, slowly becoming round, ultimately transforming into a faint golden pill shadow. The moment the golden core took form, the wind outside the tower suddenly ceased. On Luoyan Mountain, all the birds fell silent simultaneously. The phenomenon came and went quickly, as if heaven and earth held their breath for a moment. Pei Jinghong's grip on the sword tightened slightly. He looked up towards the tower, a trace of doubt flickering deep in his eyes. Just at that moment, had he seen it wrong? Luo Qingli also raised her head, clearly sensing something unusual. She could feel that Changqing did not possess the usual sharpness of a golden core cultivator. But precisely because of that, it was even more alarming. He was like a tower. The tower did not move, yet those below were all in its shadow. The black ranking book flipped pages again. Several items appeared before Changqing's eyes: a life lamp, a stack of golden paper, and a pill the size of a longan. A wooden ruler along with several lines of blurred small characters. There were no overwhelming treasures, nor dazzling brilliance. But Changqing only glanced at them before reaching for the stack of golden paper. The golden paper was as thin as a cicada's wing, with the edges glowing with ranking light. When his fingertip touched it, he already understood its use. Once the ranking text was established, it could be used to send messages across the world via communication arrays, guild spirit screens, or jade walls in taverns. There was no need to wait for someone to take it from Luoyan Mountain. Changqing placed the golden paper beside the long table. The copper lamp swayed slightly. The lamp's shadow fell on everyone in the tower. Pei Jinghong suddenly felt a chill in his chest. He looked down. A shadow had appeared on the ground, though he did not know when. That shadow was not his form, but a broken sword. The broken sword was embedded in the wild grass, its blade rusted and half wrapped in an old red cord. Pei Jinghong's expression changed for the first time. He suddenly took a half step back, his hand pressing against the slender sword at his waist. Changqing looked at him. What you harbor in your heart is not a beauty. Pei Jinghong's fingers tightened. Outside the tower, those who did not see clearly only heard this line and immediately laughed softly. But Pei Jinghong could not laugh. That broken sword was something he had never mentioned to anyone. Changqing looked at the shadow of the lamp beneath his feet. Behind the crowd outside the building, an unknown figure in white appeared at some point. This person wore a jade ruler at their waist, its clear light subdued, making them feel somewhat out of place among the people on Falling Cloud Mountain. Someone turned to look at him, and their voices immediately lowered. Xie, the ranking enforcer from the southern border of the Wanxiang building. As these words spread, the crowd originally packed in front of the building automatically opened a narrow path. Xie did not move forward. He stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze crossing over the people and landing on Changqing behind the long table inside the building. He had evidently been there for quite some time. Only when Changqing unfurled the golden paper did he slowly speak. Changqing. His voice was not loud, yet it overshadowed all discussions outside the building. Regarding the matter of the Cold Palace, even if one were to consider your statement as valid for the time being, it is merely the fate of one individual. If you think this allows you to overturn the Wanxiang building's rankings, you are being overly hasty. The outside fell silent. The cultivators from Qingzhou looked at Xie and then at the interior of the building. The cultivators from the eastern wasteland were invigorated, for they awaited this very moment. Luo Qingli's submission to the building, the manifestation of the Cold Palace's decree, and the millennium of cold marrow placed before them, had allowed the Tianji building to gain an edge over the Wanxiang building. Yet the Wanxiang building, having established its rankings for 1,000 years, would never allow an old border building to step over it. Moreover, it is said that within the Wanxiang building lies a mysterious spiritual treasure, the clear light mirror. It is said that this mirror can reflect the causes and effects of all things, which is precisely why the Wanxiang building can establish various rankings recognized by the major powers of the Eastern Wasteland. The steward beside Xie Guanqi whispered, "Ranking enforcer, should we stop him?" Xie Guanqi shot him a cold glance. Stop him from what? If he wants to write, let him write. The wild rankings fear not being written, but fear being written too much. The steward was taken aback and immediately lowered his head. Xie Guanqi looked at the golden paper inside the building, his eyes showing no trepidation, only a hint of coldness. In his view, the Tianji building had gained some momentum from the Luo Qingli incident and was hastily trying to seize the rankings of the Eastern Wasteland, which was the most foolish move. The Wanxiang building had established its rankings for 1,000 years and did not need to stop anyone before they put pen to paper. It only needed to inform everyone after the rankings were set. A wrong ranking does not deserve to be passed down through the ages. Su Changqing's fingertips hovered over the golden paper. He looked up towards the outside of the building. When did I ever say I wanted to overturn all the rankings of your Wanxiang building? Xie Guanqi frowned slightly. Su Changqing calmly replied, if something is wrong, it should be corrected. This statement was not heavy yet to Xie Guanqi's ears. It was more piercing than openly cursing him. If something is wrong, it should be corrected. This implied that the Wanxiang building's rankings were indeed erroneous. Xie Guanqi grasped the ruler, his knuckles turning slightly white. The Wanxiang building has its own rules after 1,000 years of establishing rankings. Su Changqing dipped his pen in the light of the ruler. The Tianji building also has its own rules for establishing rankings. With those words, he made the first stroke. On the golden paper, black and gold letters slowly emerged. Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon Rankings, Southern Border Volume. The crowd outside the building trembled with a loud uproar. Southern Border Volume. Hasn't this already been ranked by the Wanxiang building? Is he going to re-rank the hidden dragons of the Eastern Wasteland's southern border? How daring! The expressions of the cultivators from the Eastern Wasteland varied. Some sneered, some frowned, and others instinctively looked towards Xie Guanqi. Xie Guanqi's expression darkened completely. Su Changqing did not stop writing. Recording cultivators under 100 years old from the southern border of the Eastern Wasteland. No inquiries about their origins, sects, or dynasties. Only inquiries about fate, battle results, and potential. Those on the rankings all have the chance to ascend. The golden characters lit up line by line. The golden paper on the long table gently trembled. In the next moment, several spirit screens of trading houses under falling Cloud Mountain lit up simultaneously. The jade wall of the Wanbao Tavern in Qingzhou City glowed. The spirit screen of the Money House in the eastern city of the imperial capital lit up. The communication array at the northern border crossing lit up. Even the Wanxiang building's Daqian branch, where the Wanxiang building's rankings were specially displayed, suddenly shimmered with a layer of black and gold light. The Wanxiang building cultivators guarding the jade wall turned pale. What is this? This is not our building's ranking text. Some hurriedly activated the restrictions, trying to suppress that layer of black and gold. But the jade wall just shook once. Soon after, several lines of text began to emerge stroke by stroke. Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon Rankings, Southern Border Volume. Xie Guanqi suddenly raised his head. He clearly sensed something. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The next moment he smiled. Good. Are you allowing me to use the Wanxiang building's jade wall to transmit the wild rankings? He grasped the white jade ruler, his voice gradually sinking. Su Changqing, if you fail to respond to even one word today, this ranking will become undeniable evidence of the Tianji building's self-humiliation. In the tea shed in the tavern beside the crossing, the cultivators who had previously been debating the Luo Qingli matter all looked up. The new rankings of the Tianji building. Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon Rankings, Southern Border Volume. Quick look, names are being revealed. On falling Cloud Mountain, Su Changqing wrote down the first name. 10th Pei Jinghong. The outside fell silent. Then uproar erupted. Pei Jinghong. That flower-breaking playboy. Didn't he fail to enter even the top 100 of the Wanxiang building's Southern Border Volume? A restless heart and no roots. This must be the Wanxiang building's critique of him, right? Pei Jinghong stood inside the building stunned. He raised his hand and pointed at himself. Me. Su Changqing did not look at him, continuing to write. An independent swordsman known as the flower-breaking playboy. Critique breaking flowers and hiding the sword, wandering to conceal the edge. The broken sword is not dead. The sword heart is unyielding. Past failures are not fate. Reunion reveals the true chapter. The last word fell. The copper lamp in the building gently swayed. The shadow of the broken sword beneath Pei Jinghong's feet became clearer under the light of the ranking. Outside, the disciple of the Qingheng sword sect who had just laughed the loudest suddenly changed expression. His sword at the waist unexpectedly slid half an inch out of its sheath. Clang. The sound was not loud, yet it drew the attention of several nearby people. That disciple quickly pressed down on the sword hilt, channeling spiritual energy to suppress it. But the sword body still trembled lightly within the sheath. The sword tip, separated by the sheath, gradually tilted towards Pei Jinghong inside the building. The expressions of the nearby disciples also changed. Suppress it. The sweat beaded on the disciple's forehead as he gritted his teeth and pressed down with another surge of spiritual power. Yet the sword sheath rang out again. Clang. This time the sword slid out an inch. The Eastern Wasteland cultivator who had just been laughing at Pei Jinghong's expense froze in place. A person who had not even entered the top 100 of the Wanxiang building had yet to draw their sword. However, the sword of the Qingheng sword sect disciple had already begun to slip free. Xie Guanqi looked at the sword that had slid out an inch, his brow finally furrowing. Pei Jinghong's smile gradually faded as well. He lowered his head to observe his own shadow. The shadow of the broken sword still revealed only half of itself. Yet outside those complete swords had already drawn forth first. Among the crowd, a Qingzhou cultivator whispered, "The day the master wrote Yi Wuchen on the rankings was just like this." The nearby Eastern Wasteland cultivator immediately turned to him. "What do you mean?" The Qingzhou cultivator fixed his gaze on the shadow of the broken sword beneath Pei Jinghong's feet, his voice low. "What is written on the rankings does not necessarily reflect how strong he is now. It reflects how strong he should have been." Outside, an Eastern Wasteland cultivator who had seen Pei Jinghong on the snowy street could not help but sneer. How strong should he have been? That sounds nice. A playboy who is dizzy from women also qualifies for the top 10 of the southern border. The Wanxiang building did not record him for a reason. Has the Tianji building just gotten lucky with Luo Qingli and started writing nonsense? Xie Guanqi did not smile. He stared coldly at that line of critique. He certainly knew this Pei Jinghong. He had some fame among the scattered cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland, and his swordsmanship was not bad. However, this person always acted flamboyantly and had a fickle disposition. 3 years ago at the Red Moon border, he had been defeated by a royal youth. Since then, there had been no true life-and-death battles. The Wanxiang building's decision not to include him in the top 100 was not without reason. Xie Guanqi stepped forward. "Su Changqing, you just gained some momentum from the Luo Qingli incident, and you are hastily trying to rank a playboy among the listings." Su Changqing put down his pen. "Does ranking enforcer Xie think he is unworthy?" Xie Guanqi replied coldly, "Unworthy." Pei Jinghong rubbed his nose. "You really speak directly." Xie Guanqi ignored him. He released a scroll of the Wanxiang building's rankings from his sleeve. The rankings unfolded in midair. Lines of names shone with clear light. Although the Wanxiang building's Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon rankings southern border volume does not encompass the entire world, it has recorded the true talents with potential from the southern border. He pointed with his hand. One line of text lit up. 10th Jiang Zhaoqing, the 11th prince of the Red Moon, born with moon bones, a young unicorn of the Red Moon. Within 3 years, he can enter the Purple Mansion. Upon hearing this name, many Eastern Wasteland cultivators changed expression slightly. Jiang Zhaoqing. Isn't he Jiang Wei's younger brother? The Red Moon royal family possesses moon bones. What can Pei Jinghong compare to it? At the back of the crowd, several Red Moon cultivators exchanged glances. One of them quietly lowered his hand, and a moon talisman silently cracked open in his sleeve. Su Changqing's gaze swept over there, but did not expose it. A hint of unusual color also flashed in Pei Jinghong's eyes. The moment the moon talisman cracked in his sleeve, the wind beneath Luoyun Mountain paused for a breath. The Red Moon cultivator lowered his head, still clutching the shattered jade in his palm. He initially intended to quietly retreat into the crowd. Yet a ray of light seeped from the broken jade, flowing through his fingers and onto the ground. The moonlight fell, transforming into a faint red moon pattern. The Red Moon cultivator's expression changed, and he immediately knelt down. "Your Highness." The crowd outside had yet to react when the sound of bells echoed from the end of the mountain path. Ding, ding. The ringing of the bells was unhurried. Yet many sword cultivators felt their swords at their waists hum in response. The crowd parted. A Red Moon carriage slowly ascended along the mountain path. Copper bells adorned the corners of the carriage, and as the wheels rolled over the stone steps, a layer of faint frost appeared on the stone surface. The carriage was not pulled by beasts, but rather by 4 armored cultivators. The 4 were bound by red gold chains. When someone caught sight of their aura, their throat moved slightly. Golden Core. The 4 Golden Core cultivators kept their heads lowered, not daring to straighten their backs. Pei Jinghong watched the carriage, his folding fan paused in his hand. Still so fond of making a show. Xie Guanqi did not respond. He merely pushed the celestial rankings of the Wanxiang building forward by an inch. The clear light fell. 10th Jiang Zhaoqing. The carriage stopped before the building. The Red Moon cultivator who had shattered the moon talisman knelt before the carriage, his forehead pressed against the stone steps. "I Han Ji humbly welcome your Highness the 11th. The carriage curtain was quiet for a moment. A youthful voice came from within. Did I ask you to welcome me? Han Jis' shoulder trembled. The murmurs from outside the building quieted. The carriage curtain was lifted by a hand. Jiang Zhaochen sat inside the carriage, his robes loose, a red moon jade pendant weighing down his waist. He was extremely handsome, though his brows and eyes carried a hint of laziness. However, the flicker of malice that occasionally crossed his gaze marred his demeanor. He slowly lifted his head, but did not look at the rankings. Instead, he gazed at Han Ji, who knelt before the carriage. You shattered the moon talisman. Han Ji's throat moved. Yes. Why? The Tianji building insulted your highness. I could not stand by. Jiang Zhaochen chuckled softly. Insulted me. He stepped down from the carriage, his boots pressing against the stone steps. Han Ji's head lowered even further. Jiang Zhaochen approached him, leaning down to look at him. Do you think I need you to act on my behalf? Han Ji's face paled. I merely. Jiang Zhaochen raised a hand, pressing it atop his head. Han Ji's words stuck in his throat. An elderly red moon cultivator suddenly stepped forward. Your Highness, Han Ji is but a collateral branch of the Han family, and today he stands before the ranking envoy of the Wanxiang building. If he is dealt with like this, it would be too much for the crown prince. Jiang Zhaochen turned his head to look at him. The old cultivator's body stiffened, as if an invisible sword pressed against his throat, and he swallowed the rest of his words, kneeling immediately. This old servant misspoke. Jiang Zhaochen looked at him, and said slowly, when has my elder brother punished me for a dead man? The old man pressed his forehead against the stone steps, no longer daring to speak. Han Ji finally panicked. He had initially thought that this was a rare opportunity to curry favor with the crown prince's most beloved younger brother, and he had to seize it. Yet in that moment, he forgot the nature of this 11th prince. He suddenly lifted his head, striking his forehead against the rough stone steps, producing loud thuds. Your Highness, spare my life. I acted for the Red Moon for your Highness' reputation. I only saw that the Tianji building's wild rankings placed Pei Jinghong above you, and in my moment of urgency Jiang Zhaoqin's hand pressed down slightly. A moon imprint glowed on Han Ji's forehead. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in his bones. His fingers clutching Jiang Zhaoqin's robe gradually loosened. No blood splattered out. There wasn't even a scream. His flesh and bones felt as if they were hollowed out from within, and his entire being gradually sank into his robes, leaving only a pile of ash-white bone powder trickling from his sleeves. Jiang Zhaochen retracted his hand. Wrong. He looked at the empty robes on the ground, his tone flat. You were not acting for my reputation. You were acting for yourself. The 4 golden core cultivators pulling the carriage still kept their heads lowered. The red moon cultivators behind the carriage dared not move. The wind blew, causing the bone powder to settle into the cracks of the stone steps. Several cultivators from Qingzhou outside the building turned pale. Pei Jinghong closed his folding fan. Jiang 11, you kill your own people. You are still as brutal as before. Only then did Jiang Zhaochen turn his gaze toward him. He stared at Pei Jinghong for a moment, as if just recognizing him. Oh, it's you. Pei Jinghong chuckled. I didn't expect you to remember me amidst your busy affairs. Jiang Zhaochen stepped over the pile of bone powder and walked to the front of the building. I remember. Moon River Crossing. Red string broken sword. 12 worthless lives hanging by the river's edge. He spoke casually. Pei Jinghong's smile suddenly vanished. Many outside the building changed their expressions upon hearing this. They had only heard of Pei Jinghong's defeat to Jiang Zhaochen 3 years ago, but no one had ever heard of what 12 lives meant. Xie Guanqi glanced at Pei Jinghong. Yet Jiang Zhaochen had already shifted his gaze. He looked toward the black gold characters floating in midair. 10th Pei Jinghong. He stared at the line of characters for a while, before suddenly asking who wrote this. No one answered immediately. Jiang Zhaochen waited for a moment, then turned to Xie Guanqi. You Wanxiang building came to Deqian for this wild building, did you not? Where are the people? Xie Guanqi frowned slightly. He disliked Jiang Zhaoqin's tone. Yet this person's identity was indeed not easy to provoke. Xie Guanqi raised his hand, pointing to the long table behind the building. The one behind the long table is the so-called master of the Tianji building. Jiang Zhaochen followed his pointed direction. Su Changqing sat behind the table, gold paper spread before him with a bit of ranking light still stuck to his fingers. Jiang Zhaochen glanced at him. You wrote this? Yes. Su Changqing replied. Jiang Zhaochen nodded. That's good. He turned his gaze back to Pei Jinghong. I dislike mistaking the wrong person. If you wish to support him, that's fine. But if you want to place him above my head, you should first ask if this piece of moonbone. Jiang Zhaoqin's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the peak of Luoyun Mountain. As he spoke, an extremely chilling wave of spiritual power emanated from his body, coalescing behind him into a faint, incomplete shadow of a blood moon. The Crimson Moon royal clan born with lunar bones. This was not only a talent, but also a formidable killing power. Outside the building, all eyes instantly converged on Pei Jinghong. The cultivators of Qingzhou were not familiar with this name, but those sword cultivators who had come from the eastern wasteland could not help but release low snickers. The flower-breaking rogue, Pei Jinghong. The Tianji Tower must be truly insane. He hasn't wielded a proper sword since losing to the 11th prince at Moon River Crossing 3 years ago. He spends his days waving a broken fan in the brothels of Eastern Wasteland, and can't even make it onto the top 100 of the Wanxiang Tower's Hidden Dragon rankings. It is understandable that the Tianji Tower wants to promote someone, even a scholar from the impoverished family of Deqian, but why choose a waste who dares not even draw his sword? The voices of discussion drifted into Pei Jinghong's ears without concealment. Pei Jinghong stood in front of the Tianji Tower, holding a folding fan adorned with peach blossoms, which he opened halfway, and paused for a moment, before casually continuing to wave it. A nonchalant smile still hung on his face. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that the fingers gripping the fan's rib had turned white from exertion. "What's wrong, great swordsman Pei?" Zhang Zhaochen looked at him, his smile revealing unmasked mockery. 3 years ago at Moon River Crossing you knelt by the river, unable to steady your grip on the sword. Now that the Tianji Tower has raised you above me, do you think you are capable again? A deep pain flashed through Pei Jinghong's eyes. But he only chuckled, closing his fan and tapping it against his palm. "Zhang 11, you jest. I am just a wandering vagabond. This ranking was arranged by the Tower Master, so take it up with him. Why involve a rogue like me?" As he spoke, he genuinely took a half step back, feigning a desire to avoid trouble. At this moment, laughter erupted from outside the building. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. With such a mentality, he dares to be ranked 10th in the southern border of Eastern Wasteland, to replace the original position of the 11th prince. At the back of the crowd, Xie Guanqi gripped the white jade ranking stick. His heart, which had previously sunk slightly due to the matter concerning Luo Qingli, was now completely set at ease. He glanced at Su Changqing inside the building and coldly stated, "Su Changqing, the Wanxiang Tower's rankings only consider actual battle results and foundations. Pei Jinghong's sword heart is shattered. He fears combat, yet you force him into the 10th place. This move is a self-sabotage for your Tianji Tower." Xie Guanqi turned to look at Zhang Zhaochen. "Your Highness 11, the wild rankings lack credibility and are a laughingstock. Since he does not draw his sword, the 10th place of the Wanxiang Tower in the southern border still belongs to you." Zhang Zhaochen, however, ignored Xie Guanqi. He focused intently on Pei Jinghong, as if observing an intriguing spectacle. A wicked smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth as he extended 3 fingers. "Since the Tianji Tower claims you are ranked 10th, I shall give you an opportunity to prove that this ranking is not erroneous." Zhang Zhaochen flicked his finger, and although the long knife at his waist did not unsheath, a streak of scarlet moonlight blade energy formed in front of him. "Receive 3 strikes from me. If you can endure, I, Zhang Zhaochen, will acknowledge you as the 10th in the southern border and will descend the mountain today. If you cannot endure." He looked up at the row of black and gold characters in the air, his voice calm, yet his words sent chills down everyone's spine. "I will let all those present here accompany you in death." The entire venue fell into an instant silence. Accompany in death. From the back of the crowd, a sword cultivator from the eastern wasteland spoke hoarsely to his companion, his throat dry. He said, "Accompany in death is the kind of accompanying death that he will actually enact." His companion said nothing, merely taking half a step back, as if moving further away from the figure at the door of the Tianji Tower would bring them more safety. The local cultivators of Qingzhou mostly displayed expressions of confusion, more astonished by the arrogance and ruthlessness of this Crimson Moon Prince. Just because of a ranking on a list, he wanted everyone present to accompany him in death. Crazy, it's truly crazy. Could it be that the Tianji Tower's ranking is about to provoke a catastrophe? However, there were some familiar with Zhang Zhaochen whose expressions remained unchanged. Zhang Zhaoqin's name was no longer simply 11th prince among their circles. The words Crimson Moon Young Lin born with lunar bones carried a heavy weight. Moreover, it was said that his elder brother once spent 7 days and nights searching in the legendary forbidden area of the eastern wasteland to find a mythical spiritual herb to nurture his body. Now, not to mention a vagabond with a shattered sword heart, even those well-established veteran Golden Core cultivators would not dare to take on his 3 strikes. At the foot of the stone steps outside, several Qingzhou loose cultivators who had been quietly mocking Pei Jinghong suddenly became aware and closed their mouths, glancing at each other, finding a hint of relief on each other's faces. Relieved that their previous idle chatter had not dared to reach the ears of that prince. All eyes were fixed intently on Pei Jinghong. Pei Jinghong was silent. He did not look at Zhang Zhaoqin's blade energy, nor did he pay attention to the mocking gazes around him. His gaze seemed to pierce through the stone steps before him, returning to that rainy night 3 years ago. At that time, for certain reasons, Zhang Zhaochen had also made a 3-strike bet with him. Moon River Crossing. 12 iron chains stretched across the river. 12 children hung in the rain, their cries torn by the wind into faint echoes. That night Pei Jinghong had actually won. He had only used one strike, his sword's edge breaking through the might of the Crimson Moon, leaving only 3 inches to Jiang Zaoqin's throat. As long as the sword moved forward a little more, the 11th prince of the Crimson Moon would surely die. But Jiang Zhaoqin merely smiled and raised his hand. The first iron chain snapped with a sound. A child fell from the air into the Moon River. If you dare extend the sword, I will break the second one. 12 children, is that enough to exchange for your one sword? Pei Jinghong sheathed his sword. He turned and lunged towards the river's surface. In that moment, Jiang Zaoqin's moonlight blade energy slashed from behind, severing his sword. The second iron chain also snapped at that very moment. The river water swept over the crossing. Pei Jinghong knelt in the rain, left with only half a broken sword. On the river's surface, the cries of the children were no longer audible. He looked up at Jiang Zhaoqin, his voice hoarse, unrecognizable to himself. You promised. I will sheath my sword and you will release them. Jiang Zhaoqin looked down at him as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Promise. Pei Jinghong, have you forgotten my surname is Jiang? I am the Crimson Moon Prince born with lunar bones. The lives of those lowly commoners plus yours tied together are worth less than a single finger of mine. Why should I owe you my trust? After that night, Pei Jinghong never drew his sword again. Later he changed his folding fan, his wine flask, and donned the guise of a vagabond. Everyone in the martial world said that the flower-breaking rogue's sword heart had shattered. Only he himself knew. It was not because he could not afford to lose. It was because he suddenly understood that no matter how fast the sword was, it still fell short. For if it had been a little faster, it could have severed everything, including those demons. Thus in these years he had not shone as brilliantly as in the past. Dare not accept. Jiang Zhaoqin stepped forward. The pressure from the moon wheel phantom intensified, forcing several Qingzhou cultivators in the front row to turn pale and retreat repeatedly. If you dare not accept, then kneel and kowtow to my prince to concede. Tell everyone here on the mountain that the Tianji Tower is nothing but a farce meant to attract attention. Xie Guanqi observed coldly. Luo Qingli furrowed her brows, slightly grasping the Han Gong Ling at her waist. Just as Pei Jinghong closed his eyes, preparing to mock himself and gloss over the situation, a calm and gentle voice suddenly emerged from within the Tianji Tower. Su Changqing sat behind the long table, holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. The steam from the tea rose, obscuring half of his face. Jiang Zhaoqin frowned. Xie Guanqi also turned sharply to look inside the tower. Su Changqing gently blew away the foam on the surface of the tea, his tone indifferent. Pei Jinghong, you need only draw one sword. After this sword you will naturally understand why he stands above you. At these words the crowd on the peak of Falling Cloud Mountain fell silent. One sword? Even the useless swordsman who had yet to enter the Wanxiang Tower could make the 11th prince of the Crimson Moon concede with just one sword. Su Tower Master, have you gone mad? A sword cultivator from the Eastern Desolation couldn't help but shout. He doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword. How can he draw one? Is he going to use that broken fan with peach blossoms on it? Jiang Zhaoqin laughed in anger. As a member of the Crimson Moon royal family, when had he ever been treated with such disdain? Is he going to use that broken fan with peach blossoms on it? Jiang Zhaoqin laughed in anger. As a member of the Crimson Moon royal family, when had he ever been treated with such Pei Jinghong turned to look at Su Changqing, who was behind the long table. The smile on his face had completely vanished, his voice hoarse. Master, you are forcing me towards a dead end. My sword has been broken for 3 years. Su Changqing set down the teacup. He did not explain. He merely raised his hand, lightly tapping the black gold list of proclamations in the air. To conceal the sword among flowers, to hide the edge in indulgence. A broken sword is not dead, the heart of the sword is not shattered. A beam of golden light peeled away from the words, flowing like mercury before the tower. The light did not fall on Pei Jinghong. Instead it illuminated the ground beneath his feet. At that moment the flame of the everlasting copper lamp inside the tower stretched infinitely. The shadow behind Pei Jinghong began to twist strangely under the light. It was not a figure holding a folding, it was a sword. A broken sword snapped in half. The blade was covered in rust and nicks, and at the end of the hilt was a segment of an old red cord, faded and soaked in blood. It stood straight, embedded deep within Pei Jinghong's shadow. Silent, yet exuding a chilling and tragic intent. The sword cultivators from the Eastern Desolation, who had been laughing, suddenly fell silent. At the moment the shadow materialized, their long swords, which had been quiet at their waists, vibrated violently. It was resonance. It was also fear. What is the shadow? Xie Guanqi's pupils constrict. His Wanxiang Tower's enlightening mirror had calculated Pei Jinghong's fate several times, and it clearly stated in the records, the sword is destroyed, the heart is dead, he is not worthy of the way. But at this moment the sword intent within that shadow, how could it resemble that of a dead heart? It was clearly a volcano being suppressed by a deep abyss. Jiang Zaoqin's sneer also froze. He looked at the broken sword in the shadow, especially at the red cord, as a memory he had deliberately forgotten suddenly pierced his mind. 3 years ago, that sword he had shattered with his own hands, why was it here? Changqing looked at the shadow of the broken sword beneath Pei Jinghong's feet, his voice piercing through the wind and snow landing in his heart. 3 years ago on the Moon River Ferry, you forcibly retracted that sword to save someone. Today it can be fulfilled. Remember, justice in this world is never given willingly. Justice that is given willingly is not justice. Pei Jinghong's body jolted violently. He lowered his head, staring intently at the shadow beneath his feet. Staring at the broken sword embedded deep within the shadow which had accompanied him in muddled drunkenness for 3 years. To conceal the sword among flowers. The broken sword is not dead. He thought he had long been useless. He believed that as long as he held the fan, as long as he got drunk, as long as he did not think of the blood at the Moon River Ferry, everything would pass. But a beam of light from the Tianji Tower shattered his pretense. Playing tricks. Zhang Zhaochen finally lost his patience. He glared at Changqing sitting inside the tower, his eyes filled with rising malice, laughing in anger. A waste relying on the wild rankings to attract attention dares to teach this prince a lesson. Since you want him to draw his sword so badly, then I will first destroy your broken tower and hang your head on his broken sword. Before the words fell, Zhang Zhaochen drew his sword. Clang! The crimson crescent blade tore through the wind and snow, carrying a terrifying killing intent that threatened to split the entire Tianji Tower in two, directly striking Changqing behind the long table. This strike was too fast and too decisive, revealing the nature of the Crimson Moon Prince, who regarded human lives as mere grass. The crowd outside the tower gasped. Xia Guanqi's gaze sharpened, but he did not speak to stop it. However, Changqing, facing this terrifying strike, did not even lift his eyelids. He continued to hold the teacup, gently blowing away the foam on the surface, as if he were oblivious to the deadly blade's presence looming close. For he knew that 3 years ago Pei Jinghong retracted that sword because Zhang Zhaochen was going to kill innocent, and today Changqing was determined to remain steady like a fishing platform, using himself as a whetstone to force out Pei Jinghong's sword edge that had been delayed for 3 years. The blade's aura mixed with the bloody wind rushed towards him. Pei Jinghong's pupils suddenly constricted. 3 years ago on the Moon River Ferry, that crimson blade light that severed the iron chain perfectly overlapped with the blade's aura before him. Once again, Zhang Zhaochen, in his desire to prove his superiority, could still kill indiscriminately. Pei Jinghong closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of the cold snow wind. When he opened his eyes again, all the cynicism in them was replaced by a fierce determination to shatter the void. Crack! He crushed the folding fan with peach blossoms in his hand. Splintered wood and peach blossom paper scattered in the wind. The Tower Master is right. Pei Jinghong's hand reached into his shadow, grasping the hilt of the broken sword hidden deep within. Justice in this world is never given willingly. Boom! The broken sword emerged from the shadow. A brilliant sword light shot up from in front of the Tianji Tower, perfectly countering Zhang Zhaoqing's blade aura from below. The howling wind mixed with the snow exploded. Amidst the shockwave, Pei Jinghong held the sword standing before Changqing's table. He raised his head, fixing his gaze on the astonished Zhang Zhaochen. In midair, his killing intent no longer concealed. That sword not delivered 3 years ago. Today I return it to you. Returning it to me. Zhang Zhaochen hovered in midair, looking down at Pei Jinghong, as if he had heard the greatest joke. The incomplete shadow of the blood moon behind him grew increasingly crimson. The unique oppressive force of the Qiyue royal family poured forth unrestrained. Pei Jinghong, have you drunk so much flower wine in brothels for 3 years that your brain has gone bad? Or do you really believe that the light of the Tianji Tower's rankings has made you the 10th in the southern border? Zhang Zhaoqing's lips curled into a cruel arc, his gaze akin to that of looking at a struggling ant. 3 years ago, at the Yuehe crossing, you were defeated by me, unable to even hold onto your sword's hilt. Do you think that by changing the place and having someone else support you, you can stand tall? He deliberately elongated his tone, his voice piercing through the wind and snow invading Pei Jinghong's ears. You might as well ask yourself, when you drew your sword, did you hear the cries of those 12 little wretches falling into the river? You couldn't save them back then, and today you cannot save this building. Upon hearing this, many cultivators outside the building gasped, killing both body and spirit. However, Pei Jinghong did not get angry. He merely lowered his gaze, slightly feeling the lingering light of the Tianji Tower's rankings. The ranking light had no warmth, yet it penetrated through his muddled shell of the past 3 years, reflecting the broken sword that he had suppressed deep within his heart. That was his sword heart. He once thought that by retracting that sword and letting go of his dignity, he could preserve the innocent. Only later did he realize, through countless nightmares, that in the eyes of someone like Zhang Zhaochen, perched high in power, the retreat of the weak was merely a joke for their amusement. Only a sharper sword could sever their murderous hands. Pei Jinghong slowly raised his right hand, grasping at the shadow formed by the intertwining light of the Tianji rankings and his heart's intent. That old red string soaked in blood for 3 years seemed to transcend time and space, re-wrapping itself around his fingertips. You are right. Pei Jinghong finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet strangely overpowering the raging wind and snow. I could not save them back then. So for these 3 years, every night when I close my eyes I can hear the sound of the Yuehe crossing. He raised his head, and in his eyes there was no longer a trace of confusion, only determination. I have remembered those 12 lies for 3 years. He raised his head, and in his eyes there was no longer a trace of confusion, only determination. I have remembered those 12 lies for 3 years. Boom. Jiang Zhaochen completely lost his patience, snorting coldly, stubborn and obstinate. Then go accompany those little ghosts. He stepped forward, mercilessly urging the moon bone within him. The scarlet blade light descended like an inverted blood waterfall, striking down towards Pei Jinghong and the entrance of the Tianji Tower with the weight of a mountain. This oppressive force was too strong. Even the 4 golden core cultivators who had been pulling for Jiang Zhaochen with their heads down were now forced to grunt in pain, their knees crashing heavily onto the stone steps. However, Pei Jinghong did not retreat, but advanced. He did not dodge. Facing that nearly rending bloodlight, he suddenly thrust his wrist upward, fully drawing out the broken sword he had suppressed in his heart for 3 years. The sword that Pei Jinghong presented did not even stir a breath of wind. It was silent, without light or form, as if it was not stabbing forward, but rather extracting the sword intent that had stopped 3 inches from Jiang Zhaoqin's throat that rainy night 3 years ago, directly from the dust of time. This sword, transcending 3 years of time, crossing countless hungover nights, finally reconnected with the severed trajectory today. Swish! A faint cracking sound echoed in the air. The seemingly overwhelming blood-red moon bone blade light, upon touching this silent sword, was like a thin piece of paper sliced by a sharp blade, effortlessly split in two. The bloodlight roared past on both sides of Pei Jinghong, cutting into the ground on either side of the Tianji Tower, creating 2 deep ravines dozens of yards long. Yet that sword light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, had already penetrated the blood-red sky, directly aimed at Jiang Zhaoqin's brow. What? Jiang Zhaoqin's sneering smile had not even had time to fade when his pupils instantly shrank to the size of needle tips. He hadn't even seen how this sword pierced through his moon bone blade intent. He only felt an icy chill akin to death piercing through his scalp in an instant. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang out in the howling wind, particularly jarring. At Jiang Zhaoqin's waist, the red crescent jade pendant representing the direct bloodline of the Qiyue royal family, sealing the royal powerful protective restrictions, suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, then transformed into powder scattered across the sky. Seizing the fleeting moment when the jade pendant had shielded him, Jiang Zhaoqin staggered back, collapsing helplessly for 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. The wind and snow abruptly fell silent. The peak of Luoyun Mountain was dead silent. Jiang Zhaoqin stood on the stone steps, gasping heavily. A drop of fresh blood seeped from his brow, slowly sliding down his nose and dripping onto the snow, a shocking sight. He had narrowly escaped death, but everyone could see it clearly. Had it not been for that royal jade pendant protecting its master, this sword would have long pierced through his skull. After dancing on the edge of life and death, Jiang Zhaoqin's first reaction was not to cover the wound on his forehead. His hands suddenly stiffened, then instinctively clutched tightly at the position slightly above his chest. His complexion turned pale in an instant, and a trace of undeniable panic flashed in his eyes. Pei Jinghong stood in the center. The shadow of the broken sword in his hand had already dissipated with the wind. He keenly captured Jiang Zhaoqin's movement, slightly furrowing his brows, but said nothing. Inside the building, Changqing, seated behind the long table, also witnessed this scene. A deep, profound light flashed in Changqing's eyes, but he did not immediately point it out, merely withdrawing his gaze calmly. So it turns out. Pei Jinghong looked at his empty palm, feeling the fervor that had begun to pulse once again in his chest, his voice carrying a hoarse hint of relief. This sword should have been drawn 3 years ago. He turned around and bowed deeply to Changqing. At this moment my heart is clear. Thank you, Tower Master, for your guidance. Behind the crowd, Xie Guanqi, the ranking enforcer from the southern border of the Wanxiang Tower, held the white jade ranking stick, his hands filled with veins. The confident expression on his face vanished, replaced by extreme displeasure. Inside the building, Changqing gently set down the teacup in his hand. The crisp sound of white porcelain clashing against the wooden table resonated far in the dead silence of the mountaintop. Now does Xie Guanqi see clearly? Changqing did not even glance at Jiang Zhaoqin, merely gazing calmly at the rankings in midair, the southern border of the eastern wilderness hidden dragon list. 10th place, Pei Jinghong. As Su Changqing's words fell, the black golden scroll in midair burst into a dazzling radiance. The crisp notification sound of the system echoed in Su Changqing's mind as expected. The 10th rank of the Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon List Southern Border Volume has been preliminarily confirmed. Pei Jinghong's broken sword rings anew, his sword heart reforged. The degree of doubt toward the original list has significantly increased. Heavenly Fate value gained 30,000. Reward obtained true intent of broken sword capable of shattering high-level prohibitions and incomplete fates. Heavenly Fate Tower reputation updated, gaining some renown in the Eastern Wasteland. Su Changqing's expression remained unchanged, yet he could sense an extremely sharp sword intent within him resonating with his innate sword heart. This sword intent was not defined by its sharpness, but by an unyielding resolve that would rather break than bend. After a brief dead silence, the atmosphere outside the tower erupted like boiling water into which a boulder had been hurled. But the crowd's reactions were far from uniform. Many local cultivators of Qingzhou clenched their fists, their eyes blazing with an undeniable fervor. Ever since the Eastern Wasteland cultivators and the people from the Myriad Manifestations Tower arrived in Qingzhou, the locals had felt humbled. Others had a millennium-old authentic list and a supreme imperial dynasty. Qingzhou had only a dilapidated tower dismissed as a rogue list. Every newcomer wore an air of, and they too had indeed never known the vastness of the world beyond, so naturally they harbored an unspoken sense of shame. But now the one chosen by the tower they revered had with a single sword stroke ripped the once lofty 10th rank of the Myriad Manifestations Tower's original list from its pedestal. Meanwhile, the cultivators and swordsmen who had come from the Eastern Wasteland to watch the spectacle were struck silent, unable to muster a single laugh. Moments ago they had mocked Pei Jinghong for not daring to draw his sword. Now the life-saving trump card of the Red Moon Empire's 11th prince lay shattered before their eyes by that very blade. The accompanying cultivators of the Myriad Manifestations Tower turned pale. They instinctively looked back at Xuanhuan, who stood behind the crowd. They needed an explanation. An explanation as to why the clear light mirror, the pride of the Myriad Manifestations Tower for millennia, had failed to foresee Pei Jinghong's sword. Xuanhuan's face darkened as if it could drip water. He stared intently at Pei Jinghong, his fingers instinctively rubbing the white jade list ruler. He wanted to say a single sword forcing a retreat does not mean the ranking is secure, but Jiang Zaoqin's shattered red moon jade pendant, the glaring bloodline on his brow, and his now chaotic moonbone aura all mercilessly slapped the Myriad Manifestations Tower in the face. No. Impossible. A slightly manic roar shattered the suffocating silence. Jiang Zhaoqin clutched his chest tightly as blood from his brow streamed into his eyes, staining his vision red. He glared at Pei Jinghong, then abruptly turned his head to stare at Su Changqing, who sat serenely inside the tower. He could not accept it. Who was he? The 11th prince of the Red Moon Empire. A child of destiny. The Red Moon young Qilin born with a moon bone. How could he possibly lose to a cripple he had once trampled underfoot? Sorcery. This is definitely the sorcery of your Heavenly Fate Tower. Jiang Zaoqin's sanity crumbled entirely under the weight of extreme humiliation and rage. Unwilling to admit Pei Jinghong's victory, he could only blame it all on the Heavenly Fate Tower's machinations. Your Highness, you cannot fight any longer. Your aura. The old Red Moon cultivator, sensing Jiang Zaoqin's deteriorating state, rushed forward to stop him. Get lost. Jiang Zhaoqin kicked the old man away, his eyes bloodshot like a rabid beast. This prince has not lost. That jade pendant was just in the way. Su Changqing, you dare to use sorcery to disturb my Dao heart. Today I will first slay you, the tower master, and then raise this broken tower of yours to the ground. Boom. Jiang Zhaoqin recklessly began to burn the remnants of his moonbone. A torrent of blood-red light erupted from his pores, and his aura soared. Yet the moment he forcefully ignited his moonbone, a strange crescent-shaped mark deep within his chest, which he had been desperately clutching, suddenly flickered with an eerie red light. Jiang Zaoqin's movements froze abruptly as a piercing pain radiated from the mark through his entire body. Terror flooded his face, a fear 100 times more intense than when he faced Pei Jinghong's sword moments ago. He knew what that mark was, but he had buried his head in the sand for years, refusing to think about it. But now he had no time to suppress that fear. The violent blade intent he had ignited had already touched the gates of the Heavenly Fate Tower. The unadorned protective steel before the Heavenly Fate Tower suddenly erupted with a blinding dark golden light. No insolence is permitted before the Heavenly Fate Tower. Jiang Zaoqin's blade had not even been raised above his head when a terrifying pressure, as if from the ancient firmament itself, crashed down upon him like 10,000 mountains. Jiang Zhaoqin let out a miserable scream. Like a kite with a snapped string, he was yanked by that irresistible force straight through the open gates of the Heavenly Fate Tower. Bang! Before the eyes of the crowd, the lofty red moon prince slammed heavily onto the bluestone floor of the tower's first floor, kneeling directly before Changqing's long desk. His moon bone was utterly suppressed by the steel's pressure. He struggled desperately to rise, but the more he fought, the heavier the crushing force became, his bones grinding with a teeth-clenching sound. Outside the tower, there was absolute silence. The red moon cultivators were pale with shock, not daring to move. Everyone saw the truth. Before the heavenly fate tower, forget your myriad manifestations tower ranking. Even if you are a red moon prince, once you enter this gate, you kneel and obey. Changqing sat behind the desk, looking down at Jiang Zhaoqin kneeling before him. The heavenly fate mirror spun silently, revealing Jiang Zhaoqin's deepest secrets without reservation. Name: Jiang Zhaoqin. Identity: 11th Prince of the Red Moon Empire. Cultivation: Golden Core Peak. Fate: Broken Moon Bone. Current status: Moon Bone depleted, soul parasitized by a fate mark. Hidden Karma: Red Moon Crown Prince Jiang Wei once used 7 nights of moonlight to extend his life and mend his bone. Truth: Hint: the bone mending was a pretense. The life nurturing was the truth. When his broken moon turns full and his bone and blood are abundant, that will be the day Jiang Wei extracts his bone and soul, refining him into a second life body to facilitate his own escape. Reading the system's information, a flicker of doubt crossed Changqing's eyes. He knew of the evil technique of refining a second life body, but why was it for escape? It seemed this Red Moon Crown Prince was far more complex than he had imagined. However, if this man did not provoke him, he had no interest in spending heavenly fate value to divine his karmic ties. So that was why Jiang Zhaoqin's first reaction after losing was to clutch his chest. He feared not only death, but also that his internal foundation might be damaged, incurring the displeasure of his lofty elder brother. Changqing looked down at Jiang Zhaoqin and spoke slowly. 11th Prince of the Red Moon Empire Jiang Zhaoqin. Born with a broken moon bone in your body, your status is incomparably noble. Your elder brother Jiang Wei bestowed upon you 7 nights of moonlight. The world praised your fraternal love. As Changqing spoke, Jiang Zhaoqin's kneeling body began to tremble violently. He jerked his head up, his eyes once filled with ferocity, now brimming with bone-chilling terror. Shut up. Shut up. Don't say another word. Jiang Zhaoqin roared hoarsely, his composure collapsing further. Changqing paid no heed to his breakdown. But you know it better than anyone. When the moon is full, the lamp burns out. Changqing stared into his eyes, each word a dagger to the heart. This proud moonbone of yours, is it your fate or Jiang Wei's? Changqing's voice was not loud, yet it struck like an invisible hammer, each word hitting the hearts of everyone atop the falling cloud mountain. Silence. A deathly silence. The wind and snow seemed to freeze at that moment, all eyes converging on the Red Moon Prince kneeling under the weight of the stone tablet. Life sustenance. Second life body. These terms sent chills down the spines of the cultivators present. They could also decipher Jiang Zhaoqin's expression. It was a collapse of belief, a despair, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was sinking. No, that's not true. Jiang Zhaoqin trembled like a leaf, desperately shaking his head, his face as pale as paper. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering. My elder brother treated me exceptionally well. He was saving me. He wanted my moon bone to be complete. His voice was hoarse and sharp. Rather than a rebuttal, it seemed more like self-hypnosis. Changqing stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze as tranquil as a deep, while showing no hint of pity. He simply raised his hand and gently pointed at the void before him. Buzz. Before the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, the dark golden eastern wilderness, Hidden Dragon Rankings, Southern Region volume shone brightly once more. Beneath the name, 10th Pei Jinghong, a line of new, deeper black gold characters slowly emerged. 9th Jiang Wei. Boom. The moment these 2 words appeared, the audience erupted in uproar, laughter, and skepticism, threatening to overturn the mountaintop. 9th, Jiang Wei. The one who was regarded by the Wandering Pavilion as the first among the younger generation of the Southern region, and even had hopes of challenging for the first place in the Eastern Wilderness overall rankings. Is the master of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets insane? He placed Jiang Wei only 9th. This confirms it truly is a wild list. To uplift a Pei Jinghong, they dare write such a colossal lie. A senior elder from the Eastern Wilderness couldn't help but retort loudly. This is absurd. What talents does Prince Jiang Wei possess? At 3 years old, he was carried into the Forbidden Zone by the ancient beast carrying Moon White Lin and received the ancient method inheritance. At 8, he read all the Imperial Dynasty's texts and created his own techniques. At 12, he entered the Northern Sea alone and slayed a millennia-old flood dragon. For someone of this caliber, you say he only deserves to be ranked 9th. Xie Guanzi's expression instantly darkened as he coldly snorted, about to speak. However, Changqing paid no mind to the uproar. The light from the ranking continued to flow, inscribing a shocking fate annotation beneath the name Jiangwei. Identity Prince of the Red Moon Dynasty, but in truth the vessel of the evil soul of the Red Moon ancestor. Remarks carried away by an ancient beast at 3. The world believed it to be his destiny, but in fact it was the beginning of the evil soul of the Red Moon ancestor's parasitism. All his astonishing cultivation was infused by the evil soul through his life essence, the cost being his soul being bound with no autonomy. This soul aimed to use Jiang Wei's gifted physique to break through the shackles of the Purple Mansion and surpass 2 major realms. If there were no evil soul, his innate talent would surely be the first in the southern region, a potential emperor. Boom. If ranking Jiangwei 9th was a provocation, then this annotation could utterly disrupt the power structure of the eastern wilderness. The thousands of cultivators present instantly erupted. What a! The Red Moon Prince, Jiangwei, is a puppet possessed by an ancestor. At 3 years old he was already parasitized. All his adventures were set up by that evil soul, breaking through 2 major realms. My heavens! The Purple Mansion realm is already among the top combat powers in the eastern wilderness, and breaking through 2 major realms would create a terrifying existence. Is this evil soul trying to resurrect the ancient demonic might? If the annotation is true, the hidden secret of the Red Moon Dynasty is not just a genius, but a colossal ancient demon capable of overturning the eastern wilderness. The murmurs rose like a tide, but this time it was no longer mockery, but bone-chilling fear. Everyone understood that the Tower of Heavenly Secrets was not belittling Jiangwei. On the contrary, it revealed a truth 10,000 times more terrifying than being the first of the southern region. Jiang Zhaochen, who had just been immersed in shame and anger, was now completely frozen. He stared blankly at that line of annotations, his mind a blank. Elder brother. Is it false? The brother he revered as a deity and regarded as his life goal turned out to be someone who occupied his body. An old monster. That 7 nights moonlight bestowed upon him by his elder brother, that so-called bone continuation, and the deep brotherly affection that had become a legendary tale. All were merely feeding him. Jiang Zhaochen finally could not bear it any longer and let out a beast-like wail. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes crimson, staring fiercely at Su Changqing, his gaze no longer filled with anger, but rather a hint of pleading madness. False. It's all your fabrication. What evidence do you have? He was still making his last struggle. In the crowd, Xie Guanji, the rank enforcer from the Wandering Pavilion, had an extremely grim expression. He stared intently at the annotations on the Heavenly Secrets rankings, his heart surging like a tempest. Impossible. The Wandering Pavilion's clear light mirror said to reveal all truths in the world. Why had it never glimpsed such earth-shattering causality? How could such a monumental event of a dynasty's heir being possessed by an ancient evil soul escape the treasure mirror's sight? Just when everyone thought Su Changqing would present more evidence, he merely cast a faint glance at Jiang Zhaochen. That gaze was like looking at a lifeless object. Evidence. Su Changqing chuckled lightly, slowly shaking his head. I, along with the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, are the evidence. He said no more, simply extending his finger lightly, tracing Jiang Zhaoqin's brow in the air. This trace did not use any spiritual power. Yet in Jiang Zhaoqin's perception it felt as if an invisible heavenly blade severed the last thread of connection between him and some existence beyond. The moon bone within him, that crescent moon that had always granted him power and glory, dimmed in it. Meanwhile, far away, billions of miles away, deep within the eastern palace of the Red Moon Dynasty, the Jiangwei, in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of vital blood. His complexion turned pale, filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? The life thread I left in 11th brother's body has been severed. Jiang kid, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. At that moment, a rather sinister voice slowly echoed on Falling Cloud Mountain. Jiang Zhaochen felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. He could clearly sense a will both familiar and strange that had always lurked deep within his bones, rapidly dissipating. That was the will belonging to that elder brother. It was the life imprint quietly sown at the moment of life continuation. The truth at this moment was gruesomely laid bare before him. Jiang Zhaochen made a sound like a windbag from his throat, lifting his head to gaze blankly at Su Changqing, his facial muscles contorted, appearing both as if crying and laughing. So, it is like this. I am not a prince. I am merely a vessel for others to make use of. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. He laughed and laughed, tears and mucus flowing together, his sanity completely shattering. This proud son of heaven, envied by all of Eastern Wilderness for a decade, in this day before the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, his Tao heart shattered inch by inch. All his pride, all his glory turned out to be a meticulously woven lie. A joke paving the way for an ancient evil soul. Su Changqing looked at the utterly deranged Jiang Zhaochen, his expression indifferent as he withdrew his gaze. He had no interest in judgment, for the rules of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets would act on his behalf. He slowly turned around facing the crowd, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. 10th on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Pei Jinghong, having already battled and defeated him, shall take his opportunities. As soon as the words fell, the stone tablet suppressing Jiang Zhaochen suddenly burst forth with numerous mysterious lights. The celestial light surged into the sky, a primordial pressure erupted thunderously from the stone tablet of the Tianji Tower. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xie Guanxi's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on the stone tablet. He could sense that the pressure was not merely spiritual energy, but something more. An unknown power. The stone tablet vibrated, revealing countless mysterious runes. In the next moment, a solid beam of mystical light shot out from the tablet, piercing through Jiang Zhaoqin's chest. Jiang Zhaochen let out a horrific scream, his body pinned in midair by the beam of light. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, a phantom-cracked crescent moon was forcibly extracted from Jiang Zhaoqin's spine inch by inch. No, that's mine. It is the result of my 10 years of hard work. It is everything to me. Give it. Jiang Zhaoqin's frantic and mournful screams echoed as he struggled, but the beam held him firmly in place, forcing him to watch helplessly as his life was gradually stripped away. He could feel his power, talent, cultivation, and even the essence of life rapidly fading away with the departure of that crescent moon. That was his fate. It was everything to him. Su Changqing's expression remained indifferent. In front of the Tianji Tower, there is no right or wrong, only rules. To challenge the rules is to pay the price. Soon the phantom crescent moon bone was completely extracted from Jiang Zhaoqin's body, hovering in it radiated a cold moonlight. The pure energy contained within made all the golden core cultivators present feel parched. As the moon bone left his body, Jiang Zhaochen fell like a puddle of mud, his cultivation completely wasted, reduced to a being weaker than an ordinary person. At this moment, Su Changqing slowly spoke, his voice cold and authoritative as if the Tao itself was proclaiming. Those who challenge the Tianji list upon defeat shall have 30% of their fortune stripped away. However, Jiang Zhaoqin's fate was originally formed by an ancient evil soul stealing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, not something that belonged to him. Therefore, the Tianji rectifies the disorder and strips away his false fate. He paused, shifting his gaze to the side, where Pei Jinghong stood with his sword, equally shocked. This object is the result of an evil soul stealing 10 years of moonlight, nourished by 10 years of the earth's essence. Today, with your sword severing the cause and effect, this opportunity shall naturally be concluded by you. Su Changqing flicked his finger. The floating crescent moon bone emitted a soft sound and transformed into a streak of light, instantly shooting towards Pei Jinghong. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Concluded, wasn't it meant to be enjoyed solely by himself? Pei Jinghong was also taken aback, gazing at the brilliant moonlight that once belonged to his opponent, a complex look flashing in his eyes. But that thought lasted only an instant. He focused his mind, no longer suppressing the awakening desire from the silence. The essence of the broken sword surged forth, actively embracing that beam of light. My sword shall advance without retreat. Buzz. The flowing light transformed from the moon bone stopped 3 inches in front of him upon contact with his body, not merging, but halting instead. A stream of pure moonlight power was forcibly stripped away and refined by the essence of the broken sword, transforming into the most pure source of spiritual energy, surging wildly into his limbs and bones. Pei Jinghong let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his meridians were about to burst, but then a cool sensation flooded his body and his aura began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Golden Core 7th layer. Golden Core 8th layer. Golden Core 9th layer peak. In just a few breaths, he broke through 2 realms, firmly stabilizing at the peak of the Golden Core 9th layer, only a step away from the Purple Mansion Tao. More importantly, the broken sword phantom that was born from his heart began to mend at the crack after absorbing the essence of the moon bone, the sword intent becoming increasingly refined and transparent. The entire place filled with gasps of cold air. Reward. Rewarded. Just like that, the foundation of a prince who has worked hard for 10 years was refined and given to Pei Jinghong. The Tianji Tower. Their way of doing things is too overbearing. This is not overbearing, this is clearly the Tao rewarding merit. Pei Jinghong upheld the dignity of the Tianji list, and this is the reward he deserves. But this reward is too generous. The cultivators from Qingzhou were all excited, their faces flushed with pride. Meanwhile, the cultivators from other forces in the Eastern Wild looked at Su Changqing with changed expressions. The Tianji Tower not only sees through the heavenly mechanisms, but also controls them, stripping away one person's fate and bestowing it upon another. What a shocking method. Xie Guanxi stood among the crowd, trembling slightly. He was not scared but was struck by an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and absurdity. The Myriad Phenomena Tower evaluates the prodigies based on the light of the crystal mirror through observation and recording. But the Tianji Tower is deciding. It is the law of nature, a decree that must be followed. He even developed an incredibly absurd thought. Perhaps it is not that Pei Jinghong was destined for this opportunity, but when Su Tower Master said it shall naturally be concluded by you, the way this opportunity would be concluded transformed into Pei Jinghong. With that thought, he felt a chill throughout his body. At that moment, two guards dressed in the attire of the Qi dynasty finally snapped back from their shock, hurriedly rolling and crawling to Jiang Ziaqian's side to assist him. They carried the now useless 11th prince, casting a glance at Su Changqing, and fled awkwardly into the sky. Throughout it all, Su Changqing did not glance at them even once. Until the people of the Qi dynasty completely disappeared into the horizon, he slowly turned around, sweeping his gaze across the entire scene. All those who were met with his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. From this day forth the Tianji Tower shall rise to fame. Before the Tower of Heavenly Secrets, the atmosphere had frozen to a chilling point. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the scroll of black writing. Any single event could have shaken the southern ridge, but now they seemed to be mere appetizers. Because the mysterious master of the Tower of Heavenly Secrets was about to continue the rankings. With a flow of clear light at his fingertips, Su Changqing lightly landed on the 8th position of the rankings amidst countless gazes of awe and suspicion. Golden ancient characters appeared stroke by stroke, floating into existence. Eastern Wasteland Hidden Dragon Rankings Southern Ridge Volume. 8th place, Xie Guanqi. Identity Ranking Envoy of Wanxiang Tower in Southern Ridge. Cultivation Peak of Golden Core 9th Layer. The moment these lines appeared, the entire venue fell into silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Immediately after, an uncontrollable uproar erupted. Xie Guanqi, the ranking envoy of Wanxiang Tower. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets. What is it doing? How could it rank a person from Wanxiang Tower on its own list? Insane. This is simply a provocation. For 1,000 years, Wanxiang Tower has controlled the Eastern Wasteland rankings, and it has never been humiliated like this. Several deeply insightful cultivators in the crowd turned pale. They were the spies sent by Wanxiang Tower. They were both shocked and furious, almost unable to suppress the urge to act. However, recalling Jiang Ziaqian's fate and the mysterious methods of this handsome young man, they managed to suppress the impulse within. Meanwhile, at the center of everyone's attention, Xie Guanqi stood frozen in place. The color drained from his face at a visible rate, turning ashen. His hand gripping the jade ranking stick bulged with veins, the knuckles cracking from excessive force. Xie Guanqi, the ranking envoy of Wanxiang Tower, was the arbiter of the world's trends, the embodiment of rules. Yet today he had become just a name on someone else's list. This was an immense humiliation. Su Changqing. His voice was hoarse and dry. What do you mean by this? Su Changqing did not look at him. He simply continued writing calmly, the detached demeanor itself being the highest form of disdain. Lines of even more glaring golden small characters slowly unfolded beneath Xie Guanqi's name. Comment born with the clear and bright, glazed body reflecting all things and discerning cause and effect. The first line of commentary appeared, causing another uproar in the crowd. Clear and bright, glazed body. The special body that hasn't appeared for thousands of years. I see. No wonder Xie Guanqi could hold the Southern Ridge ranking at such a young age. He possesses this kind of talent. The clear and bright mirror. I think I have seen it in some ancient text. It truly exists in Wanxiang Tower. Indeed, all the rumors are not without basis. Hearing the discussions around him, Xie Guanqi's expression softened slightly, and he unconsciously straightened his back. That's right, he had the clear and bright glazed body. He was a born ranking envoy. What if the Tower of Heavenly Secrets knew? This was his glory. However, the next line of commentary slowly emerged. However, the treasure body is also a cage. Long exposure to the mirror has caused backlash, creating hidden cracks in the body, and the spirit has become clouded, damaging the foundation. Worse still, you have fallen into the obstruction of perception, believing only in the shadows within the mirror and not in the truths outside it. Your Tao heart has deviated and your path ahead is cut off. Conclusion: in this life, you will stop at the golden core. Boom. The last 4 words struck like thunder in Xie Guanqi's mind. In this life, you will stop at the golden core. The last trace of color fled from his face and his lips trembled as he muttered, "No. It's impossible. Nonsense. Utterly absurd." His Tao was the Tao of Wanxiang Tower. What he perceived was reality, and what he judged was the heavenly secret. He entered Golden Core at 22, reached the peak at 27. To him it seemed as easy as reaching into a pocket, yet every time he attempted to break through, an inexplicable emotion would arise. Could it really be? How could it be? How could the path ahead be cut off? He suddenly raised his head, fixating intensely on Su Changqing, his eyes filled with suspicion. On what basis do you say this? Present your evidence. Su Changqing finally raised his eyes, his gaze calmly settling on Xie Guanqi's tightly gripping hand, his voice not loud, yet clearly resonating throughout the venue. Why do you wipe the ranking stick 7 times before each ranking observation? Xie Guanqi was taken aback. Why do you burn calming incense for a whole night every 3 months? Xie Guanqi's body began to tremble slightly. Su Changqing's tone remained calm and unperturbed. Because your clear and bright glazed body has already cracked and your spirit has begun to scatter. You know better than anyone that the world you see is no longer clear. You rely on the coldness of the ranking stick and the tranquility of the calming incense to maintain your last shred of clarity. What you call mastering the heavenly secrets is merely self-deception. Xie Guanqi, Su Changqing's voice fell like the final hammer. You have spent your life observing others' heavenly secrets, yet have never seen through your own. Never seen through your own. This phrase struck like a thunderbolt, completely tearing apart all of Xie Guanqi's disguises and pride. The treasure body he had always been proud of was a defective product. The path he firmly believed in was self-deception. Everything he had held sacred crumbled in that moment. But a mouthful of fresh blood suddenly spurted from Xie Guanqi's mouth, splattering onto his robe that symbolized authority and glory, a bright red glaring stain. His body shook violently a few times, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming before he fell straight backward. The ranking envoy of Wanxiang Tower in the southern ridge, his Dao heart, had shattered. Xie Guanqi's fall sent shockwaves rippling through the hearts of the crowd. The spies of the myriad manifestations pavilion scrambled to support him, pinching his philtrum and forcing elixirs down his throat, but Xie Guanqi's eyes were vacant, his breath chaotic. Clearly his Dao heart had been wounded to the core beyond the salvation of any miraculous pill. The scouts from other sects, their minds quaking, turned their gazes toward the celestial mechanism pavilion, their initial scrutiny now utterly transformed into reverence and dread. Words that manifest fate. With mere lines of commentary, a golden core peak genius of the myriad manifestations pavilion wielding great power had his Dao heart shattered. What kind of terrifying means was this? The celestial mechanism pavilion was not merely ranking, it was delivering judgment. Amidst this stunned silence, Su Changqing's fingertips once again rested upon the black tome. 7th place. Everyone involuntarily held their breath, their hearts leaping to their throats. Even the envoy of the myriad manifestations pavilion had been so pierced to the core. Who could this 7th place be? What shocking secrets would it unveil? Golden light swirled, and a few unadorned ancient characters slowly took shape. 7th place. Wen Yin, the name appeared. A wave of bewilderment swept the entire assembly. Wen Yin? Who is that? Never heard of him. Is there such a figure in the southern border? Which sex prodigy? Or a disciple of some hidden clan? Countless people whispered among themselves, scouring their memories, yet finding no information matching the name, Wen Yin. He was like a pebble cast into a lake, failing to stir even a ripple. Compared to the uproar when Xie Guanqi topped the list, the reaction now was an eerie silence and confusion. How could a name unknown to all rank above Xie Guanqi, who held sway over a region? Just as the crowd was baffled, the commentary appeared on the tome. The first line nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. Identity: a rogue cultivator from Kushi Town, Jiepu, Ancient Kingdom, Western region of the southern border. Cultivation, first level of the Zifu Mansion. Boom. The crowd erupted instantly. Zifu Mansion? That was an entirely different realm of existence. The Golden Core path was about condensation, compressing all the spiritual energy and power of the body into a single golden core. Once formed, one became a golden core cultivator. But no matter how perfect the golden core, it was ultimately just a pill, lifeless with an end. The Zifu Mansion, however, was about opening. When the golden core reached its ultimate perfection, one had to actively shatter that life-cherished core with one's own hands. This step 9 out of 10 golden core cultivators dared not take. The core shattered. Either one perished, body and Dao lost, reduced to a cripple, or at the sight of the shattered core, one used the Dao to carve a new realm within the body. That realm, connecting the spirit above and the Qi sea below, became a self-contained mansion that could hold wind and thunder, mountains and rivers. In the instant the core shattered, the golden radiance sank inch by inch, turning into a deep purple. The elders said it was the color of the Dao shifting from gold to mystery, the first time a cultivator contained heaven and earth within their own body. Thus it was named Zifu Mansion. Once one entered the Zifu Mansion, they were no longer a mortal cultivator, but a being who had opened their own paradise. With a single thought, the realm within could overturn wind and thunder, spontaneously arising. Their lifespan multiplied several times over. In the entire southern border, the known Zifu Mansion cultivators were all ancestral patriarchs or sect masters. Each one guarded a vast territory, a colossal entity seldom revealing itself. Countless ordinary people spent their lives stuck at the golden core threshold, dying in despair. This chasm of shattering the core and opening the mansion had blocked countless brilliant talents. Yet now the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion claimed that a rogue cultivator from Kushi Town, obscure and belonging to no proper sect, had silently crossed this heavenly moat without anyone knowing. That alone was a legend. However, everyone soon realized they had been shocked too early, for the next line of commentary was the true, earth-shattering beginning. Opportunity. Half a month ago, in the ancient crevice of the western mountains' one-line sky in Kushi Town, he chanced upon a remnant thought of an ancient great sage inheritance. Great sage inheritance. These 4 words held an unfathomable magic, causing every cultivator present to stop breathing in an instant. Blood rushed to their heads. A great sage. That was a legendary existence. A supreme titan at the pinnacle of the cultivation pyramid, capable of plucking stars and crushing mountains with a roar. Not to mention the southern border. Across the entire eastern wasteland, sages were as rare as phoenix feathers, and great sages existed only in the most ancient of texts. And now an unknown Zifu mansion rogue cultivator had obtained a wisp of a great sage's inheritance. After a brief silence, madness erupted like a volcanic explosion. A great sage's inheritance. Heavens! Quick! Send word back to the sect. Spare no expense to find this Xuanhuan. Kushi Town. Send people to Kushi Town immediately. Turn the place upside down if you must, but find him. Fool. I'm going now. This news today will surely be a great merit. A burly demonic cultivator, his eyes bloodshot, could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a streak of bloodlight and shot into the sky, heading straight for the western region. His action was a signal. In an instant, over a dozen beams of light flared up among the crowd. The spies of major powers, their faces flushed with excitement, frantically crushed their communication jade talismans. Hum, hum, hum. Streaks of barely visible spiritual light, like a swarm of locusts, raced in all directions. At this moment, they were no longer transmitting intelligence. They were unleashing a storm that would sweep across the entire southern border and even the eastern wasteland. A Zifu mansion cultivator bearing a great sage's inheritance. The weight of this was immense, heavy enough to drive any eastern wasteland sect to madness. He was no longer just a man. He was a moving treasure trove, a walking supreme opportunity. Whoever obtained him might glimpse the secrets of the great sage's path. On the pavilion, Changqing calmly watched the scene spiraling out of control below, his eyes devoid of any emotion. From obscurity to fame across the world. From being ignored to being priceless. Sometimes all it took was a name and a line of commentary. This was his Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. At the foot of the mountain, the clamor of voices was almost enough to tear through the clouds. Countless cultivators had even escalated to a standoff of spiritual energy with half-drawn swords and blades, the air thick with tension. At the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Changqing stood by the window, gazing down at the frenzy. He had stirred up his eyes as calm as an ancient well. He slowly raised his hand, curled a finger, and gently flicked it toward the void outside the tower. A low, resonant hum suddenly emanated from the guardian steel at the mountain gate. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to strike directly into the depths of every soul. An invisible wave of pressure, like a clear spring washing over stubborn rocks, swept from the Celestial Mechanism Tower and engulfed the entire mountaintop in an instant. At the foot of the mountain, the faces flushed with excitement froze solid. The surging spiritual energy on the verge of eruption was abruptly suppressed, as if by an invisible hand, instantly subsiding. They had just dared to resort to violence before the gate of this unfathomable Celestial Mechanism Tower. In the deathly silence, a voice as indifferent as drifting clouds in the ninth heaven fell softly, yet echoed distinctly in everyone's ears. Today's ranking ends here. The voice was clear and ethereal, yet filled with authority. The 6th place on the Hidden Dragon list will be announced in 10 days. As the words fell, the white-clad figure leaning against the railing slowly turned and disappeared into the shadow. Under the awestruck gaze of thousands below, the ancient wooden door of the Celestial Mechanism Tower, carved with intricate cloud patterns, began to close slowly. With a creak and a dull thud, the door shut completely. A single door separated two worlds. Outside, there was a storm about to sweep across the eastern wilderness. Inside, there was eternal coldness and silence. Not until the echo of the closing door faded entirely did the crowd at the foot of the mountain seem to awaken from a great dream. No one dared to linger any longer, nor did they dare to send messages here, fearing they might disturb the mysterious master of the tower. In the next moment, hundreds or thousands of streaks of light shot into the sky, turning into ribbons of various colors that scattered wildly in all directions, moving several times faster than when they had arrived. They would carry everything that had happened here today back to their respective sects, dynasties, and noble clans. The skies of the eastern wilderness were about to change. Inside the celestial mechanism tower, the coldness remained. As Changqing settled cross-legged on the main seat's cushion, the icy system prompt sounded precisely in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully released the hidden dragon list, stirring the fate of the southern frontier and even the eastern wilderness. Now beginning settlement of rewards. Congratulations, host. You have earned 150000 heavenly mechanism points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked a new building, the Celestial Mechanism Training Ground. Celestial Mechanism Training Ground consume heavenly mechanism points to simulate and construct any opponent for sparring. It can also be used for deducing techniques and simulating perilous situations. An internal facility of the Celestial Mechanism Tower. Congratulations, host. You have received a special privilege reward, the Void Penetrating Divine Eye. Void Penetrating Divine Eye see through all falsehoods and perceive the true essence of all things. It can discern cultivation levels, divine bodies, formations, and restrictions. As the host's cultivation advances, its insight will continue to strengthen. A series of prompts concluded, and even Changqing's lips curled into a smile. 150,000 heavenly mechanism points were enough to deduce many things. The Celestial Mechanism Training Ground was a timely boon. It was time for him to start cultivating his own foundation. In the future, this place could even become the cornerstone for the Celestial Mechanism Tower to nurture its core strength. And the final reward, the Void Penetrating Divine Eye, was a true, unexpected delight. For someone like him who made a living by discerning heavenly secrets and peddling secrets, what could be more fitting than a pair of eyes that could see through the true essence of all things in the world? Changqing focused his mind. In an instant, deep within his pupils, two barely visible golden divine runes flickered and vanished, profound and majestic. He raised his eyes and casually glanced out the window. In that single glance, his entire world was utterly transformed. The ironwood forming the window frame revealed its inner spiritual energy, veins flowing like rivers. In the distant forest, the life and decay of every plant and tree became clearly visible as rising and falling auras. A cultivator flying past on a sword was no longer a human figure, but a luminous aggregate of meridians, blood energy, and a brilliant golden core at the dantian. Looking further up, the floating dust motes in the air revealed an original form woven from countless intricate threads of law. All secrets were laid bare. Meanwhile, the storm unleashed by the Celestial Mechanism Tower was sweeping across the eastern wilderness at an unimaginable speed. In the Crimson Moon Dynasty's capital, when the news that Crown Prince Xuanhuan is possessed by the ancestor's evil soul was transmitted through special channels, the vast capital first fell into a moment of dead silence, then erupted into immense panic. Dozens of powerful divine senses from royal protectors and imperial guards shot into the sky, scanning the eastern palace, without concealment, only to be crushed by an even more sinister and domineering, terrifying aura in the next moment. Deep within the eastern palace, in the heavily restricted bedchamber, Crown Prince Xuanhuan, the epicenter of the storm, sat alone on his throne. He looked at the secret report in his hand and let out a light, amused laugh. The Celestial Mechanism Tower. He extended a pale finger, gently tapping the armrest. His eyes showed not a trace of panic, but rather a hint of appreciation for a worthy opponent. Quite interesting. In the western region of the southern frontier, at Withered Stone Town, the moment this news arrived, this remote town, neglected for centuries, faced an unprecedented upheaval. A dazzling sword light tore through the sky, landing at the town's entrance. It was the enforcement elder of the righteous sect, the Heavenly Evolution Sacred Land. Then a mass of black demonic clouds rolled in, and a personal disciple of a demonic overlord stepped out, his aura chilling. An ancient war chariot from a millennia-old noble clan rumbled across the void, producing a thunderous roar. Any one of these powerhouses would normally shake a region, but now they descended upon this town like falling rain. The collision of countless powerful auras made the air above the town thick and oppressive. Their purpose was singular, Wen Yen. Both righteous and demonic paths, sects, and clans had reached a bizarre consensus in this moment. The rankings of the Celestial Mechanism Tower must be trusted. Though the tower had risen abruptly, it had made no errors thus far. Moreover, given their nature of preferring to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than let one escape, they would not let this opportunity slip by. Countless eyes, overt and covert, fixed upon the Crimson Moon Dynasty and this unremarkable Withered Stone Town. A massive storm was brewing across the eastern wilderness. And at the true source of the storm, inside the Celestial Mechanism Tower, Changqing stood by the window, his void-penetrating divine eye already activated. Yet his gaze did not fall upon the chaotic Crimson Moon capital, nor did it sweep over the powerhouse-laden Withered Stone Town. His vision pierced through thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, crossing boundless space, to gaze upon the towering, cloud-piercing giant pagoda at the very center of the eastern wilderness, eternally shrouded in a clear light, the Myriad Manifestations Tower. Through his void-penetrating divine eye, the tower's body appeared unremarkable, forged from ordinary star essence gold. But at the very top, a simple ancient bronze mirror floated. The mirror's light flowed like water, its radiance illuminating the mountains and rivers of the entire east. In Changqing's vision, he could clearly see countless delicate threads of fate, representing the destinies of all beings across the eastern wilderness, being drawn by an invisible force, converging endlessly into that bronze mirror. A knowing smile slowly curved on Changqing's lips. The clear light, treasure mirror. So you too are an eye of the myriad manifestations tower. The bells of the Crimson Moon imperial capital rang 9 times. After the 9th ring, the city gates swung wide open. The envoy carriage of the Xuanhuan dynasty entered the city first. The wheels rolled over the cobblestone street, the rims covered in a thin layer of frost, while the wine flags by the roadside were swept by the cold air, instantly becoming as hard as iron. Behind it was the Qingli dynasty. The Qingli envoy rode a black-scaled horse, its hooves touching the ground soundlessly, with a copper lamp hanging at its waist. Though the lamp was unlit, it caused the onlookers by the road to squint and bow their heads. Further back, 300 armored soldiers of the Tianwu dynasty marched in formation. The clashing of armor sounded like the ringing of swords. The Dayan dynasty was the most ostentatious. The envoy sat in a golden sedan chair, and his first words upon entering the city turned the faces of the officials from the Crimson Moon Honglu Temple pale. "Is your crown prince a man or a ghost?" The official of the Honglu Temple's lips moved, but he did not dare to utter a single word. This was because the Dayan dynasty was truly one of the top dynasties in the East Wilderness, far stronger than the Crimson Moon. On the city tower, the Crimson Moon guard tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. The deputy behind him whispered, "General, should we?" "Shut up." The guard stared at the envoys of the various dynasties on the street, his eyelids twitching incessantly. Whoever draws their sword first will become the sinner of the Crimson Moon. The hidden dragon list from the Tianji Tower had already put the Crimson Moon on the fire. The ancestors of the Crimson Moon possessed the body of an evil soul. Just a few words weighed heavier than an army of 100,000. The Imperial City. Inside the Golden Chariot Hall, the civil and military officials of the Crimson Moon were divided into 2 sides. The factions that usually made the loudest noise now bore grim expressions. The Crimson Moon Emperor sat high upon the dragon, throne, the imperial crown obscuring half of his face. His hand rested on the armrest. The armrest was shaped like a red dragon holding a pearl, and he pressed down on the dragon's mouth, producing a faint sound. The envoys from the various dynasties have arrived. The Minister of Rights stepped forward, his voice dry. Xinshuang, Qingli, Tianwu, and Dayan have all sent their state documents. The Qian has also dispatched envoys into the territory, but they only claim to be observers and do not wish to be held accountable. Observers. The Minister of War scoffed. They just want to watch our Crimson Moon's jokes. What time is it? And you still care whether the Qian is watching or not? A censor stepped forward, his beard shaking. Your Majesty, decisive actions must be taken. The edicts from the Tianji Tower are spreading throughout the East Wilderness. If the Crown Prince is not dealt with immediately, the various dynasties will use this as an excuse to surround the Crimson Moon. Deal with him. The Minister of the Imperial Clan turned pale. The Crown Prince is the foundation of the nation. Are you suggesting we kill him? Killing the Crown Prince proves our innocence. The censor bowed deeply. A commotion erupted in the hall. Several officials from the Crown Prince's faction stepped forward simultaneously. Absurd. The Tianji Tower says that we should kill the heir apparent. If we kill the Crown Prince today, tomorrow the Tianji Tower will say there is something wrong with your Majesty. Will your Majesty also? The words were left unspoken. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. The official who spoke turned pale and immediately knelt down. I spoke out of turn. The Crimson Moon Emperor remained unmoved. But beneath his eyes a trace of uncontainable fear flickered. It was not due to the official's offense, but because of those 3 words. Tianji Tower. Ever since the list was released, no one dared to mention its name loudly in the imperial capital. Xie Guanxi, the envoy from the southern border of the Wanxiang Tower, felt his Dao heart shatter. The scattered cultivator Wen Yen of the Kushi town was crazily pursued by all factions in the East Wilderness overnight. The Crimson Moon Crown Prince Jiang Wei was revealed to have a tremendous secret by a single edict. That Lord Su, who had not stepped out of the Tianji Tower, caused the entire court of the Crimson Moon to lose its sleep. In my opinion, another old official spoke up. We should seal off the imperial capital, ban